It is often said that the heir of the Yin family is both ruthless and cunning, a figure of considerable influence in North City, not to be trifled with. Yet, remarkably, Jiang Yuan finds herself drawn to him. Endowed with an innate charm, she harbors within her a beast driven by vengeance. Though he scolds her for her questionable morals, he upheaves the very fabric of North City on her behalf, sending her enemies to their doom. Just as she attempts to escape, he pulls her back with a low, gravelly voice laced with fury. "Are you daring to toy with my affections, Jiang Yuan?" Since entering the private room, Jiang Yuan has endured 10 minutes of awkward silence. The man beside her is Yin Dong. Before her arrival, her friend Hui had warned her that the more powerful a man is, the higher his standards. For someone like Yin Dong, even a celestial being might fail to captivate him. Moreover, Jiang Yuan is hardly an ethereal beauty, she is merely captivating enough, her appearance striking a balance between innocence and allure, particularly appealing to men. In the expansive luxury of the private room, filled with both men and women, some of her friends have already lit cigarettes for their partners, while others are indulging in toasts or being groped. Since shedding her outer coat, Jiang Yuan sits upright beside Yin Dong, stealing glances at him from the corners of her eyes. He possesses a broad frame, his height and physique a testament to his masculinity. Dressed entirely in black, with his shirt sleeves rolled up, the taut muscles of his sun-kissed arms are accentuated by the visible veins. His elbows rest on his knees, one hand clutching a cigarette while the other scrolls through his phone. Jiang Yuan cannot resist a glance, discovering that he is monitoring stock trends, the screen awash with red, indicating a significant loss in the 8 figures. Studying finance herself, she musters the courage to speak. "I too have incurred considerable losses today. It seems fortune has turned against us all." It appears that he has only just noticed her presence, abruptly turning his head towards her. The depth of his cold gaze sends a shiver down her spine. His penetrating eyes linger on her face for a few seconds before scanning down her chin. Jiang Yuan feels her cheeks flush, but maintains her composure. "How much did you lose?" he inquires, his tone icy. "Over 1,000, she replies. A hint of a smirk plays at the corners of his lips, a fleeting expression that adds a touch of warmth to his otherwise frosty demeanor. Jiang Yuan mirrors his smile. "It's merely a virtual account, fortunately. I lack the funds to trade." He seems momentarily taken aback, then abruptly turns off his screen, tossing the phone onto the marble table with a sharp crack. When he turns back, the shadow of his earlier demeanor returns. "Are you intentionally provoking me?" Though he lowers his voice in a deliberate attempt to sound angry, Jiang Yuan senses he is not genuinely upset. She realizes she has piqued his interest. Leaning slightly away, her tone earnest and anxious, she states, "I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, I can show you." Standing, she bends to retrieve her coat, draped over the sofa. Wearing a short white shirt and tight jeans, she turns her back to him, her slender waist and curves accentuated, deliberately lingering for a moment before returning to her seat. With a serious expression, she unlocks her phone to show him, only to be met with the warmth of his breath against her ear. "What is your name?" Jiang Yuan freezes momentarily, holding back the instinct to shy away, her breath catching as an unexpected warmth spreads across her lower back. His hand, akin to a heated iron, glides from her tailbone upwards, igniting her senses. Jiang Yuan remains compliant, appearing to be cradled in his embrace, yet her upper body trembles slightly. Perhaps due to her heightened tension, she fails to notice when the door to the private room opens, nor the figure that approaches until she raises her gaze. At that moment, as her eyes meet Yin Yuan's, the last button on her back is unfastened. The shock renders her momentarily breathless. The man she had desperately tried to contact for months now stands before her. Yin Yiru towers over her, his physique robust, yet his features possess a delicate, almost ethereal beauty. He stands still, seemingly entranced by Jiang Yuan's face, uncertain if this is indeed the woman he once knew. Before he can speak, she turns to Yin Dong and timidly inquires, "Is this Mr. Yin?" Yin Yuan's eyelids flicker. Yin Dong withdraws his hand from behind Jiang Yuan, his voice indifferent. "Do you know her?" Jiang Yuan shakes her head. "I've seen him in the news." Yin Yuan's gaze remains fixed on her, an intensity igniting within his eyes as she leans against Yin Dong, her lashes lowered, cheeks flushed, appearing more demure than ever. Yin Yuan's eyes travel down her figure, igniting a flame of jealousy within him. He moves to sit beside her, a forced smile plastered across his face. "When did you start dating Mr. Yin?" With his words, he raises 2 questions in quick succession. Yin Dong casts a brief glance at Jiang Yuan, We just met. Yin Yiru cannot fathom that Jiang Yuan would allow a man she barely knows to undress her. In his eyes, she had once blushed at the slightest touch. She's quite lovely. What is her name? He presses on. Yin Dong's expression darkens. Are you attempting to steal my girl? Jiang Yuan stiffens. Yin Yiru chuckles nervously. Of course not, it's merely a coincidence that she resembles someone I know. Jiang Yuan's clenched fists gradually relax. She senses Yin Yiru's reluctance to offend Yin Dong, only later learning that the Yin family is the wealthiest in North City. Despite Yin Yiru's fiery temperament, he curtails his arrogance in the presence of Yin Dong. Your eyesight seems questionable. Perhaps you should consult an ophthalmologist, Yin Dong remarks, rising from his seat while casually ruffling Jiang Yuan's hair, his voice low and raspy. Why not go and fix your outfit? Immediately obedient, Jiang Yuan stands and follows Yin Dong towards the vacant billiard room. As the door closes behind them, Yin Dong spins around and pushes her against it, his movements forceful. Have you been with him? Jiang Yuan's pupils dilate in shock. She is uncertain of the consequences of deceiving Yin Dong, but she is acutely aware that admitting to it will sever any future between them. We had warned her that men of their caliber seldom pursue those who have been touched by others. During the months she spent with Yin Yiru, he had kept her confined to the bed, his needs insatiable, disregarding time and circumstance. Jiang Yuan, lacking the means to restore her innocence, decides to take a gamble. Mr. Yin, I have never been in a relationship. She trembles beneath his arm, resembling a frightened rabbit. Yin Dong gradually loosens his grip. Remove your pants. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Sister Hui had mentioned that Yin Dong was rather reserved and would not be easily flustered like most men. Young Master Yin, it's a bit cold, Jiang Yuan remarked. No sooner had she spoken than Yin Dong seized her with one hand, pressing her against the billiard table. Jiang Yuan found herself leaning over the icy surface, and in the next moment, she felt a chill as her trousers were pulled down to her knees. Chapter 3. She is my woman. A cacophony erupted in Jiang Yuan's mind as she struggled helplessly, her body taut with tension. She turned to Yin Dong, pleading, please. Not here. The panic in her eyes was genuine, yet Yin Dong had never been one to trust appearances. He insisted on a personal inspection. The dim lighting of the billiard room cast a humiliating glow on Jiang Yuan's form, and no shadow could obscure the man's piercing gaze. Quite round, isn't it? Your parents must have chosen your name wisely. A mocking chuckle escaped him as his heated palm grazed her soft skin. Mentioning her parents was akin to pushing Jiang Yuan further into despair. She shut her eyes, a whimper escaping her lips that would quicken the pulse of any man. Yin Xiao, please. Hui Jie had taught her that a simple refusal at a critical moment could provoke a man's desire. Indeed, the very next moment, she felt a shift behind her. The sound of metal buttons echoed, and she clenched her jaw tightly. Suddenly, the door burst open. Yin Yiru entered, his eyes instantly bloodshot upon witnessing the scene, a murderous rage igniting within him. Yin Dong withdrew his hand from Jiang Yuan, fastening his half-buttoned pants. Did you come here to ruin my evening? She is my woman. The words tumbled from Yin Yiru's clenched teeth. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his exposed arms bulging with suppressed fury. If the man before him were anyone but Yin Dong, his fist would have already struck. Yin Dong turned, narrowing his eyes at Jiang Yuan, a dangerous glint in his tone. Have you never been in love? Jiang Yuan faced Yin Yiru, her demeanor calm yet firm. Yin Xiao, I have declined your advances numerous times. Is it truly amusing to persist in this manner? As far as I know, you're already engaged. Some matters are best left unsaid in public. I am merely an ordinary student without any notable connections and wish to avoid trouble. She knew Yin Yiru feared his fiancée, He. Otherwise, he would not have fled abroad when his fiancée, Shui Shan, confronted her, avoiding even a final farewell. As she spoke, she quietly adjusted her pants. Yin Yiru's eyes burned with indignation, his gaze fixed on her, the muscles in his arms taut with rage. Yet he remained speechless. Jiang Yuan gently tapped Yin Dong's arm, whispering, Yin Xiao, let us change venues. A cryptic smile lingered on Yin Dong's lips as he regarded her, then turned to leave. Jiang Yuan deliberately maneuvered to his other side, avoiding Yin Yiru. Her heart raced as she saw Yin Dong step out the door when suddenly a low, gravelly voice echoed behind them. She has been with me for half a year. I could recognize that mole on her backside with my eyes closed. If you truly don't mind, consider this a favor. A woman is merely a woman to me. I've long grown weary of her. The man as steps halted abruptly. Jiang Yuan's face drained of color. She trembled, tugging at the man's sleeve, her voice a desperate plea. "Yin Xiao, please don't believe him. Get lost." From the moment Yin Yiru appeared, Jiang Yuan sensed her plans unraveling. They were so close. She was forcibly dragged from the top-level booth by Yin Yiru and shoved into the passenger seat of his car. The door slammed shut, and the blue Ferrari roared to life, racing away like a flame. Before tonight, Jiang Yuan had thought she would never see him again. Her brief romance with Yin Yiru had lasted only 6 months, culminating in a public humiliation when his fiancé sought her out at school, delivering 2 resounding slaps and warning her against further entanglements with Yin Yiru, threatening her with dire consequences. Yet, in that moment, she felt a stubborn resolve to confront him, demanding an explanation for his deception and searching for him at his company and home. Xueshan's threats soon came to fruition. Her mother was raped in their village, and her father, in a fit of rage, killed the perpetrator, injuring several local bullies in the process. 3 months ago, he was executed. Death was not enough. Their family was also ordered to pay $2 million in damages. At just 21, Jiang Yuan never imagined that a mere romance could lead to her family's ruin. She had envisioned various scenarios for their reunion, fantasizing about plunging a knife into him. Her hand rested on her canvas bag, tracing the outline of the knife's hilt through the thin fabric. Chapter 4. Driving him mad, the car accelerated recklessly, and without a seatbelt, she was thrown back and forth, secretly hoping for an even faster speed, wishing they would plunge off the overpass. Yin Yiru's demise would serve as her indirect revenge. However, the car eventually stopped unscathed at the entrance of Jiang Yuan's school. They were both alive. Jiang Yuan turned to open the door, but it was locked. "Open the door. I didn't break up with you for you to degrade yourself." He had remained silent for over half an hour, his anger still simmering, his lips trembling. She could not fathom why he was so enraged when he was the one who had played her and discarded her without a second glance. Jiang Yuan attempted to remain calm. "Indeed, we have parted ways. We are no longer connected. Why do you come to obstruct my path?" Suddenly, veins bulged on his forehead. "Jiang Yuan, when did you become like this? Who led you to such places? I want to get out." She rose to press the unlock button on his side. She had sat in this car countless times. Yin Yiru seized her wrist tightly, flinging her back in her seat before leaning over her. His brow furrowed, a mixture of fury and rage radiating from him. In that moment, Jiang Yuan's fear did not stem from the man before her, but from a shadowy power that loomed over her, emanating from Xueshan. Panic seized her, and she struggled fiercely. The more she resisted, the more intense his anger became. "What are you hiding from? You let a man you barely know toy with your body." "Jiang Yuan, when did you become so cheap?" Jiang Yuan's complexion turned ashen, her body frozen, her expression resembling that of a dying person. Yin Yiru's gaze bore into her, his voice hoarse. "What has happened to you? Are you self-destructing just to get back at me?" Jiang Yuan blinked slowly. "Get back at you for what?" As he gazed at her pale, lifeless face, concern flooded his eyes. "I know you suffered. Xueshan came to confront you. And the reason I didn't team meet with you was to protect you. I have returned to dissolve the engagement. I will avenge the wrongs you've endured at her hands. Once this is resolved, we can return to how we were. For now, just wait for me." His tone softened, reminiscent of the past, as if he could orchestrate everything as he once had. After a brief silence, Jiang Yuan chuckled lightly. "And how do you intend to avenge me? She slapped me twice in public. Can you return the favor?" He paused, his expression shifting to one of complexity. "She hit you?" Jiang Yuan later uncovered Xueshan's familial background. In Beicheng, Xueshan's status was akin to that of a noblewoman. Even murder and arson would not provoke a response against her. The moment Yin Yiru's expression darkened, Jiang Yuan understood that he neither had the power nor the desire to confront the Xue family on her behalf. With a hint of sarcasm, Jiang Yuan smirked. "Yin Xiao, our relationship is definitively over. I never wish to see you again in my lifetime. Let me out, or I will call your fiancé to unlock this door." Yin Yiru tightened his grip on her wrist, his voice hoarse. Yuan, I know you're angry with me. If you seek vengeance, feel free to slap me as you wish. I was born into this family, and many matters are beyond my control. Trust me, one day I will repay you for all the grievances you have endured. Just be patient and give me some time, will you?" Jiang Yuan chuckled coldly within, dismissing his words as mere bluster. She had no intention of waiting or placing hope in him. She had conducted her inquiries into the Xue and Yin families, discovering that the two had been interdependent for over a decade, their foundations intricately entwined. How could Yin Iru possibly stand against the entire Shui family for her? If he truly feared no repercussions from them, he would not have fled abroad for 3 months when Shui Shan came knocking, avoiding even a phone call during that time. So, who could she rely on? Indong? The memory of what she witnessed in the private room that evening caused Yin Iru's eyes to redden instantly. To avenge Shui Shan, he allowed that man to touch her, to make her submit? Jiang Yuan, you would be better off ending my life. During his time abroad, he had yearned for her desperately. After a falling out with his family, he returned, only to find her sitting there, compliant while another man toyed with her. Did she wish to drive him to madness? Who dared claim she could only belong to him for a lifetime? Jiang Yuan had been excessively naive then, easily swayed by his sweet nothings, willing to surrender her very being as if she were a devoted acolyte. Yet, he merely sought a fleeting diversion, and upon reflection, how could he ever consider marrying her? He could not have been oblivious to her temperament as his fiancée, yet he abandoned her to endure Shui Shan's merciless retribution. Yin Iru observed the shifting emotions in her gaze, seemingly aware of her thoughts. Fearing she might utter something that would pierce his heart, he impatiently captured her lips with his. His kiss was deep and frantic, leaving Jiang Yuan gasping for breath, with no room for resistance in the confined space. In a moment of breathlessness, he murmured, "Baby, I love you. I cannot bear to see other men touch you. Please, do not anger me." Yin Iru had always been adept at sweet talk, treating her with tenderness and care. Jiang Yuan, in her innocence, once believed she had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune in meeting him. Yet, those honeyed words later became poisoned arrows that pierced her heart. She could endure deception and love, but the public humiliation of her mother and her father's death sentence had cast her into an abyss of regret for a lifetime. As Yin Iru spotted the tears cascading down her cheeks, he suppressed the pain within and wiped them away with his thumb. He thought she might finally be moved. "I promise, from this day forth, I will not allow you to suffer even a hint of injustice. I'm nearly heartbroken. Can we return to how we were before?" With tear-filled eyes, Jiang Yuan nodded gently. She insisted on returning to her dormitory for the night. After Yin Iru saved his new phone number onto her device, he reluctantly let her out of the car. Jiang Yuan quickly left, wiping away her tears as she walked, and dialed a number. "Miss Shui, hello. I believe I ought to inform you of the truth. I accidentally encountered your fiancé this evening. He mentioned that he intends to annul the engagement upon his return, so I hope you are prepared." After hanging up, Jiang Yuan inhaled deeply and glanced back. The blue Ferrari remained motionless, and in the next moment, its headlights illuminated her, enveloping her in a powerful beam. A message chimed on her phone. "Let me know when you arrive." Her heart raced, and she quickly turned and quickened her pace, adding that number to her blacklist. Exiting through the back gate of the school, she returned to her rented apartment. "Mom, have they been causing any more trouble lately?" Yang Shui replied on the phone. "They haven't caused a scene, but there are people lingering at the shop every day, probably afraid I might run away. Tomorrow, I will transfer the 300,000 yuan back to you. Distribute a bit to each family and inform them that the next payment will be made on time next month. Yuan, please tell me honestly, where did this money come from?" Jiang Yuan unlocked the door to her apartment, replying, "Didn't I mention? I sold a villa this month. The housing market is favorable, and if I work hard, I might sell another one next month. Don't worry about the money. I will repay these debts soon." Yuan. "Mom, I must go. I need to catch up on some listings." Jiang Yuan quickly hung up. Hui Jia, smoking on the balcony, turned at the sound. "With the real estate market so cold, you're better off selling cars. How did it go tonight? Did you manage to snag a piece of meat?" Jiang Yuan briefly recounted the evening's events to Hui Jia and then asked, "Do I have another chance if I go after him again?" Hui Jia pondered. "It seems he has taken a liking to you. If it weren't for Yin Iru's intervention, you would have succeeded tonight. I want to try once more." Hui Jia inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. "Given your appearance, it would be difficult to find someone willing to pay 2 million for your companionship. Why pursue the toughest challenge?" It was rumored that Dong had once accidentally killed a woman in bed. Did she truly intend to ensnare him? Jiang Yuan, having entered this world for barely a month, was aware of her allure. Earning 2 million was not insurmountable. However, her motives transcended mere financial gain. Her mother had been humiliated, and her father had perished. How could Shui Shan owe her only a few slaps? She sought to drag Shui Shan to hell to satisfy her thirst for vengeance. Images of the private room flooded her mind. The malevolence of Dong was something she had witnessed. Continuing to approach him would be akin to courting danger. Yet apart from this man, there was no one else in the entire North City she could rely on. Hui Jie frowned. You deceived him today, and he still allowed you to return unscathed. He likely did so out of respect for Yeniru. Next time, you might not even get the chance to see him. How will you try again? Jiang Yuan slipped her hand into her pants pocket, revealing a Hermes cufflink that she had inadvertently removed from Yin Dong's sleeve before leaving. Hui Jie glanced at it and stood abruptly, extinguishing her cigarette. You reckless girl. Do you truly believe he is easy to handle? As Jiang Yuan changed her clothes, she declared, I must seize the moment and seek him out. Hui Jie sighed, you're walking straight into a trap. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yuan once again stood at the entrance of the club. In the top-floor billiard room, several men were engrossed in their game, the atmosphere hushed. At one moment, the door swung open, and the doorman entered quietly, reporting to Yin Dong, young Master Yin, there's a young lady outside who wishes to see you. She claims to have something of yours. Standing beside Yin Dong was Liang Zhouheng, a tall man who immediately turned, teasingly remarking, so careless? Yin Dong glanced down at his shirt sleeve, coldly stating, I do not wish to see her. The doorman promptly turned to leave. Wait. She has gone through so much to find you. Why be so heartless? It's freezing out. Let her in to warm up. Liang Zhouheng smiled, instructing the doorman. Ignore him. Bring her in. When Jiang Yuan arrived at the billiard room door, she anticipated a private meeting with Yin Dong. However, upon the door opening, she froze momentarily at the sight of over 20 individuals inside. Her gaze quickly settled on Yin Dong, who stood with his back to the door, one hand holding a cue stick and the other a cigarette, exuding an air of leisure. Young Master Yin, she greeted respectfully, awaiting his acknowledgement. Although Yin Dong did not turn to look at her, the attention of those present gradually shifted toward her. Jiang Yuan had touched up her makeup on the way, and her originally innocent appearance now exuded a hint of natural allure due to the enhancements. Her face, blending innocence with sensuality, was not merely attractive, but increasingly captivating, making it difficult for anyone to divert their gaze. Yet, 5 seconds passed, and Yin Dong did not even glance her way, plunging the room into an awkward silence. Jiang Yuan stepped closer, standing behind him, and softly said, Mr. Yin, your cufflink fell onto me earlier, so I specifically returned to return it to you. As her words echoed, the vast billiard room was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic clinks of cues and balls. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to take another step forward, a familiar deep male voice rang out from ahead, commanding, put it down. The implication was clear, leave. Jiang Yuan took a breath, observing the man's indifferent silhouette, and continued, additionally, I wish to personally apologize. I did not intend to deceive you tonight. I was compelled by circumstances. I hope you can forgive me. If you remain angry, feel free to express it as you wish. I am at your disposal. Those present did not grasp the nuances of her words, but her final phrase, uttered from the lips of a beauty, stirred the imagination of many. The atmosphere thickened with tension, yet the only response she received was the intermittent sound of the balls on the table. Yin Dong bent low, pocketing the last ball with a single stroke, finally turning to face her, his gaze scrutinizing. Jiang Yuan felt her cheeks flush, her fan-like lashes fluttering slightly. His thin lips parted. Get out. Jiang Yuan's pupils flickered, her cheeks instantly burning. After a brief pause, she began unbuttoning her coat. She wore a black cashmere overcoat, the collar tightly enveloping her neck, but beneath the hem, 2 bare legs were exposed, eliciting fantasies about what lay beneath her attire. Over the years, many women had thrown themselves at Yin Dong, but Jiang Yuan was the first to audaciously undress in public. The men present gaped in disbelief. Chapter 7. A Game of Chance? Liang Zhouheng, ever the protector of delicate beauties, was about to intervene when Jiang Yuan had already shed her coat. Upon seeing she was clothed underneath, he let out a small sigh of relief. Yet his gaze lingered on her for barely 3 seconds before he found himself cursing under his breath. Jiang Yuan wore a black strapless top and a minuscule black skirt. On an ordinary woman, such an outfit might be deemed merely provocative, but on Jiang Yuan, with her alluring curves and flawless skin, it was almost criminally enticing. Jiang Yuan tilted her head slightly and challenged, Mr. Yin, do you dare to wager? Yin Dong's expression shifted subtly, his gaze growing somber as he assessed her. Yen Iru cannot satisfy you. Are you here seeking thrills? Jiang Yuan's eyes remained fixed on him, unwavering. I have long since severed ties with him. I specifically sought you out. His tone was neither warm nor cold. What others have used, I find repulsive. If you do not mind, you may try. With that, he tossed the cue onto the table and retreated to a nearby sofa to smoke. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of frustration. She had not anticipated this man to be so unyielding. Blinking back tears, she stubbornly focused on him, her expression a mix of defiance and vulnerability. Liang Zhouheng, moved by her distress, quickly chimed in, "Sister, do not be sad. He is blind to your worth. I'll play with you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Zhouheng, but you may call me Xiao Liang." Jiang Yuan lifted her damp lashes, scrutinizing the man with the charming peach blossom eyes, aware that he was the son of the Liang family, closely associated with the Yin family. "Do you know how to play?" she asked, shaking her head. "Cool, me. Let me teach you." Jiang Yuan managed to suppress her grievances and nodded. Liang Zhouheng taught her billiards with remarkable skill, his closeness becoming increasingly intimate as he wrapped his arms around her, his body nearly pressing against hers. Yin Dong lifted his gaze toward the table, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Through the haze, he observed her bent over the table, her concentration evident, and noticed Liang Zhouheng's lower body closely aligned with her. Vivid images from moments past flashed before him. His throat went dry as he flicked ash from his cigarette. "Mr. Liang, is that enough?" Liang Zhouheng inquired playfully. "So soon? Shall we play a round? What shall we wager?" He added, leaning closer, his mouth almost brushing against her cheek, his tone suggestive, "If you lose, you come home with me immediately." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she pressed her lips together. "If I win, I do not want money. Can we change the stakes? Not money?" 100,000 was merely a night's entertainment for those present, but for a female public relations officer, it held considerable weight. "If I win, I wish to spend some time alone with Mr. Yin." Her voice dropped, half shy and half testing, her gaze drifting toward Yin Dong. "Are you truly prepared to hang your hopes on a single tree?" Liang Zhouheng teased her while glancing at Yin Dong. Yin Dong remained impassive, inhaling his cigarette, his expression inscrutable. Liang Zhouheng turned back, grinning, and handed the cue to Jiang Yuan. Chapter 8. A Heart Full of Courage. Liang Zhouheng was average at billiards, but believed he could easily best Jiang Yuan. They played under American rules, with Liang Zhouheng taking the first shot. He wielded the cue with finesse, striking a handsome pose, but after sinking 2 balls, he missed the third. Rubbing his chin, he muttered to himself, "Missed it by a bit. The table isn't level enough." Laughter erupted again. Jiang Yuan pursed her lips, silent, as she bent down to pocket the first ball with precise skill. One after another, she sank the second, then the third. With each crisp sound, the remaining balls diminished and the tension mounted. Liang Zhouheng, flustered, exclaimed, "No way. Sister, you can play? Are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger?" Jiang Yuan remained silent, her focus unwavering, until she cleared the last ball from the table. Standing tall, she set down the cue, her expression serious as she explained, "I can play a little, but not exceptionally well." Liang Zhouheng was speechless, feeling thoroughly outsmarted. Fearing he would not acknowledge her win, Jiang Yuan asserted, "Mr. Yin." Everyone heard the wager. With that, she cast an eager glance at Yin Dong, who had just moved his cigarette away, locking eyes with her in a moment of ambiguity. Liang Zhouheng scoffed, "Well, I've never seen someone so persistent. Let us clear out. Make way for her." In an instant, the crowd dispersed, leaving Jiang Yuan to close the billiard room door behind her. She turned and approached the sofa, where Yin Dong sat calmly smoking, his demeanor tranquil like a slumbering tiger. As Jiang Yuan felt as though she were plucking the tiger's fur, she squatted beside him, gently taking his wrist. From her rear pocket, she retrieved the cufflink, her delicate hands deftly fastening it back in place. Her gaze lingered on his elegantly shaped hands, and she softly mused, "I wonder which is more beautiful, the cufflink or Mr. Yin's hand." As she spoke, her fingers traced gentle circles on his palm. After only 2 circles, her hand was suddenly captured in his warm grasp. Jiang Yuan trembled, nearly collapsing. "What do you want?" His voice was deep, his grip tightening as she felt her fingers nearly crushed. Struggling to rise, she sat on the sofa, pleading, "Mr. Yin, please loosen your grip. It hurts. Now that you know it hurts, get lost." He callously flung her hand away. With her knuckles throbbing, Jiang Yuan held back her discomfort for a moment before gritting her teeth, rolling up her fitted skirt, and boldly straddling his thigh. Uncertain whether he had anticipated her boldness, he found himself unprepared as their gazes locked for a fleeting moment. To his surprise, he did not immediately push her away. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yuan wrapped her arms around his neck and, without hesitation, pressed her lips against his strikingly handsome and profound face. Sister Hui had once remarked that even the hardest steel could yield to gentle persuasion, yet Jiang Yuan was unconvinced. This man seemed more unyielding than iron. Lacking any finesse in kissing, she relied solely on her reckless courage. Though her movements were awkward, her enthusiasm was palpable as she traversed from his expressive eyes to his proud nose, finally landing on his thin lips. Eagerly, she sought to intertwine her sweet essence with his, but alas, his mouth was like a locked gate, impenetrable to her relentless efforts. With her eyes shut and breath quickening, she supported herself on her delicate thighs, rolling her upper body against his chest from side to side, her hands wandering aimlessly along the nape of his neck. Chapter 9. Is your life worth nothing? As her hands moved from the back to the front and grazed the area of his Adam's apple, the man beneath her suddenly tensed, and she felt a constricting grip around her neck, as if a powerful force had seized her. Everything came to an abrupt halt, akin to the conclusion of a game. Her breath stilled, and Jiang Yuan felt all strength drained from her body, her wide eyes betraying her desperation. She attempted to gasp for air, but her throat was constricted, engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Dong's hand clutched her slender neck like a hunter grasping a wild cat, his voice a gravelly whisper. Are you willing to risk your life just to have me? Jiang Yuan's hands clawed at his, striving to create even the slightest space, but her efforts were futile. Her once fair complexion flushed crimson from lack of oxygen, and the light in her eyes dimmed progressively. In that instant, she acutely sensed the approach of death. Utterly convinced that this man could extinguish her life as easily as one would crush an ant. His face drew closer, his intentions unclear. What did he seek from her? As he loosened his grip just enough for her to speak, she inhaled deeply, managing to utter, "In Shao, I like you." The corners of his mouth twitched, a sly smile forming. Are you playing with fire? Are you courting death? Jiang Yuan felt as if her neck were about to snap under his grip. The moment his fingers relaxed, she felt as though her neck had already fractured, her entire being hanging by a thread. After coughing for what felt like an eternity, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. He lit another cigarette, waiting for her to regain her composure. Slowly, she rose from the sofa, head bowed and cautious. It was wrong of me to like you without permission. I understand you have your principles. I grasped the reasoning behind it all, yet I simply cannot control myself. Her voice trembled, and as she lowered her gaze, she noticed him taking a deep breath. The freshly lit cigarette between his fingers crushed into two. Jiang Yuan blinked instinctively, retreating a couple of steps, her muscles tensing in anticipation. The next moment, his venomous voice pierced the air. In these times, business is tough, and yet you dare to flirt? Do you think you are worthy? The cruelty of his words pierced her heart like 1,000 silver needles, causing her immense pain. She had witnessed various men in the past month while accompanying Sister Hui, dining, playing games, discussing business, drinking, singing, and laughing. Each day, she scrutinized her reflection, often feeling sullied by her experiences. Being called a slut might not have been entirely unwarranted. Yet, to be berated so openly, especially knowing that there was no hope with Dong, made her heart ache and her throat tighten. This time, there was no need to feign strength. Tears welled in her eyes. Nevertheless, she persevered, determined to finish her act. I am sorry, Yin Shao. I realize my mistake. I am unworthy and should not covet you, but I am not as despicable as you say. I had a genuine relationship with Yin Iru. He remains my only man to this day. If you deem me unclean, I will accept it, but please do not insult me. Tonight was my first time being proactive with the man I like, and it will not happen again. Tears shimmered in her eyes, yet she held them back. Her expression a blend of resilience and grievance, akin to a small stray animal that had been wronged but remained silent. She locked eyes with his piercing gaze, her lips, tinged with moisture, trembled slightly as she whispered, "In Shao, goodbye." With that, she decisively turned on her heel and strode to the door, leaving without a backward glance. The door slammed shut, and Dong sat on the sofa, his darkened gaze fixated on the door, breath held in a moment of tension. After a while, the door opened, and Liang Zhouheng entered, a smile gracing his face as he assessed Dong from head to toe. What happened? It's been less than 10 minutes. And the girl left in tears. Yin Dong exhaled slowly, releasing pent-up frustration. Which of your eyes saw her crying? Liang Zhouheng retorted. A dozen pairs of eyes in the private room witnessed it. She was a picture of sorrow, much like a weeping pear blossom. What did you do to her? You had her right there. Why didn't you act? This one seems decent enough. She caught my eye. Yin Dong glared at him, resentment brewing. You certainly have no standards. Do you? Liang Zhouheng grinned mischievously. Don't underestimate this girl. I might just make her compliant in a few days. Seated on the sofa, Ji Chuan, who had entered behind Liang Zhouheng, scoffed. Did she toy with you all night, and you're still not satisfied? Liang Zhouheng chuckled. What is wrong with that? I'm quite pleased. A little girl like her? Do you think I can't have her begging for me in bed soon? Ji Chuan shot back. A man aiming for big fish wouldn't bother with small shrimp. Liang Zhouheng turned to Yin Dong, smirking, so he asked the big fish. And I'm a little shrimp? Does that mean this girl is experienced? To determine her experience, you ought to ask him, Ji Chuan replied, tilting his head toward Yin Dong. Liang Zhouheng paused, then turned to Yin Dong, who was silently smoking, and asked, What were you two doing just now? She insisted on being alone with you. It can't have been just a brief chat. Yin Dong leaned back, raising an eyebrow at Liang Zhouheng, then suddenly remarked, She was with Yenny Ru for 6 months. Are you not concerned about catching something? Liang Zhouheng laughed. So, you're concerned about her past? I'm a seasoned hunter. I don't mind if the meat is a little tainted. With a clenched jaw, Yin Dong declared, I'll have her within a week. Will you two wager on that? Sister Hui, upon seeing Jiang Yuan return to her apartment that night, wore a look of disappointment, sensing the outcome had not been favorable. She attempted to console her. There's no need to be disheartened. I can help you find someone who desires to court you. All the way home, Jiang Yuan replayed her encounter with Yin Dong in her mind. In the billiard room, she had felt his physical response. His display of composure was a testament to his remarkable self-discipline. This man harbored an extraordinary level of wariness and caution towards women. Sister Hui, could you inquire more about Yin Dong for me? I wish to understand him thoroughly. Jiang Yuan looked at Su Hui, though just 2 years her senior. Su Hui had been in the industry for 5 years. Initially working at the largest nightclub in Beijing, she later ventured out on her own, amassing a wealth of contacts over the past 2 years. She let out a heavy sigh. It was you who begged me to bring you into this circle. You are a student from a prestigious university. You are not without options. I ask you, why do you insist on pushing yourself down a perilous path? Su Hui had witnessed too much of the brutality within this realm. The truth is, women are merely commodities with a clear price tag. Goods can be traded, worn out, or discarded in dark corners without a second thought. Jiang Yuan did not wish to divulge her grievances with the Shui family to Su Jia. Their influence was too vast, and she didn't want innocent people to be embroiled in her troubles. She turned to gaze at Su Hui's beautiful features and said, Su Jia, after all these years in this industry, surely it cannot be solely for the money? Jiang Yuan knew Su Hui was likely not in need of financial support. Despite the hardships she had endured in this world, she refused to withdraw, suggesting either a hidden burden or undisclosed ambitions. Su Hui scoffed. What else could it be? Do you think someone like me could ever dream of marrying into a wealthy family? At 24, Su Hui's youthful vigor had faded, yet her features remained striking. Even after years in this world, her smile was still enchanting. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly. Perhaps you haven't considered, but I have. Su Hui paused, then laughed. You're more ambitious than I am. Well, what else do you wish to know? I will help you find out. Just remember me when your dreams come true. As they conversed, Jiang Yuan's phone rang, the screen displaying an unfamiliar number. After 3 rings, she answered. On the other end was a familiar male voice. Sister, have you arrived home safely? The image of his signature peach blossom eyes flashed in her mind, causing her heart to skip a beat. Gripping her phone tightly, she replied softly, Liang Gu, thank you for your concern. I have arrived. Do you have classes tomorrow? Would you like to play some basketball? Liang Zhouheng lounged on the sofa, casually watching Yin Dong and Ji Chuan play, his voice gentle. Jiang Yuan steadied her heartbeat and replied coolly, I'm sorry, Liang Xiao, but I want to have time tomorrow. Liang Zhouheng smirked, patiently asserting, Mr. Lu Sun once said that time is like water in a sponge. Haven't you heard that before? I will drive to your school to pick you up tomorrow at noon. Jiang Yuan knew Liang Zhouheng had likely looked into her background. After hanging up, she thought that her effort tonight had not been in vain. Liang Zhouheng's close relationship with Yin Dong offered her a chance to connect with him further. The next day, Jiang Yuan returned to school for class. Ever since Shan publicly berated her 3 months ago for being a disgrace, she had quickly gained notoriety on the school forum, transforming from an unnoticed student into a topic of gossip. Wherever she went, she felt the prying eyes of her peers, and even former friends mocked her openly. After seeking Su Jie's help, she had moved out of the dormitory. As she entered the classroom, she sensed an immediate shift in atmosphere. The once lively space turned ominously quiet. After class, just as the teacher exited, a mocking female voice cut through the silence. "I'm embarrassed to say what major I'm in. At the last career fair, even the seniors knew our major produced a shameless person. What terrible luck to be classmates with someone like her." All eyes turned to Jiang Yuan. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on her backpack, refusing to look up. Some individuals had faces thicker than walls, oblivious to the suffering of others. "Honestly, just sitting in this class makes me feel dirty." The woman speaking was Qiao Moan, from a wealthy family, beautiful and well-liked by the professors. She was a prominent figure in the student council and had a particularly arrogant demeanor. She had a crush on Lin Hao from the sports department, but was publicly rejected when she confessed her feelings during a basketball game, where it was revealed that he liked someone else. Ironically, Lin Hao had pursued Jiang Yuan in his freshman year, making Qiao Mohan resent her from the start. "If I were you, I wouldn't dare to sit here and attend class. You're dangling in school while seducing someone else's fiancé. Where did you learn such skills?" Qiao Mohan's words were pointed, igniting a heated atmosphere in the classroom, with dozens of eyes piercing Jiang Yuan's face like daggers. She raised her voice. "Did your mother teach you that?" Jiang Yuan froze, her fingers tensing. After her mother's incident, the village was rife with rumors, many blaming her mother for being flashy and seeking attention from men, leading to her downfall. On the day of her father's execution, her mother, overwhelmed by shame, attempted to take her life, and it was Jiang Yuan who saved her just in time. The pain of that moment had forged an unbreakable bond between them, and they wept together until dawn. Qiao Mohan's final remark struck like a blade, piercing through Jiang Yuan's defenses. Jiang Yuan turned her head, her eyes bloodshot, fixating on Qiao Mohan as if she were a miniature version of Shan. "Did your mother teach you to insult others' mothers when you're provoked? Is this the upbringing you received? When have I ever wronged you? Lin Hao's rejection is his own affair. It has nothing to do with me. You suffer setback with him, so why take it out on me? Just because your family is wealthy and powerful, does that make you superior? Am I destined to be trampled underfoot by you? Lin Hao must be blind to like you." Jiang Yuan, having always been the quiet, compliant one from her rural upbringing, shocked everyone with her newfound boldness. Qiao Mohan, infuriated, grabbed a book from the table and hurled it at Jiang Yuan. "Watch out." A girl behind Jiang Yuan pushed her aside, just in time. This girl, Yuan, was the only one still close to Jiang Yuan, as they shared similar backgrounds and had become friends since their freshman year. But Qiao Mohan charged towards Jiang Yuan, seizing her hair. Due to Qiao Mohan's influence at school, no one dared to intervene except for Yuan, who pulled Jiang Yuan free. In retaliation, Jiang Yuan pushed the high-heeled Qiao Mohan to the ground. With Jiang Yuan's hands around her neck, Qiao Mohan screamed, "What are you looking at? Come help me." Her stunned friends finally reacted, rushing to her aid. At the same time, Liang Zhouheng, dressed in a custom-made dark suit, leaned casually against the white Porsche, phone in hand, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the teaching building. As students poured out for class break, Liang Zhouheng stood out, drawing curious glances. Yet he still did not spot Jiang Yuan. Frustrated by the lack of response to his calls, he made his way into the building. Inside the classroom, the disparity in strength had left Jiang Yuan and Yuan completely overpowered by Qiao Mohan and her 5 friends. Upon entering, Liang Zhouheng, with his height advantage, caught sight of Jiang Yuan, her hair disheveled, struggling like a fish out of water under the grasp of several girls. Even Liang Zhouheng, accustomed to the harsh realities of life, found himself taken aback by the scene before him. "Hey, what is going on? Let go of her." Liang Zhouheng pushed through the crowd of onlooking classmates, shouting as he pried the girls, pinning Jiang Yuan down away. With his considerable strength, he effortlessly knocked them to the ground. Upon seeing the face of Jiang Yuan, partially obscured by her hair, his brow furrowed deeply. Her once fair and beautiful visage was marred by handprints, bruises from fingernails, and fresh blood at the corner of her mouth. Enraged, he cursed, questioning whether these students were mere bullies, their hearts as ruthless as their actions, engaging in the cruel game of school bullying. As he crouched down, Prepared to lift Jiang Yuan from the ground, she managed to push herself up first. Liang Zhouheng inspected her from head to toe, his eyes filled with concern. His tone soft as he said, "First, let us get you to the hospital. If you wish to report this later, or if you prefer to handle it privately." His background prevented him from making any overtly inappropriate moves in public. Yet if Jiang Yuan desired revenge, he had ample means to support her. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure darted past him. With Xiao Mohan's piercing scream, gasps erupted from the crowd. Jiang Yuan lunged at Xiao Mohan, tackling her to the ground. Straddling her, one hand gripping Xiao Mohan's neck while the other rained slaps across her face. Xiao Mohan was helpless beneath Jiang Yuan's weight, struggling for breath as fury blazed in her eyes, yet she could only endure the assault. Jiang Yuan, consumed by rage, appeared like a wild beast emerging from the forest, indifferent to the consequences of her vengeance. The malice within her seemed wholly unleashed, and it felt as if she was not merely overpowering Xiao Mohan, but that her roommates were also frozen in shock. "I dare anyone to move." Liang Zhouheng's exquisitely sculpted face rarely displayed such a cold demeanor. His presence commanded respect, leaving the naive students present hesitant to act rashly. Moreover, none had witnessed this side of Jiang Yuan before. Those who had previously slandered her were now pale with fear. Eventually, Song Siyuan managed to pull Jiang Yuan off Xiao Mohan. Liang Zhouheng scrutinized Jiang Yuan's somber expression and took her away from the classroom. Xiao Mohan, now dazed from the beating, only began to cry and search for her phone to call her father once Jiang Yuan exited. Jiang Yuan and Song Siyuan climbed into Liang Zhouheng's car as he insisted on driving them to see a doctor. While driving, he glanced at the two injured girls in the back seat through the rearview mirror, unable to stifle a teasing remark. "What deep-seated grudge do you two have, little ladies?" Jiang Yuan remained silent, and to alleviate the tension, Song Siyuan quietly explained, "It was Xiao Mohan who instigated." Liang Zhouheng still looked perplexed. Did they have a history? Reluctantly, Song Siyuan recounted Xiao Mohan's pursuit of Lin Hao. Liang Zhouheng chuckled. "All this fuss over a boy who hasn't even fully matured? Is it really worth it?" Song Siyuan was the only one privy to Jiang Yuan's family troubles, aware that her actions today stemmed from Xiao Mohan mentioning Jiang Yuan's mother. In silence, she reached out and grasped Jiang Yuan's hand, which Jiang Yuan firmly returned. Liang Zhouheng brought them to the emergency room and sat on a bench, fiddling with his phone, where a group chat glowed with activity. He sent a voice message, "Brothers, I'm at the hospital. Today, I played the hero." Jichuan replied in the chat, "What happened? Weren't you supposed to be out with a girl today?" Liang Zhouheng recounted the events at school with vivid detail. "I was astonished. These young girls can be just as fierce as boys, truly fierce." He described how he had found Jiang Yuan being beaten by several girls, and how, as soon as she regained her footing, she had charged out for revenge like a wolf baring its fangs. "I thought of finding a chance to help her later, but this girl retaliated on the spot. Her spirit is commendable. I really admire her temperament." Jichuan, enjoying the spectacle, tagged Dong, asking for his opinion. After a moment, Liang Zhouheng saw Dong's response, "Be cautious with eagles. They might peck your eyes out." Liang Zhouheng couldn't help but reply, "I've come to understand this girl. She's genuine and straightforward. Not every woman has ulterior motives. Are you planning to live your life in fear?" The chat fell silent. Jiang Yuan and Song Siyuan emerged from the emergency room, having treated their various wounds. Liang Zhouheng stepped forward to greet them, his expression a mix of amusement and concern as he regarded the two girls, their faces adorned with colorful ointments resembling a spilled paint palette. "Let us go, my lovely ladies. I'll treat you to a nice meal to calm your nerves." Though Jiang Yuan wished to seize the chance to connect with Liang Zhouheng, she did not want Song Siyuan to have excessive contact with someone like him. So she politely declined, "It's not convenient for us right now. I'll call you later to express my gratitude with a meal." Liang Zhouheng leaned slightly to examine Jiang Yuan's face, his smile tinged with affection. "What is inconvenient? You were quite fierce during the fight. A few minor injuries shouldn't cause you to shy away." After a moment, Jiang Yuan turned to Song Siyuan, saying, "You take a cab back to school first. I'll treat Liang Xiao to a meal." Song Siyuan understood her subtle hint and quickly left in a cab. Jiang Yuan took her place in the passenger seat, and as Liang Zhouheng started the car, he handed her a mask and a hat from the glove compartment. "If you feel uncomfortable, wear these. Otherwise, showing your face can help the healing process." Jiang Yuan paused momentarily, accepting the items while turning to face Liang Zhouheng earnestly. Thank you, Liang Ge, for today. If you hadn't tea arrived in time, I can't imagine how things could have turned out. Liang Zhouheng smiled. I waited in front of your classroom for ages. Had I known, I would have gone in sooner to find you and save you from more trouble. I didn't realize you were looking for me. It was too chaotic in the classroom, and I didn't check my phone. Sorry. Jiang Yuan bit her lip. Filled with guilt, Liang Zhouheng casually replied, There's no need for all this gratitude and apology. It's as if we're strangers. Today, I merely accompanied you through a trial, bringing us closer together. Should you face any troubles in the future, don't hesitate to call me. That girl, Qiao. Likely 1T let this go easily, so be cautious when you're out. Thank you for the reminder, Liang Ge. I will be careful. A subtle smile graced Liang Zhouheng's lips as he turned his attention back to the road, mindful of Jiang Yuan's injury, refraining from discussing any further topics as he drove them to the restaurant. Upon entering, Jiang Yuan realized that Liang Zhouheng was the owner of this Cantonese restaurant when she saw the manager. Following him into the private room, she had barely taken a few steps when a few male voices called out, Mr. Liang, what a coincidence. Is this your girlfriend? Hearing 3 or 4 voices, Liang Zhouheng halted, turning with a playful smile. He stepped forward, his tall figure completely shielding Jiang Yuan from view. Half teasingly, half seriously, he responded, It's me dining in my own restaurant during meal hours. What a coincidence indeed. But you lot, instead of eating at the company cafeteria, come here for a private meal every day? Have you settled your previous debts? Isn't this your restaurant? On a work day, the boss is absent, and the employees work diligently at the company, yet they have to pay for their meals here? If I were them, I would have United to have you fired. The familiar deep voice reached Jiang Yuan's ears, causing her to freeze momentarily before slowly turning around. She donned a hat and a mask, slightly lifting herself on tiptoe, her striking black and white eyes peering past Liang Zhouheng's shoulder, searching for the source of the sound. Behind a few middle-aged men who resembled high-ranking executives, a man in a sleek black suit strode in with long strides from the restaurant entrance, causing those in front to step aside for him. His face radiated an air of charisma, with a composed demeanor that belied the sharpness in his gaze. The moment Jiang Yuan's eyes met his, she instinctively withdrew her head from behind Liang Zhouheng's shoulder. She had not anticipated encountering him so soon. The events from the previous night in the private room were still vivid in her mind, and the mere recollection of those moments caused her heart to constrict inexplicably. Liang Zhouheng maintained his jovial demeanor, jesting, so you care for your employees. In that case, why not share a portion of the shares with me and transform this restaurant into an employee cafeteria? That's already in the works, Yin Dong replied, passing by Liang Zhouheng without pausing, heading straight for the stairs to the second floor. Hey, you're serious about this? I've painstakingly tested each dish on the menu. On what grounds do you think you can just take it from me without my consent? Liang Zhouheng was genuinely frustrated. A person walking behind interjected, Liang, don't worry. In 1T shortchange you. Why not just open another restaurant? Do you lot even grasp the uniqueness of the culinary industry? Liang Zhouheng retorted, exasperated. Someone, sensing the tension, quickly diverted the conversation. Liang, why not introduce us to this young lady beside you? Is she your girlfriend? Several pairs of eyes turned toward Liang Zhouheng's back. Chapter 14. A poor judgment of character. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan stepped away from Liang Zhouheng. He squinted at her, chuckling, just a little sister. She is not my girlfriend. The others, seeing his mood lighten, flattered him, remarking on his charm and good looks, suggesting he would soon win the heart of a fair maiden. A sense of panic surged within Jiang Yuan, and she instinctively glanced up towards the staircase. The person on the stairs also turned his head back, their gazes intersecting across a distance of more than 2 meters. It seemed that Yin Dong recognized her at that moment, but his indifferent eyes betrayed no emotion, lingering for only 2 seconds before he turned away and continued ascending the stairs. Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, but she could not voice an explanation. Doing so would undermine Liang Zhouheng's dignity in front of others. In the blink of an eye, the figure on the stairs had vanished. Liang Zhouheng exchanged a few more jokes with the executives before parting ways, leading Jiang Yuan into a secluded private room on the first floor. What's wrong? You seem distracted, he observed as he settled into his seat, scrutinizing Jiang Yuan's face. She removed her hat and mask, offering a faint smile in response. It's nothing. Is it about the person upstairs? Liang Zhouheng pressed. Jiang Yuan lowered her head in silence. Are you still hung up on him? Tell me, How does a lovely girl like you end up with someone like him? You haven't had much interaction, have you? Liang Zhouheng's playful gaze bore into Jiang Yuan's face, filled with curiosity and skepticism. After a moment's hesitation, she finally lifted her head to meet Liang Zhouheng's eyes, replying softly, I had never met him before, but his name resonates throughout our school. He is the most outstanding graduate of Beijing University, comes from a prominent family, yet has stepped out from his forebear shadows to independently establish Dongjin Technology, the most influential entity in the domestic artificial intelligence sector. In just a few years, he has rapidly expanded the company into a formidable industrial group. I majored in finance, which is somewhat distant from the computer industry. Yet during my 4 years at university, I often heard my professors cite Dongjin as a benchmark in our classes. I believe few of my classmates do not admire him, and I am no exception. Jiang Yuan paused, her voice involuntarily dropping, until a month ago during the school anniversary. I came across his photo on the university website. I can hardly describe the feeling in that moment. It was as if thunder struck my heart. I suppose that feeling is what one might call infatuation. She glanced at Liang Zhouheng, a hint of embarrassment in her gaze before continuing, though I knew it was unlikely. I couldn't help but wish to draw closer to him. Last night, I managed to meet him in that private room through a senior who works in public relations. But he regarded me as some shameless woman. Liang Zhouheng casually tapped his phone screen, his tone nonchalant as he remarked, Did you used to date Yiniru? Jiang Yuan clenched her hands. Taking a deep breath, I was deceived by him. I was with him for 6 months without knowing he hadn't fiancé. I severed all ties with him 3 months ago. Liang Zhouheng sighed softly, shifting his gaze from the illuminated phone screen back to her. You've learned nothing from your past mistakes. Although your bravery is commendable, your judgment of men still leaves much to be desired. Jiang Yuan pondered his words, silently lifting her cup to sip her tea. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room on the second floor, 4 or 5 individuals sat around a round table, quietly dining with their heads bowed, while Indong's phone buzzed incessantly with incoming messages. He set down his chopsticks and unlocked his phone. Within a group chat of 3, several voice messages from Liang Zhouheng, each lasting several seconds, awaited him. He pressed the screen and brought the phone to his ear, familiar voices spilling forth. Chapter 15. Have you lost your mind? Since the recording was surreptitiously captured, Jiang Yuan's voice sounded low and muffled. In contrast to her tearful confession from the previous night, this voice message was less clumsy. As Indong patiently listened to each voice message from Liang Zhouheng, the latter had already sent several more messages in the group. Did you hear that? It seems your junior has been harboring a crush on you for quite some time. If you truly have no intentions towards her, I might just take my chance. Don't blame me for being ruthless later. While Liang Zhouheng dined with Jiang Yuan, he kept an eye on his phone screen. After a while, it lit up, revealing Indong's response in the group. Are you out of your mind? Understanding dawned upon Liang Zhouheng, and he turned to Jiang Yuan with a smile. Shall we play a game after dinner? Jiang Yuan slowly set down her chopsticks and raised her head. No, Liang Ge. With graduation approaching, I've been busy job hunting, and I need to attend a recruitment fair when I return to campus. Liang Zhouheng raised an eyebrow. What kind of job are you looking for? Jiang Yuan replied, The job market is quite tough right now. I'm not picky, just something somewhat related to my major. A graduate from Beijing University, and yet you're so humble? Dongjin is also hiring quite a few this year. Send me your resume, and I'll have HR see if there are any suitable positions. Though it was a casual remark, it stirred a storm within Jiang Yuan's heart. She had already received several job offers, but working under Indong would be the most advantageous. He seemed like an indomitable iceberg, and she could only seek various angles to find her way in. Liang Ge, you're too kind. I truly appreciate it. Jiang Yuan raised her teacup, her face adorned with a colorful expression, yet her striking black and white eyes sparkled with innocent clarity, creating a captivating contrast that made her appear both fierce and endearing. Liang Zhouheng, sipping his tea, gazed at her with a smile, his eyes reflecting the amusement of someone who had caught a little rabbit. Despite his vast experience with women, Jiang Yuan's innocence was an irresistible allure. Eagerly, she sent her resume to Liang Zhouheng. After their meal, as they exited the private room, they fortuitously encountered a group descending the stairs. Leading the way was none other than Indong. Liang, you finished your meal quite quickly? Someone called out from the staircase. Liang Zhouheng stepped forward a couple of paces, Director Zhang. Just in time, I have something to discuss with you. As he spoke, he turned to beckon Jiang Yuan over. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Yuan, a top graduate with dual degrees in finance and accounting from Beijing University. I've already sent her our sum to your email. Please review it at your earliest convenience. I recall that the finance department has openings this year. Jiang Yuan had not yet put on her mask and hat, and her vibrant face was exposed to several scrutinizing gazes. She did not dare to glance towards Yin Dong, but she could feel his piercing gaze directed at her. Moments later, a cold male voice broke the silence. Dongjin is not the place for you to keep a pet. If you wish to do so, find another venue. I think this restaurant suits her just fine. Jiang Yuan's face flushed crimson, akin to a balloon filled to the brim, as his words were undeniably sharp and unpleasant. Liang Zhouheng interjected, I advise you to temper your words. Be cautious lest you find yourself embarrassed. Director Zhang, please present Jiang Yuan's our sum to President Yin for a proper review. That won't be necessary, Yin Dong replied curtly. Dongjin's hiring standards have always prioritized character over academic achievement. Thugs and troublemakers are not welcome here. He had openly insulted her, branding her a thug. The executives exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying discomfort. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of frustration. She suddenly lifted her head and retorted, President Yin, do you really judge my character solely based on the scars on my face? Is this how you make decisions as the president of a company? His sharp gaze bore into her, coldly interrogating, what exactly is your character? Is it unclear to you or to me? Do I need to spell it out? Jiang Yuan held his gaze, her cheeks puffed with suppressed emotion, her heart brimming with resentment. She understood his insinuation and regretted her reckless actions from the previous night. However, at this moment, she could only feign vulnerability to mask her unease. A faint blush appeared at the corners of her eyes, lending her an air of quiet suffering. Seeing this, Liang Zhouheng quickly wrapped her in a gentle embrace and frowned at Yin Dong. Why are you being so hostile toward the young lady? She is even your junior. For my sake, please consider her for this position. I've already arranged for her to report to the finance department tomorrow. Yin Dong shot a glance at Liang Zhouheng and replied irritably, have you lost your senses? 3 days later, Jiang Yuan arrived at the Dongjin Group headquarters as scheduled. It was evident that Liang Zhouheng had made prior arrangements, as she was immediately approved for the position and informed the following day that she could start, albeit with a 1-month probation period during which her performance would be evaluated before a formal contract could be signed. The finance department at Dongjin was brimming with talent, with resumes that sparkled with accomplishments. Jiang Yuan had essentially entered through the back door, and her colleagues regarded her with skepticism. Despite being isolated, she remained undeterred, dedicating herself to her work from day one. The upcoming assessment was not daunting for her, but she was eager to prove herself and demonstrate her worth to someone special. In nearly a week since joining, she had yet to catch a glimpse of Yin Dong, while Liang Zhouheng persistently extended invitations for outings, which she consistently declined under the pretense of working late to familiarize herself with her responsibilities. Indeed, she often remained at the office well into the night. The finance department occupied the 8th floor, while the president's office was situated on the top 18th floor. Each time she exited the building and glanced upwards, the lights on the 18th floor were always aglow, leading her to suspect that Yin Dong might reside at the office. One evening, as the city glimmered under the glow of streetlights, Yin Dong sat in his expansive office on the top floor, conducting a video conference in fluent French that had stretched over 4 hours. The door was knocked 3 times before it swung open, revealing his assistant, Zhou Ji, who carried takeout bags. Yin Dong had yet to eat dinner and was beginning to feel famished. He succinctly concluded the meeting, letting out a sigh of relief as he stood, his brow furrowed. What did you order? He inquired softly. Zhou Ji, well aware of his gastric issues, promptly unpacked the food onto the coffee table. This is a seafood noodle dish delivered by the finance department. They never thought to send food to you during late hours, but today they were quite considerate. However, Yin Dong abruptly halted, his voice darkening. Who sent it? Zhou Ji replied honestly, it was the new girl from the finance department. Jiang Yuan, return it. Zhou Ji was taken aback by Yin Dong's sudden shift in demeanor, whispering, President, at this hour, the company's catering staff has already left, and with the snow causing significant traffic delays, the order is still en route. This seafood noodle is still warm. Zhou Ji was well aware of the severity of Yin Dong's gastric condition, which prompted him to speak up. He opened the takeout box, revealing a simple dish of homemade noodles adorned with a couple of shrimp and leafy greens, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Yin Dong's cold gaze lingered on the bowl of noodles for several seconds, and after swallowing hard twice, he strode over to the sofa, picked up chopsticks, and commanded, "Transfer the cost of the takeout and delivery fee to her." Zhou Ji replied with a hint of a smile, "I doubt she will accept it. Perhaps it would be better to issue her a performance bonus instead." Yin Dong paused, raising his eyes with a neutral tone, encouraging her to continue her efforts. "You might as well transfer her to your department directly." Zhou Ji understood the sarcasm in his words and stammered, "My apologies, President. It was my oversight today. I'll ensure the payment is made to her promptly." With that, he turned to leave. Yin Dong immersed himself in his meal, and soon, the bowl was nearly empty, with little broth remaining. The warmth spread through his stomach, offering a sense of relief. As he leaned back against the sofa, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the takeout bag's attached note. He read that the dish was called Supreme Seafood Vegetable Noodles, priced at 29 yuan. Below, a note read, "No spice. Please add extra layers of insulation due to the cold weather and include more hot broth." "Thank you." Yin Dong studied the note for a moment, then redirected his gaze as he donned his coat and headed out. Zhou Ji, noticing his departure, arranged for the driver and reported, "President, Jiang Yuan insists on refusing the payment for the takeout. I thought it best to add it to her salary at the end of the month." Yin Dong nodded as he stepped into the elevator. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan was gathering her belongings to leave for the day when her phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Her heart raced as she answered, and the moment she heard Yin Iru's voice, she felt a chill run down her spine and promptly ended the call. Since their last encounter, after blocking his number, he had ceased his harassment. Jiang Yuan speculated that he had relented out of fear of Shueshan, but unexpectedly, he returned to pursue her once more. Initially, Yin Iru had been to her like the warmest light on a frigid winter day, and she had found herself helplessly melting in his tender affection. Now, however, he appeared to her as a harbinger of calamity, someone she desperately sought to avoid. After hanging up the phone, her heart raced uncontrollably. As she exited Dongjin Building, the snow continued to fall, accumulating thickly by the roadside, reaching her ankles. Due to the icy roads, traffic had come to a standstill, and she abandoned the idea of hailing a cab, opting instead to walk home. "Why did you hang up?" A furious voice suddenly echoed behind her, resembling a ghostly apparition. Jiang Yuan's legs froze, and a chill ran down her spine. "I went to your school only to discover you had already moved out. I had someone check your department and learned you were interning at Dongjin. Why didn't you tell me? Are you intentionally avoiding me?" Yin Iru stepped forward, blocking her path, his sharp gaze fixed on her face, gradually softening. "Didn't you agree to get back together last time?" Jiang Yuan shrugged off his hand from her shoulder, coldly retorting, "How could I possibly consider rekindling our relationship? The only way that would happen is if I were dead. Stop pursuing me." Yin Iru tightened his grip on her arm, filled with rage, declaring, "You are my woman. I never said I wanted to break up. Beijing is so small. If I don't agree to a breakup, where can you hide?" Jiang Yuan's body tensed, unable to break free. Anger flared in her cheeks as she shouted, "Let go of me." Her voice startled several cars parked nearby, and many rolled down their windows. Yin Iru's face showed a flicker of disbelief, as if he could not fathom that the usually docile Jiang Yuan would unleash such fury. He glanced at the roadside, then turned back, softly coaxing, "I was wrong before. You can make a scene when we get home. It's too cold. Behave yourself, and don't let others see us like this. Just get in the car, and I need you to understand how much I miss you." With that, he forcefully pulled Jiang Yuan toward the roadside. Spotting a blue sports car, Jiang Yuan felt a wave of trepidation. She knew that once she entered, she would be at his mercy. She refused to get into his car. The black Rolls Royce by the roadside had not moved for several minutes. Inside, Yin Dong turned his head to watch the struggling woman outside, his expression detached. Zhou Ji, seated beside him, remarked, "Mr. Yin, that seems to be Accountant Jiang, who delivered food to you tonight. She looks like she needs help. Should we?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice from the back seat. "Don't worry about getting dirty. Just go help her." Zhou Ji straightened up and rolled up the passenger window. Jiang Yuan's arm was firmly gripped by Yin Iru, who dragged her toward the car. She was powerless against his strength, her bag and scarf scattering on the ground. Finally, Yin Iru's patience wore thin. He scooped her up and strode toward the car. Jiang Yuan screamed in panic, "Let go of me! Help!" Yet, amidst the bustling traffic, the onlookers remained silent, unwilling to intervene in this romantic drama. Yin Iru quickly brought Jiang Yuan to the car, freeing a hand to open the door. Summoning all her strength, She pushed him away and sprinted into the street. Ignoring the danger, she dashed across the road, and Yenneru, infuriated, hurried after her. While running, Jiang Yuan glanced back frantically until she unexpectedly collided with an open car door. With a thud, pain shot through her chest. Before she could regain her composure, a deep male voice called from within the vehicle, "Get in." Without thinking, Jiang Yuan leaped inside and quickly shut the door. As the snow-clearing vehicle ahead moved away, the road cleared and the driver accelerated, merging into traffic. The warmth inside the car enveloped her, shielding her from the frigid outside. With a long exhale, she turned to express her gratitude. "Thank you." But upon recognizing the man beside her, her expression froze in shock. The ambient light flickered with the passing cars. Yet the contours of his face were unmistakably sharp, exuding an intense aura. Jiang Yuan forced her clenched fists to relax, adjusting her breath to muster a faint smile. "Mr. Yin, I didn't expect you to be my savior." "Thank you." Yin Dong scrutinized her. Her face still bore the pallor of fright, and her smile appeared both forced and unattractive. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Why were you running? Do you think he could devour you?" Jiang Yuan lowered her gaze, biting her lip before responding. "He has a fiancé. I fear retaliation." As soon as she spoke, he scoffed coldly. "Historically, those who play the role of the mistress seldom meet a good end." Jiang Yuan frowned in confusion. "I am not a mistress. I was unaware of his situation when we were together." He interrupted her. "You were together for half a year, and didn't he know he had a fiancé? Isn't that due to your own ignorance?" Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned before retorting. "So, the blame lies solely with me? Am I deserving of being deceived? Poor judgment and a lack of discernment in choosing such a man. Wasn't that self-inflicted?" He regarded her with an indifferent glance, his tone dismissive. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of emotion rising within her, yet she forced herself to remain calm. With a charming smile, she countered, "Then I must also be fond of you because of my poor judgment?" As her words left her lips, the relaxed expression on his face stiffened, and she sensed a hint of danger in the air. Nevertheless, she held his gaze, her dark eyes shimmering like clear water. Streetlights cast a gentle glow, creating a soft ripple in her gaze. He turned his head away, and for several moments, the car fell into a profound silence. The driver and Zhou Ji holding their breath as if the air itself had stilled. After a brief pause, when he still did not speak, she noticed the tension in his jaw growing tighter. Taking a deep breath, she leaned closer, her delicate neck elongating as she whispered softly into his ear, "I wonder if that seafood noodle place suits your taste? I compared many restaurants and read hundreds of reviews before selecting it. If you like it, I'll deliver it to your office every day." A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from her, reminiscent of that night when she boldly straddled him, oblivious to the consequences. "Park the car," Yin Dong commanded, and the driver pulled to the side of the road. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened. "Get out." His voice was icy. Jiang Yuan hesitated, her gaze pleading, but he didn't spare her another glance, cold and unfeeling like a statue. He spoke again. "Zhou Ji." The assistant opened the door. At that moment, Jiang Yuan felt as if she were attending a funeral, regretting her impatience. "No need, I can get out myself." She stepped back, pushed open the door, and glanced at him one last time before slowly exiting. She stood in the biting cold wind, the warmth from the car quickly dissipating, and wrapped her arms around herself. Sneezing repeatedly, the snow beneath her feet crunched with each step, while the biting northern wind lashed against her face, bringing forth a sensation akin to needles piercing her skin. Yet, within her heart, clarity only deepened. She blamed herself for her lack of experience, especially when faced with such a challenging character as Yin Dong. However, upon reflection, he did not seem entirely devoid of empathy. With a bit more effort, opportunities could indeed arise. Unfortunately, her current routine involved long hours at work, and she had gone out with Hui Jia this entire week. If this continued, she feared she would be unable to send money to her mother next month to repay debts. Deep in thought, Jiang Yuan was startled by the ringing of her phone. It was her mother calling. Ever since the incident, they had maintained a daily communication routine to ease their mutual worries. Yuan, are you asleep?" Jiang Yuan stepped forward, seeking refuge from the wind in a sheltered corner, pressing the phone close to her mouth. "Not yet. I'm at home looking at housing listings. It's snowing again at home. Is it cold in North City?" "Not at all. It's quite warm here." "Mom, make sure to turn on the electric heater and don't worry about the electricity bill." What if you fall ill while I'm away? Her mother replied, all right, I'll listen to you. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself out there. We'll repay these debts together, so don't rush to earn money. You're graduating soon. Focus on finding a proper job instead of selling houses. Jiang Yuan interrupted, Mom, I know. Did anyone come to demand money today? Her mother reassured her, I told them as you instructed that we would pay them next month, and they've been quiet lately. The little shop at home has also opened. Jiang Yuan nodded, feeling relieved about the money situation. Yuan. Mom, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll hang up now. Upon returning to her rented apartment, it was already past 11, and Hui Jie was absent. Jiang Yuan stared at her bank balance for a moment before picking up her phone to message Su Hui. Hui Jie, where are you? I have time tonight. Do you need help? Before long, Hui Jie sent her location, a bar, adding that it was a one-night gig for 10,000, just for companionship, and she could skip it if she wished. Jiang Yuan hesitated, having only been to upscale business venues with Hui Jie before, never a purely entertainment bar. After a moment, she quickly changed her clothes and left for the taxi. Just as she settled into the cab, Jiang Yuan received a call from Liang Zhouan. Little sister, are you off work? Having not left the company long, she suspected Yin Dong had revealed her whereabouts. Yes, brother Liang, is there something you need? It's the weekend tomorrow. Let us go out and relax. There's a newly opened bar that's quite nice. Shall I come pick you up? Throughout the week, Jiang Yuan had received daily bouquets from Liang Zhouan, along with 3 invitation calls which she had declined under the pretense of adjusting to her new job. She recognized that despite his seemingly affable demeanor, he was not as easygoing as he appeared, so it was best to clarify her stance quickly. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Brother Liang, it's quite late, and I'm feeling a bit tired. How about I treat you to lunch tomorrow to express my gratitude? He agreed with a smile over the phone. In a private VIP room on the 2nd floor of the Tainted bar, Liang Zhouan hung up the phone, the smile on his face fading gradually. Beside him, Ji Chuan chuckled, You've been running around for others, and yet you can't even manage to see her? The deadline is approaching. It seems you are destined to lose this time. Liang Zhouan smirked slightly. What's the rush? There's still 2 days left. Patience is key. She's a fresh graduate just starting her career. It's normal for her to not be thinking about romance right now. I must give her time to adjust. Interesting. I've never seen you so composed. Ji Chuan laughed, glancing at Yin Dong, who wore a faint, sardonic smile. Liang Zhouan continued, This girl is ambitious. On her very first day, she voluntarily worked overtime. I spoke to their department head, but it was of no use. She's taken it upon herself to shoulder the workload. I can't hinder her dedication. His gaze shifted to Yin Dong. You're at the office every day. Haven't you run into her? Yin Dong sipped his drink, casting a dispassionate glance at Liang Zhouan. Is she really worth all this effort? She views you as a stepping stone while you coddle her? Liang Zhouan chuckled knowingly. Where could she possibly leap to? With her capabilities? Getting into Dongjin is more than feasible. You know well who she is aiming for, don't you? Yin Dong lowered his gaze to his glass, suddenly recalling the bowl of seafood noodles from earlier that evening. Liang Zhouan added, I've dealt with countless girls, to be honest, in this day and age. Finding one so earnest, not after money, but solely interested in genuine feelings, is nearly impossible. What a pity. The flowers may be blooming, yet the stream flows indifferent. However, this girl, despite her stubbornness, possesses a simple nature. Once the barriers of intimacy are crossed, even the hardest of hearts can soften. When Jiang Yuan arrived at the bar's entrance, she received a message from Hui Jie. Never mind, don't come. The crowd tonight is too unruly. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, but quickly replied, Have you run into trouble? Hui Jie responded, No need to worry. I can handle it. Having already exited the taxi, Jiang Yuan walked toward the bar while typing. Which room? This bar, newly opened, boasted an exceptionally modern decor. Upon entering, the spacious area buzzed with life, filled with the sounds of revelry. Jiang Yuan glanced at her phone for Hui Jie's message. 2nd floor, room 101. Navigating through the throng, she ascended the staircase. Pushing open the door to room 101, she paused, taken aback by the sight of a dozen men and women in a haze of smoke and loud music. Many were dancing energetically in the center of the room. Finally, she spotted Su Hui on the couch, embraced by a portly middle-aged man. Shui, dressed provocatively, held a cigarette, exuding an alluring demeanor. The man's hand, adorned with a gold ring, roamed over her waist, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. Jiang Yuan sensed that Su Hui had likely entered the wrong door tonight, as the clientele they typically engage with was of a different caliber. On their first day, Su Hui had advised Jiang Yuan that a crucial principle in their line of work was to navigate interactions with various men, even if reluctantly, without offending anyone, for they could not afford to do so. Approaching the couch, Jiang Yuan called out loudly, "Hui Jie, what are you doing here? President Li has been waiting for you for ages." All eyes turned toward her, and a flicker of surprise crossed Su Hui's face, perhaps not expecting Jiang Yuan to actually show up, which presently, a brazen male voice interrupted, emanating from a bald man with a black tattoo visible on his neck. Seated at the center of the room, the dim light above him cast shadows on his indulgent features. The man leered at her, his gaze invasive, as if he intended to undress her with his eyes. Suddenly, he carelessly pushed a woman beside him, causing her to stumble aside, and gestured with a nod, "Come here." Jiang Yuan hesitated, remaining rooted to the spot, and replied coolly, "I'm sorry. I'm just here to pick someone up, not to drink." The man's tongue flicked out, followed by a lewd chuckle, his expression dripping with lasciviousness. Jiang Yuan's eyes felt as though they were pierced by thorns. She averted her gaze and urged Su Hui once more, "Sister Hui, let us hurry over so that President Li does not grow anxious." Su Hui remained seated, merely tilting her head slightly towards Jiang Yuan. "You go back first and inform him that I am accompanying a friend for a while. I will definitely return later." Understanding her unspoken hint, Jiang Yuan hesitated before turning to leave. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" The man's voice suddenly rose. Jiang Yuan's legs stiffened, as if nailed to the ground. The music ceased, and the door to the private room was shut. "Brother Bao, she is my sister, still in school, timid, stubborn, and lacking in discernment. Let her go. Do not ruin everyone's spirits." As Su Hui spoke, she picked up her glass and moved to sit beside the bald man, known as Brother Bao. "Come, I shall drink with you." Brother Bao cast a sidelong glance at her. "Sister, you drink for her? Fine, bring the wine." A whole bottle of red wine was opened and handed over. Jiang Yuan's gaze darkened. In the next moment, the man yanked Su Hui's hair with one hand and shoved the entire bottleneck into her mouth with the other. The crimson liquid overflowed from the corners of Su Hui's mouth, staining her porcelain skin, reminiscent of blood. The vast room was filled only with Su Hui's whimpers. Jiang Yuan's eyes instantly filled with rage. "Let her go. I will accompany you." The man released his grip, and Su Hui bent over, retching multiple times before racing towards the restroom. "Come here. Are you teasing me from over there?" The man's voice was irritable. Jiang Yuan's body tensed. "How should I drink?" The man shifted his position, leaning back on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over her. "My brother just got out a couple of days ago. Do you understand? He has been starved for half a year. You either come here obediently to satisfy my urges, or stand there and strip for my visual pleasure." Jiang Yuan clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling. "I'm only here to drink, not to offer myself. That is my bottom line. I sincerely rejoice for your recent freedom, and wish you smooth sailing and stability in the future. This cup is my toast to you." As she spoke, she poured herself a full glass and held it before her. The man remained unmoved, squinting at her. Jiang Yuan tilted her head back, downing the contents in one go, paused briefly, and then filled her glass once more. "This cup is to congratulate you on your rebirth, wishing you a swift resurgence and the restoration of your former glory." The man finally smiled, and the others in the room followed suit. Jiang Yuan placed the empty glass back on the table, her voice softening. "Brother Bao, now we are acquainted. Should you wish to indulge again in the future, feel free to call me. However, there are indeed people waiting for us now. I hope you understand. Sister Hui and I shall take our leave first, but I promise to drink heartily with you next time." Jiang Yuan reached out to pull Su Hui along. Suddenly, the man burst into laughter, and Jiang Yuan's body tensed. That laughter echoed like a ghostly wail, sending chills down her spine. When the laughter ceased, he said, "So you can drink well, then finish the rest of the wine, and I shall send you home afterward." The large square marble coffee table spanned nearly 4 square meters, adorned with an array of red wine, beer, and spirits, some bottles already half consumed while most remained unopened. Jiang Yuan approached the table, without hesitation, grabbing a bottle of 50-degree vodka and pouring it into her mouth. Gasps of astonishment arose around her. Minutes later, the bottle was empty. Jiang Yuan wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, unperturbed as she seized another bottle. It was only after several outings with Su Hui that Jiang Yuan realized she could drink without becoming intoxicated. She claimed her liver and kidney functions were superior to most. But that did not mean she could consume endlessly without consequence. Consuming such alcohol would cause anyone to falter, yet this girl was risking her life. Suhui stopped her. Do not drink anymore. Jiang Yuan remained lucid, her cheeks merely flushed, yet she reached for more alcohol. Suhui knew her naivety, genuinely believing the men in such establishments would uphold their word. Anxious, Suhui turned to the bald man. Brother Bao, she will harm herself drinking like this. Let her go, consider it my debt to you. I promise to make it up to you in the future. The bald man's gaze fixated on Jiang Yuan's slender neck, a pent-up desire erupting within him. A chance? I want to claim her today. Everyone else get the hell out. Several men began shoving others out of the private room. Suhui, without hesitation, seized Jiang Yuan and ran towards the exit. Yet as they reached the door, they were caught by 3 or 4 remaining men in the room. The door was locked, leaving only Suhui and Jiang Yuan, along with 5 robust men, including the bald one, inside the private room. Chapter 22. Dancing on the Gravine Dong and Ji Chuan had spent some time with Liang Zhouheng, a gesture of support, and were preparing to leave. Liang Zhouheng rose to see them off when the bar manager entered. The manager approached Liang Zhouheng and whispered, I have something to report. What is it? Qin Bao, who was just released a couple of days ago, is here tonight, having booked the adjacent room for a grand welcome. However, just now, a dozen people were forcefully ejected. The staff overheard a girl saying that something might happen inside. I thought since we just opened today, causing a commotion here could attract the police, which would complicate matters for you. Would you like to check it out? Liang Zhouheng paused. Which room? The manager replied, allow me to lead you there. Liang Zhouheng turned to the other 2. We've been cooped up for a while. Shall we go see the commotion? As the manager summoned the bodyguards to open the room, the sound of a woman's cries surged into their ears. Liang Zhouheng frowned as several bodyguards rushed inside. The manager shouted, what are you doing? Who dares to cause a ruckus here? 4 or 5 men slowly turned from the sofa. Qin Bao, already atop Jiang Yuan, turned his head and hurled a bottle of red wine at the manager. Who the hell doesn't have eyes and ruins my fun? The bottle was intercepted midair by a quick-witted bodyguard, who then retaliated by smashing it back at Qin Bao's head. With a loud crack, the bottle shattered upon impact, spilling red wine over his bald head as if a flower had blossomed. Damn! Qin Bao staggered from the blow and lunged at the bodyguard, only to be knocked down by a punch. His companions hesitated, but a dozen bodyguards charged in from outside, causing them to shrink back. Freshly released from confinement, and already seeking a return to familiar territory? If you want to come in, just say so. Coming here to act drunk, how many lives do you have? The man's tone was calm, yet menacing, drawing closer. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yuan's tense body relaxed instantly. She scrambled to her feet, her thin shirt already torn to shreds. She grabbed the down jacket that had been stripped from her moments ago and slipped it on. Liang Zhouheng stepped inside, and upon recognizing the woman on the sofa, his brow furrowed tightly. Jiang Yuan? Liang Zhouheng rushed forward, instinctively reaching out to embrace her. Jiang Yuan, her crimson eyes raised, glanced past him to seeing Dong standing at the doorway, his gaze fixed on her. Beside him stood another person, both remaining at the threshold, exuding an air of detachment like the other onlookers clustered at the entrance. The dim lighting obscured his expression, yet she could feel the chill emanating from his eyes. Jiang Yuan's already trembling body shrank further. Yuan, are you all right? Suhui, her hair disheveled and clothes torn, embraced Jiang Yuan tightly, whispering, let us go home. What on earth happened? How did you end up here? The concern on Liang Zhouheng's face was evident as he leaned closer, shifting his embrace into a supportive gesture. Jiang Yuan trembled as she descended from the sofa, her face taut and her teeth clenched in silence. Suhui turned to reply on her behalf, stating, I had too much to drink. I asked Yuan to come fetch me, but I didn't expect to encounter these beasts. Liang Zhouheng furrowed his brow and inquired, who are you? Suhui, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, I am her cousin. Liang Zhouheng refrained from further questioning and merely asked, are you both all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Suhui glanced at Jiang Yuan and replied, no, thank you, Liang Xiao. Liang Zhouheng then offered, I will arrange for someone to take you home. Leave this place to me. As he spoke, the man who had been knocked down earlier began to regain his composure, struggling to rise from the floor. Before the bodyguards could intervene, Jiang Yuan swiftly seized a bottle of red wine and, with a fierce turn, struck the man squarely on the forehead. A cry of agony escaped Qin Bao as glass shards clung to his head. Almost immediately, Jiang Yuan swung the bottle again, and the man, dazed, collapsed to the ground. Moments ago, she had been stripped of her coat and pinned to the sofa by several men, her desperate struggles rendering her powerless. When Qin Bao slapped her face and mounted her, she felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to despair. Liang Zhouheng had told her leave. How could she bear such humiliation? In that instant, she longed to replace the wine bottle with a knife, inflicting 1,000 cuts upon this savage creature. As the man's relentless wails filled the room, the sounds of crashing echoed within the private booth. Wine and glass mingling to drench his face, blood gushing forth and saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. The bodyguards stepped back, witnessing Jiang Yuan's frenzied retaliation. In that moment, she transformed into a furious beast, wild and untamed. Even Su Hui had never seen this side of Jiang Yuan. During their past outings, she had endured much but had shown remarkable patience. However, today they had been pushed too far. The scent of blood thickened in the air, and the situation was unmistakably clear. With 3 princes of Beichang present, they finally had the opportunity to wield their power, returning every grievance they had suffered in kind. Su Hui did not attempt to restrain Jiang Yuan. In the end, it was Liang Zhouheng who grasped her arm from behind. Even as he held her, Jiang Yuan remained furious and unyielding. Unable to control her, Liang Zhouheng had no choice but to pull her tightly into his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, "This isn't how you vent your anger. Save your strength for when it truly matters. Let my men handle him. They can make him wish for death." Her anger still apparent, her breath coming in heavy, quick bursts, Liang Zhouheng held her firmly, waiting for her to gradually calm down. At the entrance of the booth, Jichuan observed with a faint smile, glancing at Yin Dong, "Is this girl a wolf?" Yin Dong remained silent, his indifferent gaze fixed on the tightly entwined figures within the booth, his deep eyes harboring inscrutable thoughts. After a while, Liang Zhouheng exchanged a few words with the bodyguards before leading Jiang Yuan and Su Hui out of the booth. Upon reaching the doorway, Liang Zhouheng instructed the bodyguards to take Su Hui home first, then turned to Jichuan and Yin Dong, stating, "You two can leave now. I will take her home." Jichuan turned to depart, yet beside him, Yin Dong remained rooted. "Do you have something else to discuss?" Jichuan questioned, suspicion evident in his gaze. Yin Dong stood still, his dark eyes assessing Liang Zhouheng and the woman beside him. Liang Zhouheng met his gaze, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yuan kept her head down, her eyelids lowered, yet her heart raced with unease. "Where do you intend to take her?" Yin Dong suddenly inquired. Liang Zhouheng replied matter-of-factly, "She is injured. I have medicine at home, and I will tend to her wounds." Jiang Yuan sensed a chilling gaze upon her, but she maintained her silence, tightening her grip on her down jacket. She understood that Liang Zhouheng was no benevolent soul. He had saved her twice, and she was aware of his ulterior motives, having gleaned his intentions for the evening. Reality was grim. Over the past month, she had accompanied Su Hui to various events, mingling with all sorts of men, and had become disillusioned with their true nature. Women like her, without power or connections, merely crawled out of one wolf's den only to fall into another tiger's mouth. "Take her home," a deep male voice interrupted again, devoid of emotion. Startled, she thought she had misheard. Liang Feng, equally perplexed, retorted, "No, I am taking her to my place. Do you have a problem with that?" "I do," Yin Dong replied, his tone darkening. Jiang Yuan lifted her head, her eyes, still tinged with redness, colliding with his calm, deep gaze. Liang Zhouheng nearly laughed in frustration. What issue could you possibly have? Jiang Yuan felt her heart race, as if it were pounding in her ears, her hands unconsciously clenching at her sides. "She belongs to Dong Jin," he stated succinctly. Jiang Yuan's fingers relaxed abruptly. Liang Zhouheng chuckled. "Those unaware might think she is yours." Beside them, Jichuan could not help but smirk. Liang Zhouheng was about to say more when suddenly the atmosphere shifted. The woman beside him was pulled away. He turned just in time to see Yin Dong striding forward, grasping Jiang Yuan's arm, leading her decisively toward the corridor and the elevator. Liang Zhouheng stood frozen, bewildered, and turned to Jichuan, demanding, "What does he mean by this?" As Jichuan's gaze swept over Liang Zhouheng's face, it briefly lingered on Su Hui standing behind him. The woman, with her delicate features, hung her head, pale and disheveled. Jichuan then withdrew his gaze, stating coolly, "Take her home. We're leaving." Su Hui suddenly lifted her eyes, but the man had already turned away, leaving only his striking silhouette behind. When Jiang Yuan settled Once more into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, she felt utterly dazed. The turn of events had completely caught her off guard. Mere hours ago, she had been cast out of the car and abandoned on the roadside. Yet now, he was taking her away from Liang Zhouheng. This man changed his allegiance faster than one could turn a page. Jiang Yuan pressed herself against the car door, deliberately distancing herself from Yin Dong, knowing his aversion to dirt. His voice broke the silence. To the hospital. The driver complied and started the engine. No. Jiang Yuan's tone softened. Thank you, but I do not need it. Yin Dong turned to her, his gaze falling upon her hands, which bore cuts from the glass shards. Blood seeping through. He averted his gaze, lighting a cigarette, and asked coldly, "Where do you live?" The faint scent of cedar mingled with the nicotine as it wafted toward her. Jiang Yuan hesitated before providing her school's address. The atmosphere in the car turned strangely quiet. Jiang Yuan appeared to gaze out the window, but inside, her heart raced like a caged rabbit, her breathing erratic. After a moment, she suddenly recalled something and turned to speak. "Thank you for tonight." "For what?" he asked, glancing at her, his calm eyes betraying a hint of coldness. Jiang Yuan steadied her breathing and replied softly, "Thank you for rescuing me." His penetrating gaze bored deeper into her, and moments later, he spoke in a measured tone. "You led Liang Zhouheng around in circles. It is his folly. If you're using him to get closer to me for any reason, I advise you to cease your efforts here." Jiang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils widening in alarm as the handsome face before her took on an ominous demeanor. As if struck by lightning, she struggled to maintain her composure. "You brought me away from Liang Xiao to warn me?" He lowered his eyelids, exhaling smoke slowly. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. He had brought her out, and she had thought, "If you perceive me in such a manner, then why did you take me away from him? You were fully aware of his intentions when he took me home tonight." She gazed at him with a restrained expression. He cast a condescending glance her way, a hint of disdain flickering at the corners of his eyes. Jiang Yuan felt a sharp sting on her face from his gaze. In the next moment, she heard him sarcastically remark, "He is generally not picky with food, but I shall pass on unverified individuals." A chill ran through Jiang Yuan from head to toe. She clenched her fists tightly, the veins in her neck visibly tensed. After a moment, she slowly exhaled, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her voice slightly choked. "Do you also believe that the events in the private room tonight were orchestrated by me? Was it a performance of mine? Yin Xiao, I have feelings for you, but that does not mean I will tolerate your reckless slander and insult." Chapter 25. Abandoned midway as Jiang Yuan's voice dwindled. The final word caught in her throat, her eyes already filled with tears. Finally, she managed to utter, "Please stop the car." The driver in the front seat replied, "I'm sorry, miss, but we cannot stop on the overpass." "Stop." The cold male voice fell, and the driver promptly pulled the vehicle to a halt on the side of the overpass. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened, and without hesitation, she decisively opened the car door and stepped out. The door slammed shut with a force that startled the driver, for no one had dared to act so boldly before. The car immediately accelerated away, and in the right side rearview mirror, her figure dwindled into a small white, quickly obscured by the oncoming traffic. Yin Dong furrowed his brows as he extinguished his cigarette, picking up his phone to make a call. Once connected, he instructed, "Look into the events surrounding room 101 tonight." At 1:20 a.m., Jiang Yuan stood on the elevated outer ring road, cars whizzing past her, sending waves of penetrating cold wind that pierced her skin, causing tears to spill from her eyes. She raised her hand to wipe them away, but the moment her skin met her cheek, a sharp pain shot through her. The fragments of glass had embedded themselves, indistinguishable from her skin or face, throbbing painfully. However, this physical discomfort paled in comparison to the suffocating frustration and blockage she felt inside. She used her fingertips to dab her face, then took out her phone to call Su Hui. Half an hour later, Su Hui arrived with a designated driver to pick her up. "What happened?" Su Hui asked. "Why did he leave you on the way?" Jiang Yuan, in a state of despair, glanced at the designated driver without uttering a word. Was this man suffering from a split personality? Given the circumstances in the private room, I thought. Jiang Yuan interrupted. "How did you get back? Were you hurt?" Su Hui replied, "Liang Zhouheng had someone drive me back. I'm fine, but you, usually so obedient. Who would have thought you'd throw a bottle so skillfully? It was quite satisfying to watch." After a pause, she shifted the topic. "However, it was enjoyable, but that guy named Leopard could be a potential threat. I thought with Yin Xiao protecting you, you wouldn't have to worry about a mere leopard." I never expected. You still need to be cautious. It's all my fault. I was set up today and texted you not to come, yet you insisted on walking into the fire pit. Jiang Yuan raised her head. If I hadn't come, how would you have extricated yourself tonight? Su Hui's expression darkened. Do you still think you need to sacrifice yourself to save me? Don't do such foolish things again. Remember to prioritize your own safety. Understood. Jiang Yuan turned her gaze to the window. Su Hui asked, what do you plan to do next? Are you still holding on to hope? Jiang Yuan fell silent for a moment before responding. I have a feeling he might investigate me next. Hui Jia, I want to take any jobs for a while. Shu Yu no dead, fortunately. You haven't used your real name in the previous jobs, and since you've only worked for a month and know few people, as long as you stay away from this circle, even if he investigates, he will find no leads. Yet, Jiang Yuan felt a lingering worry. Yin Dong had a peculiar sense of cleanliness. If he uncovered any clues, all her plans would be in jeopardy. Chapter 26. Was the experience pleasant? Saturday dawned, and Liang Zhouheng unusually arrived at the company, heading straight to the president's office. Without knocking, he burst in, brimming with frustration. What transpired last night? Just when I was about to make my move, you intercepted me. If you were interested in her, you should have said so. How many times have I asked you? Where have you been until now? Just as I was about to take a bite, you snatched it away. What kind of oddity is this? Liang Zhouheng grumbled as he pulled out a chair and sat down, glaring at Yin Dong, who was engrossed in a document, not lifting his head but coldly stating, stay away from her. Liang Zhouheng raised an eyebrow, his anger slowly dissipating, replaced by a sudden curiosity. So last night, was it at home or at a hotel? Was the experience pleasant? My judgment was correct. You finally came to your senses. After all these years of abstinence, how does it feel to indulge? I bet you're left wanting more. Aren't you working today? Let me guess. It must have been the girl who couldn't hold back. Yin Dong abruptly raised his head, his icy gaze fixed on Liang Zhouheng for 2 seconds before calmly replying, let her resign herself or await a dismissal notice from HR. After a moment of silence, Liang Zhouheng broke into a smile. What does that mean? You can't bear to let her come to work? That is a bit excessive. Isn't it? She graduated from a prestigious university, and you expect her to stay at home waiting for your attention? With a flick, Yin Dong tossed the pen aside, unable to suppress his agitation. His voice was laden with a heavy threat. If you utter another word of nonsense, believe it or not, I can make the name Liang Zhouheng vanish from the shareholder roster. Liang Zhouheng's eyes widened in alarm. What a volatile temper. Is your temper so bad because last night was unsatisfactory? That's impossible. The girl is utterly compliant with you. Unless you didn't want it, why would you take her away? Yin Dong remained indifferent. I said to stay away from this woman. She approached me with intent. You become her puppet, and now you wish to blame me. Liang Zhouheng inquired. What is wrong with this girl? Have you investigated her? Yin Dong replied, intuition. Liang Zhouheng smirked disdainfully. I thought you had something on her. To be honest, thanks to your earlier warning, I had someone look into her at school. She's an exemplary student, having received scholarships for 4 consecutive years, and maintained a clean record with no scandalous relationships. The only blemish on her history is having dated Yin Yiru for half a year without knowing he was engaged. Several months ago, Yin Yiru's fierce mother came to the school to confront her, berating and hitting her, causing quite the uproar and making her school life quite miserable. The last time I saw her fighting with classmates was over this matter. Liang Zhouheng continued, his expression growing more meaningful. Noting Yin Dong's face darkening, he added, this is all she has. I don't understand what you're worried about. I'm not saying this lightly, but you need to temper your temperament. Don't let one bad experience taint your view of all women. It's been so many years, some things and people should be let go. Don't go too far in the opposite direction. As Liang Zhouheng spoke, he occasionally glanced at Yin Dong, his tone cautious, fearful that a misplaced word might ignite the powder keg. Chapter 27. Paranoia is incurable. Yin Dong, with a sullen face, remained silent. Liang Zhouheng tentatively probed. Did you take the girl home last night? Yin Dong involuntarily recalled the diminishing white figure by the elevated bridge late at night. After a few seconds, he suddenly spoke up, inquiring, has the incident in the private room last night been clarified? Liang Zhouheng replied, almost. Jiang Yuan's cousin, Su Hui, was likely called in by that group to entertain them. They had just been released and were behaving like raucous dogs, indulging in debauchery. Su Hui initially wanted to leave, but the leader, Qin Bao, refused to let her go. It seems Jiang Yuan called Su Hui to extricate herself, but her cousin is quite ruthless. To save herself, She dragged her own sister into the mire. Dong asked, "Are you certain she doesn't know those people?" Liang Zhouheng rolled his eyes and scoffed. Which girl would willingly subject herself to such degradation? Did that scene last night seem staged to you? If given a knife, she would have relished the thought of dismembering that beast. The girl was so furious she could hardly contain herself. I could barely hold her back. Your paranoia is truly incurable. Dong remained impassive as someone knocked on the door. Zhou Ji entered to remind him that it was time for the meeting. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhouheng sprang to his feet and hurried away. Dong's gaze lingered on Liang Zhouheng's retreating figure for a few moments before he stood and followed Zhou Ji to the conference room. Although it was Saturday and most employees were on holiday, it was the day of the quarterly meeting. Upon entering the conference room, Dong found all the executives from various departments already assembled. With his arrival, the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. All department heads braced themselves for what was to come. The quarterly meeting, while a routine summary, felt to those present like traversing the gates of hell. Dong never resorted to harsh words during meetings, but he tolerated neither negligence nor deceit in the guise of performance enhancements. He preferred a subtle approach to uncover hidden flaws, methodically dissecting issues like a patient executioner until the guilty party was left blushing and pleading for mercy. One of the key topics of the quarterly meeting was the financial analysis of the previous quarter. Yang Ming, the finance director, meticulously presented the financial data for the quarter through a prepared PowerPoint. Upon concluding his report, he nervously glanced at Dong, seated at the head of the table, and asked, "Where's the financial statement?" Dong's query caught Yang Ming off guard. The PowerPoint did not include the complete report, as Dong had not previously shown interest in basic financial data. "The printed statements are in my office. I'll call someone to bring them right away," Yang Ming said as he pulled out his phone to dial his office. Only 2 people were present in the finance department that day: the finance supervisor, Chen Ying, and Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, having ceased her outings with Su Hui, decided to work overtime during the weekend to earn additional pay. At that moment, Chen Ying was out, and the phone in the finance director's office rang incessantly. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yuan rushed in to answer it. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yuan entered the 18th floor conference room, carrying a thick stack of reports. Yang Ming gestured to her, and she understood, distributing the reports to each executive at the table. When she reached the head of the table, an unmistakable, chilling aura enveloped her. With her head slightly bowed, she placed the report before Dong and continued to distribute the remaining materials. "Who prepared this report?" A cold voice pierced through the air as Jiang Yuan stepped back. Chapter 28. A bunch of idlers. Jiang Yuan paused, slowly turning back. Dong's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, indicating that the question was directed at her. Having only recently joined the finance department, she was responsible for cost accounting and had never seen the report before. "I'm sorry, but I did not prepare the report," she replied, glancing toward the finance director. Yang Ming, visibly shaken, stammered, "Dong, is there a problem with the report?" Dong's gaze shifted from Jiang Yuan to Yang Ming. "Director Yang, I recall you have a background in finance. It seems you have lingered in this position too long. Perhaps a refresher course is in order." He punctuated his statement by slamming the documents onto the table, plunging the room into an icy silence. The dozen or so executives furrowed their brows, scrutinizing the report in their hands, desperately seeking the source of the error. Yang Ming, already frightened, stood up from his seat. The report had been given to him by the finance supervisor just the night before, and he had only glanced at it before using the data for financial analysis. Under the mounting pressure, he was unable to discern where the issue lay, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The finance department had plenty of personnel, yet they could not even comprehend a quarterly report. "Director Yang, how can I possibly trust your department's expertise in the future? Can we rely on the financial data that emerges from your team?" Dong's voice, though not loud, carried weight in front of the assembled executives. Others, not particularly fond of the finance department, chimed in, "Dong is right. Isn't financial rigor paramount? If such basic report data is erroneous, what value is there in financial analysis? Indeed, if the data is flawed, it's nothing short of a farce." Yang Ming's face turned crimson, his mind a chaotic jumble. The more anxious he became, the less he could pinpoint the problem. Dong's ire was directed at Yang Ming as well as the entire finance department. Jiang Yuan, standing to the side, felt as though she had been slapped, her face burning with embarrassment. She picked up the documents and scrutinized them, from the balance sheet to the cash flow statement, meticulously checking each item. A few seconds later, her gaze halted on a specific section of the cash flow statement. There was an inconsistency. Our company's receivables are minimal, as most partners have short billing cycles. The data under cash received from the sale of goods and services should far exceed our operating income. Yet the figures did not align with this logic. After speaking, she looked up at Yin Dong, whose expression remained dark. With Jiang Yuan's revelation, Yang Ming experienced a moment of clarity. He quickly composed himself, sheepishly admitting, "Young people indeed think quickly. Yin Dong is right. Such a fundamental error should not have occurred. Please bear with me. I will have someone recalculate the data immediately." Yin Dong, expressionless, asked, "How long will it take?" "Very soon, perhaps 10 minutes, Yang Ming replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. Some executives in attendance wore faces of mockery and scorn. Someone voiced, "Director Yang, are you suggesting we all wait here while you take your time recalculating? Do you truly disregard our time?" Yang Ming found himself in an untenable position, his face a mask of discomfort. "It won't take that long. I can correct the erroneous data now. Just give me 1 minute." As Jiang Yuan spoke, she swiftly picked up a pen from the table and began calculating on the report. Chapter 29, a last-ditch effort. Even those present, who were not well-versed in finance, understood that calculating cash flow statement data was among the most complex tasks. A single figure could affect the entirety of the report. The executives did not know Jiang Yuan well, but her youthful appearance led them to assume she was merely a recent graduate intern. Yifan Yangming, a seasoned finance professional with over a decade of experience, needed 10 minutes. She would likely only be able to amend one number in a minute. Yang Ming felt that this girl was somewhat overestimating her capabilities. If she made a correction, all would be well. However, if she made another mistake, the entire finance department would lose face, becoming a perpetual joke within the company and forever unable to hold their heads high before other departments. The expressions on the faces of the other executives were clearly those of spectators eager for a spectacle. Time slipped away second by second as Jiang Yuan lowered her head, fully engrossed in the report before her. The tip of her pen danced swiftly across the paper, producing a light and cheerful rustling sound. A minute passed. Yin Dong raised his gaze towards her. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, having made the necessary corrections, and presented the revised report for his review. The numerous data points she had previously marked through were now replaced with new figures, clearly annotated beside them. The report contained figures often reaching 6 or 7 digits. Yet it was devoid of any extraneous calculations, appearing neat and comprehensible. Had one not witnessed her using merely a pen, they might have assumed she had a calculator at her disposal. Yin Dong glanced at her briefly before focusing on the amended report. The conference room was enveloped in an almost palpable silence, with those anticipating a spectacle holding their breath, their eyes keenly observing the changes in Yin Dong's expression. Yang Ming, in particular, dared not breathe, awaiting the verdict. Moments later, Yin Dong placed the report back on the table and looked again at Jiang Yuan, his gaze darkening. "Did you notice the errors in the report earlier?" Jiang Yuan had always excelled in mathematics, having amassed numerous awards and competitions, which had secured her a direct admission to Beijing University. She had never before encountered doubt regarding her professional abilities. Feeling a twinge of displeasure, her mind flickered back to his malicious speculation from the previous night, leading her to suspect that this man harbored deep-seated insecurities. Nevertheless, she suppressed her irritation and patiently explained, "If I had noticed the mistakes beforehand, I would have corrected them before presenting them to you, Mr. Yin. I merely possess a knack for mental arithmetic." Yang Ming quickly chimed in, "Mr. Yin, this young lady has only just joined the finance department and may not have encountered our financial reports yet. By the way, I forgot to mention, she graduated from Beijing University, your alma mater, and her academic performance has been exceptionally outstanding. Truly a remarkable talent at such a young age." Yang Ming's anxiety abated as Jiang Yuan, though late in her correction, had salvaged the department's reputation. Yin Dong offered Yang Ming not a glance, his heavy gaze resting on Jiang Yuan. He suddenly spoke, "Strong computational skills? You also corrected the erroneous data in the PPT." To the onlookers, it seemed that Yin Dong had no intention of sparing the finance department today. The data in the PPT primarily comprised comparative ratios, a task far more complex than mere addition and subtraction. Such mental agility could only belong to a mathematical prodigy. A wave of sympathy swept through the room for Jiang Yuan. Yet she had already approached the large screen and called up the prior PPT. Chapter 30. A man difficult to conquer. Jiang Yuan meticulously reviewed the PPT, scarcely pausing when she encountered data that required alteration. After a brief moment of contemplation, she effortlessly recited recalibrated figures. The dozen or so executives present, well-versed in their fields, were nonetheless left astounded by her speed, as the Dongjin Group was renowned for its technological prowess and talent. By the time she reached the latter pages of the PPT, the audience's focus had shifted from the content of her report to her astonishing computational abilities, surpassing even that of a computer. When she concluded her presentation, Yang Ming led the applause, and the other executives followed suit, their faces reflecting admiration. Jiang Yuan glanced towards the head of the table. Yindong's expression remained inscrutable, though he appeared less foreboding than when he had scolded her earlier. His cold gaze lingered on her for a considerable moment before he turned away, stating flatly, "Next apartment." "Continue." Jiang Yuan inwardly exhaled, exchanging a glance with Yang Ming as she prepared to exit the conference room, only to be called back by him. He gestured for her to stay. Confused by his intentions, she stole another glance at Yindong, who was now leaning back in his chair, listening to the reports from other department heads. She hesitated, quietly pulling a chair to sit in a corner behind the conference table, affording her an excellent view of Yindong's every move. This was indeed her first opportunity to observe him so closely for an extended period. He exuded an undeniable aura of authority, seemingly innate, that remained unshaken even among the seasoned executives in their 40s and 50s, largely bolstered by his strikingly handsome features. As he shifted positions, Jiang Yuan caught glimpses of his profile, direct face, and various subtle expressions. She could not help but acknowledge that his features were exceptionally appealing, growing more impeccable the longer one gazed. The thought crossed her mind that a man of his caliber must be surrounded by beautiful women, making the prospect of winning his affection daunting indeed. A sense of resignation settled over her, and she leaned back in her chair with a deep sigh. The meeting persisted for over an hour, and as it concluded, Yindong announced that they would all go out for dinner. Jiang Yuan observed as he stood and strode towards the exit, followed by the other executives. "Xiao Jiang, you should join us," Yang Ming said, approaching her and playfully patting her shoulder, his admiration evident. Jiang Yuan instinctively recoiled, glancing at Yindong's retreating figure. "Isn't that inappropriate?" she asked shyly. After all, among this group, the lowest-ranking individual was a department head. She was merely an intern, unqualified to mingle on equal footing. Yang Ming responded with a knowing smile. "Xiao Jiang, you're still too young. Mr. Yin is your senior, but don't think of it as ingratiating yourself. How often do you get a chance to meet him? You should seize this opportunity." In an instant, Jiang Yuan grasped Yang Ming's intention. He wished to use her to curry favor with Yindong. Naturally, she was inclined to oblige, feigning realization as she replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Director Yang." Following the group of executives out of the company building, Jiang Yuan noted several black business cars waiting by the roadside. After Yindong entered the lead vehicle, the others followed suit, and she obediently joined Director Yang in one of the cars. Chapter 31. Flattery gone awry, they arrived at a Cantonese restaurant specializing in Guangdong cuisine, which Jiang Yuan surmised must be to Yindong's liking. She mentally noted this and resolved to investigate whether he had previously spent time in Guangdong. The restaurant manager guided them into the largest VIP room. Jiang Yuan entered last, and as she did, she noticed everyone had taken their seats. Yindong, seated at the head of the table, glanced at her, seemingly surprised to see her accompany them from the company. Jiang Yuan distinctly caught the fleeting change in his expression, from surprise to evident annoyance, even disdain. She chose to feign ignorance, smiling as she settled beside Yang Ming in the seat closest to the door. As they awaited their meal, casual conversation ensued among the group. Yindong, in this setting, appeared a different man from the one in the conference room. He had removed his suit jacket, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and lounged lazily in his chair, casually smoking while half listening to the chatter around him, occasionally smirking in a way that suggested amusement. Jiang Yuan admired his adeptness at balancing authority with approachability, commanding respect within the company while effortlessly mingling with his peers outside of it. "Xiao Jiang, since you and Mr. Yin are alumni, you graduated this year, so he must be 6 years your senior. Have you heard about him during your time at school?" Yang Ming's voice rose deliberately, ensuring everyone at the table could hear. Jiang Yuan initially wished to avoid drawing attention at the dinner table, fearing it might further irritate Yin Dong. However, she found herself compelled to flatter him. Mr. Yin is one of the most distinguished graduates of our school, a source of pride for our alma mater. Over the years, Dongjin has led the way in the field of artificial intelligence. As the saying goes, those who observe the trends are enlightened, those who understand them are wise, and those who master them walk alone at the top of the world. I believe Mr. Yin is a master of trends, and, as a junior, I am content to follow in his footsteps as a trend observer. Her words were undeniably eloquent, and Yang Ming felt that bringing Jiang Yuan along was indeed a wise gamble. She had brought him honor. It was evident that the finance department had invested considerable effort in staff training. Accompanied by a cold snicker, Yin Dong's voice, laced with sarcasm, floated over. The finance department truly excels at flattering, he remarked with a broad smile, his lips curving with amusement. Although his words were somewhat biting, the expression on his face betrayed no anger. In fact, he seemed to relish the moment. Yang Ming felt a surge of joy, for no successful man dislikes flattery, especially when it comes from a beautiful woman. However, to Jiang Yuan, it felt as though she had miscalculated her compliments, as Yin Dong's smile was clearly mocking and sardonic. In front of numerous subordinates, he merely concealed his sharp tongue, revealing his acerbic nature. She bit her lip, feigning ignorance. What I said was entirely sincere. After all, Mr. Yin's achievements are evident and well-deserved. Do any of the executives feel I have erred? Someone chimed in, affirming, the young lady speaks the truth, Mr. Yin's status in the industry is indeed unassailable. It was true. In the realm of artificial intelligence, Dongjin stood unrivaled, a testament to Mr. Yin's astute judgment and relentless innovation over the years. Those of us who have worked alongside him have all greatly benefited. Jiang Yuan pondered the notion of collective blame. Since he criticized her for flattering him, she would encourage everyone to do so, hoping he would not single her out. As others began to extol their sentiments, she discreetly glanced toward the head of the table. Through the haze of smoke, she caught a glimpse of him, lips curled in a knowing smile, his gaze deep and contemplative. Chapter 32. The drunkard's intent is not in the wine. Jiang Yuan hastily averted her gaze. Eventually, the conversation shifted when someone spoke towards her. Old Yang, your finance department has struck gold this year. This young lady, Jiang, is extraordinarily intelligent and emotionally astute, destined for great responsibilities. Yang Ming beamed with pride, his grin stretching wide, and after a brief pause, he reciprocated, Director Zhang, no need for envy. I've heard tales of your son, a talented and handsome lad, studying at an Ivy League school abroad. I presume he is nearing graduation? Director Zhang responded graciously, you flatter me. My son is of average talent, yet he is diligent and has achieved some success in school. He is about to graduate, and I intend to have him gain experience at our company. Young Jiang, you are of similar age. I would like to introduce you to him, so he may learn from someone exceptional. Jiang Yuan blinked, taken aback that the conversation had unexpectedly turned to her. Yang Ming nudged her with his foot, chuckling, Director Zhang is hinting at something beyond mere pleasantries. Haha. Your son is just in his early 20s. Is it too soon to arrange such matters? Director Zhang replied, Young Jiang is remarkable in both intellect and appearance. Such a gem is rare to find. I would like to secure a chance for my son with her. What do you say, young Jiang? Jiang Yuan gradually regained her composure, never anticipating that a meal could lead to such complications. Stealing a glance toward the head of the table, she observed the man casually eating, betraying no visible emotion. She lifted her head and replied with unwavering clarity, Thank you for your kind offer, Director Zhang. But I already have someone I care for deeply and will not entertain the prospect of meeting others. I wish your son the best in finding his match. Yang Ming exclaimed, Oh, what a pity. Director Zhang inquired, If I may be so bold, may I ask who has captured young Zhang's heart? Is it a fellow classmate? The table fell silent, curiosity piqued by the gossip. Jiang Yuan sensed that Yin Dong had laid down his chopsticks, his heavy gaze now fixated on her. She bit her lip, pretending to casually glance at him, locking eyes for just a moment. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation and anxiety. It was clear he valued his reputation and was wary of her potential indiscretions in front of others. After a deliberate pause, she spoke slowly, I apologize, but his identity is quite special, and I cannot disclose much. Yang Ming interjected to defuse the tension. Ah, the young lady is modest. Let's not press her further. Director Zhang chuckled. Of course, my apologies. Should you ever change your mind, my invitation remains open at any time. Jiang Yuan exchanged a few polite remarks, and the topic finally shifted away. During a brief intermission, Jiang Yuan excused herself to the restroom for some fresh air. As she emerged, head bowed, she was suddenly thrust back into the restroom by a forceful grip, followed by the sound of a lock clicking shut. A familiar, chilling presence enveloped her, and she lifted her gaze to meet the man's wrathful countenance. Chapter 33. Are you so cheap? Jiang Yuan found herself pinned against the door, her cheek pressed against the cold surface, the weight of his body pressing against her. In that instant, she recalled their first meeting, when he had similarly forced her down onto a pool table. The scent of smoke lingered on his fingers, and the contrast between his current demeanor and the jovial persona he had just exhibited was stark. She forced herself to regain her composure, uncertain if this was an opportunity to confront him. Clad in a simple pair of tailored trousers and a gray cashmere top, her attire was modest yet flattering, accentuating her curves. In this confined space, she felt vulnerable, acutely aware that his impulsive nature could lead to unforeseen consequences. Fearing that a misstep might extinguish his interest, she bit her lip and remained silent, her body yielding to his control, adopting a demeanor of submissiveness. Seconds ticked by, yet he remained still, his grip on her neck gradually loosening. She heard him utter, "Are you really this cheap?" Her heart plummeted. It was merely another test. Slowly, she turned to face him, raising her chin defiantly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I am cheap only because you are the object of my affections. Were it any other man, I would rather perish than allow him to touch me." Her voice trembled with restrained emotion, her eyes reddened, a picture of despair and determination. "You may not like me, but please do not repeatedly humiliate me." He regarded her with an indifferent expression, and after a long pause, he took a drag from his cigarette, his low voice enveloped in a cloud of smoke. "Enduring this much humiliation while professing affection, you must either be inherently cheap or scheming for some ulterior motive. Which are you?" Jiang Yuan's heart brimmed with disdain for his cunning and suspicion. She felt a disconcerting sensation, as if he had pierced her throat with a single stroke. Acknowledging her own degradation would only serve to deepen his disdain. Yet, how could this performance continue? She had attempted to sell herself to him, only for him to bluntly declare her unworthy, leaving her unable to even voice her terms for negotiation. In her desperation, she sought to cleanse herself, adopting a guise of innocence, but it seemed he was on the verge of unmasking her. Jiang Yuan felt as though she had reached an insurmountable dead end, a profound sense of helplessness engulfing her. It was as if her vitality had been siphoned away, and she slowly cast her gaze downward, her voice frail and powerless. "I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. I vow I will not demean myself again." After striving for so long, she found herself still standing at the threshold of uncertainty, an overwhelming wave of sorrow rising within her. At that moment, as her eyelashes fluttered down, a droplet of clear tear, formed from the moisture pooling at the corners of her eyes, rolled gently down her cheek. She turned and wiped her face with the back of her hand, making her way to the restroom door. However, just as she pulled it open, it slammed shut again with a resounding bang, leaving Jiang Yuan frozen in place. The man's cold voice emanated from above her head. "How can you guarantee that?" Jiang Yuan fell silent for 3 seconds, then raised her head, her voice returning to a calm demeanor. "From now on, if you ever hear me say I like you again, you may have my tongue cut out." Chapter 34. Words at odds with the heart. After uttering those words, Jiang Yuan turned and exited. Indong's deep-set brows slightly furrowed, akin to a tide gently rising, yet the surface of the sea remained eerily tranquil. He inhaled a couple more puffs of smoke, discarding the butt into a distant trash can. Upon returning to the private room, Jiang Yuan had barely settled into her seat when Indong pushed the door open and entered. Yang Ming scrutinized both of them, unable to suppress his rampant imagination. During the subsequent dinner, Indong engaged in lively conversation with the other executives, while Jiang Yuan remained silent, as if adrift from the proceedings. After work that day, Jiang Yuan returned to her rented room, collapsing onto her bed. She turned her head towards the bedside, fixating on a photograph of Shueshan taped there, her teeth clenching unconsciously. Throughout the night, Jiang Yuan did not close her eyes. Since entering the circle with Su Hui over a month ago, she had met numerous powerful men, yet she incessantly pondered who, apart from the Yin family, could assist her in toppling Shuaishan. After a fruitless night, she resolved to resign from Dongjin. For her meager salary of less than 20,000 was but a drop in the ocean against her towering debt of 300,000 each month. She quickly penned her resignation letter and sent it to her department head, Chening. A mere half-hour later, she received a call from Yang Ming. Xiao Jiang, I heard you're planning to resign. You are doing well. What's the matter? Jiang Yuan was taken aback by Yang Ming's call. Director Yang, it's due to personal reasons. I no longer wish to continue working at the company. I apologize. I recall you were recommended by someone above. Have you notified anyone else about your resignation? Yang Ming, having previously been unaware of her referral, had begun to speculate after the dinner the night before. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then remembered Liang Zhouheng. My resignation is my own affair. I will clarify it with him later. Yang Ming hung up the phone, lost in thought. Could it be that the young couple had quarreled? After mulling it over, he dialed Yin Dong's number. Mr. Yin, I have something to report. Our department's Xiao Jiang just submitted her resignation letter. After stating this, the line fell silent. Waiting a few seconds, he added, I heard she was recommended by shareholder. Would you like to notify them? The cold, impassive voice on the other end replied, does the departure of an intern necessitate such a fuss? Is Dongjin unable to recruit new talent? Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback, then responded, I merely believe this young lady possesses exceptional talent. Losing her would be a significant loss for Dongjin. You have always placed great importance on talent cultivation. I selfishly wish to retain her and nurture her. However, she insists it's for personal reasons and is quite resolute. Should I proceed to approve her resignation as per your wishes? Upon hearing his words, the line remained silent for a long while. Yang Ming's mind raced, and just as he was about to speak, the voice on the other end resumed. She is from your department. You may decide. Yang Ming replied, very well, I shall approve her resignation. Just as he was about to hang up, the voice continued. This talent loss will be attributed to you. Yang Ming stared at his phone, bewildered. What does that mean? He remained in a daze for a while before tentatively asking, then should I attempt to persuade her to stay? I said, you may decide. Chapter 35. Walking on two legs after hanging up. Yang Ming stared at his phone for 5 seconds before dialing Jiang Yuan's number again. When Jiang Yuan received Yang Ming's call, she was surprised, but even more astonished when he offered her an early confirmation of her position and a salary increase to 50,000 a month. In truth, setting all factors aside, this job aligned well with her field of study, and Dongjin was a formidable company, providing her with a significantly high starting point for her future career. For a fresh graduate from a prestigious institution, this salary was indeed generous. Jiang Yuan agreed to consider his offer over the phone. When Su Hui returned home, Jiang Yuan relayed the situation to her. Sister Hui, if I continue working during the day and take up additional tasks at night, could I possibly earn enough to cover the 300,000? Su Hui scrutinized her for a long moment before responding, I understand you're anxious to repay your debts. But once you immerse yourself in this line of work, extricating yourself becomes nearly impossible. You are a prestigious university graduate. If you can choose to walk on two legs, do not sever your retreat. If you're unable to earn enough, I can lend you some money each month. Together we should manage to get through this. Su Hui, having never attended university and having started working on the factory line at 18, had faced the brunt of societal disdain and hardship, largely due to her lack of education. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of emotion, her throat tightening. Sister Hui, didn't you say that when venturing out, one must prioritize self-preservation? Su Hui cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, who doesn't have their struggles? Lending you money is not akin to sacrificing my life. Consider it an advance on my investment. You are a prestigious university graduate. I expect great things from you in the future. Jiang Yuan bit her lip. Sister Hui, thank you. The lump in her throat prevented her from expressing any further gratitude. But at that moment, Su Hui's position in her heart had subtly shifted. On Monday, Jiang Yuan went to work and completed her probationary procedures, signing the formal employment contract. After concluding the weekly meeting, Yang Ming casually mentioned this development to Yin Dong. Observing Yin Dong's lack of reaction to the news, Yang Ming's resolve solidified. He personally arranged for Jiang Yuan to take on the role of report accountant, the only position in the finance department that allowed interaction with the CEO. At the end of each month, the finance department was responsible for submitting financial reports to Yin Dong, which naturally fell to Jiang Yuan now. Though Jiang Yuan internally resisted further contact with Yin Dong, she endeavored to maintain a clear boundary between her personal and professional life. standing at the door of the CEO's office, holding the current month's financial report. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock. "Come in," came the familiar voice. It had been a week since their last encounter, and Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth, pretending to have forgotten everything between them. This marked her first entry into the CEO's office. The office was nearly as expansive as the entire finance department, featuring a vaulted ceiling and an elegantly minimalist design, devoid of excessive ornamentation, creating an impression of vastness and grandeur. Upon entering, one would immediately feel dwarfed. Jiang Yuan hesitated at the threshold, glancing up to see the man seated behind the impeccably polished desk. His familiar, handsome visage commanded an air of authority, as if he were inherently suited to this space. Jiang Yuan feigned calmness as she stepped forward, speaking aloud. "Mr. Yin, here is the financial report for this month that you requested." Chapter 36. No woman. No appetite. He suddenly lifted his head to glance at her. Jiang Yuan maintained a stoic expression, slightly bending forward to place the report on his desk. Yin Dong casually picked up the document and, with his eyes cast down, inquired, "Who sent you here?" Jiang Yuan replied honestly. "Director Yang said you wanted to see the report." Still with his eyelids drooping, he asked, "Is there no one else in the finance department?" Jiang Yuan stated, "I cannot defy my superior's orders. If it bothers you, I hope you can speak directly to Director Yang about having someone else deliver it in the future." She took a breath and added, "I will also try to minimize our work-related interactions. However, if by chance you happen to see me, I cannot help it. If you truly dislike my presence, you may dismiss me, but I expect my compensation to remain intact." Having finished her words, she turned to leave. "Stop," he called after her. Jiang Yuan held her breath, waiting. His voice was nonchalant as he continued, "Wouldn't it be simpler for you to resign voluntarily?" The air in Jiang Yuan's lungs surged to her throat as she turned back, fuming. "Why should I resign voluntarily?" His expression remained indifferent. "Why don't you just leave?" Jiang Yuan's face flushed with anger. "I have just started this job, and I never abandon my tasks halfway. If you find me displeasing, you may fire me, but I will not resign." His indifferent gaze continued to scrutinize her, as if lost in thought. Jiang Yuan turned her head and stepped toward the exit. Just as she reached the door, it swung open unexpectedly, revealing Liang Zhouheng. "Is the little girl here?" Liang Zhouheng examined Jiang Yuan with unmistakable curiosity. Her expression shifted slightly, and she forced a smile, greeting, "Hello, Mr. Liang." Afterward, she reached for the door, pretending to leave. Liang Zhouheng glanced at Yin Dong, then swiftly stepped in front of her, saying, "Don't leave yet. I just arrived. Are you trying to avoid me?" Jiang Yuan replied, "No, Mr. Liang, you misunderstood. I merely came to deliver a report, and I have other work to attend to." Liang Zhouheng persisted. "What work could be more important than your benefactor? It's nearly off-duty time. We should all go out for dinner together." Jiang Yuan immediately declined. "Mr. Liang, I've already made plans with my colleagues. Next time, I will treat you to dinner to express my gratitude for your help last time." "That's not fair. Last time at the bar, I saved you, and you left with that person without even calling me. We cannot be so heartless in our dealings. If something happens to you again, I might just sit back and watch." Liang Zhouheng's encounter with Jiang Yuan was purely coincidental, and he couldn't resist teasing her, especially in front of Yin Dong, which only piqued his interest further. The door was blocked by Liang Zhouheng, leaving Jiang Yuan trapped and unable to escape. "Are you out of your mind? Can a man not eat if there's no woman around?" came Yin Dong's voice from behind. Jiang Yuan understood that he must be extremely irritated by Liang Zhouheng's unexpected presence. How could he tolerate sharing a table with her? He still vividly remembered the disdain he felt when she mingled among the executives during their last meal. Liang Zhouheng raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Yin Dong before slowly stepping aside. "All right, since Mr. Yin has spoken, I will let you off the hook this time. Go find your colleagues." Jiang Yuan had no time to ponder the implications of his words. She nodded and opened the door, slipping outside. As the door closed behind her, Liang Zhouheng frowned. "What is the nature of your relationship with him? Haven't you slept together yet?" Chapter 37. Squandering talent. Yin Dong ignored Liang Zhouheng. The latter approached the desk, fixating on him. "What do you mean by this? If you're truly annoyed by her, with your temperament, you would have dismissed her long ago. Why keep her around if you aren't even interested? You know she is determined to pursue you. Keeping her close without any intention is a waste, don't you realize?" Yin Dong lifted his eyelids to meet Liang Zhouheng's gaze for a fleeting moment. "What's it to you?" Liang Zhouheng smirked. "What I mean is, if you're not going to make a move, Don't hinder others. I've liked this girl from the start. Whenever you see me show such patience toward any other woman, I fear I will eventually lose control unless you tell me you have feelings for her. Dong's expression remained nonchalant as he replied, You may try your luck. Liang Zhouheng couldn't decipher whether this was a threat, and he scrutinized Dong's face before breaking into a grin. Understood. Jiang Yuan intentionally avoided any potential contact with Dong, dedicating her days to earnest work and her nights to continuing her engagements with Sister Hui. Most of the assignments Sister Hui secured for her involve high-end business gatherings, where the attendees were of a higher caliber. Sometimes, a woman was merely needed as a decorative presence, pouring tea and serving drinks to maintain appearances. However, such jobs typically paid little unless one encountered a generous boss, who might offer a substantial sum. Most nights, she earned only a couple of thousand. Knowing she owed 30,000 a month, Jiang Yuan felt anxious. On Tuesday night, Sister Hui informed her of a lucrative opportunity. The boss specifically requested an elegant and educated woman to accompany him during business discussions, offering a high price for the service. If the collaboration went well, it could lead to a long-term arrangement. That evening, Jiang Yuan rushed home after work, barely having time to eat before changing her clothes and heading with Su Hui to the designated club. Upon their arrival, the night had already fallen, and they followed the staff's directions into the establishment. The decor of the place appeared somewhat shabby, resembling a typical restaurant that had been hastily transformed. The corridor was dimly lit, and they were led into a small room, where the staff instructed them to wait a moment before exiting. The two women exchanged suspicious glances, observing the modest furnishings, a small round table, a mahjong table, and a sofa set. Su Hui quickly tugged at Jiang Yuan, urging in a hushed tone, We should leave. Jiang Yuan was still assessing the room. What's wrong? Without further explanation, Su Hui reached for the door. After two unsuccessful attempts to pull it open, the door remained steadfastly shut. Jiang Yuan's expression turned pale as she realized the gravity of the situation. Sister Hui, what do we do? Having faced numerous challenges before, Su Hui maintained her composure. I fear we might have been set up. We need to find a way out quickly. If not, we may have to call the police. Together, they exerted all their strength to pull the door, but it had been locked from the outside. Jiang Yuan kicked the door with all her might, but her strength was insufficient. Let's call the police, Su Hui exclaimed, pulling out her phone. After several attempts, she cursed in frustration. Damn it, the signal is jammed. Chapter 38. Not just scum, but insane. Jiang Yuan quickly retrieved her phone as well, but her calls also failed to go through. In the dimly lit, enclosed space, the windows were fitted with sealed nets, leaving them with no escape. Su Hui berated herself for being foolish while repeatedly kicking the tightly shut door. Jiang Yuan endeavored to remain calm, pondering who could have orchestrated this trap. Was it aimed at her or Sister Hui? Her first thought was Qin Bao, but then she dismissed it. He was merely a thug, and after Liang Zhouheng had dealt with him, he wouldn't dare provoke them again. But aside from him, who else had they crossed? A name faintly emerged in Jiang Yuan's mind, and as soon as she thought of that woman, her entire body stiffened. Suddenly, the sound of a lock being turned echoed from outside. A man's voice inquired if she was inside. Upon confirmation, the door swung open, flooding the dim room with blinding light from the corridor. Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow, striving to open her eyes, and met the gaze of a tall man entering. Yen Yiru. She stared intently at the face before her fists instinctively clenching. A surge of anger rushed through her, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses. Yen Yiru. Are you out of your mind? Yen Yiru's expression was already ominously dark when he entered, and now he seized Jiang Yuan by the throat, pinning her against the door. Damn right I am. I was blind to not see that you are nothing but a worthless wretch. Su Hui had never encountered Yen Yiru, but was aware of Jiang Yuan's description of him as a complete scoundrel. She anticipated that this man would be not only a rogue, but also deranged. As Yen Yiru tightened his grip around Jiang Yuan's neck, her face flushed red from the strain. Seeing this, Su Hui picked up a chair from the ground and hurled it at Yen Yiru. He effortlessly caught the chair with one hand and shoved Su Hui to the ground. Jiang Yuan, infuriated, attempted to kick him, but he pressed her down with his lower body. Panting heavily, his face contorted with rage. Through gritted teeth, he spat at her, demanding she leave. Jiang Yuan wished to shield Su Hui from unwarranted involvement. She fought for composure, saying, "Let me go first." Yen Yiru released his grip on her neck, revealing stark, horrifying red marks on her delicate skin. His gaze flickered momentarily. After several coughs, Jiang Yuan steadied herself and calmly addressed Su Hui. Sister Hui, you should go back. It's all right. I'll return home later. If I don't make it back tonight, please call the police or contact Miss Xue. Jiang Yuan had never previously mentioned her grievances with Xue Shan to Su Hui, but Su Hui could infer the identity of this Miss Xue from her words. Su Hui nodded, casting a few more glances at Yen Yiru's face before turning to Jiang Yuan and stating, "If I don't hear from you within an hour, I will follow your instructions." Yen Yiru's fury surged again, and as Su Hui exited, he advanced on Jiang Yuan, nearly pressing his face against hers, demanding, "Have you been in contact with that woman all along? Jiang Yuan, how dare you betray me?" Jiang Yuan met his gaze with indifference, responding, "What do you expect? That I should reconcile with you, and then wait for Xue Shan to destroy me?" Chapter 39. Are you short on money? Yen Yiru, I've learned my lesson. I only wish to survive now. If you don't want to witness me being driven to my demise, keep your distance from me. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, "Please, let me go." Her voice was calm, yet each word pierced Yen Yiru's ears, rendering his throat inexplicably tight, suffocating the anger within him. He stared at her in a daze, from her brow to the corners of her mouth. This was the face he had longed for during their time apart. He had once cherished her in his arms, relishing her innocent demeanor, but now she regarded him as an adversary. Yen Yiru was bewildered by the current predicament. He didn't know whom to blame, himself for his impotence, Xue Shan for her ruthlessness, or Jiang Yuan for her mercilessness towards him. As Jiang Yuan attempted to escape, he seized her once more, seething, "Are you in dire need of money? Why engage in this? Didn't you enter Dongjin? Why would you willingly degrade yourself?" Jiang Yuan felt an unexpected jolt in her heart. "You've been investigating me?" Although Yen Yiru had been kept under tight surveillance by Xue Shan and had not shown himself, he had discreetly employed someone to track Jiang Yuan's whereabouts. His eyes burned with suppressed fury. "What sum do you desire that I cannot provide? How can you stoop to associating with those lecherous men for food, drink, and entertainment? Tell me, have you slept with them?" His voice, initially restrained, gradually escalated into a roar. In a frenzy, he began to tug at her clothing, as if inspecting her. Jiang Yuan, unable to break free, shouted, "Get away. If you touch me again, I will inform Xue Shan of everything that transpired today." She then recited a string of numbers, Xue Shan's phone number. Yen Yiru froze momentarily. "Yen Yiru, my choices in life are of no concern to you. I am no longer yours. I was foolish to be ensnared by you, and now all I harbor is hatred. There will never again be any entanglement between us. As for your inquiry about other men, I'll tell you now, there have been more than one since you." Jiang Yuan lowered her head to tap her phone screen, lifting it to Yen Yiru's view. "Also, I've recorded this. Should you ever attempt to meddle again, I will send the recording to your fiancée. I know you fear her." With that, Jiang Yuan tucked her phone away, adjusted her clothing, and turned to leave. As she stepped outside, she heard Yen Yiru's thunderous voice call her name. A tremor coursed through her body, as if a part of her soul had been irrevocably severed, an indescribable pain radiating throughout her being. She quickened her pace, fleeing the scene. Upon exiting the establishment, she immediately dialed Su Hui. "Sister Hui, it's all fine now. I'm heading home." Around 8 p.m., Jiang Yuan arrived at her residential complex in a taxi. As she stepped out, moments later, someone suddenly covered her mouth from behind and dragged her several meters before shoving her into a parked red Ferrari. The assailants moved quickly, exhibiting a level of training. And despite the sparse foot traffic at the entrance, Jiang Yuan didn't even have time to scream for help. This was Jiang Yuan's second encounter with Xue Shan. She had witnessed the latter's arrogance, but never expected her audacity to reach such heights. Chapter 40. Alluring tactics of the highest order. As Jiang Yuan was forcefully shoved into the car, her head struck the leather seat, leaving her dazed. But the moment her eyes met that woman's, every hair on her body stood on end. Xue Shan possessed an imperious countenance, her sharp features exuding an intimidating aura. Even those unfamiliar with her background would instinctively want to distance themselves from her. Jiang Yuan was intimately familiar with that face, having stared at it through gritted teeth each night before sleep. She had lost count of the times she had dreamt of Xue Shan being led into court in handcuffs, reminiscent of her father's own torment. Yet now, this woman, adorned in luxurious attire, sat in a high-end vehicle, looking down upon her with an air of judgment. Jiang Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably, a tumult of emotions thrumming within her. She willed her muscles to tighten, to suppress the overwhelming urge to react. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Shueshan initiated the conversation, leaning closer. Jiang Yuan slowly turned to face her. Miss Shui, what brings you here today? Shueshan chuckled softly, leaning in to inhale Jiang Yuan's scent. Ah, the fragrance of geranium. Pleasant. Isn't it? Jiang Yuan froze, confirming her suspicions. Yin Iru's every move was being monitored by Shueshan. He actually wore the perfume I selected for him to meet you? How utterly predictable. Indeed, it was a testament to the adage that the allure of forbidden fruit was irresistible. Jiang Yuan clenched her fist and slowly relaxed it. Miss Shui, I was lured into a trap by him tonight. If you don't believe me, feel free to have anyone investigate. Shueshan smirked coldly. What are you trying to convey? That he is infatuated with you, and that you are powerless? The more he pretends to be deeply in love, doesn't that only highlight your exceptional allure? You slept with him for half a year, causing chaos in his family, to the point where even I, his fiancée, am no longer considered. I genuinely wish to witness your prowess in bed. Outside the car stood several burly men in suits. After Shueshan's words, she slowly raised her hand and tapped on the car window. Jiang Yuan felt a tightening at the back of her head, her blood running cold. I have a recording of my meeting with him tonight that can substantiate everything I've said. Trembling, she swiftly retrieved her phone and played the recording. Deep down, Jiang Yuan was acutely aware of the lengths this woman could go to when enraged. The recording was brief, lasting only a few minutes. Jiang Yuan's voice quivered. You should know how long I stayed there. This encompasses everything from our meeting tonight. I made it abundantly clear that I wish for him to disappear from my life completely. Upon finishing the recording, the cold smirk on Shueshan's face vanished entirely, replaced by a more sinister expression. After a long pause, Jiang Yuan heard Shueshan's chilling voice. I heard your father was sentenced to death for murder. Your mother was assaulted in broad daylight, right? Many people must have witnessed it. Don't say that, despite your mother's age, she still possesses a certain allure. After something like this, how could you dare leave her alone at home? The words struck Jiang Yuan like a thunderclap, causing her heart to begin racing violently. She trembled uncontrollably, a great force raging beneath her calm facade. Do not touch my mother. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned crimson. Miss Shui, spare us. Shueshan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. You beg me? How amusing. Yin Iru favors such weakness. Have you always been adept at showing vulnerability? Do men enjoy this side of you? With such turmoil at home, why not share your woes with him? Do you think he would tear his relationship with me apart to avenge your family? Jiang Yuan suddenly comprehended Shueshan's purpose in seeking her out. This woman's heart was as dark as her blood, yet she was determined to uphold her image in Yin Iru's eyes. Jiang Yuan's voice tightened. Rest assured, I want to disclose my family matters to him. She had never relied on Yin Iru. He was a pampered aristocrat, akin to a well-fed tiger in a zoo, possessing a mere facade without the ferocity to fight. She would not foolishly invest in this man, as doing so would merely provoke Shueshan further. You can inform him. Even if he wishes to confront me, do you think he has the capability to challenge me? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shueshan's eyes. Do you know that if I desire, I can make you vanish without a trace, akin to swatting a bothersome mosquito? Jiang Yuan replied, I am aware that you could easily eliminate me, but a living rival is preferable to a dead one. For you, allowing me to live is far more advantageous. Shueshan stared at her with a frosty demeanor. After a long silence, she chuckled lightly. It depends on my mood. The recording in Jiang Yuan's hand was left behind by Shueshan, and she was subsequently pushed out of the car. The red Ferrari sped away like a bolt of lightning, leaving Jiang Yuan trembling at the entrance of her community. She quickly fished out her phone and dialed her mother's number. 1 second, 2 seconds. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity without an answer. Jiang Yuan gripped her phone tightly, her heart twisting in fear. She knew Shueshan would not issue threats lightly. Answer the phone, please, she silently pleaded, her heart nearly shattering. Finally, in the last moment of the ringing, a familiar voice came through. A tear rolled down her cheek as Jiang Yuan struggled to suppress her urge to cry out loud. Her throat constricted painfully, unable to hear Jiang Yuan's silence. Her mother's voice grew anxious. Yuan, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Jiang Yuan pressed her throat down, forcing out a strain, Mom. Tears streamed silently down her face. She quickly wiped her tears while attempting to steady her voice. What were you busy with? Why did it take you so long to answer? Her mother replied, someone was buying something at the store, so I got caught up. Jiang Yuan asked cautiously. Who is it? The siblings from the hardware store next door. Jiang Yuan sighed in relief. Has anyone caused trouble recently? No, those people have calmed down. Business at the store has been improving a bit lately. Jiang Yuan interrupted her mother. Mom, I want to bring you here. I found a stable job with a salary of $50,000 a month. I could take on extra work to save up. The thought of bringing her mother closer made it impossible for her to consider additional jobs, and her tone weakened. If I go to you, those debt collectors will find you. They're ruthless and capable of anything. Mom, I can't leave. Your father is still at home. They might raid our house. Jiang Yuan lowered her head, feeling as if she were drowning under a torrent of despair. After hanging up, Jiang Yuan sat alone beneath the bare old sycamore tree in front of her apartment complex. On a winter night, the wind bit sharply, chilling her to the bone. The streetlights in the community emitted a dull glow, and a light snow had fallen earlier, covering the world in a layer of dingy gray. Only a few hurried pedestrians rushed home. Jiang Yuan's hands and feet grew numb, her pale face still streaked with drying tears, her cheeks turning purple from the cold. The pain of the chill was nothing compared to the desolation in her heart. She felt as though she stood on an endless expanse of ice, with the potential to plunge into the abyss at any moment, surrounded by an overwhelming darkness devoid of light. I'm so tired. She buried her head in her knees, wishing to close her eyes and never awaken. The phone in her bag had been ringing for quite some time. Slowly, she lifted her head and glanced at the screen. It was Liang Zhouheng. As though suddenly yanked back to reality, she pressed the answer button with her numb fingers. A familiar, gentle voice greeted her, little Jiang. What are you up to? Jiang Yuan quickly adjusted her breathing. Mr. Liang, you're looking for me? Liang Zhouheng replied, come over for a game of billiards. Jiang Yuan hesitated, wanting to decline, but he added, President Yin is here too. Don't say I didn't help you. She paused, her frozen mind struggling to process. Yin Dong likely did not wish to see her. This call from Liang Zhouheng must have been made without Yin Dong's knowledge. Why would Liang Zhouheng go out of his way to create an opportunity for her? Was he truly so benevolent? Hurry up, come over. If you're late, you'll surely regret it, he urged. Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth. Please send me the address. 20 minutes later, she stepped out of the taxi at the familiar location. The same club she had visited twice in one night. Standing before the entrance, a bodyguard approached to escort her inside. As she stood at the doorway of the billiard room, memories of recent events surged forth, and she closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of mixed emotions. As the bodyguard pushed the door open, she was immediately enveloped by the lively chatter and the mingling sense of perfume, alcohol, and nicotine. It was as if a wave of exuberance wrapped around her, and while a smile graced her lips, her gaze began to scan the crowd. You made it. Liang Zhouheng's voice called out from the billiard table. As he called out, the eyes of those gathered around the billiard table gradually shifted towards her. However, Jiang Yuan's gaze was drawn to the sofa against the wall, where Yin Dong sat, casually conversing with a woman beside him, surprisingly without a cigarette between his fingers. This was Jiang Yuan's first encounter with a woman in Yin Dong's company. The woman possessed well-defined features, fair skin, and an attractive visage, dressed simply with a faint scent of perfume. Apart from a watch adorning her wrist, she bore no excessive accessories. Yet, Jiang Yuan recognized the brand of the watch. Having received a similar women's timepiece as a gift from a client at a business event last month, which she later sold for $150,000. The handbag carelessly placed at the woman's feet likely exceeded $300,000. Jiang Yuan deduced that this woman was unlike the majority present in the room. She was not a hostess. Although Jiang Yuan could not hear the woman's laughter as she spoke to Yin Dong, the proximity of their upper bodies suggested a certain intimacy. Yin Dong inclined his head slightly towards her, his typically indifferent demeanor softened, revealing a hint of warmth. Jiang Yuan's gaze lingered for a few seconds before she turned away, making her way towards Liang Zhouheng, raising her voice in greeting, Liang Xiao. Liang Zhouheng had been fixated on her for quite some time. She wore a black down jacket that enveloped her from head to toe, but as she approached, she casually unzipped it and removed it. She had initially accompanied Sister Hui to work today, sporting light makeup beneath a watercolor silk qipao. The fabric of the qipao exuded a subtle pearlescent sheen, enhancing the luster of her exposed skin, while the garment's flowing lines elegantly outlined her figure, its unique and tailored cut almost merging with her body. The curves of her silhouette flowed effortlessly, complemented by her pure and serene visage, striking a perfect balance between subtlety and allure, delivering a powerful visual impact. Liang Zhouheng stared, momentarily entranced, before breaking into a chuckle. You came prepared today. Simply put, beautiful. No, exceptionally beautiful. Jiang Yuan reached the billiard table, smiling. Thank you, Liang Xiao. Other men had already fixated their gazes on Jiang Yuan. Unable to contain themselves, they teased Liang Zhouheng. Liang Xiao, why not introduce us to this beautiful lady? Liang Zhouheng shot them an annoyed glance, teasingly retorting, who are you that I should introduce you? Wipe that drool off your chin. Laughter erupted around them. Liang Zhouheng gestured for Jiang Yuan to glance towards Yin Dong. What do you think? I wasn't lying. She's right over there. Go say hello. As Jiang Yuan followed his gaze and turned back, she found Yin Dong looking her way. For reasons she could not articulate, their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, a wave of heat rushed to her cheeks, a burning embarrassment stemming from the fear that he might discern her intention to approach him. After all, she had once sworn to him that she no longer harbored feelings for him. Now, it felt as though she was slapping her own face. Quickly, she turned back, feigning nonchalance. Since he has someone with him, I won't go over. Are you jealous? Liang Zhouheng leaned closer, peering at her face, whispering softly. Is my little sister feeling sad? If so, just stop liking him. You have too many rivals. With your qualities, you're no match for them. I feel sorry watching you get bullied. Jiang Yuan swiftly extracted a useful piece of information from Liang Zhouheng's words. This woman was also pursuing Yin Dong, and it appeared she had yet to succeed. Yet, Yin Dong's demeanor towards this woman seemed significantly warmer than his attitude toward Jiang Yuan. What was she thinking? Should she consider shifting her affections? Brother is always ready, Liang Zhouheng continued, his tone increasingly tender, almost as if he wished to embrace Jiang Yuan and comfort her. Jiang Yuan shook her head, creating some distance from Liang Zhouheng as she redirected the conversation. Aren't we supposed to play billiards? Liang Zhouheng nodded eagerly. Yes, let's play. As he handed her the cue, he cast a couple of glances at Yin Dong, who was still engaged in conversation with Jiang Yu. However, Yin Dong's face now displayed a hint of impatience. The match commenced, drawing a crowd around them. Liang Zhouheng and Jiang Yuan played 3 consecutive games, culminating in Liang Zhouheng's continuous defeats. In the final game, Liang Zhouheng merely broke the rack, while Jiang Yuan executed a clean run, sinking the last ball to applause from the audience. While focused on the game, Jiang Yuan had her attention solely on the table. Upon placing the cue down and lifting her head, she became aware of Yin Dong standing across the table, accompanied by the woman. The woman regarded her calmly, and as their eyes met briefly, Jiang Yuan quickly diverted her gaze. Turning to Liang Zhouheng, Liang Xiao, are you still playing? Having lost 3 games, Liang Zhouheng chuckled awkwardly. You're playing for real, aren't you? Jiang Yuan paused, her expression earnest. You never mentioned it was just for fun. Too harsh. You show no mercy at all. Liang Zhouheng replied. I thought you didn't want me to go easy on you. Jiang Yuan retorted playfully. Liang Zhouheng laughed. All right, you're impressive. I'm convinced by your skills. I suspect you spent your 4 years in college sneaking off to play billiards instead of studying. Jiang Yuan replied honestly. I've only played a few times, not much practice. Liang Zhouheng, feigning frustration, turned to the crowd. Who will face her next? Is there anyone willing to temper this girl's skills? He glanced over and grinned. Jiang Yu, it's been ages since I've seen you play. How about you challenge her? Jiang Yuan slowly raised her gaze. The woman opposite smiled lightly at Liang Zhouheng, responding, I don't play with strangers. Liang Xiao, ISN, Tycoon and introduce us? This is a new partner? Everyone present understood that Liang Zhouheng had a cavalier attitude towards relationships, changing partners as easily as one changes clothes. The term partner not only mocked Liang Zhouheng, but also belittled Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan felt a sharp sting in her ears. This woman was clearly belittling her. Liang Zhouheng, trying to defuse the tension, said, It's been a while since we played. I almost forgot your rules. Allow me to introduce. This is Jiang Yuan, who just graduated from Beijing University this year and joined the finance department at Dongjin. She is not a partner. She is my sister. He turned to Jiang Yuan. You should address this lady as sister. She graduated from your school and has a nickname, Beicheng Pan Shouting. She plays exceptionally well. You'll get to witness her skills shortly. Liang Zhouheng deftly avoided mentioning Jiang Yu's identity or her connection to Yin Dong. Jiang Yuan obediently nodded. addressing Jiang Yu as Sister Jiang. Jiang Yu looked at her with a detached expression, stating flatly, "I apologize. Judging by your appearance, I assumed. You couldn't be more than a few years younger than me. No need to call me sister." Without waiting for Jiang Yuan's reply, she turned to Indong. "Has your group been recruiting new talent this year? I haven't heard you mention it. I have a few junior classmates interested in your company. I'll send you their resumes to look over." Her tone was exceedingly familiar, and Indong responded with a nonchalant, "Let us not change the subject. Are we playing or not?" Liang Zhouheng urged from the sidelines. Jiang Yuan sensed Jiang Yu's condescending attitude. Every gesture exuded disdain and contempt, reminiscent of someone else. Birds of a feather, perhaps that's what they were, Jiang Yuan mused inwardly. Yet, beyond that, she harbored an inexplicable intuition that Jiang Yu bore hostility towards her. Standing beside Liang Zhouheng with her cue in hand, Jiang Yu nonchalantly took the cue from Liang Zhouheng, looking at him and saying, "If I make you cry, don't blame me." Her words successfully ignited Jiang Yuan's competitive spirit. Jiang Yuan admitted that upon entering the room and seeing Jiang Yu seated beside Indong, she felt an immediate surge of displeasure, which she could vent at the billiard table. Liang Zhouheng wore an unmistakable expression of eager anticipation, exclaiming that they should play a best-of-5 series, as a competition should have some flair to make it interesting. Before Liang Zhouheng could finish his thought, Jiang Yu interrupted, stating the usual rule: the loser must perform 100 push-ups on the table. As her words echoed, a wave of laughter erupted around them, instantly heating the atmosphere. It was one thing for men to do push-ups, but for a girl to be on the table, surrounded by onlookers, was undeniably embarrassing, especially considering Jiang Yuan was wearing a qipao. This seemed rather harsh. 100 push-ups would leave any girl utterly exhausted. Liang Zhouheng, with a protective demeanor, offered a word of caution. Jiang Yu retorted, reminding him that this was always the rule when playing against her, and that he had built his biceps through such matches. If she couldn't handle it, perhaps she should reconsider playing, as it would be pointless. With that, she tossed her cue back onto the table. "I accept," Jiang Yuan replied calmly, standing at the opposite end of the billiard table, her hands firmly grasping the cue, her fingers poised and ready. Chapter 45. The billiard goddess Jiang Yuan's muscles tensed, a storm of frustration swirling within her, yet her face remained composed and indifferent. Jiang Yu scrutinized her once more before turning to Indong, smirking as she remarked that although Jiang Yuan was an employee of his, she would not hold back during the game. He shouldn't blame her for being unsympathetic later. Indong lifted his eyelids slowly, casting a glance at Jiang Yuan. She could feel the intensity of his gaze, but deliberately avoided eye contact. "You all can proceed as you wish," he stated, before retreating back to the sofa, casually lighting a cigarette. As he distanced himself from the billiard table, the others in the private room encircled the table, creating a palpable tension as the competition commenced. While billiard matches were not uncommon, the contest between two strikingly beautiful women, each with distinct styles, was particularly captivating. The outcome was secondary. The spectacle itself was undeniably intense, especially with Jiang Yuan's graceful figure accentuated by her qipao, her movements fluid and alluring, capturing the attention of all the men present. Yet, when it came to the game, Jiang Yuan was wholly absorbed, her dark, bright eyes fixed solely on the table and cue, her fair face devoid of any emotion, calm and robotic. A stark contrast to her elegant attire. In the first game, she gained the opening break and, by fortune, swiftly established a significant advantage, clearing the table in one stroke to claim the first point. In the second game, following tradition, Jiang Yu took the first shot and, unsurprisingly, she too cleared the table, resulting in a tie. Liang Zhouheng led the applause, exclaiming that everyone was witnessing a true clash of titans, with neither player yielding an inch. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Jiang Yu's reputation was indeed well-deserved, as she proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Jiang Yuan adjusted her breathing, steeling herself for the third game, but fate turned against her. She found herself on the defensive from the outset, and Jiang Yu seized the opportunity, quickly accumulating points to win the third game. Cheers erupted around her. Billiard goddess, living up to her name. Jiang Yu, in full force, simply magnificent. Her skills are extraordinary. There's no comparison. It's a complete domination. It was evident that the majority recognized Jiang Yu, not only due to her close ties with Indong, but also because of her prestigious background. Standing far above the likes of Jiang Yuan, who was merely a newcomer brought in by Liang Zhouheng for entertainment. As Jiang Yu gained the upper hand, the chorus of admiration grew louder, with many eagerly anticipating Jiang Yuan's defeat and the moment of her punishment. Liang Zhouheng glanced at Jiang Yuan and gently patted her shoulder, murmuring words of comfort. "Don't be afraid. If it comes to it, I'll do the push-ups for you." Jiang Yuan, still replaying her previous loss in her mind, displayed little emotion, simply responding, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." She then took a towel to wipe the tip of her queue, realizing she had neglected to properly maintain it earlier. Liang Zhouheng smiled and casually glanced over to the sofa. Yindong leaned back, his deep gaze fixed intently on them. Liang Zhouheng couldn't help but wonder how Yindong would react if Jiang Yuan were to lose and be compelled to perform 100 push-ups in front of everyone. Chapter 46. The tension mounts as the match progressed to the fourth game. Jiang Yuan continued to struggle with her opening break. After potting 2 balls, she shifted her strategy to precision defense, positioning the cue ball tightly behind the 5 ball, significantly increasing the difficulty for her opponent. The game reached a stalemate. Jiang Yu had no option but to attack, yet the chances of success were slim. Any misstep on her part would allow Jiang Yuan to capitalize. It must be said that Jiang Yuan's defensive strategy was executed with remarkable finesse. Those watching could not help but feel anxious for Jiang Yu. Should she manage to pot the ball, she would likely clear the table and secure the game. However, it was clear that Jiang Yu's skills had yet to reach a masterful level as the ball failed to enter the pocket. Jiang Yuan seized the moment, pressing her advantage and winning the fourth game. No one anticipated that Jiang Yuan would tie with Jiang Yu, leaving only the critical final game, where both had nearly equal chances of victory. The earlier cheers faded, and silence enveloped the room. Jiang Yu, previously renowned as an undefeated champion, had rarely known defeat, and even when luck was not on her side, she often received the benefit of the doubt due to her status. Thus, Jiang Yuan was the first true challenger Jiang Yu had faced. Jiang Yu had underestimated Jiang Yuan's stable playing style, having been misled by her appearance. In the fifth game, Jiang Yu broke, and her initial shots went smoothly, but she encountered a critical obstacle with the 6 ball, blocked by the 7 ball, leaving no viable shot. Jiang Yu, as expected, missed but inadvertently concealed the cue ball even further. Jiang Yuan found herself unable to strike, as any attempt would only provide an opportunity for her opponent. She once again transitioned to a defensive play, advancing the cue ball to create yet another stalemate. Jiang Yuan employed the same strategy, forcing Jiang Yu into a corner. If Jiang Yu could not break this deadlock, Jiang Yuan would easily secure the game. At this juncture, victory seemed almost assured, and not a single person dared to speak. No one expected Jiang Yu to be the one to falter. Jiang Yuan straightened, gazing at Jiang Yu, who gripped her cue tightly. Her brow furrowed as she paced around the table, her expression grim, the earlier arrogance and haughtiness having vanished. Jiang Yuan mused that Jiang Yu had essentially trapped herself, and she would soon bring a chair to watch her perform 100 push-ups. Under pressure, Jiang Yu attempted the most crucial shot, but the ball failed to enter the pocket, and due to a miscalculation in force, the cue ball fell into the pocket, resulting in a foul. Jiang Yuan was awarded a free shot. With this opportunity, she could clear the table and claim victory with little doubt. Jiang Yuan had already begun to celebrate internally, maintaining an impassive expression as she bent down, focused, and aimed. "Who taught you to play like that?" As Jiang Yuan prepared to strike, a sudden male voice interrupted, accompanied by a rush of warmth that enveloped her, the potent scent of masculinity overwhelming her senses. Her body instinctively recoiled, causing her shot to veer wildly, scattering the balls across the table. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly turned her head, her furious gaze meeting Yindong's nonchalant face. Jiang Yuan's hands instinctively clenched tightly. Had she not managed to control herself in time, her fist might have landed squarely on Yindong's face. Chapter 47. Unfairness. It was evident to all that Yindong had deliberately interfered with Jiang Yuan to create an opportunity for Jiang Yu. Now, the outcome of the match was all but certain. Jiang Yu was practically guaranteed victory. Yet, Jiang Yu's expression darkened considerably. Everyone had just witnessed Yindong practically enveloping Jiang Yuan in his embrace from behind, a posture that surpassed mere flirtation and resembled the intimacy reserved for those who had shared a physical bond. While others might perceive Yindong's actions as favoritism towards her, The memory of that moment pierced Jiang Yuan's heart like countless thorns. Suppressing her anger, Jiang Yu finished the remaining shots and clinched the match. Jiang Yuan wore a grim expression, her face marred by fury that threatened to consume her entirely. Meanwhile, the men around her began to jeer. The loser must accept the punishment. No cheating. Indeed, the beautiful woman should do push-ups, 100 of them, not one less. Liang Zhouheng, unable to tolerate the ruckus, turned to the group and scolded, "What are you shouting about? Why create such a commotion? Aren't they right?" Another voice chimed in. The rules were established before the competition, and now Liang Xiao has objections? So quick to deny the agreement? Jiang Yu shot Liang Zhouheng a glare. He chuckled, deflecting. "We're just having some fun privately. Why take it so seriously? If we truly get serious, the match might not be fair either." Jiang Yu's expression turned icy. Where's the unfairness? Liang Zhouheng struggled to maintain his smile, knowing full well that everyone had witnessed the deliberate disruption of the match, hinting at ulterior motives. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Yin Dong, who remained indifferent, casually lighting a cigarette, seemingly unconcerned. Liang Zhouheng's final comment was clearly intended to appease Jiang Yu, who glanced at Yin Dong before her gaze fell back on Jiang Yuan. Finally relenting, she stated, "Fine, you can do 50. Jiang Yuan, her teeth clenched in anger, thought to herself that she was not the real loser. If not for Yin Dong's intentional distraction, victory would have been hers. She was almost certain that Yin Dong and Jiang Yu shared a deeper connection. Struggling to keep her composure, she replied calmly, "I'm sorry, but I will not accept any form of punishment." Jiang Yu scoffed. "Can't take a loss, can you?" Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow, replying, "I don't believe I lost. Have you ever seen someone play so shamelessly?" Jiang Yu turned to those nearby. A man immediately echoed, "Isn't it just a few push-ups? You must accept the consequences of your wager." His gaze, however, roamed over Jiang Yuan, making her wish to jab her cue stick into his eyes. Yet, the jeering didn't end there. Jiang Yuan realized the influence Jiang Yu held in this circle, as another voice chimed in, "If you can't do 50, surely 10 is manageable? Not giving Sister Jiang Yu face means you're disrespecting Mr. Yin too? How do you plan on establishing yourself in Dongjin after this?" Yin Dong's blatant disruption of the final round was clearly a protective act, and it was not difficult for an astute observer to deduce his relationship with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yuan felt a deep sense of frustration. She had come here with high hopes, only to leave with yet another enmity formed with Yin Dong. Is this really amusing? Liang Zhouheng's expression darkened completely. Why must a group of men bully a young woman? Do you really wish to see someone else do push-ups? If that's the case, I can do it for you. The men laughed and shook their heads, clearly intimidated. Liang Xiao, defending a young girl so fiercely. What's your relationship with her? Jiang Yu teased. If you admit there's something going on between you two, I might let her off the hook. Chapter 48. Are you jealous? Liang Zhouheng cast a few more glances at Yin Dong and turned back to Jiang Yu with an awkward smile. Already mentioned, she's my sister. Just a recent graduate, naive and timid. Don't scare her off, or she won't dare to join us again. Don't think I don't know. You're the youngest among your relatives. Where did this sister come from? Jiang Yu turned to the nearby men, playfully asking, "Do you think she counts as a child?" Among those present, only Jiang Yu dared to challenge Liang Zhouheng, while the others were too wary of offending him to voice their opinions. Liang Zhouheng sighed deeply. "Miss Jiang, if you truly wish to see it, I can demonstrate 200. "Thank you, Liang Xiao. If it's push-ups, I'll do it," Jiang Yuan interrupted, unable to bear Liang Zhouheng's subservience to Jiang Yu. She had been stifling her emotions all evening, and the pressure felt like it might burst her chest. Jiang Yu's intention was clear, to humiliate her through push-ups. As long as she didn't fear embarrassment, no one could hold anything against her. With that, Jiang Yuan kicked off her high heels and climbed onto the pool table. The room fell silent. Jiang Yuan gracefully assumed a professional push-up position, and someone discreetly pulled out a phone to record. The hem of her cheongsam lifted with her movements, revealing a glimpse of her slender, white legs. She cast a glance downward and quickly adjusted it to cover herself. Nevertheless, her body, clad in the cheongsam, was boldly exposed to the gazes of all present. The alluring curve of her form moved rhythmically, igniting the passions of every man in the room. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth, counting silently. Upon reaching the fourth push-up, just as she descended, she felt a sudden force at her waist. In the next moment, amidst gasps of surprise, she found herself effortlessly lifted onto a man's shoulder. Recognizing the familiar, chilling aura without needing to see, she knew who it was. What do you mean by this? A woman's voice demanded from behind. Jiang Yuan wrapped her arms around the man's shoulders as he strode confidently toward the exit, even grabbing her down jacket as they reached the door. Jiang Yuan was carried into the elevator by Dong. As the doors closed, he suddenly relaxed his grip, allowing her to land on her feet. Just as she steadied herself, he pushed her forcefully against the elevator wall. Do you still have any sense of shame? His voice was taut, his expression dark and menacing. Jiang Yuan, her face flushed, slowly raised her gaze to meet his, asking, "What is wrong with me?" His expression hardened, the lines of his jaw tense. Jiang Yuan could not discern whether his fury stemmed from anger or something else entirely. Is it wrong to accept the consequences of a wager? Jiang Yuan held his gaze, pressing on, "Mr. Yin, you forcibly carried me out. Are you not inclined to explain? I believe Miss Jiang will be quite displeased with your actions." No sooner had she spoken than his large hand seized her chin, forcing her lips to part in a way that resembled a small trumpet, rendering her incapable of uttering a clear word, only able to emit muffled sounds. She glared at him, but his gaze was fixed on her mouth, and she watched as he swallowed hard. Then in a cold, biting tone, he inquired, "Are you still harboring ill intentions? Who permitted you to come today?" Jiang Yuan, her mouth caught in his grip, managed to utter Liang Zhouheng's name with great difficulty. "He told you to come, and you did? He told you to dress like this? He told you to sleep with him?" His tone turned aggressive. Jiang Yuan blinked, momentarily taken aback, before her brows curved into a beautiful arc. "Are you jealous?" Chapter 49. Not foolish. Dong's grip tightened suddenly, causing Jiang Yuan to wince in pain. He suddenly lowered his voice, cold and sharp. "What do you think he called you here for tonight?" Jiang Yuan's pitch-black eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Indeed, she had yet to discern Liang Zhouheng's intention for summoning her. Did he merely wish to witness the spectacle? Or perhaps he aimed to let her see Dong and Jiang Yu together, hoping to extinguish her lingering hopes? He abruptly released her chin as the elevator doors slid open, stepping out first while Jiang Yuan remained barefoot inside. Just as the doors were about to close, he turned back, pulled her sharply, and then lifted her effortlessly into his arms. A jolt coursed through Jiang Yuan, her heart racing uncontrollably. He carried her into the back seat of the car, and, as the driver started the engine, he astutely raised the partition between them. The back seat transformed into a secluded enclave, the air thick with heat, and Jiang Yuan felt her own body temperature rising. She had ridden in this car twice before, both times unceremoniously abandoned midway. This time, Jiang Yuan resolved not to falter. She tilted her head to glance at him, her voice barely a whisper. "You still haven't told me why Liang called for me. He only mentioned you were here and urged me to hurry." He turned to fixate on her face, his gaze penetrating. "You still have the audacity to cling to hope?" Jiang Yuan lowered her eyelids, evading his intense stare, and tentatively suggested, "Is it possible that Liang summoned me to help you out of a predicament? What exactly is your relationship with Jiang Yu? Does she have feelings for you? Is she pursuing you?" He regarded her with a chilling intensity, remaining silent for a moment before responding. "Are you meddling a bit too much?" Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed. "I was merely inquiring. You don't like her, yet you wish to avoid offending her. So you've employed me as a shield, correct?" Her dark pupils remained steadfastly locked onto his, awaiting a definitive answer. He offered her a dismissive glance, an implicit acknowledgement. Jiang Yuan felt a chill seep in her heart once more, still unwilling to relent. "So, you carried me out simply to put on a show for her, to dissuade her from pursuing you?" She scrutinized him closely, intent on capturing the slightest shift in his expression, as if grasping at a final lifeline. He shot her another glance, casually remarking, "You're not entirely dim." Jiang Yuan felt as if her heart plummeted once more, a wave of helplessness washing over her. She sagged, her energy seemingly siphoned away. Turning her gaze to the pitch-black window, she envisioned a future obscured from view, her heart already steeped in desolation. Through the opposite window, he caught sight of a face that seemed lost, reminiscent of her, yet entirely different. As if it belonged to another weary soul, burdened with unspoken thoughts. An inexplicable sensation stirred within him as he withdrew his gaze, his eyes landing on her bare feet. He initiated the conversation. "Where do you live?" With no shoes on her feet, she was unable to walk even a step and could only provide the address of her rental. Feeling exhausted, Jiang Yuan remained silent, and the car fell into a heavy silence once more. When they arrived at her apartment complex, and the car halted in front of her building. Jiang Yuan thanked him and automatically opened the door to exit. To her surprise, he followed her out. Just as she was about to inquire, he approached her once more, lifting her into his arms. Jiang Yuan, suspended off the ground, gazed at him in bewilderment, questioning, is it really necessary to continue this charade? Chapter 50. Calmness. Yin Dong disregarded her words, striding purposefully into the corridor. Despite being cradled in his arms, Jiang Yuan's heart raced anxiously. She lived on the 5th floor, with no elevator. Perhaps due to his good stamina, he ascended the stairs without breaking a sweat, while Jiang Yuan felt exceedingly uncomfortable, as if pricked by thorns. After enduring for a while, she finally voiced a request. Can you please set me down and clarify what this all amounts to? He glanced down at her. Do you enjoy walking barefoot so much? Jiang Yuan doubted his sincerity, and true to form, she heard him say a moment later, don't overthink it. I'm not inclined to owe anyone favors. The corridor lights flickered erratically, illuminating his sharply defined features, yet his expression remained dark. In the surrounding silence, the proximity between them created an illusion that his voice was less frigid. After a while, he spoke again. In the future, if Liang Zhouheng calls you out, you needn't feel obligated to comply. Jiang Yuan thought, no one is forcing me. I wish to go on my own accord. Noticing her silence, he glanced down at her, and Jiang Yuan, feeling compelled, reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he, perhaps fatigued, grumbled, did you not think to ask whether the building had an elevator before renting? Jiang Yuan paused, responding, the top floor without an elevator saves 1,000 yuan in rent for the same layout. You seem oblivious to the struggles of everyday life. He halted, looking at her incredulously. Is your monthly salary insufficient to afford a place with an elevator? Jiang Yuan fell silent for a moment, then smiled lightly. Perhaps you could consider raising my salary? Or perhaps address the accommodation issues for employees. His expression visibly darkened, and he retorted, Yang Ming, raise your salary to 50,000 a month. With such poor living conditions, where are you spending your money? Jiang Yuan maintained her smile, saving. Is that so wrong? I'm quite frugal and enjoy saving money. He glanced at her again, casually inspecting her attire. She possessed nothing of value, and the small bag she carried was one she always had. He remembered the last bowl of noodles she ordered, costing only 29 yuan. She was indeed quite frugal. Saving for what? He inquired, continuing to ascend the stairs. Jiang Yuan spun a tale on the spot, saving for future entrepreneurial endeavors, to become her own boss. Never again to be someone else's laborer. He scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. By then, you'll be left with nothing but your underwear. Jiang Yuan frowned, feeling a surge of indignation. She recognized his success in building a business from scratch, but was it necessary to look down on others so casually? So, this is your idea of being a trendsetter? When you were flattering others at the banquet, you didn't seem so principled. He was deliberately mocking her words from that day's gathering. Jiang Yuan exhaled through her nostrils, choosing to remain silent. Finally reaching the 5th floor, Jiang Yuan was set down, and she bent to retrieve her keys from her bag as he turned to descend the stairs. She glanced back at his retreating figure, realizing that this opportunity was rare. If she could just invite him inside, everything would likely fall into place. Yet her throat felt constricted, and the simplest of phrases took an eternity to escape her lips. Wait a moment. He had already descended a step, turning back to look at her. Jiang Yuan felt her tongue stiffen, and as the words teetered on the edge of her mouth, she abruptly altered her approach. Thank you for bringing me back today. Chapter 51. Don't provoke her. It wasn't that the words were too difficult to utter, nor was it a matter of pride. Jiang Yuan simply realized that Yin Dong would not fall for such tactics. If she invited him in, he would undoubtedly respond with a dismissive remark about her lack of shame. His dark gaze lingered on her face for an extra moment before she quickly added, if that Jiang Yu bothers you again next time, I would be willing to assist. He did not respond, turning away and continuing down the stairs. Jiang Yuan stood at the door, peering down the dimly lit corridor, listening to the sound of his footsteps receding until they faded into silence. Yin Dong emerged from the corridor and casually dialed Liang Zhouheng. When the call connected, Yin Dong asked, has Jiang Yu left? Liang Zhouheng complained on the other end. I'm worn out. I just sent her off, and now her temper is escalating. Does she think she is a princess? She's impossible to please. Yin Dong paused, lighting a cigarette, and inquired, what did you say? What could I say? I told her you were infatuated with her, and now you've thoroughly offended Miss Jiang. I recently heard through the grapevine that there are rumors circulating about your relationship with her. Some even claim that you two are engaged. Your actions today publicly humiliated her, and I fear she may not easily swallow this affront. Furthermore, it will be difficult to explain this to the elder of the Jiang family. Yin Dong exhaled a puff of smoke, replying nonchalantly, "These rumors are unfounded. It is an opportune moment to clarify. You seem unperturbed by the prospect of offending anyone." Liang Zhouheng's words trailed off as Yin Dong interrupted. "Who are you worried about?" Liang Zhouheng retorted, "You have yet to witness the depths of a woman's jealousy." Yin Dong inhaled deeply, releasing the smoke slowly. "You appear quite concerned for her." Liang Zhouheng fell silent on the phone for a moment, then chuckled. "What am I concerned for her? Can't I regard her as a sister? My mother has been pregnant twice without bearing a daughter. I lack a sisterly figure in my life, hence I find her appealing." Yin Dong replied, "If you wish to adopt a younger sister, seek someone else. Do not provoke her." Liang Zhouheng, feeling emboldened, shot back, "What position do you hold to dictate my actions? Did you not criticize her for being unclean? Where are you taking her? To your household?" Yin Dong abruptly ended the call. Jiang Yuan had a restless night, tossing and turning as she recalled fragments of the previous evening. However, Yin Dong was a puzzling individual, and she could not arrive at a conclusion. The next morning, as she approached the company building, she heard a male voice call out, "Xiao Jiang." Turning around, she saw the financial director, Yang Ming, who was accompanying Yin Dong as they entered through the front door. Jiang Yuan greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Yin, Mr. Yang." Yang Ming beamed, appearing in high spirits. "Xiao Jiang, you're here quite early." Jiang Yuan feigned flattery. "You and Mr. Yin are also here early. It seems we are all accustomed to rising early." Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Early risers are more energetic, ensuring a productive day ahead. Jiang Yuan replied, "Indeed, I share your sentiment." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Yin Dong, who, without acknowledging her, was nodding at other colleagues who greeted him, a faint smile gracing his lips. As they approached the elevator, there were two, one designated for executives, typically leading directly to the top floor, and the other for regular employees, a convention everyone adhered to. With the workday underway, the latter was bustling with people. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to join the queue, Yang Ming called out again, "Xiao Jiang, come over here." Chapter 52. A military decree in the early morning. The crowd at the elevator remained silent, queuing patiently. Although Yang Ming's voice was soft, it captured everyone's attention. Jiang Yuan had been with the company for less than a month, having been promoted ahead of schedule and assigned to a senior position. Her salary surpassed that of veteran employees. Yang Ming often treated her with particular kindness, leading to rampant rumors within the department. Jiang Yuan chose to disregard the gossip. However, Yang Ming's public invitation for her to use the executive elevator provided new fuel for speculation. Standing her ground, Jiang Yuan firmly declined, "No need, Mr. Yang." Intent on impressing Yin Dong, Yang Ming persisted, "Come on, it'll save us time to discuss work together." Under the scrutiny of her peers, Jiang Yuan felt a prickling discomfort. After a brief hesitation, she relented and stepped into the elevator. As the doors closed, she pondered how this incident might be distorted into scandalous tales. "Xiao Jiang, you are a key member of the department. There is no need to be overly polite," Yang Ming remarked from behind her. Jiang Yuan turned, replying, "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Yang Ming then glanced at Yin Dong, his voice dripping with sincerity. "I genuinely admire Xiao Jiang. She not only possesses remarkable professional skills and a strong work ethic, but also remains humble and low-key, silently enduring, yet capable of handling crucial moments, truly a rarity." Jiang Yuan, standing in front, could not see Yin Dong's expression. After a brief pause, she heard his familiar voice from behind. "Anyone Mr. Yang values should not be mistaken." A ripple of emotion surged within her, yet she quickly regained her composure, realizing his words were merely a formality. Yin Dong was a man of duality, adept at presenting one face while concealing another, a master of cunning. Yang Ming, basking in the accolades, grinned wider, his eyes darting. "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Yin. Speaking of which, I have a proposal regarding our company's recent merger with Mr. Corporation. I would like Xiao Jiang to join me in overseeing the financial aspects. What do you think?" Although Xiao Jiang lacks extensive experience, her learning ability and adaptability are exceptional, making her well-suited for negotiations. This merger is significant, involving hundreds of millions in capital and the entire company is closely watching its progress. Most importantly, should the merger succeed, the entire team will be rewarded handsomely. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of envy, but had never anticipated being part of such a pivotal task. Having only joined the company a little over a month prior, Yang Ming's sudden nomination caught her off guard, and she instinctively turned her head, her long lashes fluttering slightly, her eyes wide with surprise and nervousness as they first met Yang Ming's gaze and then slowly shifted to Indong's. His expression was cold and commanding, exuding an air of superiority as he cast a fleeting glance her way before addressing Yang Ming. The financial matters are your discretion. Yang Ming regarded Jiang Yuan meaningfully. Then it is settled. From today, focus solely on familiarizing yourself with the merger. Jiang Yuan nodded vigorously, her voice barely concealing her excitement. I will give my utmost effort and not disappoint your trust, leader. Her determination was palpable, echoing a military decree. Yang Ming responded with a smile. Yet Indong remained impassive, his dark, indifferent eyes barely skimming over her. Jiang Yuan's smile faltered, gradually fading under his scrutiny. Chapter 53. A heavy heart. During the morning department meeting, Yang Ming announced the team selected for the merger, revealing that only one person would participate, Jiang Yuan. Among the 22 members of the finance department, she was the least experienced, and her selection seemed unjustifiable based on seniority. Yang Ming justified his choice by highlighting her outstanding performance at the quarterly meeting, which had garnered praise from upper management. As his words echoed, a wave of murmurs surged through the room. While no one dared to whisper openly, the expressions on their faces spoke volumes: surprise, confusion, resentment, and unmistakable intrigue. Some exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery as they cast scornful looks at Jiang Yuan, who sat unwavering at her desk, refusing to meet their gaze. That afternoon, Jiang Yuan transported her laptop from the finance department to the expansive office on the top floor, where a merger team comprised of key personnel from various departments was formed to facilitate collaboration on the contract. Due to the tight timeline and heavy workload, the team was required to work late into the night, and Jiang Yuan resolved to push through. Although she was designated as Yang Ming's assistant, he was rarely present in the office, leaving the bulk of the responsibilities to her. Thorough financial due diligence was necessary to understand the financial status of the counterpart company, and since she had not been involved in the earlier stages of the merger, she needed to start from scratch, meticulously reviewing every detail. Determined not to hinder the team, Jiang Yuan opted to forego returning home, working late into the night, and when exhaustion set in, she would rest her head on her desk for a brief respite. She had been working tirelessly for a week, spending both days of the weekend at the office. On Monday morning, as she began her workday, Jiang Yuan was slumped over her desk, succumbing to sleep, when she faintly heard a whispering conversation nearby. You say she works so hard. Isn't it just to cleanse her own image? Could she really wash it clean? How laughable. With so many in the finance department, why is it always her? In less than a month, she had been promoted ahead of schedule, with her salary directly reflecting that of the finance supervisor, which made it all the more suspicious. Rumors had already circulated in the finance department. Yang Ming often summoned her to his office, closing the door for half an hour of private discussions. The voices belonged to two female colleagues from the technical department, seated diagonally in front of Jiang Yuan. Though they attempted to lower their voices, their words were unmistakably clear to her. All drowsiness vanished in an instant, her mind bubbling with agitation, akin to a kettle on the verge of boiling. One of the women was easily 20 years her junior, and the thought of Yang Ming, whose thinning hair was almost bald, being the subject of their gossip made her feel nauseous. In a society where money and power reigned supreme, these young women were willing to sacrifice anything. Despite their seemingly innocent appearances, their true natures were far from pure. Jiang Yuan clenched her fists tightly, her chest constricted with frustration. She was not afraid to confront them publicly, but feared that such an altercation might jeopardize the impending acquisition, or worse, provide Indong with leverage to dismiss her from the merger team altogether. She desperately needed that bonus. Yang Ming had hinted that if the acquisition succeeded, each person would receive a performance bonus of no less than 150,000. Chapter 54. Deliberate provocation. Jiang Yuan could distinctly feel the animosity from her team. During lunch, while others formed groups to head to the cafeteria, she often looked up to find the office deserted. Each time, Yang Ming approached her to inquire about her progress. She sensed the malicious scrutiny of her colleagues. Previously, team members engaged in daily discussions in a group chat, but gradually, the chatter dwindled, leading Jiang Yuan to suspect they had formed a separate group to avoid her. Though she tried to ignore it, their behavior escalated. While reviewing the financial accounts of another company, she discovered a significant expenditure related to research and development. Doubting its authenticity, she needed to verify it with the technical department. She glanced at a female colleague in the technical department, who appeared to be in her 30s, wearing thick glasses that accentuated her lackluster demeanor, embodying the typical image of an engineering woman. Yet, she was one of those who had gossiped about Jiang Yuan that morning. After much hesitation, Jiang Yuan politely spoke up. "Sister Lin, I've found a suspicious entry and need to review last year's research project from the other company. Could you please send me a copy?" The woman, Sister Lin, slowly shifted her gaze from her computer screen to Jiang Yuan, coldly asking, "What research projects?" Jiang Yuan stood up from her workstation. "There are no specific names, so it's quite suspicious. The R&D costs are approximately 5 million. Upon her words, Sister Lin turned back to her screen, remaining silent. Jiang Yuan assumed she was retrieving the information from the database, leaning slightly toward her, waiting patiently. 5 minutes passed with no response, and Jiang Yuan's anxiety grew. "Sister Lin, have you found it?" The woman, seemingly startled, raised her voice incredulously. "What are you expecting me to do? You want me to help you check the accounts? If you can't figure out, why don't you ask your director, Yang? Why would you expect a technical department employee to assist you? Have you been working too much and lost your mind?" In the quiet office, her voice rang out starkly, drawing the attention of everyone around. Jiang Yuan, suppressing her anger, patiently explained, "You've misunderstood. I just need you to send me all the research project from last year, and I will handle the rest. You were just asking me if I had found it, right? Did I mishear that?" Jiang Yuan pressed, looking at Sister Lin. A colleague from the technical department chimed in. "You did ask her that." Jiang Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and calmly said, "I apologize for my wording. Now, could you please just send me all the research projects? I will handle it myself." Sister Lin cast her a disdainful glance, turning back to her work, dismissively saying, "Ask your director Yang for that. The technical department has already provided all necessary information. You treat us like your errand runners, constantly demanding our services. We have our own workload. How can you expect us to help you?" Jiang Yuan stood frozen, her face flushed with humiliation. Another technical colleague looked at her with a smirk, saying, "Director Yang isn't here today, is he? Why don't you just give him a call? I'm sure he would rush over for you." Jiang Yuan felt her anger boiling over, her expression darkening. "What do you mean by that?" "Just the literal meaning," the woman replied, exchanging knowing glances with Sister Lin. The surrounding colleagues wore expressions of silent amusement. Jiang Yuan felt as if a long-buried bomb had just detonated within her. Chapter 55. The small shoe. Jiang Yuan left her workstation and approached the female colleague, her face stern as she commanded, "Stand up and clarify what you meant." The woman, Zhang Wenjing, was slightly older than Sister Lin and held a supervisory position in the technical department, earning her the title of Supervisor Zhang. She was a long-standing employee in the company, and in the eyes of many, she was a formidable figure. Under the scrutinizing gazes of her colleagues, Jiang Yuan confronted her. Zhang Wenjing couldn't contain her disdain, rising slowly with an air of superiority. "Why are you so angry, little girl? Did I hit a nerve?" Jiang Yuan's expression turned icy, her gaze sharp as she retorted, "You maliciously spread rumors about me behind my back. My silence is not a sign of weakness. I simply refuse to waste my time on such petty gossip. I urge you to show some decorum and mind your words." Zhang Wenjing, unable to swallow the insult of being reprimanded, slammed the documents on her desk toward Jiang Yuan, her voice rising in fury. "What rumors have I spread? A newly promoted girl dares to lecture us? Who gave you the audacity to act this way? You should know your place." The technical department was the company's core, and Zhang Wenjing, with her prestigious education and solid track record, looked down on even Yang Ming. Jiang Yuan trembled with rage, but lacked any evidence to back her claims. Suppressing her fury, she demanded, "No rumors, then give me your phone." Zhang Wenjing's expression shifted, and she clutched her phone tightly, smirking. "Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Yuan, frustrated by her inexperience in dealing with such office politics, felt her temper flare. "You know exactly what you said behind my back. Are you brave enough to repeat those words in front of me?" Zhang Wenjing glared at her, then suddenly smiled. "Oh, you're looking for fight? Well, listen closely, you little shoe. You little brat." With that, Jiang Yuan could no longer restrain herself. She raised her hand and slapped Jiang Wenjing across the face. The impact made Jiang Wenjing's glasses fly off, her expression instantly darkening as she lunged toward Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's adrenaline surged, and she braced herself for the impending conflict. A sharp male voice suddenly echoed at the entrance. "Stop right there." Yin Dong strode in with long legs, his steps commanding and assertive, his face reminiscent of a winter night's blizzard, chilling to behold. What is this place? Has a brawl escalated to such a level? Is Dongjin to be treated as a gladiatorial arena? Yin Dong positioned himself before the two individuals, casting a glance at Jiang Wenjing and Jiang Yuan in turn. Jiang Wenjing covered her face, her eyes glistening with tears as she choked out, "Mr. Yin, I have served this company for many years without complaint, enduring hardship and fatigue. However, being publicly slapped by a young girl today is something I cannot tolerate. If the company does not provide me with an explanation, I will have no choice but to call the police." Yin Dong's gaze darkened as he turned to Jiang Yuan. The anger in Jiang Yuan's eyes morphed into sorrow. She lowered her eyelids, remaining silent, her fists trembling slightly at her sides. Chapter 56. Apologize to her. Yin Dong turned back to Jiang Wenjing, his deep-set eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, exuding an intimidating chill as he spoke in a low voice. As a long-serving employee, you should be aware of the repercussions of spreading rumors and slander within the company. Dongjin has always been clear on rewards and punishments, valuing employee capabilities and performance without engaging in nepotism. All employees are treated equally. Jiang Wenjing quickly defended herself. "Mr. Yin, I have not spread any rumors. She has maliciously defamed me without evidence." Yin Dong's already cold expression darkened further, a layer of suppressed anger surfacing in his eyes. He asked quietly, "Do you want me to print and post the evidence?" Jiang Wenjing's eyes flickered with sudden panic. She instinctively clenched her phone tightly. She forced herself to speak. "Her dubious character may lead to mere gossip, but she has physically assaulted me today, which everyone witnessed. When the police arrive, they will pursue her legal responsibility." Yin Dong lowered his long lashes, concealing the fleeting sharpness in his gaze, and then turned his attention back to Jiang Yuan, addressing her with an apology. The word struck Jiang Yuan like a sharp blow, causing her to stagger internally. She had thought he entered to uphold justice when Jiang Wenjing insulted her. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Wenjing had likely hurled many unkind words at her, and if pursued, a single slap would not suffice. Furthermore, it was evident that the technical department had conspired to make things difficult for her. All she desired was to work without distractions, yet they intentionally obstructed her. Apologizing would imply she acknowledged those rumors. She maintained a stern expression, remaining silent. Yin Dong's voice cut through the air again, cold and sharp as a knife. "Do you not understand? You either apologize for hitting someone, or you leave." Jiang Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her sense of injustice reddening the corners of her eyes. She stared blankly at Yin Dong, whose expression was icy, his dark eyes turbulent, radiating an air of authority. Two choices lay before her: either to submit and work diligently for her salary and bonuses, or to stand tall and leave Dongjin, returning to work for Sister Hui in unsavory jobs to earn a living and repay debts. Jiang Yuan remained silent for 3 seconds before slowly turning to Jiang Wenjing, enunciating, "Supervisor Jiang, I apologize." Jiang Wenjing snorted derisively. "Speak louder. I can't hear you." Jiang Yuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she raised her voice to a level audible to everyone in the office, repeating, "Supervisor Jiang, I apologize." Yin Dong fixed his gaze upon her, watching as 2 tears slowly streamed down her reddened eyes. His dark lashes fell gently, his voice hoarse. Everyone returned to work. Jiang Yuan returned to her seat, wiping her face with the back of her hand, and turned to Lin Jie, asking coldly, "Can you send me the research project now?" Lin Jie, now free of her previous nervousness, promptly replied, "I will send it shortly." As Yin Dong reached the door, he turned back, his cold gaze lingering on Jiang Yuan's figure for 2 seconds. An image flashed in his mind of her smashing a bottle against a bald head and her bruised face after a fight with classmates. He suspected she was a natural troublemaker, forever carrying a volatile spirit within her. Yet this troublemaker had easily submitted today. Yin Dong cast one last glance at her. She sat upright, her focus fixed on the computer screen, her right hand moving the mouse, the data on the Excel spreadsheet shifting. He turned away, something akin to a gentle breeze stirring within the depths of his cold, dark eyes. Chapter 57. Why Work So Hard? With less than a week until the final negotiation date, Jiang Yuan worked even harder. The due diligence in finance could not afford any mistakes. Although Yang Ming was overseeing it, any errors would not fall on Jiang Yuan's shoulders. The merger and acquisition team shared a common mindset that due diligence was merely a formality. Even if something went awry, it was a decision-making issue. However, Jiang Yuan thought differently. If the merger failed, the bonuses would vanish, and she wished for its success more than anyone else. At around 1 a.m., Yin Dong emerged from a remote video conference and was immediately approached by Zhou Ji, who walked alongside him toward the elevator. As they passed the large office, Yin Dong's gaze traversed the transparent glass windows across the empty workstations, landing on a familiar corner. A computer screen emitted a faint glow, illuminating a small space where a figure had her head tilted to one side, slender neck resting on her arms, disheveled hair cascading onto the keyboard. The adjacent computer tower hummed softly, and she remained motionless, deep in slumber. In the corridor, the lights flickered on, and Zhou Ji followed Yin Dong's gaze, observing Jiang Yuan, who seemed prepared to pull an all-nighter at the office. Yin Dong's eyes remained fixed on the distant figure, his expression calm. How long had she been like this? Zhou Ji remarked, I checked the company's attendance system. Aside from Monday morning, she hasn't clocked in at all this past half-month, likely hardly leaving the office. Yin Dong lowered his lashes, concealing the subtle ripples beneath his calm exterior, and proceeded toward the elevator. Zhou Ji quietly commented, in all my time here, I have never seen someone so dedicated. Her determination rivals yours. Yin Dong stood tall in the elevator, glancing at him with a hint of disdain, casually asking, what do you think she is working so hard for? To contribute selflessly to the group's future development? Zhou Ji's expression stiffened slightly, responding earnestly, I suppose it must be for the performance bonus. After a moment, he added, Jiang Yuan appears quite modest. Being a young woman, her living expenses shouldn't be excessive. I wonder why she is working so hard. Perhaps there are family difficulties. Yin Dong's gaze lingered on Zhou Ji's face, and after a long silence, as the elevator doors opened, he stepped out while saying, look into it. Zhou Ji nodded in agreement. That night, a heavy snow fell in North City, temperatures plummeting to -8 degrees. The central air conditioning in the office struggled against the sudden cold, awakening Jiang Yuan in the middle of the night. When she awoke, she had sneezed several times. In the early hours, she found no rest, her palms and soles icy, struggling to hold the mouse while wrapped in her down jacket. By morning, she was dizzy, her throat sore as if cut by knives, and she could not stop sneezing. Just after 8 a.m., Yin Dong arrived at the company, bypassing the presidential office and heading straight into the large office. Members of the merger and acquisition team entered one by one, their faces filled with surprise upon seeing Yin Dong, immediately bowing to greet him. Standing in the center of the office, Yin Dong scanned every corner, just as he was about to step out when Jiang Yuan, clad in a black down jacket and wearing a hat and mask, walked in through the door. As she entered, her head hung low, her steps sluggish, and her demeanor exuded an air of exhaustion. Clutched in her hands were two transparent plastic bags. One contained breakfast, while the other held 2 boxes of medicine. Yin Dong's cold gaze momentarily halted, inadvertently drawn to her face. Jiang Yuan seemed to sense something amiss. She slowly lifted her eyelids, revealing her once bright, dark eyes, now dim and lifeless. The scarf and mask obscured much of her face, yet they could not conceal the pallor of illness etched upon her features. Chapter 58. Come to my office. Noticing Yin Dong's inscrutable gaze upon her, Jiang Yuan hastily explained, I'm not late. I just went downstairs to buy something. Come to my office, Yin Dong commanded, striding away. Jiang Yuan assumed he wished to inquire about her progress on financial matters, especially with negotiations looming in 3 days. Still holding her bags, she hurriedly asked, now? He stepped past her, prompting her to instinctively move aside. Turning back, he glanced at the items in her hands. Jiang Yuan subconsciously shielded them behind her, only to hear his deep voice in half an hour. Jiang Yuan nodded and returned to her workstation to eat her breakfast. After waiting 10 minutes to take her cold medicine, she glanced at the time and organized the relevant financial documents on her desk. When she stood up too quickly, her vision darkened momentarily, and she took a moment to regain her composure before heading to the CEO's office with the documents in hand. Upon knocking and receiving a reply, she entered to find him reclining in his office chair, seemingly awaiting her arrival. He noted her long black down jacket, the mask covering her face, and the scarf that had been removed, leaving her slender neck exposed. Her small face appeared frail, tinged with the signs of illness. Jiang Yuan felt lightheaded, forcing herself to slow her pace. Reaching the desk, she handed him the documents, saying, "Here are some financial discrepancies I've discovered during this period, organized by priority and verified for accuracy. Please have a look." Even through the mask, her voice was muffled, revealing a nasal tone, weary and faint. Indong leaned forward, extending his arm to take the thick stack of documents from her grip. Numbering over 10 volumes, she had meticulously categorized and bound them, each cover indicating key issues and amounts, followed by clarifications of the points of concern and detailed verification processes. As he flipped through the volumes, Jiang Yuan anxiously observed his expression and quietly inquired, "Can these serve as negotiation leverage?" He closed the documents and raised his gaze to her, his deep eyes scanning her masked face, and calmly asked, "Are you unwell?" Jiang Yuan blinked, then nodded slightly, responding through the mask, "Just a bit of cold." His steady gaze bore into her, tinged with irritation as he remarked, "If you're sick, you should rest at home. The company does not compel employees to work while ill." "But there are only 3 days until the negotiation, and I cannot leave," she countered. He did not raise his eyes, his voice languid. "Are you suggesting this merger negotiation cannot proceed without you?" Jiang Yuan disregarded the derision in his tone, her eyes resolute as she replied, "I have prepared extensively for this merger. I must fulfill my responsibilities until the end." "Are you afraid the cooked duck will fly away? That the performance bonus will elude you?" He raised an eyebrow, and Jiang Yuan found it difficult to discern whether humor flickered within his dark gaze. Her thoughts were laid bare, and she felt a twinge of discomfort on her face. He continued to scrutinize her, and after a brief silence, he suddenly asked, "Is your family in urgent need of money?" Chapter 59. Do you wish to be my mistress? Jiang Yuan's gaze fell, her eyelashes fluttering as she realized he had easily deduced her situation. Yet, given their current relationship, if she were to divulge everything, it would solidify his previous suspicions that she had intentionally approached him to exploit him. In a fit of anger, he might cast her out of the company. Stealing herself, she explained, "I admit, my relentless work is driven by the desire for that performance bonus. I love money. I've told you before that I have plans to start my own business. I do not wish to live my life." "Stop rambling," he interrupted sharply. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened slightly. His gaze, deep as a well, held her captive, penetrating her very soul. Unable to withstand his aggressive and oppressive stare, her cheeks flushed, and after merely 2 seconds of direct contact, she averted her gaze. Her mind raced, and she finally spoke. "Honestly, I have admired you throughout my 4 years in university. You founded Dongjin, and I understand that I'm far from your level. I never anticipated standing beside you on equal ground, but I have always wanted to accomplish something to prove myself, hoping that one day you might notice me." As her words fell, she noticed the agitation in his eyes intensify. Jiang Yuan dared not meet his gaze, her head lowered in a mixture of shyness and vulnerability. "Nonsense," he scoffed. "Is there a single truth in your words?" Jiang Yuan's heart sank, and she clenched her fists, summoning courage. "I cannot lay bare my heart for you to inspect. But if you grant me the opportunity, I shall demonstrate my sincerity through action." He casually inquired, "How will you prove it?" Jiang Yuan was taken aback by his follow-up question, her nerves tightening as she replied, "I will genuinely care for you. I will look after your well-being. You often work late and have a sensitive stomach. I can cook and even know a bit about Chinese medicine and massage. I will strive to make your life more comfortable and bring you joy." As she spoke, she observed his expression, noting his slight frown, his demeanor unperturbed. She added, "Of course, any relationship requires adjustment and communication. I will respect your preferences and follow your lead. Ultimately, I will not add to your burdens, but will endeavor to improve your comfort." With a soft exhale, she wondered how her impromptu words would resonate with him. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, unsure if this was a confession or merely a desperate attempt to sell herself. His expression remained inscrutable, his deep eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. After a long pause, he smirked, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile as he asked slowly, "Do you wish to be my mistress?" The words, once uttered, sent a tremor through Jiang Yuan, her long lashes fluttering to conceal the overwhelming embarrassment that washed over her. Finally, she cautiously met his piercing gaze. He reined in his elusive smile, his gaze intense. standing before the imposing desk. She felt inexplicably uneasy, as if his eyes were sharp blades, scrutinizing her from head to toe, inch by inch. A prickling sensation coursed through her as she felt pinned in place. Her once dizzy mind now spinning further into disarray. Chapter 60. Are you feverish? Her cheeks, hidden beneath the mask, had turned crimson, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate wings as Jiang Yuan stood silently. How much do you intend to charge for yourself? After a lengthy silence, Dong's gravelly voice broke through the stillness. Her heart seized momentarily, and she looked up to find his expression unchanged, devoid of the usual mockery. Uncertain if he was testing her once more, she remained silent for a few seconds before firmly responding. I have no intention of selling myself. Is it for free, then? He asked, a mischievous glint in his eye as he raised an eyebrow. What do you seek? Jiang Yuan inwardly steadied her racing heart, forcing herself to lift her gaze and meet his eyes earnestly, softly uttering two words, for you. His thick, long eyelashes fluttered shut momentarily, and his handsome face, tinged with a hint of mockery, briefly froze as their gazes collided silently in the air. Jiang Yuan clenched her fists, maintaining her composure. Come here, he suddenly commanded. A jolt ran through her, and she felt her heart leap to its peak, as if pushed to the cliff's edge, filled with trepidation, yet unable to hesitate. She took a step forward, navigating around the lengthy desk, slowly inching closer to where he sat. Enveloped in his brooding gaze, she felt like a small creature cautiously entering the territory of a fierce beast. She halted just 30 centimeters away from his chair when suddenly the world spun, and a powerful arm encircled her waist, laying her horizontally across his thigh. Her heart felt as though it leaped from her chest. She had no time to think as he effortlessly tore away her mask. In the next moment, his face descended upon hers. Before she could process it, a chill swept over her lips, a tingling sensation rushing through her mind. Time seemed to freeze as her heart stuttered, her thoughts blanketed in a haze, soon followed by waves of heat crashing over her. Though this was not her first kiss, nothing could prepare her for the intensity of the man before her. He ravaged her lips with wild abandon, as if intent on crushing and plundering her completely. Breathless, her hazy mind spun further from the lack of oxygen. Her delicate neck firmly gripped in his hand, barely holding her up. His lips, like budding flowers, were relentlessly nibbled and devoured. Jiang Yuan felt herself submerged in a torrent, rising and falling helplessly. At some point, her numbed lips were unexpectedly released, her head surfacing for air, and she finally gasped for breath, blinking through the moisture that had gathered in her eyes. Her gaze trembled slightly as she found his face mere inches from her own, those dark eyes resembling a vast ocean at midnight, the undercurrents still swirling, poised to consume everything. As the depth of desire in his eyes gradually receded, Jiang Yuan found herself momentarily dazed. In the next instant, she wrapped her long arms around his neck, pulling him down, tilting her chin to kiss him back. With her other hand, she swiftly located the zipper of her down coat, yanking it down. With a soft hiss, her heavy coat fell to the ground, and she clung tightly to his neck, rising slightly. The soft gray base layer clung to the smooth fabric of his suit, creating a subtle friction as she pressed eagerly against him. His gaze lowered, brows furrowed, his knowing eyes completely enveloping her delicate face. She closed her eyes, breath quickening, the flush of her cheeks mingling with the heat that enveloped her. After a brief pause, he turned his head away, his voice hoarse and muffled. Are you feverish or feeling frisky? Chapter 61. Wait for notification. Jiang Yuan remained in a daze, her ears flushing as she opened her eyes, bewildered. The desire in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a glint of coldness. Dong's lips moved, go down. The fog in her eyes had not yet cleared, and confusion still lingered at the corners. Stubbornly, she held on tightly to him, unwilling to let go. She felt a twinge of defiance. His gaze remained icy, brows knitted tightly, radiating a barely concealed anger. Jiang Yuan's body tensed, her breath caught instinctively. She stubbornly met his gaze, her lips moving, her voice muddled. I can. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable, voice indifferent. Leave. Jiang Yuan's face burned with embarrassment, her resentment directed towards him as she wished she could bore holes into his face with a glare. Yet he sat unmoving, as if everything that had just transpired had never occurred. She remained silent for a long moment, then turned to leave. Just as her fingers grazed the door, she hesitated, withdrawing her hand into a fist at her side. Taking a deep breath, she slowly turned back to face his indifferent visage, resolutely asking, "When will you be interested?" He raised an eyebrow, his thick lashes fluttering slightly, and a cold glimmer shot through his eyes. Jiang Yuan felt her heart race, her already shattered pride akin to broken glass, crashing to the floor. Her body swayed slightly, but determination shone in her gaze. His heavy stare lingered on her face for several seconds, and just as she felt she might crumble, he spoke coolly, "Return and wait for notification." He treated her as if she were a candidate in an interview. This entire exchange felt like an assessment and trial. Jiang Yuan's face stiffened, unable to articulate her feelings, as though she had been fed shards of ice. "Good." She averted her gaze, responding and turning to leave. As the door closed behind her, Dong lifted his eyelids, his dark eyes slowly descending into thought, his throat rolling several times. In the following 3 days, Jiang Yuan did not push herself to work overtime, but focused on refining and perfecting the financial due diligence report. Dong personally led the team in negotiations with a company that had flown in from abroad for 2 days. Jiang Yuan participated throughout the negotiations alongside Yang Ming, witnessing firsthand Dong's commanding presence at the negotiation table, skillfully orchestrating the proceedings. At the negotiation table, Dong meticulously listed comparable companies of similar scale and competitiveness, detailing their strengths and weaknesses before subtly highlighting the slight advantages of the opposing party. The once arrogant representatives of the opposing company, who had prided themselves on their robust database, were immediately deflated by Dong's opening remarks. During the pricing segment, he strategically targeted several key pain points of the opposing company, dismantling their defenses one by one. Jiang Yuan sat quietly among the others in the conference room, watching the man commanding the high seat speak fluently in English, noting that the expressions on the opposing negotiation team seemed more akin to students in a classroom than adversaries at a negotiating table. Jiang Yuan found herself secretly admiring him, beginning to understand how Dongjin had transformed from a makeshift operation into an industry leader in just a few short years. Beyond the resources backing him, it was likely his own capabilities that played a crucial role. She listened intently, noting how Dong referenced several significant financial gaps he had discovered in the opposing party's due diligence report. The opposition stammered in their attempts to justify themselves, failing to provide reasonable explanations, while Dong relentlessly pressed down the price by 3 percentage points. Well prepared, the negotiations proceeded more smoothly than anticipated, ultimately resulting in Dongjin acquiring 80 of the opposing company's shares at a budget less than 10%. On the evening of the agreement signing, the company held a celebratory banquet at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Chapter 62. Sister, why are you sitting here alone? Jiang Yuan had made ample preparations for the evening's banquet. Since leaving Dong's office after the merger case concluded, he had not summoned her again, even ignoring her in the office. Unsure whether he was simply too busy with the negotiations to acknowledge her, she resolutely decided to seize the opportunity at the celebratory dinner to win him over. At 8 o'clock that evening, Jiang Yuan arrived punctually at the restaurant's entrance. The venue was not overly large, having been entirely booked by the company, perfectly accommodating the merger team of 20 or so. The Michelin 3-star restaurant was impeccable in ambience, enhanced by carefully arranged exquisite flowers and warm-toned lighting that transformed the space into an elegant and dreamlike setting, as if stepping into a fantasy. In the company, colleagues who usually exchanged glances now seemed transformed, meticulously adorned for the occasion. Even a few employees from the technical department had removed their glasses, donning exquisite makeup and alluring dresses. Jiang Yuan navigated through the crowd, her gaze searching for Dong among the throng. Her focus settled on the head of the long table, where she paused momentarily. The tall man lounged in a solid wooden chair, lazily smoking, a glass of liquor resting on the table before him. A few executives flitted around him, raising their glasses to toast him. He smiled faintly, occasionally lifting his glass to sip. Jiang Yuan averted her gaze and made her way to the opposite end of the long table, pulling out a chair and seating herself. Groups of colleagues gathered nearby, engaging in lively conversation. Jiang Yuan, often isolated within her team, had grown accustomed to solitude. At that moment, seated alone at the table, she felt no particular discomfort, yet to others, she appeared solitary and out of place. She wore a black strapless dress with intricate cutouts that revealed her alluring collarbone and soft, fair shoulders. The back featured extensive cutouts, with delicate lace lines tracing the contours of her slim waist, creating an air of mystery. The exposed skin resembled fresh blooms after rain, perfectly complemented by her sweet and delicate visage, embodying grace and charm. As she entered the restaurant, her every step seemed to sway with elegance, effortlessly drawing the attention of those scattered throughout the room. Her focus remained solely on one individual, rendering her oblivious to the surrounding admiration. Rising, she accepted a drink from a passing waiter, taking a delicate sip while discreetly observing the man at the head of the table. The flow of people around Dong was unceasing, and as she waited, a hint of loneliness began to creep into her bright expression. A familiar voice broke through her thoughts. "Sister, why are you sitting alone?" Jiang Yuan paused, then turned to see Liang Zhouheng, clad in a stylish, tailored black overcoat that fell to his knees, a white shirt layered beneath a black turtleneck. His meticulously styled hair complemented his fashionable attire, exuding an air of refined nonchalance, a perfect reflection of his noble status. Jiang Yuan's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer before she smiled, remarking, "You look quite dashing today, Liang." Liang Zhouheng's eyes sparkled as he stepped closer, leaning in a whisper, "I dressed up just to see you. Thankfully, otherwise I might feel out of place standing beside you. You have once again left me in awe." Jiang Yuan felt a flush of warmth at his words, an inexplicable sensation of discomfort, and she turned her head slightly to evade his gaze, responding with a smile, "You flatter me, Liang." Seemingly undeterred by her retreat, Liang Zhouheng draped an arm over her shoulder, pulling her partly into his embrace. "Tonight, I deliberately came without a companion. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me as my date?" As he spoke, he subtly tilted his gaze toward Dong at the head of the table. Dong raised his chin slightly, his dark eyes piercing through the haze of smoke, locking onto Liang Zhouheng with an unspoken challenge. From Dong's perspective, Jiang Yuan was nestled within Liang Zhouheng's embrace, the latter's hand resting on her luminous skin, while she remained blissfully unaware of the tension brewing in the air. Jiang Yuan was uncertain of Liang Zhouheng's intentions regarding their date. But one thing was clear, she could not allow herself to be seen too closely with him in front of Dong. Without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head in refusal, stepping back and raising her glass to clink with Liang Zhouheng's. "I'm sorry, Liang, but I fear others might misunderstand our closeness. Besides, I haven't properly thanked you for all your assistance. Let this drink be my tribute to you." With that, she raised her glass and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Liang Zhouheng's gaze lingered on her graceful neck as she tilted her head back, lost in thought until the voices of several men nearby interrupted him. "Mr. Liang, what a rare visit." One remarked, "We didn't know you were returning tonight. We must toast to that." Jiang Yuan turned to see several executives approaching Liang Zhouheng. Glancing at the head of the table, she noticed it was now empty. She spun around in search of Dong, but found only disappointment. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her shoulder, and she turned to see Yang Ming standing beside her. "Jiang Yuan, who are you looking for?" he inquired, his eyes assessing her. With a composed smile, she replied, "No one in particular. I was just wondering if everyone from our team had arrived." Yang Ming, eager to nurture Jiang Yuan's potential, often looked out for her, hoping to reap the benefits in the future. Acknowledging her beauty was undeniable, and though he was nearing 40, he found himself drawn to her allure. Although he refrained from making any overt advances, particularly given her relationship with Dong, he couldn't resist the temptation to engage her under the guise of work-related discussions. As they walked together, Yang Ming's arm hovered protectively behind her, a sight that, to the onlookers, could easily be misconstrued as public impropriety. Jiang Yuan felt the weight of scornful gazes upon her, yet Yang Ming remained blissfully unaware of the rumors circulating within the company, as none would dare speak of such things in his presence. After Yang Ming introduced her to the director of the operations department, the latter eyed Jiang Yuan with a smirk, saying, "Old Yang, you are truly fortunate to have such an exceptional subordinate. We envy you greatly." Laughter ensued from those around them. Yang Ming, oblivious to the underlying implications, continued to respond graciously. However, Jiang Yuan could no longer endure the situation. Her eyes roamed the restaurant, seeking an escape. As Yang Ming prepared to lead her to the next group, she seized the opportunity to excuse herself to the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom entrance, She was taken aback to find Dong standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his back to her, engaged in a conversation on his phone in English. Her heart skipped a beat as she steadied her breath and approached him. Clad in the same impeccably tailored black suit he wore during the day, his physique was accentuated perfectly by the fit. As he stood with his back turned, she discreetly admired him, recalling the sensation of his firm muscles when she had been ensnared in his grip days earlier. Just as she was lost in thought, he turned abruptly, pocketing his phone. Jiang Yuan's gaze met her own hazy reflection in the window. Steeling herself, she walked closer, tilting her chin slightly and gazing into his eyes, articulating each word with intention. It never feels like enough. His gaze darkened, revealing a hint of green beneath the vibrant lights, trembling slightly. This corner was relatively secluded, but with the constant influx of patrons in the restaurant, Jiang Yuan had no choice but to halt a step away from him, too apprehensive to approach further. She noticed his eyes skimming over her head, seemingly attentive to the movements behind her. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan comprehended his concern. "Mr. Yin, I merely wish to discuss work with you. What is there to fear?" Dong glanced at her, his gaze sliding from her face down to her slender, pale neck before sweeping past the taut fabric at her chest. His voice, tinged with smoke, was as dark as ever. "You've been waiting for a notification for only a few days, and you can't bear any longer?" Jiang Yuan suppressed the shivers that coursed through her body, responding nonchalantly. "The merger has gone smoothly. Your mood should be quite good. I wonder if you will have any." Before she could finish, her arm was yanked forcefully, her body pushed, and her cheek collided with the glass window. The cool surface brushed against her back, and through the glass, she saw herself obscured by the curtains. Not far behind her, the voices of men drifted over. I usually only pay attention to her face, but damn, today I realized how stunning her figure is. An older man chimed in. "What? Are you envious?" "Young man, don't let your temper flare so." "How can I not be envious?" "Were you not? When I saw old Yang leading her to toast you, your eyes were glued to her, seeing without speaking. I wager every man here tonight has his gaze fixed upon her." The men's voices faded into the distance, and Jiang Yuan stood behind the curtains, her once radiant face now shadowed in darkness. Chapter 65. Meeting urgent needs. Are you satisfied? A low voice rumbled from above. Jiang Yuan lifted her gaze to see the man standing behind her, looking down upon her. His dark eyes rested on the delicate lace that adorned her back. His voice heavy, as if burdened by a great weight. "Dressed like this, are you aiming for this effect? To make all the men salivate?" In that moment, all her dignity and pride felt as if they were cornered, and she clenched her teeth, locking eyes with him through the glass. "I wore this for you to see. They can only envy, while you—" She gently turned her body, rising on her toes, reaching out to encircle his neck. But as her slender arm lifted, he captured it in his large hand, intertwining their wrists and pressing them against the glass. The cold sensation against her skin made her instinctively flinch. Then, his heated hand pressed against her lower back, pulling her upper body sharply towards him. Jiang Yuan's breath caught, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. She closed her eyes, bracing for whatever was to come. She felt his lips brush against her earlobe, a warm breath laced with nicotine causing her neck to instinctively retract. Then, she heard his calm voice. "You do not know that a woman who is too proactive can diminish a man's interest?" Jiang Yuan's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. He released her wrist, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Jiang Yuan glared at him, already losing count of how many times he had toyed with her. Her chest heaved with frustration, all previous humiliation resurfacing, and a single despondent thought echoed in her mind. Perhaps it was best to let it be. He had no interest in her whatsoever. After a few seconds of locking eyes with him, she pushed him away, eyes reddened, and silently stepped out from behind the curtain. He stood still, watching the figure retreating in the glass, shadows of despondency and emptiness cast in his eyes. Jiang Yuan longed to exit the restaurant immediately, but was intercepted by Yang Ming. "Xiao Jiang, don't leave just yet. The main event hasn't started. Have you not been eager about the performance bonuses? Mr. Yin will address that shortly." Jiang Yuan paused, took a deep breath, and slowly turned back. "Thank you for the reminder, Yang. I nearly forgot." Soon, everyone settled into their seats, and after a few rounds of drinks, Dong began to speak. "Thanks to everyone's collaborative efforts, this merger has exceeded expectations. On behalf of the group, I would like to express gratitude for your hard work over the past month. His steady voice reached Jiang Yuan's ears as she sat at the far end of the long table. Without needing to look up, she could envision Dong's composed demeanor, exuding authority, a stark contrast to the malicious teasing from earlier. He resembled a cunning, unpredictable old fox, forever cloaked in an enigmatic duality. No matter her attempts to entice or provoke him, it seemed futile. He could easily see through her, expose her, and humiliate her time and again. I have decided to award each team member a performance bonus of 200,000 yuan. I hope everyone continues to work in unison following this merger. The company will not shortchange anyone. Upon hearing that figure, Jiang Yuan's heart leapt. This amount exceeded her expectations by a significant margin. Her mind raced, calculating 200,000 plus 50,000 in salary, along with the remaining sum in her account. And if she persuaded Sister Hui for a bit more, 30,000 this month would be sufficient. With this urgent need addressed, some of Jiang Yuan's pent-up frustration dissipated. The people around the table could no longer contain their excitement, and someone led the charge. I propose we thank Mr. Yin for his generous bonus. Long live Mr. Yin. Let us raise our glasses to him. Chapter 66. Is there a twist? Others echoed the sentiment, gradually rising with their glasses. Dong, seated at the head of the table, bore a handsome visage adorned with a faint smile. His fingers, elegantly defined, grasped the cup before him as he scanned the standing crowd. Jiang Yuan lowered her head, slowly rising after the others, glass in hand, extending her arm along with them. Yet her gaze remained downcast, her movements clearly perfunctory. To Mr. Yin, the others cheered enthusiastically in unison. As Jiang Yuan drank her cup dry, her thoughts lingered on how these colleagues hadn't seemed so eager during overtime hours. She had presumed they were indifferent to the merger's outcome. Yet it appeared that no one here was disinterested in the bonus. Perhaps they had anticipated the merger's success long ago. Reflecting on this, she realized that the merger was an essential step for Dongjin's foray into the medical sector. Given Dongjin's strength and with Dong, the shrewd mastermind, leading the charge, how could the merger possibly fail? The due diligence process was merely a formality, with the only variable being the final acquisition price. It was not as if the company belonged to them. Who would truly care about how much money was spent? No wonder this so-called merger team was composed of high-ranking individuals, whether department heads or seasoned employees closely connected to management. Everyone appeared calm and collected, with no one burning the midnight oil. Jiang Yuan suddenly felt incredibly naïve, having worked tirelessly for over half a month, exhausting herself to the point of illness, only to find her bonus would be on par with everyone else's. Yet, if she were to approach the task as they did, merely going through the motions, that performance bonus would indeed feel like a hot potato in her hands. Would that not mean she had secured it through Yangming's connections? Would she then owe him a favor, as the rumors suggested? Her outings with Sister Hui to entertain older men were born out of desperation, but if given a choice, who wouldn't wish to stand tall with integrity? Jiang Yuan sat silently, staring at her now empty glass, a wave of inexplicable bitterness gnawing at her heart, causing her countenance to darken. The table buzzed with people toasting and exchanging pleasantries, and though Jiang Yuan chose not to partake, her appetite for food had vanished. The waitstaff passed by her several times, each time refilling her glass with a smile upon noticing it was empty. Liang Zhouheng sat beside Dong, and the two had been occupied since the beginning of the drinking session, enduring countless rounds of toasts from several department executives and their subordinates. Finally finding a moment to set down his glass, he raised his eyes, catching sight of Jiang Yuan, and tilted his head to smile at Dong, inquiring, "What's the situation? That young lady seems to be drowning her sorrows alone, and I noticed she has nearly finished a bottle by herself. Did you give her a hard time?" Noticing Dong's impassive demeanor, not even lifting his eyelids, Liang Zhouheng's smile faded. "I can see you genuinely care. After all, it's not easy for a young girl like her to be tormented by you. If you don't fancy her, let me take over." Dong remained silent, prompting Liang Zhouheng to continue. "The opportunity is right in front of you, yet you refuse it, unwilling to let it go to someone else. Are you conflicted? It's just a woman. Are you treating it like a corporate acquisition, planning to scrutinize her for a year and a half? Are you afraid of getting attached, or think she might deceive you? It has been over 3 years, hasn't it? You haven't even indulged in any earthly pleasures. Honestly, I fear you might end up with some affliction. One might think you're preserving yourself for someone special." Chapter 67. No intoxication. No returning. Dong turned his head, interrupting Liang Zhouheng's monologue, You know how I despise such individuals. Liang Zhouheng paused, reflecting for a moment before glancing down the long table, retorting, has that young lady deceived you? Yin Dong kept his gaze lowered, displaying annoyance, and muttered. Not a word of truth leaves her lips. Liang Zhouheng's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What exactly did she deceive you about? Perhaps tricking you into spending money on her? Yin Dong exhaled a puff of smoke, his narrowed eyes sweeping over the woman in the distance. His tone laced with disdain. She claimed she's not after money. Indeed, she had previously rejected 1 million, preferring to spend time with you alone. Do you truly doubt that a woman would follow you wholeheartedly? Liang Zhouheng paused, then continued. Let us assume, for a moment, that she has ulterior motives, using the guise of true love to win you over. Waiting until you're hooked to extract a hefty sum from you. Or perhaps, harboring greater ambitions of becoming the president's wife. Ultimately, it all hinges on your feelings towards her, doesn't it? If she wishes to play a role, why not indulge her? At this point, his expression shifted suddenly, his tone deepening. I understand now. You fear repeating past mistakes. Yin Dong's eyelids drooped, the white smoke curling around his face, obscuring his expression. Liang Zhouheng sighed quietly, unable to restrain himself. That woman truly is a menace. At the table, the meal was winding down, and the human resources director called for the servers to clear the plates, making room for drinks and games. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to rise and leave, Director Lin declared loudly, before tonight's gathering, President Yin instructed me that our team was hastily assembled from various departments. For the past half month, we've been focused on due diligence, with little time for personal connections. Now that the merger contract is signed, there remains a multitude of work for everyone to follow up on. This evening, let us take this rare opportunity to relax, get to know each other better, and foster camaraderie for our continued cooperation. Tonight, let loose. No one is allowed to sneak away, lest we disappoint President Yin's intentions. After Lin's speech, the crowd responded enthusiastically. A female colleague chimed in. I have 2 kids waiting for me to put them to bed, and my husband just asked when I'd be home. Never mind. I'm going all out tonight. We want to leave until we're drunk. Other executives echoed her sentiments, asserting that anyone leaving would be disrespecting President Yin. Jiang Yuan cast a quick glance at Yin Dong, who appeared somewhat inebriated, his eyes half closed and a languid smile playing on his lips. She abandoned her earlier intention to slip away. The group engaged in various games, cards, dice, werewolf, spirits were high, and several boxes of wine had been consumed with no sign of slowing down. Meanwhile, Yin Dong, Liang Zhouheng, and several executives had gathered for a few rounds of mahjong, the air thick with smoke and the scent of alcohol, equally disinclined to disperse. Jiang Yuan checked the time. It was already past 10. She was eager to return to discuss borrowing money from Sister Hui, not wishing to linger any longer. Several female colleagues were visibly tipsy, while Jiang Yuan, having consumed a dozen glasses of red wine, remained composed. A few male colleagues were clearly intent on targeting her. One boisterously exclaimed, Hey Jiang, you're quite the drinker. I wonder if President Yang has been secretly training you? Another added, Everyone knows President Yang's drinking capacity. If he personally trained you, how could you fall short? As alcohol flowed, hidden grievances surfaced unabashedly. The long table fell silent for a moment before laughter erupted. The last man to speak, noticing Jiang Yuan's lack of response, shouted across the table, I'm talking to you. Why act like you can't hear me? All eyes shifted to Jiang Yuan, slowly lifting her gaze. She met the eyes of the well-dressed, yet visibly intoxicated man across from her. Maintaining her composure, she retorted, Are you drunk? The man chuckled, his gaze wandering over Jiang Yuan, and said, Not drunk, just seeking your humble guidance. How did President Yang cultivate your talents? Look around. Everyone here has been with the company for at least 3 years, yet you, a newcomer, are already sitting at the same table. Your speed is unmatched, akin to a rocket. Surely, President Yang must have invested considerable effort in you. Everyone could sense the double entendre in his words. The intoxicated men at the table exchanged knowing glances, while the female colleagues shared triumphant looks. Jiang Yuan maintained a serious demeanor, suppressing the surging indignation within her, and replied coolly, I'm curious too. You've been with the company for 8 years, yet here you are, seated at the same table as a newcomer. Is a mahjong table over there not appealing enough? Or do you simply not fit in? Seeing his eagerness, she added, Since you're so open-minded, I'd be happy to share my insights with you. The man's expression shifted, but his interest was piqued. Jiang Yuan paused for effect, then articulated deliberately, "My advice is to consider undergoing gender reassignment surgery." Laughter erupted around the table. The man's face paled, his forced smile betraying his discomfort. He shot back, "You just graduated from Beijing University, right? You might still consider me a senior. It's been years since I last visited the school. Have they taught female students to shed their clothes and climb their way up?" Jiang Yuan recognized his defensive posture. Her voice turned cold. "You're drunk and have lost your filter." Initially intending to issue a warning, the man's retaliation only deepened his malice. "I may not have a filter, but at least I have a zipper on my pants while you..." Before he could finish, a foreign object flew towards him, and, as he realized what it was, he swiftly turned his head to evade it, only to hear a resounding crash that shattered the restaurant's atmosphere. It was a silver fork intended for steak, glimmering beneath the light as it lay askew on the plate before him, which bore a slender crack. The restaurant fell into an instant silence, and even those gathered around the mahjong table paused. The man suddenly twisted his head towards Jiang Yuan, a frantic expression marring his face, brimming with suppressed hostility. Jiang Yuan maintained an impassive demeanor, her face a mask of coldness as she locked eyes with him across the long table, the tension palpable in her gaze. "Damn it!" The man cursed under his breath, striding purposefully towards Jiang Yuan. Several colleagues rushed to restrain him, urging him not to act impulsively, reminding him that it was unwise to engage with someone like her. "What's the point, Zhang? She has powerful connections. What do we have?" "Exactly. You'd only sully your hands by getting involved with her." Jiang Yuan remained motionless in her chair, every muscle taut, her very cells screaming in agitation, as if a raging fire within her sought to break free. At that moment, a fierce thought crossed her mind. Why didn't he just come at her? Let them fight it out to the bitter end? Chapter 69. A lesson learned. What is going on? Have they all had too much to drink? A cacophony of footsteps approached, and it was Lin, the head of human resources, who spoke first, perhaps noting Jiang Yuan's calm demeanor. Liang Zhouheng and Yin Dong stood behind the crowd, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yuan, whose pale face and indifferent eyes suggested she paid no heed to Lin's inquiry. Just as Liang Zhouheng was about to step forward to ask her directly, Zhang San, still being restrained by onlookers, erupted. "Is she out of her mind? I was joking with her, and she thrust a fork at my face. What if I couldn't dodge it? She could VE stab me." Lin furrowed his brow, turning to Jiang Yuan with a sharp reprimand. "What's the matter? Who initiated the violence?" Zhang San continued his tirade. "In front of so many people. I made a casual remark, and if I get struck by lightning, everyone witnessed it, including the leaders. I demand an explanation." Voices from the crowd chimed in, suggesting that perhaps the exchange had merely been a few heated words before she had suddenly hurled a fork at Zhang. One woman from the technical department, who had a history with Jiang Yuan, added, "Does she have violent tendencies? She has already assaulted me once, and seems to have learned nothing." Jiang Yuan's voice trembled with fury. "You consider me a colleague? Is that why you spread vile rumors and make inappropriate jokes without restraint? Why don't you just overturn the table?" A cold male voice suddenly sliced through the air, causing Jiang Yuan to flinch, and she gradually lifted her gaze to meet Yin Dong's piercing stare. Her heart sank as she retorted, "Are you asking me to apologize?" "Speak properly," he commanded. Yang Ming, trembling beside them, couldn't he help but whisper a warning to Jiang Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, his interjection only solidified the circulating rumors. The crowd exchanged glances, their mockery evident. Jiang Yuan felt as though she were under siege, bombarded from all sides. "Is your solution to every problem brute force? You resort to violence at the slightest provocation? How did you become so filled with rage? Is the workplace your battleground?" Yin Dong's voice was steady, yet it carried a lethal weight. He grasped the full context, and his bias was glaringly evident, revealing his deep-seated disdain for her. At that moment, despair overwhelmed her, eclipsing her anger. Jiang Yuan, suddenly at a loss for words, gazed at him with a bitter smile. Is this the corporate culture of Dongjin? Employees spreading malicious gossip while the boss muddles right and wrong? I see it now. After a pause, she lifted her head and calmly inquired, "If I resign now, the 20,000 bonus you mentioned should still be valid, correct? You are the CEO, and as a man, you cannot go back on your word." Yin Dong's expression darkened ominously, his silence speaking volumes. Jiang Yuan picked up her bag, turning to Yang Ming and bowed deeply. Thank you for your recognition and support during my month here. Please ensure my bonus is deposited into my salary account. Thank you. With that, she hesitated for not a moment before walking away. Clarity struck her. Yes, she needed the money. Remaining would only risk her sanity. The demon lurking within her stirred, and for a fleeting moment, she felt the urge to kill. Jiang Yuan strode along the sidewalk, passers-by brushing past her, the vibrant neon lights of the bustling city illuminating the night. Yet, amidst the lively chaos, she felt an overwhelming chill. Chapter 70. Am I addicted to being played? In the depths of winter, layers of snow piled atop the curbs, streetlights illuminating the flurries dancing in the air. The wind sliced through her like the sharpest blade, and even wrapped in her down jacket, Jiang Yuan could not escape the bone-chilling cold. The anger simmering within her slowly dissipated into the brisk night air, and as she walked just over 100 meters, regret for her impulsive decision began to set in. No matter how flawed this company was, it allowed her to earn a living with dignity. Every cent she earned was clean. Even amidst ostracism and verbal insults, at least her conscience was clear. She had long recognized this truth, hence her patience. But tonight, she had reached her limit. Dong was correct. Brute force was not the only solution to problems. Yet, the deep-seated hatred within her clouded her ability to remain composed and rational. She despised a society ruled by money and power, loathed everyone who stood against her, and felt as if she were a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment beyond her own control. Jiang Yuan's thoughts spiraled chaotically, unaware of the two beams of glaring headlights approaching from behind. The blaring horn startled her, and instinctively, she turned her head, the car lights blinding her momentarily. Her black pupils constricted as she recognized the man in the driver's seat. His cold, aloof face was obscured by the window, concealing his expression. Yet her heart raced at the sight. She quickly turned away, resuming her stride. The car followed her at a steady distance, the headlights illuminating the sidewalk as bright as day, her slender figure cast against the wall, moving in sync with her steps. After walking barely 20 meters, her scalp prickled with unease. "What do you want?" she shouted, spinning around with fierce determination towards the vehicle. The occupants remained unperturbed, but the headlights suddenly extinguished, to be replaced by low beams that alternated with high beams, as if conveying some urgent signal. Jiang Yuan held the driver's gaze through the window for a full 10 seconds, his indifferent face shrouded in shadows, an enigma she could not decipher. She turned once more and continued walking. The lights behind her abruptly vanished. A sense of emptiness enveloped her, only to be shattered by the sound of a door slamming shut. Her body stiffened, and in the next instant, someone yanked her arm from behind, pulling her back. "What are you doing? Let me go." Frustration surged within Jiang Yuan as she struggled against his grip, recalling the countless times he had toyed with her. Igniting her ire anew, the man's expression remained stoic, and sensing her struggle, he effortlessly lifted her with one arm, striding towards the car door and tossing her into the passenger seat. He then rounded the front of the car, discarded his cigarette butt, and finally climbed in. The car restarted, and Jiang Yuan gradually calmed down. Dong remained silent, his long, bony fingers resting on the steering wheel, the air thick with a mingled sense of nicotine and his unique, chilling presence, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jiang Yuan took a breath, unable to restrain herself, and asked, "What does it mean that you specifically came after me?" He remained mute. Jiang Yuan felt a rush of indignation. Was he trying to toy with her? The abrupt sound of the car's emergency brakes pierced the air as the vehicle, which had just accelerated, came to an abrupt halt by the roadside. Chapter 71. Is this what you desire? Everything unfolded unexpectedly. Jiang Yuan only felt a sudden blur as he lifted her effortlessly with his hands. In the next moment, his grip pressed down on her nape, and she felt the familiar sensation of his lips against hers. Jiang Yuan became acutely aware of her vulnerability. She wanted to move, yet his hold restrained her completely. Despite the physical reality of her being above him, he possessed total control, leaving her breath dependent on the scant space he allowed. The kiss was as commanding as before, sweeping through her senses and rendering her powerless, quickly leading to an overwhelming desire to succumb. Breathless, her half-closed eyes barely registered the face so close to hers, with his gaze lowered, the proud bridge of his nose brushing against her cheek. Even in this moment, Jiang Yuan vividly recalled the humiliation she had endured previously, her gaze fixed on his face, ever ready to withdraw. He lifted his heavy gaze, a torrent of suppressed desire surging forth, and Jiang Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered before she shut her eyes completely. With a swift motion, he unzipped her down jacket, sending a chill through her body as he carelessly tossed it aside, leaving her clad in only a thin dress, her skin like polished ivory, bared to the air and to his gaze. His pupils constricted sharply, and then Jiang Yuan felt a jolt as the delicate lace strings of her dress were torn apart, his rough fingertips sending electric currents across her back. All that remained was the sound of his heavy breathing. As the air inside the car grew increasingly stifling and the fog on the windows obscured the bustling world outside, Jiang Yuan lost track of time and place. Her body slack against him, her arms pinned behind her, numb from his grip. Eventually, she remained completely still. Is this enough? His voice, hoarse yet languid, reached her ears, causing her cheeks to flush. Is this what you wanted? Are you satisfied? His hands continued to caress her smooth back, yet his tone bore an icy detachment. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, and Jiang Yuan curled up, tugging at the torn fabric, attempting to shift away from him. However, his large hand held her captive, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Jiang Yuan felt a rush of blood to her face, the remnants of embarrassment deepening under his scrutiny. She lowered her eyes, wanting to escape, but finding no avenue. Every inch of her face had been meticulously explored by him. And after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. In this state, you cannot claim to be satisfied. You must have a misunderstanding of the term like. If it were Liang Zhouheng, you would find it far more gratifying. The tremor in his voice resonated through her chest, striking her fragile heart with a force that left her breathless. Everything was too sudden. Her reactions had been purely instinctual. After a moment of silence, she slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her lips, moist from the kiss, pressed together softly as she managed to croak out, "It hurts." Chapter 72. The Command. Jiang Yuan's voice, low and hoarse, pierced deeply. Yin Dong's gaze darkened once more, his throat involuntarily constricting as she wrapped her delicate arm around his neck, her soft lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Could you please be gentler next time?" The sleek black Rolls-Royce swiftly merged into traffic before speeding onto the second ring road, ultimately halting in a tranquil residential area in the city center, one of the most prestigious and expensive neighborhoods in the city. Jiang Yuan had researched this place. It was one of Yin Dong's primary residences. Exiting the car, she silently followed him into the elevator. Their reflections, one tall and one short, were cast upon the elevator wall, and Jiang Yuan stood quietly beside him, her heart suspended in uncertainty. The memory of their last conversation in the car lingered in her mind. She had leaned close to his ear, pleading for another chance to show him her affection. He had pushed her into the passenger seat, restarting the car while saying, "You better put in some effort." As she discreetly glanced up at him, she noticed his expression had returned to its usual coldness, devoid of the intense yearning from earlier. Anxiety gripped her heart, and she subtly reached out to touch his large hand. Then, with her delicate, smooth fingers, she began to trace along the contours of his knuckles. Unexpectedly, he grasped her small hand, lowering his voice. "When I say to put in effort, I don't mean in the elevator." Jiang Yuan's heart curled in on itself, her expression stiffening. The door opened to reveal a spacious 300-square-meter apartment, adorned in minimalist black, white, and gray tones, lacking any warmth of life, exuding an air of coldness. Jiang Yuan followed him inside, changing into a pair of men's slippers, but before she could straighten up, he pushed her from behind, pinning her against the entrance. She had felt the force of his grip more than once. Now, pressed against the cold marble wall, she still wore her down jacket. Behind her, his voice carried an edge of impatience. From now on, Jiang Yuan nodded stiffly, her cheeks aflame as she murmured, "Could you please let go? I can manage." Having experienced his brutality, she remained apprehensive. His hand released her, and as she turned to face him, the warmth of the room enveloped her. She instinctively reached for the zipper of her jacket, but hesitated as a thought crossed her mind. "Take it off," he commanded, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The dress she wore had already been torn beyond recognition in the car. "Do I need to do it myself?" He scrutinized her every move. Jiang Yuan's intention was clear. Tonight might be her only chance to prove her feelings. Lifting her head, she swiftly removed the heavy down jacket. As the fabric fell to the floor, She felt a rush of warmth behind her, and before she could turn, his heated breath enveloped her. "You certainly know how to entice," he murmured. His breath mingled with a hint of aggression. As he pressed her against the chilled wall, the remnants of her dress crumpled in his hands, the hem lifting as he explored her form. Dong embraced her, kicking the bedroom door open and tossing her onto the bed. Jiang Yuan scrambled forward, only to be caught and pulled back, the familiar scene reminiscent of their first encounter in the billiards room. Chapter 73. A Moment of Respite. The unfulfilled desires of that night found their resolution this evening. Ultimately, Jiang Yuan turned, pleading for him to relent, while Dong's gaze fixated on her flushed, sweat-drenched face, his throat constricting. Jiang Yuan was unsure when she succumbed, whether she fell asleep or fainted from exhaustion, only recalling the agonizing pain in her waist, which faded into a hazy slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, it was already the following morning. The events of the previous night replayed in her mind like a film, the echoes of heavy breathing still lingering in her ears. Her body ached, and she vaguely remembered the last moment, him rolling her over, cradling her head onto the pillow. The sound of running water resonated from the bathroom. Jiang Yuan glanced at the adjacent pillow, which bore the indentation of someone having slept there. That night, she slept deeply, a rare occurrence for her. And aside from the ache in her body, her mind was remarkably clear. The sound of water from the bathroom ceased, followed by the sound of footsteps. She nestled her head back onto the pillow. Dong, wrapped in a towel, strode towards the bedside. With her eyes shut, Jiang Yuan still felt the intense pressure emanating from him. The moisture clinging to his skin mingled with the air, and the familiar scent of masculine cologne exploded around her. He suddenly lowered himself, his face hovering just inches above hers. Jiang Yuan's heart raced, her body rigid beneath the covers. "Are you pretending to sleep or to be dead? Not even a breath?" His breath brushed against her face, cool and minty. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she instinctively held her breath. But he saw through her ruse. Her cheeks flushed, and she slowly opened her eyes, only to find his face mere centimeters away, so close that she could discern the texture of his skin. Just as she attempted to inhale, she found herself breathless under his weight. The sharp ridge of his nose and his deep-set eyes bore into her. Jiang Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered like delicate wings, her drowsiness dissipating quickly. After a brief moment of eye contact, she finally managed to whisper, "When did you get up?" Her voice, raspy like freshly baked bread, was soft yet sweet. He swallowed, his gaze still fixed on her, and replied lightly, "You certainly slept well." Slowly, Jiang Yuan withdrew her slender arms from beneath the covers, wrapping them around his neck. Her voice low as she asked, "I'm so tired. What time did you go to bed last night?" "Recently awakened." Her face was pale with a hint of rosy hue, her eyes glistening, yet her raspy voice carried a youthful innocence, far more animated than when she had been asleep. Dong suppressed the rising desire within him, frowning as he grasped her arms, gently placing them back on the bed, his tone laced with a hint of chill. "Calm down." It felt as if cold water had been splashed on her face, extinguishing the warmth from her expression. A heaviness settled in her heart, leaving her unsure whether he would simply dismiss her after taking what he wanted. Seeing her expression fall, Dong turned to the wardrobe. Retrieving clothes while addressing her over his shoulder, "A maid will come by shortly to bring you some outfits. Order whatever you wish for her to prepare. I'll be back tonight." Jiang Yuan found it hard to articulate her feelings at that moment, as if she had been pulled from underwater, gasping for air. Within those fleeting seconds, she experienced a tumult of emotions. Maintaining her composure, she lifted her head from the pillow and asked, "Do you want me to wait for you at home? We still haven't clarified what we are." Chapter 74. I do not accept being kept by the time Dong had donned his black shirt and suit pants. The man beneath the attire had returned to his usual stern and serious demeanor. When he turned to face her, Jiang Yuan felt momentarily disoriented. Everything from the previous night seemed surreal. It was difficult to reconcile his current appearance with the one from the previous night. He took a couple of steps closer, his cold gaze fixed on her face, pressing her for an answer. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yuan found it impossible to meet his eyes, her dark pupils darting away. Noticing her rare embarrassment, he scrutinized her for a moment longer before speaking. "I'll have Zhou Ji give you a card, and money will be transferred into it regularly. As for the amount, you could discuss that with him." He paused before continuing, "I have 2 requests. I dislike anything unclean, so keep your distance from other men, including Liang Zhouang. Also, refrain from causing trouble." Jiang Yuan swiftly processed the implications of his words, remaining silent for a few moments before asking, "Are you suggesting you want to keep me?" His brow furrowed slightly. "What do you want?" Taking a deep breath, she braced herself on her elbow, attempting to rise, only to realize that his cold gaze was fixed upon her chest. She recalled how he had turned her over and simply fallen asleep last night, leaving her beneath the covers with nothing on. Instinctively, she reached for the blanket, but his large hand pressed it down, his eyes unwavering. Yet his voice remained serious. "Speak." Exposed, Jiang Yuan felt her face burning, her throat dry. "I mentioned I'm in a hurry," he urged, though there was an underlying tone that hinted at something more. In the next moment, he descended upon her unexpectedly. Jiang Yuan had no time to evade as he lifted the blanket, pinning her beneath him. She felt as if her bones might shatter. Standing at 5 feet 5 inches, she had a petite frame. Yet there was enough flesh that only someone who had been intimate with her could understand the allure of her natural charm. Thus, Indong found himself easily swayed. Losing control, he truly was pressed for time and hadn't intended to engage with her. But who could have predicted that once she was within reach, it would spiral out of control? When he finally finished showering and dressed, Jiang Yuan had already contemplated the earlier question. As he moved to exit, he glanced back at her, his tone casual. "Get some more sleep. We can discuss the rest when I return tonight." Just before he closed the door, Jiang Yuan called out, "I do not accept being kept. I've told you before, I'm not with you for money. I can work and earn my own." He turned back, scrutinizing her face. "Aren't you in need of money?" Taking a moment to compose herself, she replied, "I do need money, but I don't want to earn it by selling myself. I'm with you simply to be happy." His gaze remained fixed on her, his expression inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of how much he believed her words. "I was too impulsive last night. Can you pretend you didn't hear my resignation? I want to stay and continue working, so I can see you often when I miss you." After finishing, she quickly added, "I promise not to cause trouble and disclose our relationship at work." Chapter 75. Swaying with the wind, suit yourself. After her lengthy explanation, he left her with just those 2 words before closing the door. Once Dong departed, Jiang Yuan took a moment to gather her thoughts regarding the current situation. Finally, she had taken a significant step forward in a journey that had once seemed daunting. Just when she had considered giving up, she found herself on a path of hope. She should have felt joy, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered. His earlier words echoed in her mind. He had said he disliked anything unclean. Now, she had painstakingly crafted an image of innocence and devotion. But what would happen if he discovered her past? The thought of the potential consequences sent a chill through her. After lying on the bed for a while, a maid arrived with clothes, and before long, she was on the subway, headed to the office. Upon entering her workplace, she sensed the unusual gazes of her colleagues. Initially, she presumed it was due to the previous night's incident at the restaurant, where she had publicly announced her resignation only to return a clear slap to her own face. "Jiang Yuan, you're back." Zhang Wenjing approached her, greeting her with unexpected warmth. Last night, she had fanned the flames in front of Dong, claiming Jiang Yuan had violent tendencies. Stunned, Jiang Yuan momentarily doubted her hearing. Yet the peculiar smile on the woman's face was unmistakable. "Jiang Yuan, I didn't grasp the situation last night and said some hurtful things. I hope you won't take it to heart. We've had our disagreements, but as the saying goes, you can't know someone without a fight. I admire your straightforwardness, and I respect your abilities. I apologize for believing the rumors. Let us start anew." As she spoke, Zhang Wenjing lightly patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder, making it seem as though they shared a close bond. Jiang Yuan was bewildered. She could hardly believe that someone could suddenly change their demeanor so drastically. She shifted her shoulders, moving away from Zhang Wenjing's grasp, and asked softly, "What happened?" Zhang Wenjing lowered her voice slightly and murmured, "Everyone drank too much yesterday, so their minds were a bit clouded. Zhang's son led them astray. He was clearly bullying you last night. When you threw the fork at him, it was well-deserved. He has a sharp tongue and enjoys picking on those younger than him, especially when he's had a few drinks. Such a person is a menace to the company." Jiang Yuan focused on the crux of the matter. "He was dismissed?" Zhang Wenjing replied. "I heard he was called in by HR early this morning. He was in for less than 10 minutes before he came out. The company bulletin has already announced his termination." Jiang Yuan was genuinely taken aback. Zhang Wenjing observed the expression on her face closely and cautiously added, "Jiang Yuan, I have dependents, and this job is crucial for my family's livelihood." Rather than an apology, Zhang Wenjing seemed to be pleading. Jiang Yuan interrupted her, Sister Jiang, you misunderstand. The company dismissed Zhang's son, not because of me, but due to his own misconduct. I do not possess such influence over the company's leadership. You need not worry. After speaking, Jiang Yuan walked away from her. She was acutely aware of who had turned the tide in this situation. With that thought, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Yin Dong. Did you orchestrate Zhang Sen's dismissal? Upon sending it, she glanced towards the doorway of the president's office. His response came swiftly. Come my office. Chapter 76. Immediate retribution. Jiang Yuan's heart raced as she tucked her phone back into her pocket. She took a moment to glance at the office. It was still early, and her colleagues were just arriving. After waiting a while for everyone to settle into work, she carefully stood up and quietly exited the office. Standing at the entrance of the president's office, she looked around before knocking lightly 3 times. As soon as she heard the deep voice from within, she nimbly stepped inside and shut the door behind her. He was seated, his gaze sweeping over her. The outfit she wore was chosen by him. A gray woolen coat over a black turtleneck sweater, paired with loose-fitting trousers, presenting an appearance of dignified elegance. As Jiang Yuan noticed his intense scrutiny, she felt an inexplicable discomfort and broke the silence. Did you have him dismissed because of last night's incident? The reality was evident, yet she found it hard to believe he would take such action on her behalf. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you defending him? Jiang Yuan shook her head. I just want to confirm. Seeing her gaze fixed downward, devoid of joy, he inquired, Are you unhappy? Jiang Yuan quickly lifted her head to meet his eyes. Did you dismiss Zhang San to please me? His implication suggested that he was reciprocating her actions from the previous night, a merchant's mindset. For a fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the dismissed Zhang Sr. However, she could not seem ungrateful. She met his gaze and softly said, Thank you. After a pause, she continued, But next time, you need not do this. I instigated the situation, and while he is despicable, he has worked here for 8 years. His capabilities... Before she could finish, Yin Dong cut her off directly. Stay out of trouble, and others will be spared. Jiang Yuan bit back her words and nodded obediently, understood. I want to resort to violence again. He leaned back in his chair, saying nothing further, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. The chair was upholstered in black leather, appearing both soft and comfortable, and he reclined in it with a languid grace, resembling a drowsy cat. Previously, Jiang Yuan had felt indifferent to his gaze, but now, under his silent scrutiny, she felt an uncomfortable prickle all over her body. Suddenly, she recalled how he had pinned her down on the bed that morning. Jiang Yuan's composure began to falter. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He lowered his dark gaze without responding. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan turned to exit. As soon as she returned to her seat, her phone buzzed with a message from him. Let us go out for lunch after work. Jiang Yuan's heart raced with excitement, and she quickly replied, Okay. Just as she tucked her phone away, a commotion erupted outside the door. A woman's furious shouts grew louder. Little vixen, come out. Jiang Yuan? Who is Jiang Yuan? Step forward. Jiang Yuan felt a tightness in her chest, already suspecting the identity of the woman outside. The entire company knew that Zhang's son had been removed through Yang Ming's covert machinations, and Jiang Yuan was perceived as the source of his troubles. Now, the original partner had come to confront her. Indeed, a case of poetic justice. Chapter 77. Tantrum. Jiang Yuan remained in her seat, but the glass door of the office slid open automatically. The woman who entered had a short haircut, impeccable makeup, and wore an outfit that, while not extravagant, was undoubtedly expensive. She appeared to be in her 40s, with a well-maintained figure, clearly a suitable match for Yang Ming. Who is Jiang Yuan? The woman stood at the office entrance, arms crossed and wearing heels, exuding aggression. Behind her stood a crowd of colleagues, including security personnel, receptionists, and others from the finance department. No one had intervened despite her earlier raucous entrance. Once again, the woman raised her voice. You shameless harlot, dare to deny your actions? You think you can escape? Try to steal another woman's man. Despicable. Jiang Yuan sat stiffly for 5 seconds, her expression darkening. She turned off her phone and stood up. Facing the woman, she stated, Do you not know that slander is also a crime? The woman's gaze shot toward Jiang Yuan, her fury seemingly finding its target. Jiang Yuan felt her body tense as the woman marched toward her. Before she could brace herself, the woman slapped her face with a resounding crack. The office fell silent, the sound echoing with the force of pent-up rage. Everyone held their breath, watching Jiang Yuan's reaction. Having worked together for so long, they understood that Jiang Yuan was not one to be trifled with. They had witnessed her standing her ground before. Previously, when Zhang Wenjing had made veiled insults, Jiang Yuan had retaliated with a slap, and when Zhang Sun had mocked her, she had nearly ruined him with a fork. The onlookers braced themselves for her response, some even discreetly pulling their chairs back to distance themselves from the impending chaos. Surprisingly, Jiang Yuan turned to face the woman, her voice cool and measured. "Assaulting me only adds to your crimes." The woman sneered, raising her hand again, ready to strike once more. Jiang Yuan stepped back 2 paces, pulling a chair in front of her as a barrier against the enraged woman. "You filthy wench, dare to hide? I will strip you of your skin today." The woman lunged forward, hurling her handbag at Jiang Yuan's face. Jiang Yuan raised her arm to shield her head, but still felt the sting of impact. Seeing the situation escalate, her colleagues finally rushed in to restrain the woman, who continued to hurl insults. "Get to know this shameless mistress. How did the company even hire someone like her?" Jiang Yuan trembled with rage, fury surging within her. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her instinct to retaliate. "How dare anyone come here to cause a scene? Are the security guards utterly useless?" A sharp male voice echoed from outside the door. Without needing to see, everyone knew who stood beyond. The 2 security guards turned pale with fright and immediately restrained the still raving woman. The person at the door swiftly stepped aside, allowing Yin Dong to enter, his presence exuding an aura of fierce authority. His dark, brooding gaze fell upon Jiang Yuan, who was cowering behind a chair. Chapter 78. Killing with words. Jiang Yuan hung her head, her face ashen, with distinct handprint marks evident on her cheeks. The woman continued her tirade. "Mr. Yin, you've arrived just in time. How could you allow such an unscrupulous girl to join the company?" Yin Dong turned to face the woman, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. "Who are you?" The woman introduced herself. "Mr. Yin, you may not remember me, but we met at last year's annual meeting. I am Yang Ming's wife. You even graciously posed for a photo with me. My husband has relied on your support for years, and we were doing well until this year's misfortune brought this vixen into our lives." Yin Dong interrupted her, turning to the others. "Where is Yang Ming?" A colleague from the finance department replied. "Mr. Yang took a flight this morning to Haicheng on a business trip." Yin Dong commanded, "Call him back immediately." "Yes, Mr. Yin," they responded. The woman sensed a flicker of panic in her eyes and hastily added, "Mr. Yin, I don't wish to disrupt your work. I simply cannot swallow this grievance. This girl has seduced my husband to join this murder team, but I trust him to remain faithful. However, what man can withstand repeated seduction? I have no ulterior motives. I only ask one thing. Either transfer her from the finance department or fire her outright. You needn't inform Yang Ming of this. Just make the decision." As her words hung in the air, whispers spread throughout the room. The woman clearly sought to shield her husband, fearing for their livelihood. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of frustration, knowing arguing with a madwoman was futile. She glanced at Yin Dong, who did not return her gaze, his expression inscrutable. His voice remained cold as ever. "The company's personnel decisions do not require external input, but I need your cooperation on one matter." The woman looked up, her face filled with suspicion. "You came to my company and openly insulted and assaulted our staff. When the police arrive, please accompany them to the station. When Yang Ming returns this afternoon, I will inform him to meet you there. You two can discuss whether the next step is a divorce or resignation." Before Yin Dong could finish, the woman's emotions spiraled out of control. "Mr. Yin, what do you mean? Did I say something wrong? Historically, mistresses are reviled." Yin Dong turned his gaze toward Jiang Yuan, coldly commanding, "Come to my office." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment before following him out of the office. The woman, now completely unhinged, could only plead, "Mr. Yin, have mercy on me. I am the victim here, not the perpetrator." As Jiang Yuan observed Yin Dong's retreating figure, a tightness gripped her heart. She had heard tales of his ruthless decisiveness. He valued principles and had no room for sentiment. The woman had merely succumbed to rumors. And while her actions toward Jiang Yuan were detestable, summoning the police was understandable. However, Yin Dong's ultimatum to Yang Ming, between divorce and resignation, felt like a cruel blow. Regardless of Yang Ming's choice, it would inevitably lead this woman to a dead end. As the door to the president's office swung open, Jiang Yuan stepped inside after Yin Dong. Before she could turn around, his deep, restrained voice filled the air. "Jiang Yuan, where is your competence?" Chapter 79. A warning. Jiang Yuan turned back, bewildered, and softly replied, "Didn't you say you disliked me causing trouble? Can you not distinguish between causing trouble and being an innocent victim? When a knife is at your throat, do you not even fight back?" His face was as dark as coal, leaving Jiang Yuan unsure whether his anger was directed at the deranged woman or at her. He walked around the long desk and pushed open a hidden door, stepping inside. Jiang Yuan stood there, a sense of unease creeping over her. She recalled how many colleagues had witnessed her entrance and worried that lingering too long might raise suspicion. Just as she contemplated leaving, he emerged, holding a white towel that seemed to contain something. Before she could discern what it was, he placed it into her hands. As she felt the coldness of ice wrapped within, realization dawned on her. He had gone inside to fetch ice for her. A rush of gratitude surged within her. "Thank you." His expression remained unfriendly, refusing to acknowledge her. As she applied the ice to her face, she cautiously stepped closer and asked softly, "But how did you know I was wronged?" After all, rumors abound in the company. Falsehoods can easily be mistaken for truth. He raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her face before muttering, "You claim to be devoted to me. How bold do you think you are to flirt with other men under my nose? What does Yang Ming possess that compares to Liang Zhuang?" His logic was sound, yet she felt a nagging doubt. After all, the original wife had confronted her. How could he remain so certain? Unbeknownst to her, Dong's trust in her was not genuine. He merely doubted Yang Ming's courage to pursue Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan maintained her silence, her expression stoic. Dong scrutinized her once more, his words laced with a warning. "I've said it before. If you're with me, you must keep your distance from other men. Should I discover any indiscretions, the consequences may be unbearable." A tremor of anxiety coursed through her. She quickly asserted, "I will remember everything you said." He lowered his gaze, no longer looking at her. Sensing the moment was ripe, she declared, "Then I shall take my leave. I feel much better now. I'll leave the ice here to avoid drawing attention." She set the towel down and turned to exit. Just as she reached the door, she halted and turned back to say, "I do not like Liang Xiao. You need not be jealous. I will maintain my distance from him." With that, she opened the door and slipped out. Dong threw down the pen in his hand, his expression darkening further. When Jiang Yuan returned to her office, the other employees had dispersed. Zhang Wenjing approached her, recounting the earlier scene. The police had come and taken Yang Ming's wife away, who had left in tears. They didn't care for her pleas. They had reviewed the surveillance footage, and it seemed she would likely face detention for at least 10 to 15 days. Jiang Yuan hung her head, offering no response. Zhang Wenjing, lowering her voice, inquired, "What did Mr. Yin say to you?" To be honest, he seemed quite concerned for his subordinates. When it came to a crucial moment, he would protect his employees. "You need not worry. That woman is unlikely to cause trouble again." Chapter 80. Either resign or divorce. Jiang Yuan gained a profound understanding of the term opportunism from Zhang Wenjing. She didn't lift her gaze, deliberately raising her voice to an audible level for nearly everyone in the office. Mr. Yin said nothing specific. He merely stated that we need to rectify the malicious spread of rumors within the company. Zhang Wenjing fell silent, her expression awkward as she retreated to her desk. Others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of uncertainty. The morning's upheaval quickly subsided, yet the atmosphere in the office remained notably tense. Perhaps due to the police's involvement, everyone seemed on edge, not just Zhang Wenjing, but the entire office felt a heavy air of apprehension. Yang Ming's affair with Jiang Yuan was exposed by his wife. When his legal spouse confronted him, she was taken away by the police, while Yang Ming faced the risk of dismissal. Surprisingly, Jiang Yuan, the mistress, remained unscathed at the company. This situation was indeed baffling. Could it be that the rampant rumors were entirely unfounded? If that were the case, then the fervent discussions and speculations that had circulated in the workplace were mere fabrications. No one dared to ascertain whether the management would conduct a thorough investigation, as Jiang Yuan suggested. Dong Jin's salary and benefits were unparalleled in the industry, and all present held six-figure annual salaries. The severity of the situation, should it escalate to job loss, instilled fear in everyone. The group used for private chats about leisure activities had not included Jiang Yuan, and it had been discreetly disbanded by the group leader, with all chat records deleted. Throughout the morning, the office buzzed with an unusual intensity as everyone focused on their work, refraining from idle chatter. Jiang Yuan understood that regardless of whether Dong intended to use this incident as a warning, the current circumstances brought her a sense of satisfaction. As noon approached, Jiang Yuan completed her tasks and anxiously awaited news from Yin Dong, glancing occasionally through the transparent glass walls toward the CEO's office at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, a familiar figure darted past, Yang Ming, hurrying down the corridor with a briefcase in hand, seemingly just off a flight. Others in the office noticed him too. Wasn't he the director? Instead of heading to the police station, he came to the company first. If he had arrived, even a moment later, he would have jeopardized his job. Many whispered among themselves, realizing the irony of Yang Ming's priorities. What could be more important than his job? As the end of the workday neared, people lingered, seemingly waiting to see how the matter would unfold. Yang Ming, being one of the most seasoned employees and adept at navigating the corporate environment, frequently visited the CEO's office. Yet, with Yin Dong's earlier ultimatum, either resign or divorce, the stakes were extraordinarily high. Dismissing a senior executive was akin to a minor earthquake, purely due to Yang Ming's inability to manage his wife's behavior. The assembled crowd couldn't help but wonder how Jiang Yuan wielded such influence. In the CEO's office, Yin Dong sat with his gaze lowered, examining documents. Yang Ming stood before the desk, visibly anxious. "Mr. Yin, I just landed in Haicheng and received your directive to return immediately. I am deeply ashamed about this incident. It is entirely my fault. My wife has an extreme personality and tends to be paranoid. It was my oversight that allowed this to happen. I support your decision to report her actions to the police. Perhaps it will serve as a lesson for her." As he spoke, he cautiously raised his eyes to gauge Yin Dong's reaction, noticing his impassive demeanor as he continued signing documents. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pressed on, "I do not know where she heard these rumors, but to confront Jiang Yuan at the company was utterly reckless. My wife has lost her mind. I came straight here from the airport to seek your forgiveness and check on Jiang Yuan. Is she all right? Does she need medical attention?" Yang Ming spoke the truth. He hadn't even visited the police station yet, only had a brief phone conversation about the incident, unaware of the extent of his wife's actions. Yin Dong abruptly tossed his pen onto the table, his voice sharp. "Are you implying that if she didn't require hospitalization, it was a minor incident?" Yang Ming trembled at the sudden outburst. "No, Mr. Yin, that is not my intention at all. Merely touching Jiang Yuan is unacceptable. She is an innocent girl who has suffered an undeserved injustice. I am ashamed of my wife's behavior at home, but for her to come here and create a scene is intolerable." Yin Dong leaned back in his chair, his tone laced with skepticism. "You feel sympathy for her? In what manner?" Yang Ming's eyes widened in panic, his face drained of color. In his eagerness to clarify, he stumbled over his words. "No, that is not what I meant. I assure you, I have never harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards Jiang Yuan. I only discovered last night that there were unfounded rumors circulating about her. I spent the entire night restless, planning to uncover who was spreading these lies upon my return to the office, but before I could clarify matters, this incident occurred." He glanced anxiously at Yin Dong, who remained inscrutable, and quickly added, "You must believe me, Mr. Yin. Even if I were audacious enough, I would never lay a hand on someone you care about." Had he not been driven to desperation, Yang Ming would not have voiced such a declaration, particularly since he had previously been uncertain of Yin Dong's feelings toward Jiang Yuan. Now, it appeared his suspicions were confirmed. Yin Dong's calm exterior finally revealed a hint of displeasure. "You seem quite adept at discerning my thoughts." Yang Ming was drenched in sweat. "Mr. Yin, having worked alongside you for so many years, I do not need to guess. I have some understanding of your preferences." Yin Dong's tone remained unchanged. "From where do you perceive that I care for her?" Standing on solid ground, yet feeling as though he were walking a tightrope, Yang Ming carefully selected his words. "I may not be entirely accurate, but Jiang Yuan is not only beautiful. She is exceptionally intelligent and highly skilled in her profession. Last time, Mr. Zhang even tried to set her up with his son. A talented woman attracts many suitors. If you appreciate her, it is only natural. She is indeed a good match for you." "A match?" Yin Dong scoffed derisively, casting a cold glance as he muttered, "Presumptuous fool, your flattery has grown tiresome." Yang Ming was taken aback, uncertain if he had misjudged the situation. "Please do not take my words as nonsense. I misspoke. I will apologize to Jiang Yuan shortly. Regardless of what has transpired, it is my wife and I who are at fault. I will surely identify those who have been spreading rumors behind our backs to provide Jiang Yuan with an explanation. The error lies in my ignorance of the situation beforehand. My wife was misled by hearsay." As he rambled on, Yin Dong glanced at his watch, losing patience. "As for how to handle this, I have already spoken with your wife. You should go to the police station to see her. Yang Ming had received a call from his wife on the way, and, having rushed to the company due to that call, was disheartened to discover that after all this time spent apologizing, Yin Dong's stance remained unchanged. He felt as though he were at a funeral, yet he dared not show a hint of discontent and could only respond, "Understood, Mr. Yin. I will check on her and return to you shortly." With that, he finally exited Yin Dong's office. Jiang Yuan observed Yang Ming exiting the president's office, then averted her gaze. Moments later, to her surprise, the office door opened once more, and Yang Ming approached her. "Xiao Jiang," he began, "I apologize for the distress you faced this morning. It was due to my inadequate supervision. I only learned last night of the rampant rumors circulating within the company. I can only imagine the considerable turmoil this has caused you, as well as the damage to your reputation. I am truly sorry. Had I known sooner, I would have conducted a thorough investigation to clarify these misconceptions." Yang Ming's tone was imbued with sincerity. The office was relatively quiet, yet those present were all ears, keenly listening to Yang Ming's words. Although several individuals remained silent, the atmosphere was palpably tense, as if they had been privy to exclusive information. Jiang Yuan found it challenging to ascertain whether Yang Ming's sentiments were genuine. Maintaining a stoic expression, she replied, "You are not the one who struck me, nor are you the source of the rumors. Thus, an apology from you is unnecessary. Is there anything else?" Noticing a slight softening in her demeanor, Yang Ming sighed and hesitantly continued, "My wife's irrational behavior has inflicted significant harm upon you. I apologize on her behalf, and rest assured, I will ensure she personally conveys her apologies to you. Both verbal and written apologies are essential, and I will also arrange for her to provide you with emotional compensation. Feel free to express any demands you may have." Jiang Yuan sensed an underlying implication in his words. "Are you attempting to negotiate?" Yang Ming adopted an overly accommodating tone. "My wife needs to learn a lesson to amend her temperament. Alas, the situation is complicated. My elderly mother is incapacitated, and my son is preparing for college entrance exams. We simply cannot manage without her. Her health is also precarious. She is experiencing menopause and has trouble sleeping. The doctor has indicated a tendency toward depression, and I genuinely fear for her well-being if she were to spend time in confinement." He continued, "This is merely a misunderstanding. She now realizes that she wronged you and deeply regrets it. I implore you to grant her the opportunity to apologize to you in person." Jiang Yuan recognized his attempt at moral coercion. She was not a saint, and fate had already been rather cruel to her. She felt no obligation to show leniency. However, she found herself softening. Yang Ming was correct in that the root of the issue lay in misunderstanding. The true culprits were those who had fabricated rumors within the company, instigating this unfortunate situation. With little energy to prolong the confrontation, and recognizing that gaining another enemy would serve her no purpose, she decided to relent. She agreed to accompany Yang Ming to the police station for a resolution. As she prepared to leave the office, she took a moment to message Yin Dong. "I have agreed to a settlement and am heading to the police station with Director Yang." Chapter 83. Charging into the fray when Yin Dong stepped out of his office. Phone in hand, he found that Jiang Yuan had already vanished. Zhouji approached him in the corridor, inquiring, "Director Yin, will you be going out for lunch?" Jin Don replied curtly, "No." Jiang Yuan spent 2 to 3 hours at the police station, enduring apologies from both Yang Ming and his wife. It remained unclear whether the woman genuinely recognized her wrongdoing or had simply assessed the situation and made a pragmatic decision. Regardless, her previous arrogance had been replaced by an overt humility, as if she would kneel before Jiang Yuan if given the chance. Jiang Yuan insisted that Yang Ming swiftly identify the individual in the finance department who had originally spread the rumors, demanding a formal written apology from that person to the entire company. As for Yang Ming's wife, she had no intention of encountering her again. Yang Ming was elated, as he had not anticipated such a quick resolution. He understood clearly that as long as Jiang Yuan did not hold a grudge, Yin Dong would likely let him off the hook. He sent his wife home and then drove Jiang Yuan back to the company. Upon entering, they were promptly summoned to the president's office by Zhouji. Yang Ming felt a surge of anxiety and quietly urged Jiang Yuan, "Xiao Jiang, given my previous support for you, please help persuade Director Yin to calm down." Jiang Yuan paused before responding. "How could I possibly sway Director Yin? I have only been here for a month. Your relationship with him is far deeper. Yang Ming's mind raced with questions about the nature of their relationship, but he concealed his thoughts, vaguely asserting, "You are the victim in this situation. If you show understanding, Director Een will likely not pursue the matter further. Your stance is essential." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yuan replied, "I understand. Since joining the company, I have benefited from your guidance, and I will require your continued support in the future." Her words subtly hinted that should any opportunities for bonuses arise, she expected to be favored. Yang Ming smiled. "That goes without saying. We will support one another." Having reached a mutual understanding at the door, Yang Ming cautiously knocked. Upon receiving permission, they entered the office together. As Jiang Yuan stepped inside, she recalled that Een Dong had previously messaged her about lunch. The disruption caused by Yang Ming had caused her to forget entirely. Now, as she entered, she meticulously observed Een Dong's expression. Though he typically wore a stoic demeanor, she sensed a slight shift in his countenance. He held a cigarette, seemingly waiting for their arrival, and his gaze bore down on them with a palpable intensity. He was clearly displeased. Jiang Yuan's heart raced involuntarily, and she remained silent, anticipating Yang Ming to break the tension. Yang Ming, indeed, was the first to speak, forcing a smile as he addressed Een Dong. "Director Een, my wife has acknowledged her mistakes and reflected deeply while at the police station. She has personally apologized to Jiang Yuan, who, embodying generosity, has chosen to forgive her. We have resolved the misunderstandings and can consider this a reconciliatory moment." As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Een Dong's expression, who merely exhaled smoke and fixed his gaze upon Yang Ming, betraying no emotion. Yang Ming felt a chill race down his spine. His confidence waned with every word he uttered, and his smile faltered. Chapter 84. A heart too cruel. Yang Ming awkwardly glanced at Jiang Yuan, seeking her support. Although she was reluctant to stand beside him in this confrontation, she had promised to do so before entering. Bracing herself, she spoke up, "I have signed the reconciliation agreement and do not wish to pursue the matter further." Yang Ming quickly added, "Yes, the police have handled everything appropriately. Director Een, rest assured, I have instructed the company to maintain confidentiality and avoid any negative repercussions." After speaking, he cautiously looked toward Een Dong, who simply responded with a curt acknowledgement, flicking ash into the ashtray. With a slight lift of his eyelids, he asked, "Have you and your wife discussed this matter?" Yang Ming was clearly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he stammered, "Discussed? Director, what do you mean by that?" Een Dong's impatience was evident. "It seems she has not informed you. You should have discussed it and returned." Yang Ming could no longer maintain his act of ignorance. He had believed he had narrowly escaped a calamity, yet he had not anticipated such unwavering resolve from Een Dong. It was well known that Een Dong was a man of his word, and once a decision was made, it was rarely overturned. As a high-ranking executive earning a seven-figure salary while supporting a family, Yang Ming's life was relatively comfortable. However, losing his job would leave his entire family in dire straits. At his age, he could scarcely withstand such turmoil. Aware of his limitations, he had long been sycophantic toward the leadership and other executives, becoming a quintessential yes-man. In the company, few people regard him with apprehension, and it is precisely for this reason that rumors have spread like wildfire. Yang Ming's lips trembled, his speech faltered. "General Een, my wife has truly recognized her mistakes and has resolved to turn over a new leaf. From now on, she will no longer dare to cause trouble at the company." He had repeated the same words countless times, to the point where he himself could not continue. His voice suddenly dropped. "Having worked in this company for so many years, I beseech you to show mercy, considering that I have contributed, if not with merit, then at least with effort. My wife has a difficult temperament, but our children are growing up, and the elderly in our family still rely on her care. I cannot divorce her. You are forcing me to choose between my job and my wife, which is simply..." At that moment, Yang Ming's face, marked by age and weariness, resembled the gnarled bark of an old tree, twisted and filled with unutterable sorrow. One must admit, General Yin's strategy was ruthlessly effective. For a man of Yang Ming's age, losing a seven-figure salary job felt akin to losing half his life. Would he sacrifice that half-life for his wife? It was akin to placing a person on a hot iron plate, testing the very essence of humanity. Jiang Yuan had not anticipated General Yin's unyielding stance. After all, she, as a party involved, had already softened her position. He had no reason to hold steadfast. She cast a glance at him, noticing he was still smoking with his eyelids drooping. Here stood Yang Ming, a man in his 40s, pleading before him, Yet General Yin's expression revealed no sign of concern. Jiang Yuan could not help but silently marvel at the hardness of his heart. The outside world whispered of his dark nature, ruthless methods, and deep scheming. She increasingly believed that such rumors were not unfounded. She felt compelled to intercede for Yang Ming, General Yin. This incident originated due to me. Ultimately, I merely received a slap. Their apology was sincere, and I do not wish to pursue the matter further. I hope you can quell your anger as well. Since I joined the company, Director Yang has treated me with great kindness. I believe the true culprits are those colleagues who spread rumors behind our backs. Viewed from another angle, Director Yang and his wife are also victims. Upon finishing, she gazed earnestly at General Yin. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his eyes scanning her face with indifference. The company forbids office romances. The previous protocol was to let one party go. In your case, the situation has escalated. The false rumors have become entrenched as truth, resulting in the same negative impact. It is either he stays or you go. Chapter 85. Shattered livelihood. Jiang Yuan inwardly cursed. How vicious. She understood he was angry at her for defending Yang Ming. She did not wish to provoke him further. After all, she had no idea how his temper might escalate, and she feared that enraging him could lead to her dismissal. Jiang Yuan fell silent, no longer voicing her thoughts, while Yang Ming felt a chill settle deep within him. He could not comprehend the current situation. General Yin's attitude towards Jiang Yuan indicated he was neither concerned nor did he regard her with any special treatment. Yet if he was indeed indifferent, what fueled General Yin's rage? Even if his wife had caused the disturbance, the matter had since calmed down and the company had not suffered any losses. Even if he was at fault, it hardly warranted such a severe consequence. Standing before General Yin, Yang Ming's mind raced, overwhelmed by anxiety. He pondered that General Yin's unexplainable fury must somehow relate to Jiang Yuan. With trepidation, he declared, I deeply reflect upon my actions. This incident is entirely my fault. Had I been able to detect the rumors circulating within the company sooner, I could have clarified matters before Jiang endured such slander. Today's events would not have transpired. My ignorance and delay have brought harm to her, both physically and mentally. General Yin slowly raised his gaze, his voice flat and unyielding. Is this true ignorance or true clarity? You not only excel at flattery, but also at feigning ignorance. You paraded her around, toasting to everyone, and they praised your good fortune. What fortune do you think they meant? The fortune of being a superior? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan was taken aback. She had not realized that General Yin had observed such details during the previous gathering. She had often wondered why there were so many rumors circulating in the company. Previously, she had refrained from responding due to her position, knowing that no one would believe her regardless of how loudly she protested. Yet Yang Ming had surely heard the whispers. Why had he not stepped forward to set the record straight? Remembering how Yang Ming had seemed to relish the jokes made by leaders from other departments, it became clear that he had been complicit. At that moment, Yang Ming felt as though General Yin had struck a bullseye. His hidden motives were laid bare. Being a man in his 40s, a girl like Jiang Yuan was a dangerously alluring temptation. However, he could not gauge General Yin's feelings towards her and dared not make a move. Thus, he chose to test the waters, observe, and ascertain whether General Yin harbored any intentions towards Jiang Yuan. Yang Ming could never have imagined that, merely for entertaining thoughts of a woman, he might shatter the livelihood of his entire family. Chapter 86. Soothing him as Yang Ming exited General Yin's office, Jiang Yuan remained in a daze. Fearing that General Yin's anger had not yet subsided, she hurriedly stated, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just as she turned to leave, a nonchalant voice called out from behind, did I not say it's fine? Jiang Yuan took a breath, slowly turning back, her heart intuitively sensing the reason for his irritation. Thus, she preemptively admitted her fault. I'm sorry, I forgot. You asked me to join you for lunch today. She scrutinized his expression, which seemed unchanged, and continued, additionally, I should not have bypassed you to sign the reconciliation agreement directly. After speaking, she once again looked at him, her anxiety evident in her demeanor. He leaned back in his chair, lazily lifting his eyelids to gaze at her, the dark shirt accentuating his somber countenance. His eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions, and Jiang Yuan could tell he was still upset, lacking experience in soothing a man's anger. She understood that she must attempt to placate him. After several moments of hesitation and taking a deep breath, she turned slightly, bypassing the desk to stand beside him. Leaning against the edge of the desk, now merely a foot away. She looked down at him and gently asked, "Did you go out for lunch? Have you eaten?" He turned his head away, avoiding her gaze, his voice heavy with disdain. "Do you take me for Liang Zhouheng? Can I not eat without a woman?" Jiang Yuan pressed her lips together, maintaining her previous light-hearted tone. "How about I make you something delicious tonight? You haven't tea yet tasted my cooking. Consider it a thank you for standing up for me today." As she spoke, she unconsciously swayed slightly, her body brushing against the desk's edge. Being so close, the faint, sweet fragrance of her presence wafted into his nostrils. Previously, General Yin prided himself on his self-control, and though Jiang Yuan was merely standing there talking, not even touching him, his mind was already envisioning her across the desk. Jiang Yuan swore she had no ulterior motives. She merely wanted to say something pleasant to lift his spirits. To her astonishment, he lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on her, and asked, "Where did you learn all this?" Jiang Yuan was perplexed, her dark, luminous pupils slightly widening as she stared at him. Her delicate lips pressed together, revealing a hint of innocence. Before she could voice her question, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, pressing her against him. A flush crept onto her cheeks, and in her flustered state, she clutched at his shirt. He furrowed his brow, gazing at her bashful face, his voice growing increasingly somber. "Where did you learn these tricks to entice men?" Jiang Yuan blinked her slightly curled eyelashes and replied softly, "I have not been trying to seduce anyone. I only wish to make you happy." Before her words could fully escape, he leaned in, unexpectedly gentle this time. Jiang Yuan wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her delicate neck and raising her chin to ease his efforts. Her initiative became the final straw that broke his rationality. She could feel the tightening muscles beneath her, along with the restless desire between his lips and teeth. She released her grip and pushed against his chest, gasping for breath as she murmured, "I can't linger too long with you. My colleagues might grow suspicious." The company forbade romantic relationships, and, as the boss, he should set an example. She was curious to see if he would make an exception for her. Chapter 87. He has a fiancé. Jiang Yuan's words protested against her actions. Yet the angle of her chin only seemed to rise further. She engaged in a tender dance of lips with him, showing no inclination to retreat. His eyelids drooped, long lashes casting shadows over his deep-set eyes. Jiang Yuan could not discern his expression, but she could hear the rhythm of his breath, close enough to his chest to sense the quickening pulse within. Just as she tightened her embrace, a sound was about to escape her lips. He suddenly turned his head, releasing her. "Leave," he commanded, not lifting his gaze. Jiang Yuan felt the heat drain from her body, slowly propping herself up and obediently stepping away from him. After tidying her clothes, she quietly stated, "I'll take my leave now." He spoke from behind her, his voice still carrying a hint of hoarseness. "If you resign, I'll deposit money into your account each month." Jiang Yuan paused, silence enveloping her as she turned to face him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "What's wrong? Did I disrupt your work? I'll maintain my distance from you during work hours to avoid disturbing you." Dong studied her for a few moments before suddenly stating, "I'll give you 200,000 a month. If that's insufficient, I can increase it. You can cultivate some hobbies, shop, play sports, or game. Just be good and don't cause trouble. You can do whatever you like." Jiang Yuan silently contemplated his proposal. Wasn't he merely treating her like a caged bird? The offer was undeniably enticing. 200,000 would nearly cover 2/3 of her monthly debts. He was indeed generous, and with a simple excuse. It was possible to clear the remaining debt of 1,700,000 in one go. "May I refuse?" Jiang Yuan asked softly. He blinked. "Reason?" She fixed her gaze upon him. "Did you ever intend to pursue a romantic relationship with me? Was last night merely an impulsive act? Do you believe you can buy me with money?" He regarded her, his eyelids slowly dropping as he picked up a cigarette, placing it to his lips to light. Jiang Yuan took a breath, speaking calmly. "I won't resign, nor will I exchange my body for money. Last night, I thought you liked me. Since that's the case, let us pretend nothing happened. I won't make a fuss." After her words, she raised her eyes to continue looking at him. He leaned back in his chair, chin slightly raised, exhaling a stream of smoke that curled before him. Jiang Yuan still could not decipher the emotions hidden in his gaze, but being scrutinized by him sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine. She fought to maintain her composure, stating, "I'll take my leave now." She appeared serene, yet her eyes concealed a subtle blend of disappointment and sorrow, neither too overt nor too concealed, perfectly balanced. Without a glance back, She turned to pull the door open. As her hand brushed the doorknob, his deep voice resonated from behind. Do you wish to be my girlfriend? Jiang Yuan's heart raced, her hand gripping the doorknob tightly. Frozen for several seconds. I advise you to rid yourself of that thought. Jiang Yuan's grip tightened. I have a fiancé, arranged by our elders. It should remain unchanged. His tone was as casual as discussing mundane matters. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. Why hadn't she discovered any of this earlier? After a moment of silence, she turned back to him, finding him smoking, his expression calm and composed, making it impossible for her to ascertain the truth of his words. Could you tell me who your fiancé is? She inquired, closely observing his face. He removed the cigarette from his lips, a hint of agitation crossing his features. Do I need to fabricate a false fiancé to placate you? Mind your inquiries. Jiang Yuan's heart plummeted. He truly had no need to fabricate such a lie. A sudden heaviness settled in her chest, the disappointment on her face no longer needing to be feigned. She softly replied, Then I was too forward last night. I was unaware. He cast a fleeting glance at her face, his gaze darkening as he said quietly, Leave. Chapter 88. The genuine boss's wife. As Jiang Yuan exited the CEO's office, she felt as though an immense weight had settled upon her, suffocating her. She had believed a turning point had finally arrived, only to encounter an unexpected obstacle. She had been forced into the role of a mistress once. The next step could lead to catastrophe. She dared not wade into such treacherous waters again. She did not know who his fiancé was, but it was easy to imagine that she would undoubtedly belong to a family that matched his status and background, someone she could never afford to provoke. Having already regretted her involvement with Shui Shan, another encounter could lead to her utter ruin. Jiang Yuan felt as though she had been drained of all hope, which had seemed so close as she neared him, only to evaporate into nothingness. How had she not considered the possibility of his fiancé? Throughout their interactions, she had rarely seen other women around him, and Liang Zhouheng had never mentioned anyone. She had naively assumed he was single. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her phone to send a message to Liang Zhouheng. Shortly after, she received a reply. Yes, there is someone. The one you met last time, Jiang Yu. The Jiang family has long-standing ties with the Yin family, an arrangement made by the elders 2 years ago. Donggu isn fond of her. As you might have noticed, Jiang Yuan tightened her grip on her phone, her heart sinking. The last time she had been summoned, Yin Dong had used her as a tool, causing her to offend Jiang Yu. She asked Liang Zhouheng, who is Jiang Yu? His response was brief, the one frequently featured in news broadcasts. Her grandfather is well known. Jiang Yuan's eyes remained fixed on the phone screen, immobilized for several seconds. She understood the harsh reality of power dynamics and knew the formidable position of the Shui family. The comparative weight of such knowledge only deepened her trepidation. Having never experienced the brutal force of authority firsthand, she could not fathom the depths of fear it instilled. She had witnessed the sheer strength that power wielded. And soon another message from Liang Zhouheng arrived. Don't worry. Donggu will protect you and ensure no one bullies you. Jiang Yuan turned off her phone screen, yet she remained enveloped in a shroud of despair. The entire afternoon, her mind replayed Yin Dong's words and the event from last night to this morning. She found herself unable to judge the extent of his interest in her, and how much of that interest was merely physical desire. Throughout the afternoon, she kept an eye on the CEO's office, noticing he remained occupied with meetings and discussions, maintaining a serious demeanor as he passed through the corridor. Unchanged from his usual self, Jiang Yuan grew increasingly disheartened. His words were unequivocal. He would only accept her as his clandestine lover, kept secret and secluded, with no possibility of anything more. Jiang Yuan did not care for titles. She did not genuinely wish to marry him. She only desired his affection. Yet now, if she were to truly confront the reality, she might be left utterly devastated by Jiang Yu. She could no longer trust that men could protect her. Her life was all she had left, and she could not place her faith in anyone. As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, an employee from the administration pushed a food cart into the room. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. They raised their eyes in astonishment as they beheld an abundance of delicacies from Jin Dingji, the epitome of sweet treats. Who had purchased such an extravagant feast? My husband had stood in line for 2 hours last time and still failed to secure any, as their pastries were limited to daily production and always sold out. The newcomer announced, Miss Jiang has brought this for everyone, all 18 layers for all to share. Come, let us partake. Someone inquired, Is President Een also included? Of course. Who else would warrant such an elaborate display? Could it be for you? So, she had invited President Een for pastries, while simultaneously treating all of us? What a grand gesture. Such a businesswoman should frequent our company more often. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, the glass door of the office slid open. "Ah, Miss Jiang." Instantly, the room fell silent. Those who had been animatedly discussing moments ago blushed, awkwardly greeting her. "Hello, Miss Jiang. Thank you for the treats. We were just saying how generous you are, always bringing us delicious food. We hope you can visit us more often." "Yes, Miss Jiang. It's been a while since you last came." Jiang Yuan had been seated at her desk, and upon seeing Jiang Yu enter, everyone rose in unison. She too stood to welcome her. Jiang Yu was clad in a complete official uniform, a white shirt adorned with epaulettes, paired with tailored black trousers. The shirt was neatly tucked into her slender waist, and the cuffs were casually rolled up, her wrist adorned with a diamond-studded watch that accentuated the elegance of her hand. At first glance, the work attire appeared ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that the outfit had been meticulously tailored to fit her form, highlighting her poised and intellectual demeanor while also gracefully showcasing her slender silhouette. "The office has been quite busy lately. I heard you've all been engrossed in acquisitions, which must be exhausting. Since I finished early today, I thought I'd drop by and see everyone. Please, do not stand on ceremony. The treats should still be warm. So enjoy." Jiang Yu's tone was warm and approachable, devoid of any pretentiousness. A stark contrast to the image Jiang Yuan had of her during their first encounter at the club. As the administration began distributing the treats from a cart, everyone gathered around. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a few moments at her desk before finally stepping forward. Jiang Yu's gaze subtly flicked towards Jiang Yuan, and they exchanged a brief glance across several colleagues. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuan offered a faint smile. Jiang Yu regarded her with indifference, appraising her before shifting her focus elsewhere. "Everyone enjoy. I'll be heading over to President En's office." "Thank you, Miss Jiang. Please visit us often." "Thank you, Miss Jiang. Goodbye." As Jiang Yu expressed her gratitude and stepped out of their office, whispers erupted once more. Was she truly the boss? She seldom visited President En. It's hard to say, but one thing is clear. She is undoubtedly pursuing President En. Otherwise, why would she bother to appease us, mere nameless employees? Not likely. Have you seen any woman linger in President En's office for so long? The last time I went to deliver documents to him during overtime, I thought he was alone, so I entered without knocking. To my surprise, I saw Miss Jiang emerging from his lounge, her hair disheveled and wearing a man-esque shirt. And it was already 10 p.m. This implies she is already the genuine boss. How understated. President En is the type of person who likely prefers to keep his personal life private, away from public scrutiny. Perhaps due to Miss Jiang's work nature. It's impractical to disclose, and President En probably aims to protect her. Jiang Yuan held a warm pastry that emitted a sweet aroma, and she suddenly recalled the last time she dined with a group of executives and President En at a Cantonese restaurant. After the meal, he had specifically ordered a dessert to take away. Certain clues seemed to connect effortlessly in her mind. Whether it was President En's fondness for sweets or Jiang Yu's was becoming irrelevant. She had always believed he was unattached, but now it seemed that his fiancée, he was not merely a figment of imagination, but a genuine and established reality. During their last encounter at the club, she had thought he was using her to deflect attention from Jiang Yu, believing he held no affection for her. In retrospect, she had merely played the role of a pawn in their emotional game. Looking back, she realized that her previous attempts to entice him had been in vain. His restraint was not solely due to his integrity, but rather because he was already bound by a legitimate engagement. Jiang Yuan felt as though her mind was in a fog, her body and spirit hollow. The memories of last night and this morning unfolded involuntarily in her mind, vivid and clear. Even the sound of his breaths echoed in her ears. An indescribable feeling washed over her, and her stomach churned uneasily, a wave of nausea rising that she could neither expel nor swallow back down. In the president's office, Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa, opening several boxes of pastries before President En. "I happened to pass by after work and brought you some of their latest offerings. The staff mentioned they were freshly baked. Do try them and let me know how they taste." President En cast a casual glance at the assortment, his expression neutral. "Your office ISNT exactly close to Jin Dingji." Jiang Yu smiled lightly, playfully reproaching him. "ISNT it more fun to keep the pretense?" President Yin smirked slightly, casually selecting a piece from the array of miniature boxes and popping it into his mouth. As Jiang Yuan watched him eat, she chuckled just a few bites. You'll spoil your appetite for dinner. Since their last unpleasant encounter at the club, they had not been in contact. Jiang Yuan had been waiting for him to reach out and explain, but over a month had passed without a word. She assumed he was upset, which was why she had come today, bringing him his favorite snacks as a gesture of reconciliation. Seeing him eat nonchalantly without initiating conversation, she felt compelled to speak again. My grandfather mentioned you the other day. He lamented it had been a while since you visited. He struggles to find someone to play chess with and is quite bored. He specifically asked me to invite you tonight for a couple of games. Upon finishing her sentence, she lifted her gaze to meet his. The air hung still for a moment before President Yin took a napkin to wipe his hands, leaning back into the sofa and casually inquired, "How is he doing lately?" Jiang Yuan replied with a smile, "Yes, well. He practices the 8 pieces of brocade you taught him every morning. He is still picky about his meals, and his sleep is decent, but he often complains of loneliness." President Yin mused, "Perhaps consider finding him a companion." He rarely joked, and yet his expression remained serious, prompting Jiang Yuan to laugh. "He doesn't appear old. He'll be 86 after his birthday. Where'd I find someone for him? Besides, with his temperament, what lady would want to cater to him?" President Yin replied nonchalantly, "Who says he must prefer the elderly?" Jiang Yuan gradually tempered the smile on her face, fixing her gaze on him as she retorted, "Is it true that men, regardless of age, are always drawn to younger women?" As her words faded, Yin Dong lowered his eyelids, responding in a calm tone, "It is a natural law of species evolution. Females choose partners based on the resources controlled by males, while males value the vitality of the female." Chapter 91. Physiological Preference. Yin Dong's succinct remarks struck deeply. Jiang Yuan had intended to probe his thoughts, yet she found that he left no room for even the barest semblance of courtesy. Unable to restrain herself, she countered, "I refuse to believe that all men are so superficial. If that were the case, what separates humans from animals? Is the essence of marriage merely to propagate the species? 2 individuals must live together for a lifetime. If they cannot resonate on a spiritual level and engage in profound communication, they will inevitably grow weary of each other, and their affection will not endure." Yin Dong glanced at her before averting his gaze, his expression languid as he remarked, "Physiological preference is merely a prerequisite." This was the first time Jiang Yuan had heard Yin Dong discuss the topic of relationships in earnest. Previously, amidst their social gatherings, regardless of how fervently others debated such matters, he remained reticent. Among their circle, he appeared almost devoid of typical masculine inclinations, leading a private life as unblemished as pure water, with only a few close friends. Yet, upon uttering the phrase physiological preference, he unexpectedly dealt her a fresh wound. A woman's visage flashed through her mind in an instant. Struggling to muster a faint smile, she asked, "Hearing your views on partner selection for the first time, your words seem to follow a certain template. Do you have someone in mind?" "What template?" he inquired, his brow furrowed, lifting his gaze to meet hers leisurely. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment before directly questioning, "That girl you played billiards with at the club last time? The one who was penalized with push-ups after losing. After just 3, you carried her away. Where did you take her? If you claim there's no connection, that's sheer nonsense." She scrutinized his expression for any sign of change. His brow relaxed suddenly as he reached for a pastry and leaned back against the sofa, his tone neither heavy nor light. "It didn't happen. What does that matter? She had been with Yin for half a year. I was already tired of her." Jiang Yuan could not decipher his expression, yet she pressed on. "When did you learn that she had been with Yin? Yin Dong did not lift his gaze, casually responding, "I had Zhou Ji investigate, but he found nothing. That night, I had him look again." Jiang Yuan was aware of Yin Dong's fastidious nature, which permeated every aspect of his life, from food to transportation. He was notoriously averse to having others in his car, as he could not abide unfamiliar scents in a confined space. She discreetly mused that if Jiang Yuan had indeed been involved with Yin Yiru, she could afford to lower her guard. Yin Dong would never entertain a woman who had been worn out by another man, given his temperament. He would hardly subject himself to such indignity, let alone entertain the notion of physiological preference. Jiang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over her, her brows softening into a playful smile as she jested, "I actually think that girl has quite a good disposition. What a pity." She added, "I saw her still lingering around. Even now, she hasn't left. Is she waiting for you? It was entirely normal for women to be drawn to Dong. Yet she was more curious as to why he had not dismissed her. Dong had already risen from the sofa, casually donning his suit jacket. As he dressed, he remarked in his usual tone, "Business is business. Is Dongjin a place where anyone can come and go at will?" Jiang Yuan was taken aback. His attitude clearly indicated he did not regard Jiang Yuan seriously. Yet upon further contemplation, she felt a sense of being subtly alluded to. After all, she had arrived uninvited today, but in previous visits he had never shown any sign of discontent. As he turned away to finish putting on his jacket, seemingly preparing to leave, she rose from the sofa to follow him. Chapter 92. Claiming Territory. Nearly half an hour had passed since the end of work, yet Jiang Yuan remained at her desk, reluctant to leave. She realized that her nature was such that she only acknowledged the truth when faced with undeniable evidence. Rumors were merely whispers, and she trusted only what she had witnessed with her own eyes. Watching the seconds slip away on her phone, she noted that the door to the CEO's office remained firmly shut. Setting aside all else, what kind of relationship could allow a solitary man and woman to seclude themselves behind closed doors for over half an hour? Finally, the door to the CEO's office opened, with Jiang Yuan stepping out first, followed by Dong. As Jiang Yuan walked ahead, she turned her head to address him, saying, "My parents celebrate their wedding anniversary every year. It's nothing extraordinary. You needn't concern yourself overly much. There is really no need to prepare any gifts." Dong replied in a deep voice, "Just a matter of convenience." As he spoke, his gaze lifted slightly, peering through the transparent, floor-to-ceiling windows of the corridor into the adjacent quiet office. The large office was empty, devoid of others, except for a familiar silhouette. Jiang Yuan caught a glimpse of two figures conversing at the end of the corridor. Her gaze landed on Jiang Yu, and she froze. Initially, Jiang Yu had appeared in work attire, but now she wore a fitted woolen dress, her hair cascading freely. Jiang Yuan instinctively recalled the comments made by a colleague who had once seen Jiang Yu emerging from Dong's lounge in disarray. The scene before her seemed to suggest what had transpired during that half hour behind the closed door. Having experienced it firsthand, she easily conjured vivid images in her mind, recalling the hidden side of the composed man before her. She could not forget his demeanor in bed. Even his voice resonated in her memory. Jiang Yuan forced herself to stop thinking, but her blood vessels grew rigid with tension. The intensity of her stare and her pale face were unmistakably noted by Dong, who discreetly shifted his gaze, yet was suddenly reminded of the night he first met Jiang Yuan, when she had provocatively shed her outer garment in front of him at the billiards room, imploring him to wager a game. He had deemed her unrefined and ignored her, yet she had stubbornly remained, her eyes red and filled with vulnerability. He had always considered her cunning, adept at feigning innocence to garner sympathy from men. But in that moment, her evident disappointment inexplicably unsettled him, as though something had gently pricked him. Jiang Yu's gaze drifted toward the only figure in the office, and she teased, "Isn't that the girl? Still here so late. Could it be she's waiting for you?" Dong's expression remained impassive as his gaze landed ahead. Jiang Yuan perceived Jiang Yu watching her, and it seemed that women could easily discern each other's intentions. She clearly read the triumphant expression on Jiang Yu's face. Finally, she comprehended that Jiang Yu's purpose in coming today was to assert her claim. Jiang Yuan quickly averted her gaze from them as their figures disappeared down the corridor. A black Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the corporate building. Jiang Yu wished to ride with Dong, but having driven herself, she noticed he had no intention of inviting her into the car. Even the driver instinctively closed the door after Dong entered. The two cars arrived sequentially at Jiang Yu's old residence. The driver retrieved a pre-prepared gift from the trunk and handed it to Dong. As Jiang Yu alighted from the vehicle and saw Dong holding the item, a wave of joy surged within her. She instinctively stepped forward to guide him into the house, reaching out her arm, only to have Dong deftly evade her touch. An air of embarrassment washed over Jiang Yu's face, just as the voice of the old steward echoed from within the ancestral home. "Miss, young Master please come inside. The old master has been waiting for quite some time." Chapter 93. The family feast. The Jiang family moved into this residence 20 years ago. It is a complete Sihiyuan, a traditional courtyard house with 4 inner courtyards. The Jiang family's patriarch was allocated this estate during his prime, and it is rumored to have once belonged to a royal family. When first acquired, although the dwelling was ancient and weathered, it still exuded an undeniable grandeur and elegance. reflecting the status and power of its owner. Subsequently, the Jiang patriarch commissioned renovations to temper its ostentation, preserving only its antique charm and elegance. Yet the intricate carvings and exquisite pillars, along with the emerald tiles and vermilion eaves, subtly radiated an understated opulence. Exiting the Jiang residence and traversing two alleyways to the west leads one to the Yin family home. The Yin estate was purchased later, prompted by Yin Dong's father, Yin Zhengxian, who had a penchant for such architecture. 5 years ago, Yin Dong acquired a house for his parents to move into. This acquisition drew scrutiny from authorities, but due to the legitimacy of the purchase, no issues were found. At this moment, Yin Zhengxian and his wife sat in the main hall, enjoying tea and conversation with the Jiang patriarch, Jiang Chongqing, and Jiang Fanyuan and Sui Jing. Although Jiang Chongqing has since retired, his reputation remains strong, and his words still carry weight, which is why, despite Yin Zhengxian's current influence in the officialdom surpassing that of Jiang Fanyuan, the Yin couple maintained a humble demeanor in the Jiang household, fostering a harmonious relationship between the two families. Jiang Yu and Yin Dong followed the steward, and before they entered the main hall, they overheard the conversation within. Jiang Chongqing grumbled, "It has been a while since I've seen Xiao Dong. He seems busier than you lot with his own company. I asked Xiao Yu to invite him over for dinner twice, but to no avail. Not to mention you. Even I struggle to see him. I've heard he recently acquired a foreign enterprise and is practically living at his company, day and night. Today, I count myself fortunate to finally catch a glimpse of my son." Sun Mei's complaints were veiled, yet she spoke in defense of her son. "You are indeed ungrateful. If we had such an exceptional son, we would wake from dreams and laughter." Sui Jing's words were both flattery and earnest. She and her husband had longed for another son, but after trying until the age of 45, they ceased their efforts, as the Jiang patriarch was particularly fond of grandsons. Yet, fate has not favored them. Thus, the elder Jiang harbored a fondness for Yin Dong. Sui Jing's remarks held truth, and Sun Mei could not help but reveal a hint of satisfaction. Yin Zhengxian glanced at his wife, set down his teacup, and remarked nonchalantly, "His endeavors are merely speculative. They lack substance. If we are to discuss excellence, I believe Xiao Yu possesses far more promise." Recently, while chatting with a few old friends, I heard them praise Xiao Yu for her diligent and decisive nature, reminiscent of the patriarch's former brilliance. Her future is indeed limitless. These words brought immense comfort to the Jiang couple, as Jiang Yu had always been their pride and joy. Unspoken between the two families was the understanding that with Yin Dong in business and Jiang Yu in politics, a union between them would yield a formidable partnership. Both sets of parents were content with this prospect. Now stepping into the main hall, Jiang Yu smiled and called out, "Uncle Yin, you were just praising me behind my back, and I overheard you. If you wish to commend me, please do so after I enter. I can share another drink with you later." Chapter 94. The intent beyond the drink. Jiang Fanyuan feigned anger. "What kind of talk is that? No respect." Yin Zhengxian chuckled. "Xiao Yu speaks the truth. There is no need for formality. I concur with Zhengxian. We are to become one family. Why must we adhere to such protocols?" The elder Jiang's gaze shifted to Yin Dong, who entered with a calm demeanor, impeccably dressed in a formal dark suit that accentuated his usual grace and elegance. "Grandfather, uncle, aunt," Yin Dong greeted each member of the Jiang family, then presented a gift box to Sui Jing. "Happy wedding anniversary, uncle and aunt. Just a small token of my appreciation." Sui Jing received it with a radiant smile, unveiling a jade bracelet of exquisite quality that shimmered under the warm indoor lights, captivating even those inexperienced in such matters. As a connoisseur, Sui Jing's eyes brightened upon holding it. "I had my eye on one at the auction last time, but someone snatched it away. This one is of even better quality. How did you acquire it?" Yin Dong replied simply, "As long as you like it." Sui Jing cherished it, knowing its value was estimated in the 7 figures. Despite her familiarity with high-value gifts, the fact that it came from Yin Dong added an extra layer of satisfaction. The Jiang family's admiration for him was evident. "Stop standing. The two children have been busy all day. Please take a seat and let us eat while we chat." Jiang Fanyuan beckoned everyone to sit down. Jiang Chongqing made a point to seat Yin Dong and Jiang Yu on either side of him. "I recall our last gathering was during my birthday last year. It has been too long. As I grow older, each day is a blessing, and we should gather more frequently." Yin Zhengxian replied, "You are as sharp as ever. Many good days lie ahead." Jiang Fanyuan continued, "The old master often speaks this way, and I have advised him to no avail. Perhaps you can persuade him." Sun Mei smiled. I see the old master's vigor surpasses ours. The old master is simply anxious. Sui Jing exchanged a meaningful glance with Sun Mei, then directed her gaze toward Yin Dong and Jiang Yu. Sun Mei understood implicitly, but refrained from commenting. Seeing that Sun Mei did not take the bait, Sui Jing could not hold back. The old master has longed for a grandson, but alas, I am not blessed in that regard. Now he merely hopes to hold a great-grandson. At her words, the atmosphere at the table grew tense. The Jiang family had invited the Yin family over a month in advance, and it appeared the so-called wedding anniversary was merely a pretext. The true intent was unmistakable. Sun Mei discreetly kicked Yin Zhengxian's leg under the table, both couples sharing an unspoken understanding. The verbal commitments made during previous gatherings, fueled by drinks, lingered in the Jiang family's thoughts. Both families hoped for a union between Yin Dong and Jiang Yu, strengthening their ties, yet felt powerless to dictate their children's choices. Yin Zhengxian glanced at his son, who silently refilled the elder's teacup, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. Yin Zhengxian smiled and said, "This matter cannot be rushed. Xiao Yu is exceptional and still young. At the peak of her career, her future is boundless. We as elders cannot let our selfish desires lead to the sacrifice of our children, resulting in a loss for the sake of small gain." Jiang Yuan and Sui Jing exchanged knowing glances, and Sui Jing remarked with a smile, "She is still young, but she is not a child. She is already 28, just 2 years younger than Xiao Dong." Among their peers, those at this age who remain unmarried are becoming increasingly rare. Jiang Yuan added, "Girls are different from boys. I do not wish for her to be overly ambitious. If she can find a satisfying partner and lead a smooth life, we as parents will be at ease." As the tension mounted, it became evident that the couple could no longer feign ignorance. Sun Mei stated, "Indeed, at their age, it is time to discuss marriage." With this, she turned to her son, who remained composed, exhibiting an air of tranquility. Jiang Changqing set down the cup in his hand, turned his head, and with a squint and a smile, inquired, "Xiao Dong, you're 30 this year, aren't you? What is your stance on the matter of marriage?" In Chapter 95, unappreciative, Yin Dong laid down his chopsticks, dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and replied with a hint of indifference, "I have no plans for marriage at the moment." As his words fell, the lively atmosphere at the table abruptly dimmed by half. Jiang Changqing responded, "You may not have plans now, but do consider the age of this old man." Yin Dong paused, his gaze darkening, and spoke, "Grandpa Jiang, I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Isn't it a bit hasty to think about marriage at this stage? I understand your desire for great-grandchildren, but rather than pressing me, why not encourage Xiao Yu? From what I know, she has no shortage of admirable suitors. You could assist her in making a wise choice." The dishes on the table remained warm, yet the atmosphere had turned frigid. The expressions of the Jiang family shifted in unison. Jiang Yuan directed his gaze towards Yin Zhengxian and questioned, "Elder brother, what does Xiao Dong mean by this? Our families agreed on a marriage arrangement years ago, and for the past 2 years, I have not seen any of the intermediaries who were supposed to facilitate this. It is common knowledge that Xiao Yu is already taken. Why has it come to this?" Yin Zhengxian's countenance darkened severely as he turned to Yin Dong, reprimanding him, "You should quickly explain yourself to Uncle Jiang." Sun Mei, unwilling to see her son cornered, interjected, "Xiao Dong, have you and Xiao Yu had a falling out recently? She hasn't visited in quite some time. If there are disagreements, let us discuss them openly. We can help resolve any misunderstandings right here." Jiang Changqing interjected, "Zhengxian, calm down and listen to what the children have to say. I am here to mediate today. Xiao Yu has been spoiled by her parents since childhood and can be a bit headstrong. Xiao Dong, if you feel wronged, speak to Grandpa. I will ensure justice is served." Xiao Yu remained silent, her expression grim. In truth, 2 years prior, Yin Dong had made it clear that he did not harbor any affection for her and did not recognize the so-called marriage arrangement. However, not wanting to embarrass their elders or strain the family's relations, they had reached a mutual understanding to maintain a friendship that would not interfere with their romantic pursuits, with the intention of revealing the truth to their parents when the time was right. Unexpectedly, the Jiang family had grown impatient. Yin Dong slowly raised his head, his expression indifferent. "I came here today to congratulate Uncle and Aunt on their 42nd wedding anniversary. I did not foresee the intentions of the elders present, so I shall clarify my stance once for all. I have always regarded Xiao Yu as a sister. Beyond that, there are no other sentiments involved." He glanced at the old clock in the corner of the restaurant, noting it was past 8 in the evening. Rising from his seat, he continued. The previous marriage arrangement was made without my presence, solely by our parents. I'm not fond of being arranged, and I believe the elders are well aware of this. As for marriage, it is a matter I must decide for myself. Grandpa Jiang, I cannot accompany you for chess today. If you wish for me to join you another time, please let me know, and I will certainly oblige. As he spoke, he pulled out the chair behind him, preparing to leave. Sui Jing was nearly beside herself with anger, especially seeing her daughter with her head bowed, attempting to mask her emotions with a sip of soup. Unable to contain herself, she forced a smile and looked at Yin Dong, asking Xiao Dong, I always thought you and Xiao Yu had mutual feelings. To be frank, both your uncle and I consider you as a potential son-in-law. I do not understand. What has Xiao Yu done wrong, or what does she lack in your eyes? Her words nearly amounted to a rebuke against Yin Dong's ungratefulness. Just as Sun Mei was about to defend her son, Yin Dong interjected, Aunt, I have made myself abundantly clear. Consider it that I lack the fortune. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I have matters to attend to. With that, he turned to leave. Yin Zhengxian barked, Stop right there. In chapter 96, I am a merchant. Yin Dong paused briefly before turning back. Yin Zhengxian stated, Since ancient times, marriage has been determined by parental decree and the matchmaking of others. I may not have a say in many matters, but as my son, your marriage must heed our guidance. Sun Mei often worried about the conflicts between the father and son. Yin Zhengxian had a volatile temper, while Yin Dong had never been one to bow his head. After abandoning his political career for business, Yin Zhengxian had vehemently opposed it, leading to more than a year of estrangement. Their relationship had only recently begun to mend, yet now, concerning marriage, discord had resurfaced. Before outsiders, Sun Mei attempted to mediate. Zhengxian, let us discuss this calmly when we return home. Xiao Dong, you barely touched your food and have a stomach ailment. Eat something before you dive into work. Marriage is a serious matter. We can take our time to deliberate. Jiang Chongqing slowly interjected. I must ask, Xiao Dong, are these words truly from your heart? Have you considered all aspects thoroughly? Do you understand what you are letting go of by forsaking Xiao Yu? Having navigated the political arena for many years, Jiang Chongqing's acumen in discerning character was unparalleled. He had long regarded Yin Dong as a promising figure, believing that despite his shift to business, he possessed unparalleled qualities among his peers in the North City Circle. Jiang Chongqing had resolved to nurture him, intending to personally hand over all the resources and connections he had cultivated over his lifetime. However, he had not anticipated that Yin Dong would dismiss these opportunities entirely. Yin Dong glanced back at the table, responding coolly, I am a merchant, accustomed to weighing pros and cons, but I refuse to trade my marriage for any benefit. Jiang Chongqing's expression turned cold. A fine statement for a merchant. At least you are aware of your position. Remember the words you spoke today. I hope you do not come to regret your decision. His words carried a veiled threat, and both Yin Zhengxian and Sun Mei's faces darkened. They had foreseen that offending the esteemed Elder Jiang would not bode well for Yin Dong. Yet, Yin Dong's expression remained largely unchanged, though his tone grew distinctly frosty. Please take care of your health. With that, he stepped out of the room. Jiang Yuan, aiming to earn a bit more in overtime, remained at the office, having ordered takeout for dinner. Wrapping up her work by 9, she began to gather her belongings when the glass door of the office suddenly swung open. Her heart raced, and she looked up, only to tense at the sight of Yin Yiru boldly entering. Having worked late almost daily, she realized he must have planned this in advance, likely bribing the security downstairs to ensure his timely arrival. Having met Yin Yiru several times, she instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, ready to call for help at a moment's notice. Did you sleep with Yin Dong? He entered, removing his hat and advancing toward her, his eyes scanning her form with a sinister glint. Jiang Yuan's mind raced, bewildered by how he had managed to monitor her every move. What do you want? She asked, her face betraying her wariness as she took a step back. Yin Yiru scoffed. He doesn't seem to mind you. I suspect he is unaware that you have had your fair share of men besides me. Jiang Yuan's mind immediately screamed in alarm. If Miss Shui hears the recording from our last conversation, she will make you regret it. Yin Yiru's eyes sharpened. Jiang Yuan, you've grown quite bold. Haven't you? I want to see just how capable you are in bed. Jiang Yuan could hardly believe that Yin Yiru had the audacity to invade her space and act so brazenly. Just as she opened her mouth to call for help, he covered her mouth and forcefully shoved her against the wall. Chapter 97. 1,000 cuts if looks could kill. Jiang Yuan's eyes would have already inflicted 1,000 cuts upon Yen Yiru. Alas, despite her seething rage, her struggle before him merely ignited a fire across his entire being. Yen Yiru effortlessly subdued her with his overwhelming strength, one hand sealing her mouth, leaving her gasping for breath. The familiar yet foreign scent enveloped her as his voice lured her in. What are you resisting? Who you sleep with is irrelevant. Those men have had their turn. Am I not as good as they? You're in need of money, aren't you? I can provide it. Behave, and we can return to how things were. Do you prefer it here, or at my place? Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with a fiery desperation, while Yen Yiru's complexion darkened, his voice contorting with rage. You have no idea how I've suffered these past few days. When I close my eyes, I envision your bare body beneath other men. I would gladly kill them all. How could you let others touch you? Your body belongs solely to me. As he spoke, his lips caressed and bit into her neck. Jiang Yuan felt her veins threaten to burst, yet he held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Yen Yiru had truly lost his sanity. She was uncertain of the madness he was capable of. Dong has become addicted to you, hasn't he? Every man can fall victim to his desires. Do you truly believe you can keep him? He values purity above all. If he hears about your past indiscretions, do you think he won't cast you aside like refuse? Yen Yiru continued his assault, both physically and verbally. In her mind, chaos erupted. She was all too aware of how much Dong cherished a woman's virtue. The first demand he made when he proposed to support her was that she must not engage with other men. If Yen Yiru revealed her past to Dong, how horrified would he be? Yen Yiru breathed heavily in her ear. Be good, just like before. If you please me, I might consider keeping this a secret. Jiang Yuan's chest seethed with fury, yet all she could muster were muffled whimpers. In a desperate bid, she kicked over a nearby chair, the crash echoing in the air. Yen Yiru's anger flared, and he began tearing at her clothing while glaring at her with bloodshot eyes, demanding, "Where did he touch you? Huh?" Despair consumed Jiang Yuan. The black Rolls-Royce emerged from the Jiang residence and made its way back to Dong's own neighborhood. Yet, it sat idle in the underground parking lot for quite some time, the rear door remaining unopened. The driver, thinking Dong had fallen asleep, hesitated before quietly opening the door and gently calling, "Mr. We've arrived home." However, as the words left his lips, his gaze met the piercing intensity of Dong's eyes, causing the driver to feel a rush of embarrassment as he heard the command, "Return to the company." Without a word, the driver climbed back into the car and started the engine. Jiang Yuan's upper garments were pushed above her head by Yen Yiru, her hands pinned in place, her face obscured by fabric, her cries reduced to whimpers. It was then that she heard the sound of fists and feet colliding, followed by the sight of Dong. Yen Yiru was pinned to the ground, receiving blow after blow from Dong. Jiang Yuan watched as Yen Yiru lay there, devoid of resistance, blood splattering from his mouth, staining his face crimson. Her pupils dilated, instinctively wrapping her arms around Dong's, trembling, "Stop." Chapter 98. Blood flowing to the crown, Dong glanced at her, just once, and her face paled. His expression was one of lethal intent, his dark pupils reflecting a surge of wrath. Her lips quivered as she managed to utter, "Have him taken away. You need to leave here quickly." Though her hands clutched his arm tightly, through the fabric, she could feel the powerful muscles beneath. With disheveled hair and a visage of panic, she avoided his gaze. His icy stare traveled from her face to her body, landing on a garment he had chosen for her, now torn at the neckline, revealing pale, tender skin marred by red and purple bite marks. When he entered, Yen Yiru had been pressing her against the wall, his head buried in her neck. Dong's arm was trapped by her grasp, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled, "Let go." Jiang Yuan's clenched hands remained unmoved. Her eyes reddened as she fought to maintain her composure, reminding herself that he was not worth soiling her hands. In that moment, Jiang Yuan's heart was in turmoil. She couldn't comprehend how Dong had returned just in time to witness this. All she knew was that she couldn't allow him to become entangled in her sordid affair with Yen Yiru. Dong scrutinized her face, uncertain whether her fear was for Yen Yiru's life or for the consequences of his actions. "You truly have no shame, do you? The esteemed mister. Is left to pick up the pieces I discarded," she thought bitterly as Yen Yiru lay gasping on the ground, barely clinging to life. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of rage, an impulse to end him with a single strike. She didn't look up at Dong. Yet she sensed his sudden surge of murderous intent as she threw herself against him, wrapping her body around his arm. The door swung open, and Zhou Ji, accompanied by bodyguards, burst in. He quickly assessed the situation and stepped forward, speaking firmly beside Yin Dong. "Mr. Yin, I will handle this." Yin Dong rose and turned to leave. Watching him depart with such decisiveness caused Jiang Yuan's heart to twist painfully, tears pricking her eyes. Zhou Ji, unable to meet her disheveled appearance, quietly suggested, "Accountant Jiang, I'll have someone escort you home." Jiang Yuan cast a cold glance at Yin Yiru on the floor and asked Zhou Ji, "What do you intend to do with him?" Zhou Ji paused for a moment before responding, "I will inform the Yin family to take him away." Jiang Yuan inquired, "Will Mr. Yin face any trouble?" Zhou Ji answered without hesitation, "It shouldn't be a problem." Having observed Yin Yiru's reluctance to provoke Yin Dong during their last encounter at the club, she realized that even if Yin Yiru were to suffer injuries at Yin Dong's hands, he wouldn't dare to speak of it publicly. Jiang Yuan steadied herself against the table, rising unsteadily to gather her belongings and make her way out. Zhou Ji called after her, "Accountant Jiang, wait. I'll arrange for bodyguards to see you home." Jiang Yuan replied coolly, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary." As she reached the elevator, she slowly raised her head, only to find the doors ajar with a proud man standing inside. Jiang Yuan's long lashes fluttered, her heart a tumult of emotions, akin to a staggering fall from great heights, yet being caught unawares. Her heart felt both heavy and tender. His suit was wrinkled, 2 buttons missing from his shirt, and a slight furrow marred his brow, radiating impatience and irritation. Remnants of his earlier fury lingered. "Are you leaving or not?" She stood in a daze for several seconds before stepping into the elevator. As it descended floor by floor, Jiang Yuan stood beside him, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 99. Physically and mentally exhausted silence enveloped the elevator. Throughout the night, Jiang Yuan had oscillated from despair to a fragile semblance of calm, while the turmoil within her was unfathomable. Yet now, she found herself lost, uncertain of the direction her undefined relationship with Yin Dong would take. For the first time, she felt adrift. Unable to decipher Yin Dong's intentions, she realized she was utterly fatigued, both physically and emotionally. In the depths of her recent despair, she had even prepared herself for death, believing that such an end would be a release from the exhausting struggle of life. She would no longer have to cunningly draw near to anyone or manipulate them, nor would she need to plot revenge, trapped in a cycle of hatred. Like a bird that had flown enough, shot down, and finally able to rest, she welcomed that release. But then, Yin Dong had arrived, pulling her back from the brink. His deep voice shattered the silence. "How did you find me?" Jiang Yuan swallowed hard, replying truthfully, "I'm not sure. Someone must have been following me." "Have you two been in contact all along?" His tone was calm, yet Jiang Yuan could discern the suppressed anger beneath the surface. She vehemently denied his implication, stating, "No, I blocked his number months ago. He's been the one persistently pursuing me." He continued to harbor his anger, questioning, "Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you call me immediately?" Jiang Yuan fell silent as he fixed his gaze upon her. She averted her eyes, reluctantly responding, "I didn't want to disturb your time with your fiancé." Veins visibly throbbed at his temples, and a peculiar sense of satisfaction surged within Jiang Yuan. He remained silent for 2 seconds before inquiring, "Why didn't you go home after work?" With a calm demeanor, she replied, "I wanted to earn some overtime pay." Her unexpected honesty dimmed the light in his eyes. Observing the reflection of his somber face on the elevator wall, she hesitated for a moment before adding, "I just wanted to see if you would come back." Yin Dong's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Jiang Yuan maintained her placid tone, countering, "What made your return so suddenly?" He offered no reply. She continued to murmur, "I thought you would be with your fiancé tonight. Did she come to fetch you for dinner?" Still, he remained silent. Jiang Yuan lightly tugged at the corner of her mouth and looked up at him, asking, "Did you return to find me?" The once silent man suddenly turned to look at her, his eyes brimming with complex emotions that she could not decipher. In the next moment, he pinched her chin between 2 fingers and leaned down to kiss her. Jiang Yuan instinctively rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck. She fervently responded to his fervor, kissing him back while breathlessly murmuring, "I thought you wouldn't return. I thought you would spend the night with her." Her plaintive complaints prompted even more fervent actions from him. The elevator soon filled with a palpable heat, and as Jiang Yuan tilted her head back and closed her eyes, her mind went blank. All her calculations and schemes regarding this man faded into obscurity. It was only when the elevator doors opened again that she stepped out of his embrace, her cheeks flushed. He looked down at her, his voice gravelly and ambiguous. Who gave you the right to feel jealous? Ignoring him, Jiang Yuan exited the elevator with her head down. He swiftly lifted her off the ground, and she glanced around nervously, relieved that the underground parking garage was relatively empty at this hour. After closing the passenger door, she watched him settle into the driver's seat before finally responding. Compared to her, I have no title or claim. Do I not even have the right to feel jealous? He turned to scrutinize her, then calmly stated, I will keep my distance from her. Jiang Yuan blinked in surprise at his unexpected promise, but uncertainty clouded her mind. What did he mean by maintaining distance? After all, she was his fiancée. A flicker of hope ignited within her, but she maintained her stubborn facade, challenging, if I were to seek you out, would you still be as receptive as you were this afternoon? He shot her a sidelong glance, questioning, what do you mean by being receptive? Chapter 100, Jealousy Must Have Its Limits. Jiang Yuan thought to herself that he was pretending to be oblivious. However, some matters, when clarified, would only lead to awkwardness. She shook her head and decided to let it go. Yet Dong was relentless, commanding her to clarify her words. Jiang Yuan steeled herself and replied, this afternoon. She came to see you and spent over 40 minutes in your office. She entered wearing work attire and emerged in a dress. Don't tell me you were merely chatting. After speaking, she raised her gaze to meet his, her face suffused with jealousy. He stared back at her for a few seconds before noticing the faint bruises on her neck, causing his expression to darken as he turned away. Offering no explanation, he remained silent, and although Jiang Yuan had not expected much, the lack of denial from him made her heart sink. It seemed he had indeed been involved with Jiang Yu, and not just casually. He was indeed quite untrustworthy, akin to Liang Zhouheng. No, perhaps even worse, as he was straddling two boats simultaneously. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she was oblivious to the visible changes in her expression, all of which were noted by Dong. He clenched his jaw and drove in silence. Jiang Yuan stared ahead and suddenly spoke. I want to go home. I've said all I needed to today. You have a fiancé. I don't want to be the third party in someone else's relationship. Thank you for your gallant assistance tonight. His face remained cold, as if he hadn't heard her, and the car continued on its predetermined path. Jiang Yuan felt a mix of anger and curiosity, wondering what he intended to do next. The car came to a smooth stop in his garage, and, after he exited, he rounded the car and opened the passenger door. Jiang Yuan silently unbuckled her seatbelt, feeling somewhat uncertain, and called out, Didn't you hear me? I want to go home. I don't want to be involved with someone who has a fiancé. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, he pulled her out of the car, staring at her defiant face, his tone impatient. Jealousy must have its limits. He led her forward, but Jiang Yuan leaned against the car, refusing to move. He frowned, contemplating picking her up, but she anticipated his move and sidestepped, attempting to free herself from his grasp. He pulled her back, pinning her against the car door, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, Don't force me to do this here. Jiang Yuan's face turned pale with anger. Haven't you vented enough on her? His Adam's apple bobbed repeatedly, ultimately yielding to her pressure. I didn't touch her. Jiang Yuan didn't blink, clearly unconvinced. He, suppressing his temper, explained, She just changed clothes at my place. How did that turn into a grand performance in your mind? Jiang Yuan hesitated but maintained her unyielding stance. Why did she need to change in your office? Is it a fitting room or her wardrobe? Holding her breath, she feared he might lose patience. Unexpectedly, he smirked slightly, almost laughing, and for a fleeting moment, Jiang Yuan was taken aback. She had to admit, his smile was indeed captivating. He sighed, inexplicably fond. Next time, I want let her change there. A strange sensation stirred within Jiang Yuan, a mix of warmth and discomfort. Chapter 101, Throwing a Tantrum. As Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, his deep-set features were already closing in on her. She clenched her fists, trying to steady her racing heart. However, the anticipated sensation of his lips was absent. His warm breath lingered near her ear. Go wash up first. His voice was low and thick, tinged with unspoken frustration. Jiang Yuan tensed, feeling the warmth in her cheeks dissipate. How could she forget how disheveled she must look? He would undoubtedly find her unappealing. He was particularly sensitive to a woman's cleanliness. Her remaining pride made it impossible to confront him directly, so she averted her gaze and softly stated, I want to go home. After saying this, She turned to retrieve her bag from the car. However, just as she turned, he swiftly pulled her back, causing her to stumble against the car door, feeling a sharp pain. His frustration was evident on his face, and his voice was laced with barely contained anger. Why are you being so dramatic? Do you want me to find you a mirror to see yourself? Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned. She had considered that he might not be interested in her tonight, which was why she suggested leaving. She wasn't being dramatic. But his words were undeniably harsh. Unable to contain herself, she met his gaze and calmly retorted, I know you find me dirty. Why force yourself? His nostrils flared with anger, and his voice grew more menacing. Do you truly believe that I cannot do without you? The words instantly restored Jiang Yuan's rationality. She was on the verge of losing her composure. How could she possibly indulge in petulance with him? In his presence, she truly lacked leverage. He was merely developing an infatuation for her, and if she provoked him, he could easily cast her aside. With her gaze lowered and silence enveloping her, her expression was markedly despondent. He cleared his throat and spoke again, Do not test my patience. I have no time for such antics. His voice was deliberately lowered. The tone softened, resembling both a coaxing and a warning. Jiang Yuan slowly lifted her eyes to meet his. Her eyelids reddened. I must comply with your every command. Mustn't I? Do you see me merely as a doll, expected to be obedient and cause no trouble? If I fail to meet your expectations, I could be replaced at any moment. You take advantage of my affection for you, compelling me to submit to your whims. Is it not enough that I lack a title, but I cannot even express my displeasure before you? Do I even need to temper my jealousy? Her tone was measured. Her voice lowered, tinged with a barely perceptible sob, blurring the lines between complaint and coaxing. He fixed his gaze upon her, his expression deepening. Are you finished? Jiang Yuan pressed her lips tightly together, turning her face away. In the next moment, however, she felt his grip tighten around her arm, and he pulled her away from the car. His arm was stiff as he half dragged her into the elevator. In the empty elevator, the air was laced with a slight chill, yet Jiang Yuan could feel the intense heat radiating from his powerful hand. She thought to herself, indeed, he relished this approach. He led her back into his home without even changing his shoes, swiftly removing her coat and steering her directly into the bathroom. Despite having some mental preparation from the previous night, when he stripped her down to nothing in the bathroom, the intensity of his gaze still left her unable to open her eyes. The bathroom lights were equally blinding, and Jiang Yuan kept her eyes shut. Yet all her other senses heightened. The sound of rushing water filled her ears, and his large hand sent waves of tremors through her body. Although she stood in the center of the water flow, it felt as if she were being scorched by flames. Unable to withstand it, she pressed down on the hand that had once driven her to despair and whispered, I can wash myself. Could you please step outside? No, came a man's curt reply from behind her, his voice low and husky. Jiang Yuan wished to negotiate further, but the moment she opened her mouth, her freshly washed, rosy lips were immediately sealed by his without hesitation. She was pushed, her body colliding with the cold marble wall, sending a shiver through her as she was enveloped in his searing breath. The sound of the water roared like a relentless drumbeat, akin to a passionate symphony resonating in the dazzling confines of the bathroom, playing a most exhilarating melody. Eventually, Jiang Yuan was carried out of the bathroom, too weary to open her eyes, nor did she wish to. Her head rested against his solid chest, and every sensation in her body signaled that she was gradually succumbing, as if the world were spinning upside down. As she fell onto the bed, his potent aura engulfed her once again, compelling her to slowly open her eyes and plead, I am tired. Dong gazed at the woman lying on the bed, her long hair tousled, her delicate face flushed with vitality, her soft and alluring beauty akin to freshly fallen snow, intricately etched upon her exquisite features. Under the light, her muddled yet clear gaze seemed to cast a soft hook, enticing him to repeatedly want to tease her, never feeling satisfied. Jiang Yuan silently twisted her body, attempting to escape. His Adam's apple bob, his voice taut. Isn't this jealousy? Let me show you whether I've touched her or not. Jiang Yuan was taken aback that he still clung to this matter. At that moment, she had no excess energy to ponder such things. She merely sought release. Trapped firmly beneath him, she had no choice but to submit. Her thoughts blurred, and in a daze, she heard him lean down to whisper in her ear, Do not act out again. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. The following morning, Jiang Yuan opened her eyes, the events of the previous night crashing into her mind. disorienting her to the point of fear. The sound of the man's deep breaths beside her sent a chill down her spine. She glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the morning, and the clock-in time for work had elapsed. Not only was she late, but Dong always arrived at the office early. She hesitated on whether to wake him, stealing a glance at him. He was fast asleep, and she couldn't help but linger on his face for a moment longer. This face was both familiar and foreign. Foreign because his commanding presence had never allowed her the luxury of lingering more than 5 seconds. Now, with his brow relaxed and long eyelashes fluttering against his lower eyelid. Even in slumber, his proud and strong nose remained a testament to his imposing nature. His lips, though not thin, confounded her as to why he sometimes spoke with such venom. She leaned closer, observing the texture of his skin and the faint stubble emerging. He likely did not indulge in skincare, his complexion not pale, but clean and smooth. Jiang Yuan conceded that Dong possessed an extraordinary visage, a face that perfectly complemented his identity, status, and temperament. Unable to resist, she gently touched his nose, whispering, "We're going to be late." The moment Jiang Yuan's fingers grazed his nose, he seized her hand in one swift motion, rubbing it with his thumb. Jiang Yuan remained still, quietly watching as he slowly opened his eyes. Those drowsy orbs quickly ignited with sharpness, making her feel as though she were witnessing a slumbering lion awakening. Dong glanced at the time and promptly sat up, nimbly throwing on his clothes, his robust physique on display before her. The definition of his muscles inexplicably stirred memories of the previous night's encounters. She lowered her lashes, diverting her gaze. Once dressed, he turned back, resuming his usual composed and aloof demeanor, approaching her by the bed and looking down at her, announcing, "Take a day off. Do not go to the office." He remembered how exhausted she had been standing in the bathroom last night. Jiang Yuan replied, "I don't need to take a day off. You go ahead, and I'll take a taxi later." His brows furrowed as he assessed her face. "Not tired anymore?" Jiang Yuan retorted, "I don't want work to be delayed over this." He fell silent, and she took it as an implicit agreement for her to continue working. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, she seized the opportunity to ask, "What did you mean yesterday about keeping your distance from your fiancée? Are you not planning to marry her?" He seemed reluctant to elaborate, but eventually responded, "Not all." Jiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she pressed on, "Have you clarified this with her?" He glanced at her, and after a few seconds, he spoke, "I have no intention of marrying her, but I haven't considered you either. I say this now to prevent you from overthinking." Jiang Yuan felt a weight in her chest, though she maintained a stoic facade, replying nonchalantly, "You are being overly cautious. I've never thought about such things. I'm simply worried that Jiang Yu might come seeking revenge." His expression remained indifferent as he lowered his gaze, responding with 2 words, "Not possible." Jiang Yuan replied, "That's good to hear. Rest assured, if you wish to keep our relationship discreet, I will absolutely not flaunt it. If you want me to obediently remain your secret lover, I can manage that." She ceased her insistence on a title and refrained from mentioning being his girlfriend again. Logically, her newfound compliance should have pleased him, yet his mood did not appear to improve. He nodded expressionlessly and stated, "I'll be on a business trip to France for a few days. You can stay here after work. Let the housekeeper know what you wish to eat, and I'll arrange for a car and driver for you." Jiang Yuan was taken aback. "When will you return?" His gaze fell upon her momentarily before retracting. "I'll return in 3 or 4 days once matters are settled. If there's anything urgent, call me, or reach out to Zhouji." Did he already know? Jiang Yuan asked herself, feeling the question was redundant. Zhouji was his personal assistant, adept at managing both personal and professional affairs. From Zhouji's demeanor last night, she sensed he was already aware. Dong added, "Whenever I am unavailable, you may always contact him." Jiang Yuan found his words slightly tedious, reminiscent of a concerned father. "I will be diligently working, so there shouldn't be any issues." As he donned his watch, he paid her no mind. "Come here for a moment," she called out. Dong cast a glance at the bed, his throat tightening slightly, and replied coldly, "I have a flight to catch. There's no time." Chapter 104. Boldly protecting I think too much. I merely desire a hug. She reclined on the pillow, confidently beckoning him. He glanced at his watch and strode towards her. She wrapped her arms around his neck like a cat, nuzzling against him. Unprepared, he felt a sudden twinge in his neck, akin to being scratched by a feline's claw. She traced the faint marks left by her teeth, her expression radiating satisfaction. "I've claimed you. No other woman shall approach you." Dong's expression darkened as he grasped her chin and kissed her deeply, his voice laced with a hint of severity. You ought to behave. Remember what I previously said. Jiang Yuan understood his meaning and nodded obediently. Return soon. I will be waiting. He glanced at his watch, squeezed her delicate cheek, and turned to leave. As the door clicked shut behind him, Jiang Yuan's expression turned icy. Her cheeks still tingled with the warmth of his touch, and the room lingered with his potent presence. For reasons unknown, she felt an emptiness within her. Leaning back against the bed, she remained motionless for a while, struggling to disentangle herself from the ethereal scene and regain her composure. Ultimately, she arrived at the office an hour later than usual. Just as she settled at her desk, she noticed two statements published on the company intranet. The first addressed the incident involving Yang Ming's wife, who had openly assaulted and berated company employees, damaging their reputations and causing severe physical harm, thereby disrupting normal operations. Consequently, the company announced the dismissal of Yang Ming, the finance department director. The statement concluded with a pledge to safeguard every employee's safety and rights, firmly declaring that no harm from relatives or outsiders would be tolerated, with severe repercussions for any violations. Jiang Yuan was unsure who drafted the statement, but the tone was reminiscent of someone she knew. The declaration was resolute, leaving her uncertain whether Dong's decision to dismiss Yang Ming was solely in her defense. She also noted another dismissal statement, which involved two senior employees from the finance department accused of maliciously spreading rumors, fabricating facts, and defaming others, resulting in severe negative consequences. While the statement did not specify their actions or mention any victims, it was clear to everyone in the company what rumors had been disseminated. This statement indirectly restored Jiang Yuan's reputation. It concluded with a strong condemnation of such behavior, warning that any future occurrences would be met with severe punishment, urging all employees to take heed. After reading both statements, Jiang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. After enduring a prolonged period of suffocation at work, she could finally breathe freely. She picked up her phone and typed thank you in a message box, but before she could send it, a new message from Dong appeared. Preparing to board, turning off my phone. Contact Zhou Ji if needed. It felt as though he was merely informing her. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened slightly, and after a brief pause, she revised her message to I saw the statement. Thank you. Safe travels. After pondering for a moment, she changed thank you to I miss you. He did not reply, and she calmly put away her phone. Chapter 105. Investigating thoroughly on the plane. Dong glanced at the message on his screen, pausing for a few seconds before switching to his email. The message was sent by Zhou Ji at 1 a.m., containing a detailed report on Jiang Yuan's background and personal history. Jiang Yuan, 22 years old, hailed from Gong County in Luqing with exemplary academic performance, having entered Beijing University's finance department as the top scorer from her county. During her studies, she worked part-time and excelled academically, though she was not notably active in extracurricular activities and maintained a low profile with no record of misconduct. Her first and only romantic relationship was with Yan Yiru, which lasted 6 months before they were publicly confronted by Yan Yiru's fiancé, leading to a bitter separation. Jiang Yuan's parents were local residents. Her father worked away from home while her mother ran a small supermarket in their village. Their marriage had been harmonious until about 6 months ago, when Jiang Yuan's mother was assaulted by a nearly 50-year-old bachelor from their village. Her father returned home and sought revenge, killing the assailant with a machete and accidentally injuring the village chief's son and his friends in the process. Jiang Yuan's father was sentenced to death by the Supreme Court 4 months ago, leaving the Jiang family with a debt of $2 million in medical and psychological compensation to the other victims, of which they had already paid $300,000. Dong read the email multiple times, eventually calling Zhou Ji for an hour, not falling asleep until 4 a.m. The plane flew smoothly at 10,000 meters, with a vast sea of clouds outside. In the serene and comfortable first-class cabin, Dong closed his eyes and turned off his phone. Earlier that morning, Jiang Yuan had seen the two statements and was soon called in by Finance Supervisor Chening, who informed her that she would be reassigned from the merger team back to the finance department without providing a reason. This meant her performance bonuses would be forfeited. Feeling anxious, she pressed for answers. The merger team was previously approved by Director Yang and endorsed by President Yin. I have exerted my utmost effort in this merger, and my financial investigation report benefited President Yin during negotiations. I have committed no wrongdoing. Do you have the authority to remove me from the team? Chening calmly regarded her, smiling lightly. You need not rush. This is an upper management directive. I'm merely executing it. Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow. Upper management? Whose directive? Management, Chun Ying replied. Jiang Yuan immediately thought of Dong, but quickly dismissed the idea. He had no reason to oppose her. She understood that the merger team was highly coveted, with everyone eager to join, including Chun Ying herself. She boldly speculated that Chun Ying had likely used some connections to displace her. Frustrated, yet helpless, Jiang Yuan realized that without the monthly bonuses, the burden of her 300,000 debt loomed larger. Glancing at the time, she noted that Dong was still on the plane. Anxiously, she planned to message him as soon as he landed, believing that this minor issue could be resolved with a few words from him. During lunch, Jiang Yuan received a call from Su Hui, who was shopping nearby and invited her to lunch. Needing to borrow some money to cover her debt, they quickly arranged a meeting place. Chapter 106. The first step of a long journey. Upon meeting, they found a quiet spot in a nearby mall restaurant. Su Hui's gaze lingered on Jiang Yuan for a considerable time before she finally smirked and remarked, "You spent 2 nights away, haven't you? Seems like things are progressing smoothly. Care to share?" Jiang Yuan lowered her eyes slightly, affirming that everything was proceeding according to plan. Su Hui took the bottle of red wine from the waiter, pouring it into glasses while clicking her tongue in surprise. "I truly didn't expect it. You've proven quite capable. After just over a month at your job, you've managed to ensnare a man. He's the only heir of Zhongxian, whose father's official position could crush an entire city. In all my time in this circle, I've yet to witness a sister with your prowess." Jiang Yuan replied, "This is merely the first step of a long journey. How have you been these past few days?" Same old, same old. In our line of work, things rarely change, just different clients with varying payments. Jiang Yuan fell silent for a moment. "Sister Hui, my bonus has come through this month, but I still need an additional 40,000. I'd like to borrow a bit from you." "Not a problem. I've sent some money home and have a little left over. Just give me your car number, and I'll transfer it to you." "Thank you." Jiang Yuan understood that Su Hui was likely financially comfortable, yet she had also experienced the harsh realities of their world. Women often package themselves as commodities, delivering themselves to wealthy men, feigning innocence and charm, acting as faceless dolls devoid of dignity or shame. She had witnessed Su Hui endure a drunken client berating her for over an hour, only to later learn that this client derived his fortune from his wife, who expected him to wash her feet at home. While money is easy to earn, it is equally difficult to obtain. Su Hui raised her glass and took a sip of wine. "No need for pleasantries. How's your performance at the company lately?" "The bonuses are decent," Jiang Yuan confessed. "I was previously short-sighted, unaware that a woman could earn substantial sums just by standing tall. For me, that opportunity has passed. You should make the most of it." Jiang Yuan reflected on her recent removal from the merger team, realizing that next month's bonus was now in jeopardy. "What's wrong? You seem troubled," Su Hui observed. Jiang Yuan briefly explained her current predicament. Su Hui set down her glass and cautioned, "There's something I know you won't want to hear, but I feel compelled to remind you. After years in this industry, I've encountered many ambitious sisters, yet none have bested those men. You must recognize reality. A man's fleeting interest will fade. While you can, gather as much as you can. If you think he doesn't see through your true intentions, you're mistaken." Su Hui had always believed Jiang Yuan's efforts to attract Dong were aimed at marrying into wealth. Jiang Yuan remained silent, acknowledging the truth of Su Hui's statement. She had deluded herself into thinking that by refusing to accept financial support, she could prove her genuine affection. It was utterly laughable. These men at the pinnacle of power are not driven by romantic notions. Their interests lie solely in profit and strategy. The more Su Hui spoke, the more uncertainty enveloped Jiang Yuan's heart. Deep down, she understood that Dong's infatuation was merely physical. Yet how much weight did that infatuation hold in his heart? Glancing at her phone, she noted that Dong was still on a flight. A sudden wave of worry washed over her. Had he forgotten her after these few days? Or, worse, had he developed an interest in another woman while abroad? Jiang Yuan promptly transferred the gathered 300,000 to her mother. Currently, she was repaying her debts monthly, managing to appease the creditors in her village, who had ceased to harass her mother's small shop. Yet, with next month's bonus evaporated, how she would repay that debt remained uncertain. Su Hui's words echoed in her mind. The most straightforward solution was to accept Dong's previous offer of financial support. However, once she entered into a transactional relationship, The notion of true love would be rendered null and void. For a man of his pride, it was impossible to develop genuine feelings for a woman who sold her body. Without affection, there could be no empathy or desire for vengeance on her behalf. As Jiang Yuan contemplated her circumstances, the burden of her immense debt weighed heavily upon her. Just before the end of the workday, she received a call from Liang Zhouheng. His tone remained as amiably warm as ever. "Sister, have you finished work? It's my birthday today. Come and celebrate." Jiang Yuan hesitated momentarily, recalling Yin Dong's numerous warnings. The refusal slipped from her lips. "Happy birthday, Brother Liang. Unfortunately, I must work late and cannot attend." Liang Zhouheng chuckled lightly. "Can we not come up with a better excuse? Have you counted how many times you've turned me down? Is your heart so hardened? Have you forgotten who rescued you from danger?" Jiang Yuan was taken aback, surprised at Liang Zhouheng's awareness of her situation, but then realized that perhaps Yin Dong had informed him. Liang Zhouheng continued, "While Dongzi is away, do you think I could harm you? Don't worry, I've already informed him. Just come over, play some ball, eat something, and do me this favor. I only celebrate my birthday once a year." Jiang Yuan sensed his ulterior motives. With Yin Dong still airborne, how could he have reported to him? As she pondered her next move, Liang Zhouheng added, "If you don't believe me, wait until he lands and call him. I'll be waiting. Then I'll come by after finishing work." "Perfect. Send me a message when you're done, and I'll have someone pick you up." After hanging up, Liang Zhouheng returned to the mahjong table. The courtyard he occupied was a Liang family property, which had remained vacant until he invested heavily in its renovation, transforming it into a place of exquisite elegance adorned with antique furnishings. A veritable haven for gatherings among their circle. Seated at the table beside Liang Zhouheng, a man named Dong Tianhao inquired, "Which young lady has captured Liang Xiao's attention so?" Liang Zhouheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Why the curiosity?" Dong Tianhao pressed on. "Is it a new girlfriend?" Liang Zhouheng laughed. "When have I ever had a girlfriend?" Laughter erupted among the group. Su Jia, sitting next to Dong Tianhao, chimed in, "Not a girlfriend, but a sister." "Which sister is coming tonight?" Liang Zhouheng replied, "Hey, food can be consumed indiscriminately, but avoid speaking carelessly or you may find yourself in trouble." Su Jia teased, "What's the matter? Is this sister someone of significance?" As he spoke, Jiang Yu, seated on the sofa, glanced at Liang Zhouheng. After a moment's pause, she asked, "Liang Xiao, wasn't that Jiang Yuan also your sister? Why didn't she come to celebrate your 30th birthday, when you were so protective of her previously?" Liang Zhouheng turned back, chuckling, "That girl is just an ungrateful wretch. It's no loss if she doesn't come." Jiang Yu interjected, "Is it because Yin Dong forbade her?" Liang Zhouheng's jaw dropped in shock as he exclaimed, "How do you know that?" Jiang Yu fixed him with a steady gaze for a couple of seconds before asserting, "Are they together?" Liang Zhouheng's eyes darted around, and he suddenly realized he had been trapped in conversation. Others chimed in, recalling that day when Dong had simply carried someone away. I remarked that their relationship was certainly not ordinary. As the conversation continued, the tone of the speaker suddenly diminished. Instinctively glancing towards Jiang Yu, her expression remained inscrutable, and she coldly responded, "What are you looking at? Our engagement was merely a facade. Whoever he chooses to be with is of no concern to me." Those present shared years of camaraderie, and Jiang Yu was known for her stoic demeanor. Much like Yin Dong, everyone was aware that Jiang Yu had harbored feelings for him for quite some time, patiently waiting while he remained indifferent. Now, with her outright dismissal of their previous engagement, one could only imagine the turmoil within her. Others attempted to smooth things over, suggesting that perhaps it was all an act, considering that over the years, no woman had captured Dong's interest, especially not that young girl whose background remained unclear. Liang Zhouheng glanced at Jiang Yu's expression and added, "A bunch of gossipers, creating chaos out of nothing. You turn white into black, and clear into murky, fabricating tales that will surely reach Dong. Just wait until he returns to see how he handles this." Dong Tianhao leaned in, whispering, "Is this really happening?" Liang Zhouheng, focused on his cards, barely lifted his gaze. What taste does Dong have to fall for that country girl? It would have been hard even 7 or 8 years ago. Su Jia interjected, "Is she really that unsophisticated? I recall her delicate features, pure as freshly peeled bamboo shoots, and her figure is simply outstanding." Liang Zhouheng's lips moved, clearly forming a word of reproach. Yet he remained silent. Dong Tianhao remarked, "True, Dong likely wouldn't fancy that type. When he was with Xue Tong, she never excessively adorned herself, always barefaced." Dong prefers someone intellectual and cultured. Liang Zhouheng smiled. Glad you understand. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan maintained her icy facade, betraying no emotion. A friend beside her nudged her gently, whispering, Xiao Yu, don't be upset. I doubt this is true. Given Dong's status, he wouldn't casually date a woman of uncertain background, and the Yin family would never agree. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, the circle in Beicheng is small, and we don't recognize her. Even if she exists, she's likely just a nameless nobody. A flicker of annoyance crossed Jiang Yu's face. I've already stated that his romantic affairs are none of my business. He is not my possession. Why do you feel the need to discuss this with me? The two exchanged glances before murmuring. All right, we won't say anything more. We just worry about your feelings since you've always liked Dong. Jiang Yu's composure faltered as she recalled how he had resolutely dismissed her parents' hints about marriage at the family banquet, effectively slapping her family in the face, disregarding even her grandfather's stature. Thoughts of his previous comments on physiological attraction, now combined with Liang Zhouheng's veiled remarks, led her to a stark realization. Chapter 109. What? Can I not even touch him? At 8 p.m., Jiang Yuan calculated the time of Dong's flight landing and called him. After a few rings, a familiar, cool voice answered. What is it? Jiang Yuan grasped her phone, inquiring with concern. Have you landed? Is it cold in France? Do you miss me? His response was curt. Jiang Yuan felt her heart race, and she countered, what about you? Feigning ignorance, he prompted her, and Jiang Yuan could almost picture the amused expression on his face through the phone. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her voice, unable to mask her shyness. Have you thought of me? There was a brief silence. Then he replied, his voice slightly husky. I can smell you with my eyes closed. Sitting alone in her empty office, Jiang Yuan felt her cheeks flush. She hurriedly changed the subject. Liang asked me to come over for his birthday celebration. He mentioned you. I don't want to go, but I fear upsetting him. Can you talk to him? Go, he replied softly. It'll be a change of scenery. There's a gift prepared in the bedroom closet. Please take it to him for me. Jiang Yuan hesitated, unsure if he meant for her to represent him at Liang Zhouheng's gathering, which would undoubtedly include many from their circle. Was he implying he intended to publicly acknowledge her? Her mind raced as she asked, is it appropriate for me to go in your stead? They won't bite, he stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Yuan's heart raced, realizing he was ready to acknowledge her, indicating her significance in his life. All right, I'll head home to get ready and then go. As he prepared to hang up, she quickly added, I have one more thing to discuss. I've been removed from the merger team. I don't know who made that decision. My decision. Jiang Yuan tightened her grip on her phone, her brow furrowed. Why? Spend less time on work. His implication was clear, urging her to focus on him instead. But the call ended, leaving Jiang Yuan uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. By the time she left Dong's residence, it was past 9 p.m. The car sent by Liang Zhouheng waited by the roadside. Jiang Yuan was driven directly to a courtyard. The place was brightly lit, with melodious music wafting through the air, reminiscent of a classical ensemble featuring pipa, eru, and yangqin. As she walked deeper into the courtyard, she noticed every stone and what appeared meticulously crafted, exuding a rich historical ambience mingled with the scent of copper. The music grew clearer, and as she rounded a screen, an exquisite scene unfolded before her. A dozen beauties donned in kipeos, each wielding different instruments, created a breathtaking tableau, as if she had stepped into a painting from a bygone era. Across from her, a man lounged in a wrought-tan chair, eyes closed in relaxation, the chair swaying gently to the rhythm of the music, seemingly in bliss. While the rumor spoke of Liang Zhouheng's lavish lifestyle, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel their truth. Yet, she wondered why he was alone on his birthday celebration. Just as she hesitated, Liang Zhouheng straightened up, calling out, Sister, come sit down. Jiang Yuan stepped forward, handing him her gift, Happy birthday. Liang Zhouheng smiled, taking the item without a glance, then casually pulled her hand towards him. Jiang Yuan felt a rush of adrenaline, instinctively withdrawing her hand, while he smirked. What? Can I not even touch you? Tonight, Liang Zhouheng felt particularly enigmatic, especially in this flirtatious atmosphere, leaving her on guard. Chapter 110. To engage in business or not. Liang Zhouheng gestured, and the music ceased abruptly. The beauties rose gracefully from their seats, retreating with elegance. The vast courtyard was left with only dim, warm light, the air tinged with a slight chill. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan realized something and attempted to leave. Is it cold? Come inside for some hot tea to warm up. His voice dropped, and she felt warmth on her arm as he placed his hand there. Jiang Yuan instinctively stepped back, but his grip tightened subtly, leaving her no escape. Her face flushed as she lifted her gaze, her eyes icy. "Liang, what do you mean?" Liang Zhouheng, with a sudden loosening of his grip, wore an expression that hovered between a smile and a smirk. "Why are you guarding against me like a wolf?" He teased. "What could I possibly want? Afraid I might freeze you out, only for someone to come after me later?" Jiang Yuan, upon hearing his words, felt a slight relaxation in her heart. Clearly, he was aware of her current relationship with Yin Dong. "Liang Xiao, the gift has arrived. Happy birthday. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave," she declared, turning to exit. Typically, Liang Zhouheng enjoyed teasing her with frivolous jokes, and she understood that he had harbored improper thoughts about her in the past. However, that was all behind them. Now, knowing she and Yin Dong shared a substantial relationship, did he dare to play such games? Today's atmosphere felt oddly sinister. Jiang Yuan considered the consequences if Yin Dong discovered she had been alone with Liang Zhouheng at this hour. She certainly did not wish to complicate matters further and felt an urgent need to depart. "What is this, a den of wolves? You're fleeing in fright. Are you scared of me or of him finding out?" Liang Zhouheng's teasing voice drifted from behind. Jiang Yuan, without stopping, hurriedly replied over her shoulder, "I have matters to attend to. With him absent, what pressing matters could you possibly have? Are you secretly meeting him?" Liang Zhouheng's voice grew increasingly closer. Startled, Jiang Yuan whipped around only to find he had caught up to her. Her heart raced, and she quickened her pace. Liang Zhouheng stepped in front of her, effectively blocking her path, clearly not intending to let her slip away so easily. His eyes still sparkled with a hint of amusement, but she suddenly perceived a sinister edge to his smile. Jiang Yuan's expression turned icy, her voice laced with venom. "You tricked me into coming here under the pretense of celebrating your birthday. Do you even know what you're doing? Are you getting anxious, little white rabbit? Don't worry. I never force anyone. There's a deal to consider," Liang Zhouheng remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed as she locked eyes with him. 10 million for one night. If that isn't enough, we can negotiate." Her pupils dilated, and a single thought raced through her mind. He must be insane or intoxicated. Yet there was no scent of alcohol about him. He slipped his hands into his pockets, leaned closer, and whispered in her ear, "Just one night? With the knowledge of heaven and earth, and I guarantee it won't go awry. The driver I send has been with me for many years. His family relies on me for their livelihood. You needn't worry. He will return you before dawn. If you're concerned, I can transfer the money to your account first. Even if the word gets out, I'll take the blame. I'll say I got you drunk, and you will know nothing. I've been thinking about you for a long time. In short, this arrangement will not leave you at a loss. Take 5 minutes to consider it. The price is open to discussion. My wish this year for my birthday is you. I consider 10 million a gift to myself." Chapter 111. Steeled resolve. Jiang Yuan's mind exploded with confusion. She stared intently at Liang Zhouheng, searching for any sign that he was jesting, but it was in vain. The playful smile had vanished, replaced by a calm, yet oppressive gaze. She rapidly replayed his words. He wanted to buy her for a night, and had clearly planned this for some time. Jiang Yuan never anticipated he would dare to engage in such dealings behind Yin Dong's back. Although he had expressed interest before, he had never crossed the line. She had not expected him to audaciously attempt to woo her away from Yin Dong. She had heard rumors of Liang Zhouheng's extravagant lifestyle, and it seemed plausible that he would indeed spend lavishly on women. Jiang Yuan fought to maintain her composure. "Liang Xiao, you truly overestimate my worth. I had no idea I was valued so highly." His dark eyes locked on her face, his voice dropping to a husky tone. "Do you believe I dream of you? I have dreamed of you several times." Jiang Yuan's heart raced, her body stiffening. The night was silent, enveloped in an oppressive darkness that made the air feel frigid. 10 million would suffice to clear all her debts and ensure a comfortable life for her and her mother. Yet, Liang Zhouheng shifted his stance, patiently waiting before her. "Think it over. One night, 10 million. My wish will be fulfilled, and we can pretend this never happened." Jiang Yuan countered. "Aren't you afraid I might tell him everything?" He raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement escaping. "I grew up with him." "How long have you known him?" On one side stand a brother of over 20 years, and on the other, a clandestine lover. "I doubt he would sever ties with me over you." Jiang Yuan thought to herself. He certainly was unworried. Liang Zhouheng pressed further. "So, have you made your decision?" I prepared some food and drinks. Let us satisfy our appetites before the long night ahead. His gaze held steady on her, and despite his words of patience, his underlying eagerness was palpable. Jiang Yuan met his gaze calmly. Liang Xiao, I won't partake in this transaction. His eyelids lifted slowly. Have you thought this through? This opportunity is singular. Jiang Yuan replied. If I were after money, I wouldn't need to seek it so far. After all, your fortune comes from him too. Liang Zhouheng cursed inwardly. This girl certainly knew how to strike a nerve. Do you genuinely believe he will marry you? I advise against dreaming. You guard your virtue for him. Yet he likely views you merely as a means to satisfy his desires. He may have more money than I do, but he is miserly and calculating, never willing to spend on women. A year with him is worth less than a night with me. Jiang Yuan kept her gaze forward, stepping outside. That is my affair. No need for Liang Xiao to concern himself. Liang Zhouheng followed her, continuing to argue. Are you truly set on him? What do you gain? His temper is terrible, and he lacks appreciation for beauty. Following him is pure self-inflicted suffering. Jiang Yuan did not turn back. Liang Xiao, please stay. The debts I owe you are settled tonight. As she exited the courtyard and walked towards the alleyway, Liang Zhouheng realized he could not stop her. The quiet night enveloped her slender figure, and she quickly vanished at the alley's mouth. Just as Liang Zhouheng contemplated calling a driver to take her home, his phone rang. He answered, but there was silence on the other end. With a smirk, he mused, can't wait? On the line, Dong's voice emerged, low and devoid of emotion. She left? Liang Zhouheng responded, she's resolute now. I've likely ruined any remaining goodwill she had towards me. Chapter 112. Impatience, what did she say? Dong inquired over the phone. Liang Zhouheng lazily recounted Jiang Yuan's words verbatim. He concluded with, her family is drowning in debt, yet she remains unmoved by 10 million. If at ISNT true love, what are you waiting for? This foolish girl is infatuated with you. You're deliberately playing games behind her back. How cruel. If she finds out, how heartbroken she will be. TCH. Dong replied, keep your distance from her. Liang Zhouheng retorted, with things as they are, she'll likely avoid me from now on. I understand your intentions now. You aim to discredit me in her eyes. As he finished speaking, the call abruptly ended. Liang Zhouheng cursed under his breath. During Dong's 3 days abroad, Jiang Yuan sent him daily greetings, morning and night. Good morning and good night, with occasional messages about meals or sentiments of missing him. Unfortunately, he rarely replied, leaving her anxious. Their relationship, built on fleeting passion, felt exceedingly fragile. Once a newcomer appeared by his side, or his attention shifted elsewhere, she became insignificant. Each day after work, she devoted herself to mastering the art of Cantonese cuisine. He relished the sweet and sour flavors, dishes she had rarely prepared before, necessitating a fresh start in her culinary journey. She diligently followed online recipes, gradually honing her skills, and even attempted to bake a cake. The last time Jiang Yuan visited the company, she brought him an array of desserts. Lacking any baking foundation, she was fortunate to find her kitchen equipped with all the necessary tools. After burning 3 cake layers, she finally grasped the temperament of his oven. He returned home at 5 in the morning 3 days later. Without a word, as he entered and input the door lock code, Jiang Yuan was abruptly awakened by the sound. Moments later, she heard the soft rustling, accompanied by his steady footsteps. Sitting up abruptly, she hastily slipped on her slippers, just as the bedroom door swung open. Their eyes met. She sat at the edge of the bed in a white silk robe, her long hair cascading loosely, 2 strands brushing against her delicate cheeks, her eyes still heavy with sleep, dark pupils fixed on him, growing brighter by the second. The room was unlit, curtains drawn, with only the sparse light of a winter dawn filtering through the gaps. A faint, warm fragrance enveloped the air emanating from her. He was well aware of it. Still clad in his black wool coat, which retained the morning's chill, he caught her off guard. After a moment of dazed surprise, Jiang Yuan sprang to her feet and hurried toward him. Why didn't you say anything before coming back? The warmth of her nightgown pressed against him, causing his throat to tighten as he embraced her, lifting the coat to pull her closer. After a few days apart, the familiar scent enveloped her, and the tension that had weighed on Jiang Yuan gradually dissipated. Tentatively, she wrapped her arms around his waist. He stiffened for a moment, his voice suddenly taut, eager. Are we? Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she looked up at him. His dark gaze held an intensity like a growing flame. Familiar with this look, She instinctively turned to flee, but he captured the nape of her neck and kissed her. The delicate silk of her robe was swept aside, his strong hands gripping her slender waist. Jiang Yuan felt his lips ignite countless sparks along her spine, each touch sending shivers through her sensitive nerves, leaving her yearning to grasp something, yet repeatedly pushing her toward a helpless abyss. Chapter 113. Have you missed me? Jiang Yuan's mind was in disarray, barely registering that he was gentler this time than before. It seemed he took pleasure in tormenting her, watching her flounder until she lost all rational thought, her legs giving way as she sank onto the bed. He caught her knees, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the bathroom. As he undressed, she perched on the sink, observing him. He asked her to help wash him, but as her fingers brushed his back, he spun around and pinned her against the wall. Unable to resist teasing, she quipped, "Who is the impatient one now?" His eyes darkened further, and he enveloped her lips with his, kissing her for what felt like an eternity before releasing her. "Have you missed me?" Jiang Yuan sensed his desire, her smile fading as she wrapped her arms around his neck, returning his kiss while murmuring, "I think of you every day, the moment I wake. Wondering if you're eating well, what you're doing during the day, if you encounter beautiful women at work, and whether you think of me at night." She lamented, "I fear I might annoy you, so I hesitate to message you," weighing each word. "After sending a message, I wait for you to see it and reply, yet you never respond." Her complaints mingled with kisses, her soft body gliding against him. The silk robe clung to her, damp and slippery, as she felt his warmth rising. And amidst the steamy air, his low voice rumbled, "I don't like messages. If you miss me, just call." When she opened her eyes again, it was already 3 hours later. Beside her, the steady rhythm of his breathing filled the air. She turned to glance at him. He was deep in slumber, fatigue evident on his relaxed brow. Uncertain if he had deliberately caught a night flight home, she felt a twinge of happiness at the thought. Quietly, she slipped out of bed and made her way to the kitchen. As the aroma of the long-simmered soup wafted through the air, Dong emerged from the bedroom. Through the transparent glass, he observed her slender figure moving about the kitchen, her back to him, hair casually tied up, clad in a black wool sweater and fitted jeans, her waist accentuated by the apron-esque tie, enhancing her curves. She carefully tasted the fragrant broth. Dong swallowed hard, unsure of his sudden hunger. Hearing his footsteps, she turned. "Perfect timing, the soup is ready." He approached leisurely, noticing the 4 neatly arranged plates on the marble countertop, each covered by a bowl. Yet the enticing aroma wafted through the gaps. Jiang Yuan glanced back at him while ladling the soup, casually saying, "I made a simple dish. I hope you like it." Just as she finished speaking, she felt a sudden warmth against her back as he pressed close, familiar strength enveloping her. His lips grazed her cheek and neck, his voice hoarse and magnetic from sleep. "You're up early making food for me. Worried I might not be strong enough to feed you?" Chapter 114. Catering to his taste, Jiang Yuan felt his hands teasingly knead her soft flesh above the waist, the warm touch sending tingles throughout her. With a spoon in hand, she balanced a steaming ladle of carrot and pork soup, her breath faltering as she swayed, spilling some. She turned her head to avoid his lips, feigning annoyance. "I simmered this soup for 2 hours." He peered into the pot, then buried his face in her neck. Speaking softly, "Doesn't he look like much?" Resigned, Jiang Yuan set down the spoon as he spun her around, drawing her into his embrace. He wore a loose black silk robe, its tie slack, exposing his muscular chest beneath the half-open garment. The sun's rays accentuating the tan sheen and defined contours of his physique. They had never engaged in such intimacy during daylight, and Jiang Yuan felt her eyes darting. Lashes lowered, the blush from where he had kissed her creeping toward her ear. He seemed to take his time now, leisurely untying the apron behind her and slipping his hands under her sweater. Jiang Yuan leaned against him, trembling slightly. Suddenly he asked, "How was your time with Liang Zhouheng last night?" Jiang Yuan's nerves tightened, and she paused for a moment before replying. "I arrived quite late and left right after delivering the gift." He withdrew his hands, softly stroking her back, inquiring gently, "Did he give you a hard time?" Jiang Yuan had decided on the way home not to disclose the previous night's events to Dong. As Liang Zhouheng had pointed out, one was a childhood friend, while the other was her, and it was evident how Dong would react. Why put herself in an uncomfortable position? "No, let us eat. The food will get cold. I only took half a day off to have lunch with you before returning to the office." Jiang Yuan stepped aside, resuming her task of serving the soup. Dong watched her silhouette, swallowing hard, yet remained silent. The dishes were laid out on the table, 4 courses and a soup. Dong's gaze slowly swept over each dish. Sweet and sour pineapple pork, shrimp and tomato sauce, ginger braised duck, garlic hollow vegetable, and a fragrant soup that wafted enticingly through the air. It was evident that the meal was prepared according to his palate. The presentation may not have rivaled that of the ant's previous creations, but it certainly whetted his appetite. The dishes had been kept warm, still steaming from the heat. He did not rush to eat, leaning back in his seat, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize her, a teasing smile playing on his lips. She clearly knew his preferences. Or had she honed her culinary skills in his absence? Jiang Yuan placed a bowl of soup in front of him, appearing nonchalant. I didn't study it specifically. I just possess a modicum of talent, she said. Why don't you give it a taste and see if it suits your palate? He remained still, his gaze drifting to her hand, pausing momentarily. What had happened to it? On her right thumb was a small, deep red mark, not particularly large or glaring, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a burn. A couple of days ago, while baking a cake, she had lost track of time and, in a flurry, reached into the oven to retrieve it, grazing the oven wall and blistering her skin. She instinctively squeezed her fingers, reminding herself of the pain she had endured. But she had applied ointment, and it was nearly healed. He raised an eyebrow. What kind of cake were you making? Jiang Yuan replied, seeing as you enjoy desserts. I attempted to bake a couple. His attention lingered on her thumb, the burn located on her fingertip, a delicate area, and he could easily imagine how much it must have hurt. Who told you I enjoy desserts? Jiang Yuan averted her gaze, stirring the soup with a spoon, murmuring softly. If I didn't, why would others go out of their way to bring you desserts from Jinding G to your office? At her words, Dong's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he looked at her. She pouted, lowering her head to avoid his gaze, appearing pitiful. He was well aware this was one of her usual tactics. She excelled at feigning vulnerability. Yet he couldn't help but tease her. Jinding G's desserts are merely average. Perhaps you should let me sample your culinary prowess one day. Her heart fluttered at his words, a smile breaking through her facade. That depends on when I find the time. He leaned in, chuckling. I'll wait for your availability. Finally, she witnessed him pick up his chopsticks and begin to eat. Resting her chin in her hand, her eyes wide with anticipation. After sampling each dish, he offered a curt assessment. It's acceptable. Jiang Yuan's face fell in disappointment. Just acceptable? She had learned from his servants that he was quite discerning, and if even they could speak so bluntly, it indicated his fastidiousness. Thus, she had diligently honed her culinary skills, preparing these dishes countless times to perfect the measurements of spices. He maintained an impeccable manner while eating, and after he leisurely swallowed his mouthful, he remarked, "It's quite good, but don't bother making it again." What's quite good about it? If it's not satisfactory, why beat around the bush to criticize? Jiang Yuan shot him a glare. You really are hard to please. Am I? Weren't you just serving me quite well? His deep gaze traversed her face, traveling down to her form, unabashedly taking in every detail from her neck to her figure across the table. Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice rising an octave. Are you some sort of rechargeable battery? Do you not need to eat? Why don't you try it? His eyes held hers, and she understood his unspoken challenge, realizing that even the most steadfast woman would struggle under his intensity. This morning, he had toyed with her twice before releasing her, and now, less than 3 hours later, he appeared charged and ready for more. Jiang Yuan recalled how he had initially teased her during their first encounters, deliberately toying with her, clearly restraining himself back then. Now, without reservation, he was revealing his true self. She chose to ignore the insinuation in his gaze, feigning calmness. You take your time eating. I'll finish quickly and head back to the office. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered. I want to return to the mergers and acquisitions team. I haven't made any mistakes. I shouldn't have been removed without my consent. Can you arrange for me to be transferred back? He glanced at her, questioning if it was really just for that small bonus. For me, it's not insignificant. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and squinted at her. Is someone at home waiting for money? Jiang Yuan froze, her mind buzzing as she struggled to maintain composure. She forced herself to meet his gaze, thinking, who would refuse an excess of money? My skills and expertise qualify me for that position. I deserve to earn my keep. Why should I be stripped of that? He remained silent, his expression shifting from sleepy nonchalance to a grave intensity. Jiang Yuan's heart raced, her throat tightening, making it difficult to breathe. The moment he uttered the word home, she should have realized he had likely investigated her background. In an oppressive silence, she felt her nerves fraying. Uncertain of what he had discovered or when he had begun to pry, she finally broke the tension. "You're worried I have ulterior motives for not speaking up? Are you planning to pay off those debts with that meager bonus?" Jiang Yuan felt as though she had been released from the grip of suffocation. Finally able to breathe again, she quickly collected her emotions, adjusting her tone. "I don't want you to misunderstand. If I can return to the mergers and acquisitions team, I can pay off those debts on my own in installments of 300,000 monthly." He interrupted her. "You approached me initially because of those debts, didn't you?" Jiang Yuan quickly shook her head, denying it vehemently. "No, I was never after your money. Even if I weren't at Dongjin, I could still manage to pay off those debts through my own abilities." He challenged her. "So, saving money to start a business and becoming your own boss, those are mere fantasies?" She fell silent, and the air thickened with tension. "How is your mother doing?" he suddenly asked. Jiang Yuan froze momentarily, a wave of warmth flooding her eyes. Her throat tightened, and after a long pause, she replied, "She is all right. The ordeal has passed. I just want to pay off the debts and bring her home." His heavy gaze swept over her teary eyes, darkening with concern. He leaned back, retrieving a cigarette from the pack and lighting it. As he exhaled a plume of gray smoke, he spoke. "The verdict back then was immediate execution. The evidence was irrefutable. My father is dead, and I don't wish to dwell on it." Jiang Yuan abruptly interrupted him, her voice calm, as though she had long accepted the harsh reality. Death meant the extinguishing of all possibilities and hopes. No matter how capable one might be, no one could resurrect the dead. Dong fell silent, his gaze fixed on her, a serene yet pale visage, void of any emotion, appearing deliberately suppressed and numb. The faint smoke lingered between them, and Dong felt a heaviness in his chest, the air caught in his throat. He could sense the suffocating despair and frustration she had faced back then. Regrettably, at that time, he hadn't known her at all. "It's too late," he murmured, exhaling smoke. "I'll have Zhou Ji accompany you back to handle matters at home and arrange a place for your mother." His reaction was entirely unexpected for Jiang Yuan. She paused, quickly weighing her options in her mind. At this juncture, to refuse would be to act petulantly. But how could she explain their relationship to her mother? She knew her mother would never permit her to seek vengeance on Shueshan. Raising her gaze, she stated, "As for the money, consider it a loan. I'll pay back the debts first, and my mother doesn't need to be brought back just yet. I need to consult her and see what she wishes." He extinguished the cigarette and gazed deeply at her, saying, "The past is behind us. You are with me now, and I will not allow you to suffer any more grievances. If there is anything, do not hesitate to tell me, or simply reach out to Zhou Ji. Nothing should be insurmountable." Jiang Yuan felt a warmth in her heart as she met his gaze. His typically indifferent eyes were calm and profound, resembling a tranquil tide, vast and expansive yet inexplicably comforting, making her want to sink into them. However, this feeling was fleeting. The hand resting beneath the table tightened imperceptibly. Jiang Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she bit her lip, her voice tinged with restraint as she replied, "I understand. However, I will repay you gradually. I do not wish to owe you anything. 2 million in debt is a considerable burden for me, but it does not compel me to sell myself." These words sounded too much like a hasty attempt to clear her name, and she found herself unable to continue. She looked up at him, and he exhaled smoke with a nonchalant air, his deep gaze revealing a hint of amusement. "Perhaps you could write an IOU?" Jiang Yuan paused, then replied earnestly, "I will write one." He chuckled softly, his playful gaze lingering on her face. "You'd better prepare a notebook to meticulously record every penny you spend of mine, lest your delicate waist struggle to stand tall before me." It dawned on Jiang Yuan that he was teasing her. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a sidelong glance, biting her lip in frustration, yet she felt a sudden lightness in her heart. "HM? Accountant Jiang?" He drawled lazily, his eyes half closed. Jiang Yuan maintained her serious demeanor, retorting, "How do you know I'm spending your money and not the other way around? I treated you to this meal, and you seem quite at ease." The playful smile that had graced his features deepened unexpectedly, his narrowed eyes glimmering with stars, locking onto hers. His voice was deep, the laugh emanating from his chest low and resonant, particularly alluring to her ears. In all her time dealing with him, She had never seen him smile like this. She had witnessed his charm with executives at the company and his subtle cunning during negotiations, but those smiles were mere facades. Now, clad in a loose-fitting robe and reclining lazily in his chair, still bearing the remnants of sleep, he had been effortlessly amused by her words. It was as if he intentionally lowered himself to make her happy. Jiang Yuan's heart raced, dazzled by the light in his eyes, but it quickly steadied. Conquering this man was neither as daunting nor as simple as she had imagined. She had forgotten how she had gradually found herself in his bed, but there was no doubt he had let his guard down around her. He picked up his chopsticks again, leisurely stating, "You went to such lengths to prepare a feast. If I don't show my support, I fear you might shed tears." Jiang Yuan, she had indeed put on a show of vulnerability before him. Having worn the mask for so long, she had mastered the art of reddening her eyes on command. She had believed he had never noticed. He had claimed her efforts were inadequate, yet had devoured nearly all the dishes. The soup pot was drained, and after cleaning his mouth meticulously with a towel, he settled back comfortably. Jiang Yuan thought to herself that he had rushed back on a night flight and had spent over 2 hours with her in bed that morning. He must truly be famished. She stood up, saying, "I will tidy up and head back to the office. You should sleep a bit longer to adjust to the time difference. No need to move. Let Sister Zhang handle it. I'll return with you," he replied, standing up as well. He turned and went back to the bedroom, soon emerging in a meticulously tailored suit, dark jacket paired with a deep blue tie, impeccably knotted, his short hair requiring no styling, all enhancing his cold, stoic demeanor, restoring the image of the no-nonsense president. Jiang Yuan glanced at him, momentarily dazed, wondering where the man who had just made her laugh had vanished. Chapter 118. Feeling guilty, Jiang Yuan had been reassigned to the finance department 3 days prior. The finance director, Yang Ming, had been removed, followed by the dismissal of 2 seasoned employees, causing quite a stir. Upon her return, she found herself isolated once more accurately, ignored and avoided. Yang Ming had deep roots in the finance department. Many respected him, not for his leadership skills, but for his tendency to distribute favors among his subordinates. With him gone, the team felt a significant loss of patronage. Certainly, this was also a method for him to win the hearts of the people. He was removed, and while everyone was hesitant to express their discontent towards the company's management, they directed their grievances at Jiang Yuan instead. Jiang Yuan had long since grown accustomed to solitude. After all, she had come to work not to make friends, and she lacked both the energy and the inclination for such pursuits. Upon her arrival at the finance department, she found the office eerily empty. It was Monday, yet no one was at their desks. The finance department shared a floor with human resources, so she hurried over to inquire. After a brief exchange, she sprinted to the elevator, only to find it would take some time to arrive. Frustrated, she pushed through the safety door and ascended 5 flights of stairs, finally reaching the entrance of the large conference room. Inside, the entire finance department was seated, filling the room to capacity. Breathlessly, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, "I'm so sorry for being late. I didn't know." Her apology was abruptly interrupted by a crisp female voice from the head of the table. Arriving 10 minutes late is still considered tardy. Over half an hour is deemed an unexcused absence. Please leave and do not disturb the meeting. The woman speaking sported a neat bob that grazed her shoulders, adorned with slightly extravagant earrings that danced as she turned, stirring the air around her. Her features, though obscured by meticulous makeup, were strikingly beautiful, yet bore an edge of sharpness, exuding a formidable presence and a tone that was unyielding. Jiang Yuan momentarily froze at the sight of the woman. Realizing she was likely the finance department as newly appointed director, as mentioned by Yin Dong. Taking a deep breath, she apologized again. "I truly apologize. I took a half-day leave this morning and did not receive the notice about the early meeting this afternoon. What area do you live in that you are so out of touch? Should I have my assistant personally inform you for every meeting from now on?" The woman's voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with indignation. The new finance director had just arrived that morning and called for a meeting half an hour earlier than scheduled. A notification relayed verbally by the director's assistant and later posted in the department's workgroup. Everyone in finance was aware of it, except for Jiang Yuan, who had yet to be added to the group. The conference room fell silent. All eyes from the 20-odd finance department staff were fixed upon her, most of them harboring unkind sentiments, as if they were witnessing a spectacle. Jiang Yuan felt the heat rush to her face, and after a brief moment of silence, she spoke again. "I apologize. it won't happen again. The woman turned her back, dismissing her entirely, torn between the desire to leave and the need to stay. Jiang Yuan ducked into the conference room, finding an empty chair in the last row, quietly taking a seat. The meeting called by the new director served two purposes: to introduce herself and to evidently reorganize the finance department. With the fervor typical of a newly appointed official, the director outlined numerous stringent demands, and the attendees wore expressions of suppressed outrage, exchanging glances of mutual understanding. A few individuals in the back whispered among themselves, lamenting the burdensome expectations placed upon them. A weekly financial report? In a small company, that's unheard of. Who is going to bear that workload? Are we to be ground into dust just to earn accolades for the higher-ups? They reminisced about a former manager they admired, and at this, several turned to Jiang Yuan, casting her disdainful looks. She maintained a calm demeanor, avoiding their gazes. Having arrived late, she missed the director's self-introduction, but she could surmise that the woman wielded considerable influence. Jiang Yuan recalled Dong's promise of making her the finance supervisor, which meant this director would be her immediate superior. A chill crept up her spine, but she understood the complexities and challenges of the workplace. Her life entailed more than just revenge. Once that chapter closed, she needed to support herself and her mother. As opportunities for advancement arose, she had no reason to let go of them. Having rolled through her previous circle with Sister Hui, she had come to deeply appreciate the rarity of standing tall and earning a substantial living through one's own merits. While listening to the new director speak, she diligently took notes on her phone. Using your phone at work? Using it during a meeting? Does your phone pay your salary? The woman's voice sliced through the air. Jiang Yuan, her head bowed, sensed the atmosphere shift suddenly. When she looked up, she realized all eyes were upon her, particularly the sharp gaze from the head of the table. The director's eyes were like daggers, glinting menacingly, making anyone who met her gaze feel as though they had been stabbed. The individuals in the front row turned to look at Jiang Yuan, their expressions impassive, yet their necks craning, as if to ensure her discomfort was fully realized. Jiang Yuan felt exposed, but forced herself to remain composed. Meeting the director's gaze. "Are you referring to me?" The director looked down at her, exuding an air of superiority. "What? Do you need me to name you specifically?" Jiang Yuan maintained a stoic expression. "I was using my phone. I was taking notes on what you just said." She turned her phone screen towards the assembly. Those closest leaned in to see, confirming that she was indeed taking notes. The director, however, did not even glance at the screen, dismissing her with a disdainful glance. "So I misjudged you. A good memory is no substitute for a poor pen. Your teacher must have told you that. Are you a graduate of North City University? Does everyone from North City come out so rigidly?" A ripple of subdued laughter spread through the crowd. Jiang Yuan maintained her composure, retorting earnestly, "Are you suggesting that the points you raise in the meeting are trivial and not worth noting?" The woman's smirk faltered, her expression tightening with anger. "Jiang Yuan, do you wish to resign? Do you even realize your current predicament? You have been marked by the acquisition team. Whether the finance department will accept you is still in question." Instinct told Jiang Yuan that this director bore a distinct animosity towards her, clearly informed about her background. Suggesting a premeditated agenda. Jiang Yuan remained poised, her demeanor as unshakable as a clock. "I have been with the company for less than 2 months and have made no errors in my work. I do not understand what grounds you have to dismiss me. Have I offended you in any way?" The onlookers observed the confrontation with rapt attention, relishing the spectacle of Jiang Yuan standing her ground against the new director. To them, her presence in the finance department was a source of misfortune, and they reveled in the director's initial attempt to direct her ire towards Jiang Yuan, a welcome release for their own pent-up frustrations. Yet, Jiang Yuan's response took them aback. She sat with clarity of thought, unflustered, while the director appeared increasingly flustered, lacking the grace expected of someone in her position. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, the silence palpable, but Jiang Yuan remained steadfast, betraying no hint of anxiety. Since joining the company, she had already made quite a name for herself, having previously confronted a colleague from the tech department and thrown a fork at a male coworker during a company dinner, nearly blinding him. She had also faced the wrath of Yang Ming's wife, and it was rumored that without the timely intervention of the boss, a full-blown altercation would have ensued. The company employees were tacitly aware of her reputation. She had become notorious as a troublemaker, But no one had anticipated that she would dare to challenge the newly appointed director. The gathered crowd observed with a sense of detached intrigue as the tension between the two individuals escalated. Although their expressions remained stoic, deep down, they yearned for even greater stimulation. The new director fixed her with an intense gaze. Do you not believe that your unexcused absences, your blatant disregard for authority, and your disrespectful remarks toward superiors are sufficient grounds for dismissal? What gives you the audacity to act so brazenly within this company? Jiang Yuan's countenance darkened. She sensed that this newly appointed director was deliberately provoking her, perhaps with the intent of driving her out. After a brief silence, she cast a nonchalant glance his way and replied candidly, "If your objective is to terminate my employment, why go to such lengths?" The new director retorted, "Do you truly believe I lack the power to dismiss you?" Jiang Yuan withdrew her gaze, placing her phone back in her pocket, her demeanor exuding indifference, as if to say, "Do as you wish." Clearly, the new director's aim was to expel Jiang Yuan, yet her attitude reflected nothing short of disdain. The director, maintaining a stern expression, continued the meeting. The two had momentarily ceased their verbal skirmish, but the spectacle was far from over. The entire finance department awaited the outcome of this confrontation, secretly hoping that the new director would fulfill their expectations by completely ousting Jiang Yuan. In the office on the 18th floor, Liang Zhouheng lounged on a black leather sofa, his legs crossed. His assistant placed a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee before him, after which the office door clicked shut. He leisurely lifted the cup to his lips, savoring a couple of sips before setting it down and stating, "These capitalist pests. Give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. Their demands are outrageous. They're truly difficult to appease. Instead of wasting exorbitant sums to placate them, why not let them remain idle, just to see how long they can endure it?" After taking another sip of coffee, he turned his attention to the man opposite him, who was smoking. Ying Dong, with his eyelids lowered, held a cigarette in one hand while the other grasped a foreign document that Liang Zhouheng had brought earlier, an agreement co-drafted by the executives of Mr. Company. Noticing Ying Dong's silence, Liang Zhouheng continued, "The executives of MR are seasoned and well-established. Are you not concerned that dismissing these veteran figures might destabilize the foundation, leading to rebellion from the subordinates? How will the two companies integrate afterward?" Ying Dong remained silent for a moment before tossing the document onto the table, his tone icy. "What is there to integrate with these foreigners? Am I supposed to invite them to celebrate the new year with fireworks and dumplings? The backgrounds of the two companies are vastly different, rife with conflicts. I lack the time to manage internal strife daily. The executives who signed the agreement must be reminded once more. They have 5 days to sign under the previously stipulated conditions. Those who fail to comply should prepare for appropriate measures." Liang Zhouheng slowly lifted his gaze to meet Ying Dong's. "It sounds as though you are issuing a warning rather than an invitation. Do you have a backup plan?" Ying Dong exhaled a plume of smoke, the azure mist enveloping his dark eyes. A slight smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Interestingly, yesterday the HR director from MR handed me a stack of documents, indicating these veterans may not be as loyal as they seem." After a moment of realization, Liang Zhouheng chuckled. "Is the HR director one of ours? What did you manage to place someone in there? It must have been years ago. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted my breath negotiating with them." In the ensuing chapter, Liang Zhouheng discussed business matters further with Ying Dong before shifting the subject with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Since we mentioned dumplings for the new year, how do you plan to celebrate? Will the young lady stay in Beijing to spend the new year with you?" Ying Dong replied, "What? Are you planning to come and wish her a happy new year on the first day?" Liang Zhouheng's smile widened, his spirits evidently lifted. "It seems you are quite content these days. It must feel refreshing after a long drought." Ying Dong shot him a cold glance, continuing to smoke, his expression as indifferent as ever. However, this indifference seemed slightly altered. Previously, it resembled an impenetrable iceberg, but now it appeared as though a warm essence was melting beneath the surface. Liang Zhouheng, intrigued by Ying Dong's demeanor, was eager to hear about his relationship with Jiang Yuan, almost wishing he could hide beneath their bed to eavesdrop on their conversations. Yet, Ying Dong remained reticent, offering no insights. Liang Zhouheng teased, "Don't keep your people in the dark. I have leverage over you. She is downstairs, ISNT she. Should I call her up for a chat and clear up any misunderstandings?" Ying Dong cast a disinterested glance at him. "Are you out of your mind? So eager to eavesdrop? I should invest in a hotel for you with soundproof walls. With a grin, Liang Zhouheng replied, what's the fun in listening to someone else's gossip when I could hear yours? I'm merely curious to know how far things have progressed between you. Is she as obedient as they say? I worry you might be too harsh. She is still quite young. I'll bring over some nourishing bird-ass nest and ginseng to help her health. Yin Dong maintained his aloof demeanor, puffing on his cigarette, seemingly unfazed, though his mind wandered back to earlier moments and the soft pleas of a woman. Having grown up alongside Yin Dong, Liang Zhouheng could read his friend's expressions and nearly piece together the situation. He licked his lips and chuckled. Missing her, are you? If you do, just call her up. You're in proximity. It's quite convenient. I can clear some space for you. Yin Dong extinguished his cigarette and stood. Are you planning to stay here for the new year? Leaping from his seat, Liang Zhouheng exclaimed, shall I call her? Or will you? Although Yin Dong had no intention of doing so, Liang Zhouheng's antics made him genuinely consider inviting her up for a brief visit. Just then, a knock echoed through the office door. Yin Dong's gaze shifted towards Liang Zhouheng and then to the door, pausing momentarily before responding in a low voice. Come in. The next moment, the new director, Lin Ji, entered. A subtle shadow flickered in Yin Dong's eyes. Clad in a light purple business suit and heels, Lin Ji walked in with a confident stride. Her short hair and vibrant red lips complemented her commanding presence, making her appear strikingly captivating. Upon entering, her well-groomed features quickly fixated on Yin Dong. Previously, she had encountered him through a remote interview, and his appearance and voice had replayed in her mind countless times. However, seeing him in person caused her heart to race, and she instinctively averted her gaze. The air was tinged with a faint scent of nicotine, which, rather than being unpleasant, added a touch of allure to the otherwise chilly atmosphere of the office. Forcing herself to regain composure, Lin Ji smiled professionally and extended a slender hand. Mr. Yin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 123. Wealthy and willful. Ah, this lovely lady. Is it not common courtesy to acknowledge the presence of others? With such large eyes, how could you overlook the obvious? Liang Zhouheng leaned casually against the sofa, arms crossed, scrutinizing Lin Ji with a playful glint in his eyes. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Ji's face as she quickly withdrew her outstretched hand, turning towards Liang Zhouheng. Hello, I apologize for my earlier oversight. Unfazed, Liang Zhouheng continued, it's quite typical for women to be captivated by Mr. Yin. You must be the new finance director, correct? As Liang Zhouheng spoke, he strode forward, extending his long arm towards the woman, revealing a hand with distinct knuckles. Lin Ji's gaze fell gently, catching sight of the azure gold watch on his wrist, with diamonds embedded in the dial, sparkling like a galaxy. Without hesitation, Lin Ji took hold of Liang Zhouheng's outstretched hand with her slender fingers. Hello, Mr. Liang. I've heard much about you. I hope for your guidance in the future. With the woman holding his hand, Liang Zhouheng had no reason to withdraw, yet she showed no inclination to let go either. A handshake lingering beyond 2 seconds could be construed as inappropriate. Liang Zhouheng raised an eyebrow slightly, the curl of his lips deepening. Lin Ji, belatedly aware, quickly retracted her hand. Liang Zhouheng slid his hand into his pocket, smiling casually. I'm not at the company, so I fear I cannot assist you. However, I am curious about how you managed to gain entry. As I understand, he has a severe gender bias. You're the first and youngest female executive in the entire group. How did you manage to secure an exception from him? He tilted his gaze towards Yin Dong, his eyes scanning back and forth between the two with an inquisitive and meaningful look. Lin Ji discreetly glanced at Yin Dong, noticing his somber expression, which suggested he had no intention of explaining. She carefully replied, I served as CFO at Aoxin Technology for 3 years. Hearing through the grapevine that Dongjin was seeking someone via headhunters, I proactively reached out and had a pleasant online conversation with Mr. Yin, which led to my decision to resign and join Dongjin. Liang Zhouheng's expression shifted slightly. You are from Aoxin, the one listed in the port city? What kind of incentives did Mr. Yin offer you to make such an effort to bring you here? Lin Ji glanced at Yin Dong again, hesitating before answering. It was double my previous salary. Over the years, I have received many enticing offers from headhunters, but Dongjin is a leader in the artificial intelligence sector, and I greatly admire Mr. Yin's visionary strategic thinking. Based on average market pay, Yin Dong likely offered Lin Ji a salary of around 4 million. Liang Zhouheng exaggeratedly exclaimed. He is more generous with you than he is with his own partner. Dong shot Liang Zhouheng a cold glance, his voice sharp. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I need your approval for my expenditures? Liang Zhouheng chuckled. All right, you have the means to be willful. It's priceless to see you pleased. I shall take my leave. Perhaps Liang Zhouheng's insinuations were too overt, as Lin Ji stood there, feeling an ambiguous warmth spreading quietly in the air. Her expression momentarily froze, and she suppressed the surge of heat, discreetly raising her eyes to glance at Dong. He was looking down, impatiently extracting a cigarette from his pack, lighting it, and letting the bluish-gray smoke drift lazily around his stern visage. He possessed impeccable features that, when combined, formed a unique personal aura, handsome yet aloof, with a hint of languor, and due to his privileged background, he exuded a commanding presence unlike that of typical corporate leaders. All of this rendered any man in his presence merely a supporting character. At that moment, Lin Ji suddenly understood Jiang Yuan's perspective. Chapter 124. What is experience worth? When Liang Zhouheng exited, he exaggeratedly closed the door behind him, the air thickening with the scent of nicotine, seemingly heating the atmosphere. Lin Ji's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at the man before her. He appeared to be contemplating something, and, after a few seconds, he removed the cigarette from his lips, exhaling smoke. Have you met with the team? Lin Ji nodded. I just finished a meeting with them. Upon hearing you were at the company, I hurried over to report to you. He lowered his gaze, scanning a document before him, and stated blandly, familiarize yourself with everything as soon as possible. Additionally, coordinate with the financial team at MR, as we may need to send someone over next month to take charge. Prepare adequately in advance. He had mentioned during the online interview that someone would need to go abroad to manage the branch's finances, but she anticipated it would happen so swiftly. The reason Dong was willing to pay a premium to recruit her was indeed due to a lack of manpower. Lin Ji promptly replied, Understood, Mr. Yin. You can rest assured. After a brief silence, he continued, The position of financial manager is currently vacant. We need someone in charge after you leave. This position will not be filled externally. Accountant Jiang has commendable professional skills. Let her take a shot at it. Lin Ji's expression stiffened. Are you referring to Jiang Yuan? As far as I know, she has been with the company for less than 2 months and is a recent graduate, currently the least experienced in the finance department. Moreover, Dong abruptly lifted his head, cutting her off. She submitted a due diligence report that saved the company over 20 million. What is experience worth? I do not adhere to seniority when it comes to hiring. Had I done so, you wouldn't be standing here. His gaze suddenly turned icy, and, as Lin Ji was scrutinized by his frigid stare, the warmth that had previously surged within her blood instantaneously cooled, as if she had been tossed from the warmth of Hawaii into the frigid expanse of the Arctic. She had no choice but to reply softly, All right, I'll follow your lead. Being new here, I'm not familiar with the team yet, so I will rely on your guidance. Dong stated, If you have any questions, you may consult Accountant Jiang. Lin Ji exerted all her self-control to maintain her composure, forcing a smile. Of course, I will seek her guidance. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. On the 8th floor of the finance department, Jiang Yuan had just opened an Excel spreadsheet on her desktop when someone lightly tapped her on the back of the head. Frowning, she looked up, her eyes filled with restrained anger, only to meet Liang Zhouheng's mischievous grin. The fire that had been about to ignite in her eyes was instantly quelled, replaced by a more complex emotion. Liang Zhouheng smiled charmingly. You're quite serious about your work, aren't you? I've been standing here for quite a while, and you didn't even notice. His voice was perfectly audible, ensuring that everyone in the finance department could hear. Liang Zhouheng was one of the 3 major shareholders of the company, yet he resembled an idle outsider. The employees had encountered him more in entertainment gossip online than within the company itself. Longtime employees were aware that the original shareholders of Dongjin were Dong and his associates. Initially, the staff believed these wealthy young men were just throwing money around for amusement, but they later realized they were genuinely invested in hard work. Gradually, the identities of these individuals could no longer be concealed, revealing astonishing backgrounds. Their boss, Dong, was related to the prominent family frequently seen on the news. The rarely seen Liang Zhouheng was the one often spotted in entertainment news, indulging with celebrities in hotel rooms without drawing the curtains. Yet today, this wealthy young man had condescended to visit their finance department, heading straight to Jiang Yuan's workstation. Jiang Yuan didn't even need to turn around to sense the many pairs of eyes now fixed on her. Chapter 125. The scheme of division, Jiang Yuan frowned, already envisioning the gossip brewing. No wonder she was so audacious. The one behind her was him. They must have some unspoken romantic connection. Jiang Yuan was utterly fed up with the whispers behind her back, so she raised her voice slightly towards Liang Zhouheng. Mr. Liang, what brings you to me unexpectedly? Liang Zhouheng's lively eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan for a brief moment before they resumed their motion, a smile blossoming at the corners. He turned his head and scanned the expansive office of the finance department, finally managing to suppress his grin. His tone laced with a hint of reproach. Of course, I have something to discuss with you. Please head to the president's office. Jiang Yuan, uncertain of his ulterior motives, stood stiffly in place, reluctant to move. Liang Zhouheng had already turned away, glancing back at her with a mock sternness in his voice. What is the matter, Accountant Jiang? President Yin has summoned you. Are you so difficult to call? With a hint of skepticism in her eyes, Jiang Yuan reconsidered. After all, they were in the office, and even Liang Zhouheng, brazen as he was, would not dare to act out under Yin Dong's watchful gaze. Thus, she lifted her foot to follow him. Those behind her discreetly averted their gazes. Just as they stepped out of the office, the man turned back, asking with a smirk, "Is this how you play with him at work? Engaging in a little cosplay between superior and subordinate?" Jiang Yuan regarded him, noting the man's swift change of expression, and replied, adjusting her tone, "Is there a purpose to your call? It's working hours, and I still have a mountain of tasks to complete." How foolish. Only thinking of work. Do you know what he is currently doing upstairs? Liang Zhouheng feigned concern for her. After the last incident, Jiang Yuan maintained a vigilant guard against him. With a stern expression, she replied coldly, "Liang Shao, I refrain from exposing the last incident out of consideration for everyone's dignity. Please conduct yourself appropriately to avoid mutual embarrassment." He licked his lips, suppressing a laugh. "Fine. I appreciate your discretion. In return, I am here to inform you that your boss is currently engaging in a little cosplay with another subordinate, right in the president's office. I believe you are quite familiar with that place." Jiang Yuan's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and retorted, "What advantage do you gain from this attempt at sowing discord? Do you believe that if I am no longer with him, I would consider your proposition? President Liang, I suggest you find a dating reality show to join if you are this bored. It will be far more efficient." Liang Zhouheng burst into laughter. "Sister, you are truly amusing. Do I appear to be lacking in female companionship? I am merely offering you a friendly warning. Keep an eye on that new director in your department, Ji Hua. She is not to be underestimated." A wave of unease washed over Jiang Yuan, and after a brief silence, she inquired, "What exactly should I be cautious about?" Leaning closer, Liang Zhouheng conspiratorially whispered, "She intends to steal your man. Your man went all out to bring her back from the harbor city, offering her a lavish salary while you toil away, working late into the night, only to receive a pittance. She is up there right now. Can you guess how long she's been inside? I forgot to mention, your man has a penchant for capable women, strong, independent types. His ex-girlfriend fit that mold perfectly." Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned by the influx of information. The earlier words had barely registered, but the last statement struck her like a minor tremor, leaving her momentarily dazed. Chapter 126, Good Intentions Misinterpreted. Jiang Yuan had not managed to find out about Yin Dong's ex-girlfriend. He had never mentioned her, though she was reluctant to fall into Liang Zhouheng's trap. Curiosity got the better of her. Who is his ex-girlfriend? Liang Zhouheng maintained a knowing smile, pretending to be mysterious. "I cannot disclose that. It might provoke his ire. Curiosity can be a dangerous trait. Focus on your current situation." His words planted a hook in Jiang Yuan's mind, intensifying her desire to uncover the truth. It was not merely jealousy, but a genuine wish to understand how far he would go if he truly fell for someone. Resisting the urge to probe further, she remained silent. Liang Zhouheng, noticing her quiet demeanor, teased, "What is the matter? Are you feeling jealous? If you truly are, perhaps you should check on what they are up to in the office." Jiang Yuan recognized his intention to create discord but felt indifferent. "Thank you for your concern. But speaking ill of others behind their backs and tarnishing their character is hardly the mark of a gentleman." Suppressing a laugh, Liang Zhouheng feigned indignation. "Good intentions misunderstood. And if you find yourself lost because of him, don't come crying to me." Jiang Yuan merely scoffed and turned back to the office. No sooner had she sat down than she saw Director Lin Ji walk in, the sharp click of her heels echoing through the air. Jiang Yuan focused intently on her computer, refusing to turn her head. The sound of approaching footsteps was accompanied by a familiar scent of nicotine wafting into her nostrils. Dong had a significant smoking habit and exclusively smoked one brand. Its aroma, reminiscent of burning pine, was subtle yet distinctive. As Lin Ji passed by her, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but recall Liang Zhouheng's nonsensical words. The disdain she felt for Lin Ji stirred up a tumult of emotions within her, leaving her conflicted and uneasy at the thought of potential scenarios involving them. Moments after Lin Ji returned to her office, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw the name Jiang Yu flash across it. Feeling inexplicably annoyed, she let the phone ring for several seconds before answering. "If it's inconvenient, I'll hang up," Jiang Yu said, deliberately lowering her voice. Lin Ji adjusted her tone in response. "I just left his office, and you called right away. Are you that impatient?" Jiang Yu adopted a serious tone. "I'm just checking in. How was your first day? Are you settling in?" Lin Ji's expression hardened. Enough with the pretense. "You went to great lengths to get me here, didn't you? You wanted to clear the way for you. Let me tell you, this is not going to be simple." The tone on the other end of the line shifted. "Did he intervene?" Lin Ji replied. "He specifically named Jiang Yuan as the finance manager. I objected, but he effortlessly countered my arguments." Jiang Yu's voice grew anxious. "What did he say? Did he admit to being involved with her?" Lin Ji recounted their earlier conversation verbatim, adding, "I think he genuinely cares for this girl. This is not merely a fling. Don't underestimate her." Silence hung in the air for a full 10 seconds before Jiang Yu spoke again. "Focus on adapting to your new role. Remain calm." Lin Ji and Jiang Yu had been college roommates and close friends, well aware of each other's personalities. Jiang Yu was not one to remain patient. Lin Ji asked, "Do you have any alternative plans?" Jiang Yu simply replied, "Yes." Chapter 127, Settling the Debt. When Jiang Yuan received the bank notification, she stared at the numbers for a long time, confirming them repeatedly. This sum had once cornered her and her mother, forcing them to bend their backs and compromise with the harsh realities of life. The value she had cultivated through years of education crumbled before the weight of $2 million in debt. As she gazed at the figures, a wave of desolation washed over her. In the end, she resorted to the most primal method, persuading a man to part with his money willingly. Yet this time, the man was exceedingly generous, alleviating her from the burden of sleepless nights over this debt and freeing her from the need to sell herself in desperation. Eagerly, Jiang Yuan transferred the funds to her mother and stepped out of the office into the empty corridor, dialing her mother's number. "Mom, I've sent you the money. I borrowed it from my boss. Please use it to settle all debts." Upon hearing this, Yang Shui was momentarily stunned, her astonishment palpable as she spoke with a tone laden with anxiety. Yuan, how could you possibly borrow such a substantial sum so soon after starting your job? Who is your boss? What a benevolent person he must be." Jiang Yuan, standing outside the security door, lowered her voice and recited her prepared explanation. "I managed to save the company a considerable amount of money through the project I worked on. My boss, valuing talent, proactively offered assistance upon learning of my predicament. He is genuinely philanthropic and possesses a kind heart." Jiang Yuan recalled the company's consistent contributions to charity over the years. While some companies engage in philanthropy merely for tax benefits or to enhance their reputation, it was indeed rare for such substantial donations to occur annually. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yuan added, "Mom, I have good news to share as well. Due to my outstanding performance, I have been promoted to the position of financial manager. I will be able to repay the borrowed money shortly, so you need not worry." After a pause, Yang Shui's voice broke through, filled with emotion. "It's all your father and me to blame for putting you through such hardship. You've borrowed money, repaid your debts, and even received a promotion. I am delighted for you, and I can only imagine how thrilled your father would be upon hearing this. You don't share anything with me, but I can guess how much you've suffered to repay this money." A pang of sorrow gripped Jiang Yuan's heart, a painful ache that rendered her breathless. Following the family crisis, her mother had been consumed by guilt, contemplating ending her own life multiple times. Jiang Yuan, too, had endured countless sleepless nights, haunted by regret. Had she never met Yan Yiru, had she not fallen in love with him, her mother would not have faced such humiliation, and her father would still be alive. The calamity had stemmed from her actions. Yet, she was acutely aware that the true instigator behind her family's ruin remained unscathed and lived freely. The mere thought of that name sent tremors through her body, and she inhaled deeply, feigning nonchalance. "Mom, we agreed to live well from now on. Dad would want us to look forward. Life will only get better." I must return to work now. Call me if you need anything. Once the call ended, Jiang Yuan leaned against the wall, slowly crouching down, biting her lip as if her heart were being mercilessly hammered. Her blood felt like it was boiling, a cacophony of voices clamoring within her. After what felt like an eternity of rapid breathing, she finally opened the security door and stepped outside. Chapter 128. Congratulations. Pushing open the door to the finance office, Jiang Yuan stepped inside, only to sense an unusual atmosphere around her. She halted, raising her gaze to find numerous pairs of eyes watching her with complex expressions. Frowning slightly, she was approached by a colleague from the Human Resources Department. Manager Jiang, congratulations. Jiang Yuan paused, realizing they were unaware of the news. The management has issued a personnel appointment notice directly. Congratulations on your promotion to financial manager, the colleague continued. Our department manager sent me to help you organize your new office. Would you like to take a look? The human resources colleague had arrived earlier, and the entire finance department was already privy to the news. Yet they remained in shock, unable to process the swift turn of events. After all, during the afternoon meeting, Lin Ji had been so enraged by Jiang Yuan that her face turned pale, and everyone had anticipated her dismissal. Yet within mere hours, Jiang Yuan had not only retained her position, but had been elevated to their superior. It was a turn of fate that left them bewildered. As Jiang Yuan walked a few steps with her human resources colleague, the door to the finance director's office swung open, and Lin Ji emerged, her high heels clicking against the floor. Jiang Yuan, congratulations on your promotion. I may have misunderstood you previously and spoken too harshly. I hope we can work together harmoniously to elevate the finance department to new heights. She extended her hand toward Jiang Yuan, who hesitated briefly before shaking it, replying succinctly, "Thank you, Director Lin." The finance department colleagues stared in astonishment. The shift in Lin Ji's demeanor was startling. How could someone who had been so haughty suddenly adopt such a humble posture? Jiang Yuan understood the underlying forces at play. Liang Zhouheng had mentioned that Yin Dong paid Lin Ji several million annually, suggesting she was willing to swallow her pride for monetary gain. Congratulations, Manager Jiang. Voices echoed around her, albeit with an undertone of insincerity. Jiang Yuan accepted their congratulatory remarks with a calm smile. Acutely aware of the intricacies of human nature she had witnessed that very afternoon. Upon returning to her independent office, Jiang Yuan retrieved her phone, staring at the chat window with Yin Dong, hesitating momentarily. Perhaps it was her keen intuition, but she could still detect a distinct scent lingering from Lin Ji when they shook hands. The aroma unsettled her nerves, yet she composed herself enough to type, "Thank you." Setting her phone aside, she glanced 2 seconds later at his incoming message, and then Jiang Yuan envisioned his dismissive expression as she contemplated her response, ultimately replying, "What would you like for dinner tonight?" "My treat." He quickly responded, "I'll head to the garage after work." His cryptic message felt suspicious, prompting Jiang Yuan to glance toward the office door before flipping her phone face down. She waited until her colleagues had departed before leaving her office, initially believing most employees had left for the day. However, while waiting for the elevator, she encountered Director Lin from Human Resources. Jiang Yuan turned to greet her. "Director Lin." "Manager Jiang, working late as well?" Lin inquired. "Yes, I had some extra work to finish," Jiang Yuan replied. Lin observed her for a moment before smiling. "Congratulations. Your promotion was directly instructed by President Yin. It seems he holds you in high regard. I recall you joined the company less than 2 months ago, and you haven't even graduated yet. However, President Yin's judgment is impeccable. Keep up the good work, young lady." Jiang Yuan maintained a composed smile. "Thank you. Director Lin, you need to thank me. Save your gratitude for President Yin," Lin responded. Jiang Yuan thought about expressing her thanks to him when the elevator arrived. Stepping back, she offered, "Please go ahead." Lin, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor, insisted, "After you." As they entered the elevator, Jiang Yuan braced herself, knowing she would have to navigate this unexpected encounter. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to walk out of the elevator with him. Just a few steps outside, she caught sight of the long-bodied Rolls-Royce Phantom, its glossy black exterior nestled steadily in the dimly lit garage. A fleeting glance revealed the driver, old Zhang, at the wheel, but the back seat remained obscured. "Where did you park?" Director Lin inquired. Jiang Yuan casually gestured into the distance, retorting, "Where did you park?" "Coincidentally, I'm over there as well," Director Lin responded. Jiang Yuan fell silent and followed him towards the far end of the garage. From the black Rolls-Royce, Old Jiang observed Jiang Yuan growing distant and turned to inquire, Director Yin, does Miss Jiang not see the car? Should I drive it over? Yin Dong smirked slightly and replied, don't move. Jiang Yuan watched as Director Lin entered the vehicle, and after it rolled out of the garage, she hurriedly turned on her heels and walked back. Upon her return, Old Jiang promptly exited the car to open the door for her. Jiang Yuan felt a flutter of anxiety, her eyes darting around, fearful of encountering her colleagues again. The driver's voice broke the silence. Miss Jiang, Director Yin has been waiting for you for quite a while. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, lowering her gaze to see the man sitting in the back seat. He lounged with crossed legs on a leather seat, casting a sidelong glance at her, unsure of how long he had been there. And without the luxury of discerning whether he was impatient, she heard him speak in a cool tone. He intends to take you home. Shouldn't you return home first before coming here? Jiang Yuan detected a teasing undertone in his voice and retorted coldly, I'm not aware of who insisted on meeting in this location. Old Jiang started the car, and Yin Dong replied leisurely, perhaps the car chose this spot itself. Jiang Yuan remained silent. Although she was unaware of their dining destination, Old Jiang evidently knew as they arrived 10 minutes later at the Cantonese restaurant run by Liang Zhouheng. The first time she visited this restaurant was with Liang Zhouheng, and having perused the menu, she noted the prices were rather steep. Following Yin Dong into the restaurant, she silently prayed that he wouldn't make exorbitant orders. The restaurant manager personally guided them to a private room on the second floor, where two waiters entered sequentially to assist them with their coats and bags, brewing tea and presenting the menu to Yin Dong with utmost respect. Young Master Yin, the menu is for you. Yin Dong did not even lift his eyelids as he handed the menu to her. Jiang Yuan was momentarily surprised and insisted, I promise to treat you today. Please order freely. As he poured tea into his cup, he glanced at her with a look of mild curiosity. While she wore an expression of sincere earnestness, no need for pleasantries. He set down the teapot, took the menu from the waiter, and began to order without any reservations. Jiang Yuan mentally tallied the prices, 1,000, 1,005, 1,008. Would you like to drink? He suddenly asked. She hesitated for a moment, contemplating a refusal, but her lips had already formed the words, since today is a celebration, order what you wish. She turned to the waiter, inquiring, what beverages do you have? Before the waiter could respond, Jiang Yuan noted that he had already ordered a bottle of Macallan, a 25-year-old vintage, clearly marked at a price of 68,000. She feigned calmness, smiling at the waiter. That'll be all. The two waiters exited the room, unable to restrain their whispers. Girlfriend? Doesn't tea seem like it? Would a girlfriend treat? Besides, she's dressed modestly, and that bag isn't valuable. When has he ever brought a woman here? Young and beautiful. If not a girlfriend, then what? In the private room, Yin Dong handed a cup of tea to Jiang Yuan. She stifled her discomfort, maintaining a composed demeanor as she accepted it with a thank you. Sipping delicately, she recognized it as Huangshan Maofeng, likely a new harvest. The tea was a vibrant greenish yellow, fresh and fragrant with a rich aftertaste. Setting the cup down, she noticed Yin Dong leaning back in his rosewood chair, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. The crystal chandelier cast a warm, golden hue over the room, softening the sharp contours of his chiseled features as he appeared somewhat fatigued, his attention languidly resting on her. Jiang Yuan felt her cheeks flush under his gaze and attempted to break the peculiar tension. I've already transferred the money home. Thank you. I will repay you monthly, though it may take some time. He ignored her, taking a sip of tea. She continued, I saw the personnel changes. Colleagues from HR helped me move to the new office this afternoon. Thank you for the promotion. I will strive to meet your expectations. He finally responded lazily. As long as you have that mindset, the promotion is encouragement, not pressure. You and T be putting in extra hours until midnight every day, would you? Jiang Yuan paused, realizing that was indeed her intention. Eager to prove herself, she felt compelled to demonstrate that he had not made a mistake in choosing her. He refilled her cup and remarked, the workplace is a marathon, not a sprint. No one is competing against you. Who could possibly displace you? The fragrant tea wafted upwards, refreshing her senses and instilling a sense of calm within. After a brief silence, she inquired, I heard the new director Lin was personally recruited by you. I wonder about her background. She must have considerable experience. He paused slightly before replying, a graduate of an Ivy League institution. With a master's in finance and a law degree, she has 5 years of experience. previously serving as a financial director at Aoxin Technology in Hong Kong for 3 years. Jiang Yuan listened attentively, connecting Lin Ji's impressive resume with her assertive demeanor, realizing why the woman carried herself with such pride. After a moment of silence, she asked, "So, she must be quite seasoned?" "She is 30, the same age as I am. Is that considered young or old?" He replied, his tone casual yet pointed. Jiang Yuan was puzzled by his emphasis on their shared age, questioning the implication of comparing himself to Lin Ji. The tea suddenly felt scalding, and she set the cup down, maintaining her composure. She is certainly no longer a child. His gaze deepened, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he assessed her. The position of financial director necessitates experience and independence. Sometimes, age can be an asset. Jiang Yuan met his gaze briefly, but said nothing. Recalling Liang Zhouheng's words, she found his remarks particularly poignant. Not one to hold back, she asked directly, "Do you admire her?" His unpredictable nature made it challenging to discern his interests, and given their limited emotional foundation, their interactions had largely been physical. Such an unstable connection was easily replaceable. Jiang Yuan scrutinized his expression, observing the slight curve of his lips and the softening of his brow as he replied with a teasing tone, "Do I invite her to trouble myself?" Jiang Yuan felt a wave of frustration wash over her, her expression darkening as she struggled to interpret whether he was jesting or expressing genuine feelings. She bit her lip, her fingers absently tracing the rim of her teacup, lost in silence. As the two waitstaff entered the private room, a profound silence enveloped the space. The atmosphere became palpably tense. The two individuals at the table had ceased their previous spirited exchanges and avoided making eye contact. They presented the dishes one by one, uncorked a bottle of wine, and filled a goblet before Dong. As they reached for Jiang Yuan's glass, she interjected, "I'm sorry, but I don't wish to drink." The server, holding the bottle, appeared awkward, contemplating what had transpired since they had earlier expressed a desire to celebrate with a drink. Glancing at Dong for guidance, he took the bottle and goblet from the server, pouring wine into Jiang Yuan's glass with a nonchalant tone. "What sense is there in treating without toasting? Have a drink. This wine can ease the tension." The server exchanged glances, struggling to suppress laughter. Jiang Yuan's face flushed crimson at his playful jab in front of others. After the servers left, her cheeks retained their rosy hue. She averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes, yet was unable to deter him from teasing her further. "Are you envious of her position or jealous of her experience?" At last, Jiang Yuan could no longer contain herself, her pent-up frustration spilling forth. "Why would I envy her? She is 7 years my senior, and her achievements are hardly surprising. Not to mention, Beijing University is not necessarily inferior to the Ivy League. I do not believe I am lacking in any regard. If you admire her and are willing to offer her a salary in the millions, that is your prerogative. If you wish to indulge her further, I have no right to object." Chapter 132. Light-hearted banter. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, lifting her goblet to take several gulps. She deliberately seized the opportunity to express her insecurities, carefully balancing her sentiments. However, her genuine disdain for Lin Ji was unmistakable. She turned her face away, yet from her periphery, she sensed his unwavering gaze upon her. The heat on her cheeks intensified until she could scarcely endure it, prompting him to ask, "Have I ever claimed that Beijing University is inferior to the Ivy League?" Leaning back in his chair, a smirk reminiscent of playful mockery danced on his lips. Jiang Yuan had grown accustomed to this smile since their relationship began. It was a sign of his amusement at her expense, evoking an inexplicable sense of intimacy that starkly contrasted with his usual aloof demeanor. A subtle tug at her heartstrings urged her to maintain her composure. "Who said you were inferior?" A top student from a nation's premier university, a dual-degree scholar with accolades aplenty, and a financial manager at a leading company by 21. Her trajectory promised limitless potential in the coming years. He spoke with an air of seriousness, yet his expression clearly conveyed his jest. She was taken aback that he had even researched her academic background. However, he likely remained unaware of her past experiences. Jiang Yuan tightened her grip on the stem of her glass, her fingers instinctively tensing. Perhaps thinking she was still sulking, he leaned forward slightly, studying her features, and continued to coax her. "Is a financial director's salary truly so meager? Otherwise, why would Yang Ming cling to his position while so many outside scramble to join Dongjin?" Although Dongjin offers good compensation, it does not address employees' housing concerns. Why would I set up a nest for her? Feigning ignorance, yet clarifying his stance. He made it evident that his patience had its limits. Realizing the need to temper her responses, she met his gaze earnestly, stating, I do not approve of you getting too close to any woman. At the very least, while we are together, I hope we remain committed to one another. His smile faded, and he lifted his heavy gaze to meet hers, an undercurrent of intensity surging within his eyes, causing her heart to race. She quickly diverted her gaze, her cheeks warming. His voice, now deeper, resonated with a magnetic allure in the dimly lit space. Have you eaten enough? If so, let us head home. Jiang Yuan understood the implication behind his latter remark, a rush of warmth coursing through her. She could maintain her rationality amidst the emotional turmoil he invoked. Yet she found herself powerless against the physiological impact he had on her. Each time they were intimate, lying beside him, her resolve would crumble, leaving her feeling fragmented, adrift in a surreal state where she felt as though she were no longer the same Jiang Yuan, momentarily detached from reality. Surrendering her body to him, she was led to euphoric heights where her consciousness would fade and only instinct remained, overwhelming her entirely. Dong held Jiang Yuan's hand as they descended the wooden staircase from the second floor. The passing staff nodded respectfully, allowing them to pass. Upon reaching the ground floor, the restaurant manager approached, bowing slightly. How was your meal? Jiang Yuan quickly retrieved her phone, eager to settle the bill. It was delightful. How much do I owe? Where's the payment code? I'll scan it. Chapter 133. What nonsense is this? The manager hesitated momentarily before looking at Dong, who remained silent, then shifted his gaze to their intertwined hands. You need not trouble yourself, he stated. Jiang Yuan glanced at Dong, who appeared to be on the verge of saying something. The manager might be offering a complimentary meal due to your beauty. The manager, smiling warmly, clarified. You are not an outsider. We hope to see you here often. This restaurant was owned by Liang Zhouheng, ostensibly open to the public, but primarily serving friends and business guests of Dongjin. Dong had a discerning palate for Cantonese cuisine, prompting Liang Zhouheng to recruit a team from a renowned restaurant in Canton City to establish this establishment, making it essentially a personal kitchen for Dong. Why would he need to settle the bill? Jiang Yuan, partially comprehending this, felt Dong's arm drape over her shoulder as he turned her around to leave. Just then, they unexpectedly encountered several familiar faces. Zhong Tianyao, Su Zi, and a group of 5 or 6 others were also dining at Jingsheng that evening. They had spotted Dong's car in the parking lot and were contemplating entering to say hello when they were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Dong, dressed in a shirt and slacks without a jacket, appeared relaxed, a hint of intoxication on his cheeks, with his arm around a woman, Jiang Yuan, who was charming and slightly flushed, draped in a black wool coat. After a brief moment of observation, they collectively recognized her as the woman Dong had carried away from the billiards table. During Liang Zhouheng's birthday celebration, they had speculated that Dong had little interest in her. Now, this astonishing revelation unfolded before them. Stunned into silence for several seconds, they finally reacted, approaching with enthusiasm. Dongye, is this your girlfriend? Hello, sister-in-law. With their camaraderie evident, it would be remiss not to address her as sister-in-law. A flurry of greetings ensued. Jiang Yuan, with her keen memory, recalled where she had last seen these individuals and instinctively stepped back from Dong, creating distance. Dong turned slightly, his expression betraying impatience as he regarded the approaching group. Dongge, did you just finish dinner with your sister-in-law? At the mention of the title, Jiang Yuan's immediate reaction was not one of bashful embarrassment, but rather a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware that Jiang Yuan was engaged to Dong, and if this news spread, she could hardly fathom the repercussions it would invite. She had suffered enough setbacks, so she kept her distance. Dong's gaze lingered on her silhouette, his tone frigid. What are you blathering about? Dong Tianhao leaned closer and whispered, Isn't she your sister-in-law? Dong retorted sharply. Does her face bear those 2 words? Dong Tianhao exchanged a glance with Su Jia, pondering whether he had yet to pursue her. Dong Tianhao added, Forgive our big mouths. We didn't mean to offend you, sister. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. We've watched Dongge for many years, and it's exciting to finally see him with a woman. Given the circumstances, there was nothing left to conceal, and Jiang Yuan had to respond. It's fine. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Yuan. Just call me by my name. Dong glanced at her, and his expression gradually shifted from gloom to brightness. Su Jie cheerfully suggested, "Great. Sister Jiang Yuan, let's have a meal together sometime, without interrupting your time with Dongge." Indong shot him a look. "You all go eat." After saying this, he stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Jiang Yuan, unreservedly leading her out of the restaurant. Chapter 134. Don't let small losses lead to bigger ones. The sudden interruption left Jiang Yuan feeling unsettled, and even after getting into the car, her mind remained troubled. The driver started the engine and drove onto the main road as night fell, vibrant neon lights flickering outside the window in a colorful display, while the car interior was silent. He had asked her to be his secret lover, and now they had been seen by people from their circle. Jiang Yuan couldn't fathom his true feelings or the current state of his relationship with Jiang Yu, uncertain if their engagement still held weight. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, his phone rang. She saw the screen display. Liang Zhouheng calling. He answered the call, his voice indifferent. "What is it?" Liang Zhouheng's excited tone came through the line. "You must have been caught, right? Did you know that as soon as you two left the restaurant, word spread? I thought you wanted to keep it confidential. Just a few days ago, I was still covering for you, and now you've practically outed yourselves?" Jiang Yuan couldn't catch all that Liang Zhouheng had said, only hearing Indong's impatient reply. "So what if we were seen? Am I committing adultery or juggling two relationships? Do I need to hide?" After a brief silence, Liang Zhouheng responded, "You may not fear anyone, but it's your sister who will suffer the fallout. Do you know how fierce a woman's jealousy can be?" Jiang Yuan noticed Indong's expression darkening, and he declared, "Let anyone who dares to touch her try." Jiang Yuan easily interpreted who he meant by her, feeling a sense of relief within. Liang Zhouheng continued, "Yes, with you protecting her, no one would dare, but some may not confront you openly. They might resort to underhanded tactics. Are you really prepared to sever ties with the Jiang family? You know how cunning old Master Jiang is. Do you think you can outmaneuver him?" He paused before adding, "Moreover, are you willing to offend the Jiang family over a fleeting desire? Even Uncle Yin has to give old Master Jiang some respect. Right now, he still holds half the connections in the political arena of Beijing. Is it worth it to clash with them over a woman? I understand you're infatuated and protective of her, but how long can that passion last? 6 months? A year? When you tire of her, one tease should be left to fend for herself." He warned, "You should be cautious. Don't let minor issues escalate into major losses." Jiang Yuan sat quietly, observing Indong's expression, sensing the tension rising within him. She was baffled by Liang Zhouheng's lengthy discourse and its implications for her. Ultimately, she heard him curtly state, "I'm hanging up." Her heart hung in a precarious state, fearing that Liang Zhouheng might have said something to sway him. However, before she could ask, he pulled her into his embrace. The warmth of his body mingled with the faint scent of alcohol, creating a unique fragrance that enveloped her. She nestled closer, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. He stiffened momentarily, then leaned down to kiss the tip of her nose before trailing down to her lips, savoring the moment. For the first time, Jiang Yuan experienced a kiss from him that was tender and lingering, even somewhat passionate. Chapter 135. Do you really like me? The partition in the car had long ascended, and the atmosphere in the back seat grew increasingly heated and stifling. A woman's wool coat lay atop a man's overcoat on one side of the back seat, while two shadows intertwined on the dark rear window, flickering in the colorful lights. Breaths quickened and grew heavy as the windows began to fog up. Jiang Yuan's long hair was tousled by his large hand, her legs weakly supporting her against his body. His other hand, through her soft top, caressed her waist, gradually moving down to where he desired. Jiang Yuan brushed her lips against his, pulling away to grip his hand. Her voice barely a whisper, no. His gaze had darkened, his voice rough yet teasing. "It's not the first time in a car. Why are you shy now?" She recalled their first encounter in a car, where his behavior had been rough and overwhelming, nearly sending her into despair. Jiang Yuan braced herself against his shoulder, wanting to withdraw, but his grip on her legs was firm, leaving her no choice but to remain seated on him. After a brief silence, she couldn't resist asking, "Does everyone know now? Will it affect you negatively?" His hand continued to knead the soft flesh of her thigh, his tone dismissive. "Are you worried about me? You're overthinking it." Jiang Yuan decided to be direct. "What about your fiancé?" He raised an eyebrow and replied plainly, "I have no fiancé. There's no one to explain this to. You're the only one." Jiang Yuan countered, "So when you mentioned a fiancé before, was that just to placate me?" A smirk crept across his lips, his demeanor relaxing slightly. "You keep saying you like me. Let's see if you can overcome all obstacles. Jiang Yuan feigned a punch at him, only to have her fist captured in his grasp. He gazed intently at her face. It's been a while since I heard your confession. In the past, when she had flirted with him, professing her feelings was second nature. But now those words felt foreign on her tongue. Under his unwavering gaze, her cheeks flushed deeper, and she blurted, "What about you? What do you mean?" She distinctly saw him swallow hard before his lips descended upon hers. She playfully turned her head away, persistently demanding, "I want to hear you say it. Do you like me or not?" His voice was hoarse as he nibbled on her earlobe, his sultry tone brushing against her ear. "Can't you tell? Seems like it's not deep enough yet." Jiang Yuan instantly grasped his meaning, her ears tingling as she instinctively shrank back, yet she could not escape. A flurry of kisses rained down on her neck and collarbone, and in that moment, Jiang Yuan finally realized this man had developed feelings for her. The car finally arrived home, and Yin Dong assisted Jiang Yuan out, leading her directly to the elevator. As the door opened, the lights illuminated the space, and he eagerly pressed her onto the sofa. The spacious living room was as bright as day, and their breaths echoed in the intimate atmosphere that filled the room. The leather sofa was expansive and soft, enveloping Jiang Yuan completely, her eyes glistening as she appeared docile like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Just then, her phone rang again, an unwelcome interruption. Chapter 136. There are spies among us. The mobile phone on the table rang incessantly for several seconds. Yin Dong lazily propped himself up, glancing at the screen, his brows slightly furrowing. Jiang Yuan speculated that the caller must be of considerable importance. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed while answering the call after being interrupted. His tone bore an unusual gravity, indicating it was likely an elder from his family on the other end. She sat up from the sofa, positioning herself beside him, tidying her rumpled clothes while straining to hear his conversation. What could be so disgraceful that it required discussion at such a late hour? Could it not wait until morning? Understood. I'll be there shortly. He hung up and turned to her, the desire in his eyes still evident, yet he spoke in a deep voice. "I need to go home for a bit. I'll return later. If you're tired, go to sleep. There is no need to wait for me." Jiang Yuan longed to inquire about the matter, but knew it was likely crossing a line. He would probably dismiss her concern. Hesitating, she finally said, "Please be careful on the road. If it gets too late, don't worry about coming back." He gently pinched her chin and before leaving, leaned down to kiss her twice, then grabbed his coat and departed. In the late-night North City, the streets remained bustling with traffic. Yin Dong leaned against the back seat, his dark gaze sweeping over the clusters of buildings outside. The flickering neon lights illuminated his chiseled features as he suddenly turned to the driver in the front seat. "Has the old man been looking for you lately?" Driver Lao Zhang straightened in his seat, glancing into the rearview mirror. Yin Dong, with his eyelids lowered, continued speaking. "Lao Zhang, you've been with me for quite some time now. Your son just got promoted at Dongjin. I assumed you were loyal to me. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. What benefits has the old man promised you that you would risk your integrity at your age? Once unfaithful, 100 times untrustworthy. You've been with me for over a year. You know my temperament. Tell your son he doesn't need to go to work tomorrow. You should consider retiring early. At your age, finding another driving job would be quite difficult. Perhaps out of consideration for Lao Zhang's age." His tone was neither too harsh nor too soft, but each word pierced like a needle, causing Lao Zhang to break out in a cold sweat. "Young master, I truly had no choice. The old man personally sought me out tonight. I couldn't dare to withhold the truth. I'm caught in the middle with no other options." His voice trembled with emotion. Yin Dong had always compensated his employees generously, offering salaries that were double the standard rate. Yin Dong's words felt like a death sentence to Lao Zhang's livelihood, jeopardizing his son's future as well. Lao Zhang wished to plead further, but the passenger in the back seat had already closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to say another word. The car halted outside a discreet courtyard in the center of the second ring road. From the outside, it appeared quite ordinary, with 2 robust vermilion doors and low thresholds leading down from 5 marble steps. A pair of stone lions stood guard at either side, the male on the left and the female on the right, both poised in a crouching position. Such traditional residences were not uncommon within the second ring of North City. In fact, when compared to some more extravagant old houses, this one could be deemed quite unremarkable. The alley in front was often bustling with traffic, making it difficult for passers-by to guess the true identity of the homeowner. When Yin Dong had purchased this residence for his parents, He had put in considerable effort, spending half a year selecting this seemingly unremarkable house, as it aligned with Yin Zhongxian's style, rooted in the populace, embodying a hidden grandeur. Yin Dong exited the vehicle and ascended the steps, where a servant, who had been waiting, opened the lacquered wooden door. Chapter 137. Sever ties. Promptly the lacquered wooden door closed behind Yin Dong. The spacious courtyard was brightly lit, showcasing the rare flowers and trees personally tended to by his mother, Sun Mei. Unlike other official wives, Sun Mei was not fond of socializing or shopping. Her material desires were modest, but she held a deep affection for flora. She had attended a senior university to study horticulture, and the layout of the garden was both elegant and harmonious. Bougainvillea bloomed vibrantly, while the carefully nurtured Gabriels were bursting with pale flowers delicately perched upon their branches. Yin Dong strolled along the stone path, casually making his way inside. He pushed open the door to the main hall, where Sun Mei was seated with Yin Zhongxian and Yu Yingte. The sudden chill he brought shattered the tranquility of the warm room. Drinking tea so late at night. You both seem to be sleeping well lately? Upon noticing him, Sun Mei immediately set down her teacup, rising to scrutinize him from head to toe. She instructed a nearby servant, Aunt Zhang, please bring a bowl of the ginseng black-boned chicken soup for him. After a moment, she added, and the stewed lamb kidneys from tonight as well. Never mind. I'll go myself. Yin Dong raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is this specially prepared for me? Sun Mei halted, shooting him a fierce glare to nourish your health. Yin Dong smirked mischievously. If one didn't know better, they might think you were treating me as if I were in confinement. What makes you think I am unwell? Sun Mei glared at him again, exasperated. Behave yourself. Your father and I are still upset. With that, she stormed into the kitchen. Yin Dong settled into the sofa opposite where Yin Zhongxian sat, suppressing his smile. He asked in a slow tone, aren't you worried about your health? What have I done to provoke your ire this time for you to summon me back so late? Yin Zhongxian took a sip of tea, casting a disinterested glance at him. You've been away from home a lot lately. Entangled with a woman? Yin Dong's expression remained unfazed, shifting his posture to lean back against the sofa, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. I thought it was something significant. I'm not involved with any woman. Should I be with a man instead? Would you and mother be pleased with that? With a sharp clap, Yin Zhongxian set his teacup down on the rosewood table, growing increasingly exasperated. Why must you ignore Jiang Yuan? Why seek out some dubious woman from outside? Whose face are you trying to save? Yin Dong maintained a semblance of a smile, though his tone turned flat. The Jiang family isn't rushing. Why should you? Even now, are you still afraid of offending old Mr. Jiang? He is halfway to the grave. At your current standing, it hardly matters, does it? Since childhood, he had possessed the knack for provoking Yin Zhongxian's ire with mere words. Yin Zhongxian inhaled deeply, his voice dropping to a serious tone. I want to force you to marry Jiang Yuan, but you must cut ties with that woman named Jiang Yuan immediately. Yin Dong's eyes darkened momentarily. Just then, Sun Mei emerged from the kitchen, followed by an aunt who carefully placed a blue and white porcelain soup bowl in front of Yin Dong. The black-boned chicken soup within was milky white, emitting a rich aroma as steam wafted into the air. Yin Dong lowered his gaze at the bowl, calmly asking, what grievance does a young girl like her hold against you? If she were truly an ordinary girl from a respectable family, would we need to intervene? Have you looked in her background? Given your position, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Sun Mei preempted Yin Zhongxian, speaking before he could respond. Chapter 138, Infiliation. Yin Dong had taken over 10 days to uncover this matter, while Yin Zhongxian managed to find out in a single night. It was no surprise, considering he had long been a part of the public security and judicial system. Investigating a person was a matter of minutes for him. Observing Yin Dong's grim expression, Sun Mei shifted her tone, speaking earnestly, if you don't fancy Jiang Yuan, we want to pressure you. Even if you sever ties with the Jiang family, we'll accept it. But if you want play, there are countless suitable girls. Why choose the daughter of a murderer? Are you deliberately trying to provoke us? Fortunately, you haven't been with this girl for long. Cut ties swiftly. I've heard you've even arranged for her to work in your company. Dismiss her immediately. If she seeks compensation, provide it. Send her away as soon as possible. Yin Dong pushed the bowl of black-boned chicken soup away and stood up, his voice neutral as he remarked, you speak so lightly. Why don't you try it yourself and see if money can appease her? Sun Mei was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Yin Zhongxian before lifting her gaze to Yin Dong, saying, don't be so arrogant. Do you truly believe that she is with you without any desire for fame or fortune? If not for those, does she really tolerate your foul temper and irascibility merely for the sake of it? Dong had already begun to walk away, calling back. You should ask her what she sees in your son. Sun Mei's face turned a shade of green with anger. You're leaving just like that? You haven't even touched your soup. Yin Zongxiong exclaimed, infiliation. Dong had already exited the main hall, not sparing a glance back. As he stepped out through the front door, he cast a brief glance at the newly bloomed Gabriel flowers, casually plucking a few stems. The driver, old Jiang, was still waiting in the car, ready for his final duty. Upon seeing Dong emerge, he hurriedly opened the car door for him. As the vehicle resumed its journey, old Jiang cautiously observed Dong's expression through the rearview mirror and asked, Did your father give you a hard time? Dong, absent-mindedly tugging at the thorny stems, replied coolly, He struck me. Would you dare to retaliate on my behalf? Old Jiang, flustered, responded, Young master, you must be joking. How could the old man ever bring himself to strike you? If I had a son as remarkable as you, I would be paying respects at my ancestors' graves daily. Dong smiled faintly and then inquired, Would you also oversee your son if he were a girl? Old Jiang hesitated briefly before saying, I have no idea whether he has a girlfriend or not. However, as a young man, could he really be bullied by a girl? As long as he doesn't get anyone pregnant or engage in disgraceful conduct, I wouldn't know how to intervene. He paused, then continued, but every family is different. As the saying goes, a parent's love for their child is profound. Your unique status means those close to you must be cautious around your father. Don't let family disputes affect you. Dong's demeanor darkened slightly, prompting old Jiang to fall silent and refrain from further commentary. What do you think of Jiang Yuan? He suddenly asked. Old Jiang was taken aback for several seconds before tentatively replying, I think the girl is quite nice, with no apparent faults. She's rather charming, though a bit stubborn. However, someone with her straightforward nature is less likely to harbor ulterior motives. As he spoke, he gauged Dong's expression in the rearview mirror and noticed it seemed to brighten a touch, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Old Jiang, if you wish to continue working for me, remember this, from now on, everything you see and hear in this car stays confidential. If they're SA next time, nothing will happen, rest assured. You can count on me as family, I know what to do. Upon returning home, Dong found the living room aglow with a solitary nightlight. He tiptoed into the bedroom, where a warm, sweet fragrance enveloped him, emanating from the dim light spilling through the door's crack. Gently pushing the door open, he found Jiang Yuan leaning against the headboard, flipping through a book. Hearing the sound, she looked up at him, her clear eyes brightening as she exclaimed, So late, and the flower shop is still open? Chapter 139. Look how much you adore it, as Jiang Yuan voiced her question. She quickly realized something was amiss. The bouquets in his hands were vivid and fresh, the delicate lavender petals appearing as if freshly cut from their stems. Setting her book aside, she approached him and took the flowers. The natural fragrance mingled with a refreshing moisture filling her senses. Unable to resist, she leaned in closer to inhale the scent, then turned to ask, Are you a flower thief? Where did you snatch these from? As Dong began to remove his clothing, he replied while watching her, If you like them, I'll pick some more for you in a couple of days. Jiang Yuan said, Didn't you just get home? As soon as the words left her lips, she deduced the answer. Since they were from his home, it seemed a waste to have plucked them. He pulled her onto his lap, her soft nightgown revealing her creamy neck, and he buried his face in her skin, inhaling deeply. His voice dropped to a husky whisper. You've bathed and stayed up waiting for me to return? Jiang Yuan retracted her neck and stood to fetch a vase, filling it with water to arrange the flowers before placing it on the bedroom cabinet. Dong watched lazily, a teasing smile playing on his lips, just a few flowers. And look how much you treasure them. Jiang Yuan turned to him with utmost seriousness. To me, these aren't just flowers. They embody your sentiment. You thought of bringing something beautiful back for me, which is far more precious than any expensive gift. He regarded her with a smile. If you can articulate such thoughts, do share more. Jiang Yuan replied, I'm done speaking. Done? Then why don't you come closer? He extended his arms, and without hesitation, she walked towards him. As her nightgown was lifted, a chill enveloped her, and her legs instinctively tensed. In that moment of vulnerability, she heard him hoarsely inquire, How much do you truly like me? Wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, she conveyed with her entire being just how deeply she adored him. He ceased to question, consumed by the moment. Holding his breath, he elongated the time they shared. Finally, he released her, and she nestled against him, too languid to even move her toes. As he had done before, he lifted her into the bathroom and, moments later, carried her back to bed. As the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled her ears, Jiang Yuan slowly opened her eyes. She hadn't anticipated that merely dining out with him would trigger such a cascade of events. She could surmise the urgency behind his family summoning him home. Given his father Yin Zhengxian's position, discovering her father's past would be effortless. Their status would never allow him to associate with the daughter of a murderer. She was uncertain if he would return that night, and during the hour that he had been away, she replayed every potential outcome in her mind, never expecting him to return so swiftly. Excluding the travel time, he had spent barely 10 minutes there. When he suddenly pushed open the bedroom door, her heart raced. The room was dim, yet she could distinctly see the fresh Gabriel flowers arranged across from her. The pale purple blooms were elegant and pure, so pristine that she hesitated to touch them. Jiang Yuan gently turned over, and the arm wrapped around her waist tightened slightly. She opened her eyes to find him deeply asleep, his grip around her waist firm. Chapter 140. Angel Investor. The following day marked the 28th of the 12th lunar month, with only a half day of work before the New Year holiday. Jiang Yuan had not returned home for over 3 months, and securing a ticket for the festive season was notoriously difficult, so she had purchased hers well in advance. Upon waking, she informed Yin Dong, "I bought a ticket for 5 p.m. today, but I haven't arranged my return yet. I'll try to come back a day early." Dong Jin's holiday lasted only 7 days, meaning Jiang Yuan would only be home for a week with her mother before returning. She had not discussed the ticket with Yin Dong. He was adjusting his tie when he turned to glance at her, his expression slightly displeased. "You've already made plans and felt the need to inform me?" He had vague intentions of taking her abroad during the break, but it was evident that in her eyes, his significance paled in comparison to her mother's. Jiang Yuan stepped closer, wrapping her arms around him from behind, her voice soft and playful as she said, "I miss my mom so much. I want to spend more time with her." She pressed her lips against his shirt, a sweet warmth seeping through the thin fabric to his skin. Her voice was low and muffled, and the slight displeasure he felt vanished in an instant. He turned to her, gently grasping the nape of her neck and pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to kiss her hair, whispering softly, "If you want to stay a few more days. If it doesn't work out, I can grant you an extra couple of days off." "No need. 6 days is sufficient. The finance department has a mountain of work to tackle at the beginning of the year. You could bring your mother over as well." Jiang Yuan tensed. "No need to trouble her. I'm used to staying at home, and besides, someone needs to manage the small shop." He smiled gently. The small shop is quite important too." Jiang Yuan looked up to see him teasing her again, and in a fit of irritation, she playfully hit his chest. "You're a big CEO who deals with billions, of course. You wouldn't look twice at a small shop. But my parents raised me with that small shop. They are quite honest and down to earth. We aren't wealthy, but they love me dearly, and their relationship has always been strong. I've never heard them quarrel, and our neighbors envy us. I remember the day I received my acceptance letter from Beijing University. My father, who has always been so humble, generously treated the entire village to a feast. That day, he got a bit tipsy and insisted on toasting my mother in front of everyone, thanking her for giving him such an exceptional daughter. What merit does Jiang Shan have?" As she spoke, she bit her lip, unable to continue. The person in her arms suddenly fell silent. He swallowed hard, reached up to stroke her head, and said gently, "Have you ever thought about expanding the family business? What if you brought your mother over and opened 10 or 8 more shops?" The wave of bitterness that had surged within her was instantly dispersed by his words. He was teasing her again, and warmth spread through her heart. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her throat feeling a bit tight. "Then I should thank you, my angel investor." She felt warm and soft in his embrace, and he could not resist, tousling her hair and kissing her enough before allowing her to change clothes. They arrived at the company separately, each preoccupied with wrapping up a myriad of tasks before the holiday. Jiang Yuan was busy all morning, and only when it was nearly time to leave did she glance at her phone. Yin Dong had not contacted her all morning, likely busy with his own affairs. Just as she was about to call him, her phone lit up with an unfamiliar number. "Are you Jiang Yuan?" A woman's voice, slightly commanding, came from the other end. Jiang Yuan tensed instinctively. "May I ask who this is?" "I am Yin Dong's mother." Jiang Yuan's hand, holding the phone, hesitated slightly, her mind racing for a moment before she replied politely, "Hello, Aunt. Do you have time? I'm at the tea restaurant across from your company." Jiang Yuan paused, acutely aware that the caller was prepared for this conversation. She felt cornered, but asked nonetheless, "Does Yin Xiao know you're looking for me?" Sun Mei replied, "He knows." Jiang Yuan was uncertain if this was the truth. If Yin Dong knew his mother was seeking her out, he would surely have made an appearance, wouldn't he? After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Please wait for me for 5 minutes. I will come find you." After hanging up, Jiang Yuan forced herself to calm down and think for a moment. She then sent a message to Yin Dong. "Aunt has asked to meet me at the tea restaurant across the street. I wonder what it's about." A few seconds later, she received a reply from him. "I plucked a few of her flowers. She's probably coming to settle the score with you. Go ahead, she won't bite." Jiang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. She had hoped to wait for him to come to her rescue, but it seemed he was in the mood for jokes. She tucked her phone into her bag and stepped out the door. The tea restaurant across the street was a Hong Kong-style establishment, the closest to the company. During lunch hours, many white-collar workers frequented it, but as Jiang Yuan entered that day, it appeared deserted, as if it had closed early. This restaurant had no private rooms. Patrons dined in an open hall, yet today, all the tables were empty. Just as she began to doubt her hearing during the call, her gaze fell upon a middle-aged woman seated near the window. From a distance, she could see the woman appeared to be in her 50s, with a distinguished air typical of an official's wife. Her features were relaxed, her skin fair and supple, and she wore a luxurious mink coat. As she sipped her tea, her demeanor exuded an inherent elegance. As Jiang Yuan approached, the woman raised her gaze to meet hers, slowly placing her teacup down on the table, scrutinizing Jiang Yuan from head to toe. As Jiang Yuan drew nearer, she could see the woman's face more clearly. Her features were strikingly refined, and especially her eyes were beautiful. At that moment, Jiang Yuan realized from whom Yin Dong had inherited his handsome features. The way the woman observed her was so reminiscent of Yin Dong. It was straightforward and unyielding. Jiang Yuan felt slightly uncomfortable under her gaze but maintained her composure. Walking forward to greet her politely, "Aunt, hello, I am Jiang Yuan." Sun Mei gradually withdrew her gaze, softly responding, "Please have a seat." A waiter approached with a menu. "Madam, here's our menu. Please take a look and order whatever you like. Today, our chefs are all here, dedicated to serving just the two of you." Jiang Yuan suddenly realized the restaurant had been reserved. Sun Mei looked at her and asked, "Are you hungry?" Jiang Yuan hesitated, understanding that she did not intend to treat her to a meal, and instinctively shook her head. "Thank you, I'm not hungry." Sun Mei pushed the menu to the waiter and requested more tea. The waiter seemed taken aback, as if struggling to comprehend why so much money had been spent to reserve the place just for tea. Once the waiter left, Sun Mei spoke, "I will be brief. You should have done some research on our family's background by now. Regardless of your intentions or any unrealistic ideas you may have, it all ends here." Jiang Yuan stared at the empty teacup in front of her, remaining silent for several seconds. Sun Mei glanced at her again, perhaps surprised by Jiang Yuan's composure. To Sun Mei, Jiang Yuan's initial impression was that of a college student, even more youthful than she had anticipated, innocent. With her striking looks, bright eyes, and deep-set features, she was undeniably captivating, elegant yet not overly alluring, qualities that would attract someone like her son. For the past 4 to 5 years, there had been no women in Yin Dong's life, and despite Sun Mei's efforts to arrange meetings, none had caught his interest. Yet, despite her beauty, Jiang Yuan's background was far from respectable. Having a father who was a criminal was enough to condemn her in Sun Mei's eyes. Sun Mei lifted her teacup again, taking a sip, her tone softening slightly. "Why don't you tell me what you want, or what your ultimate goal is? You have been with a Dong for a while now, and I can consider compensating you to some extent. Let's not beat around the bush, name your price." Jiang Yuan bit her lip and finally spoke, "Aunt, I will not leave him voluntarily." Sun Mei choked slightly. "Not leaving him? Do you still expect to marry him? Do you not see the disparity in your statuses? To be frank, I conducted some research before coming here. I won't sugarcoat it. You are from 2 different worlds. Little girl, I hear you graduated from Beijing University. You should understand the concept of self-awareness." Having laid out her thoughts so plainly, Sun Mei noticed Jiang Yuan's expression remained unaffected, which only fueled her irritation. She bluntly remarked, "People have their pride, and I have spoken plainly. If you refuse to heed my words, it would be truly disgraceful. To call you shameless would not be an exaggeration." Despite having made ample psychological preparations before Jiang Yuan's arrival, her heart still ached at this moment. After a few seconds of silence, she lifted her gaze and said, "Aunt, I never contemplated marrying him. I understand everything you mentioned. I merely have a genuine affection for him." I wish to be with him without any monetary interests or demands for marriage. If one day he declares that he is tired of me, I will never cling to him. Sun may appear to comprehend, yet remain baffled. What did it mean to desire neither wealth nor status? To follow him until he cast her aside? Was she willing to degrade herself in such a manner? Jiang Yuan replied, as long as I can be with him. Even for a single day, it is a gain. How can that be considered degrading? Sun Mei was taken aback by this modern perspective. It was difficult for her to grasp. You are a young woman, seemingly blessed with abundant youth to squander. But in a few years, you will inevitably face marriage, family, and children. When you reflect on the mistakes made in your youth, the time wasted on a man, you will only feel absurdity and regret. And I do not regret. Jiang Yuan's voice remained calm. Sun Mei felt a lump rising in her chest. Unable to express her frustration, left speechless. After taking a breath, she continued, I have never encountered a girl like you. Shameless and lacking in self-respect. Adong has always had high standards. You have already diminished his regard for you. To him, you are merely a fleeting fancy, and it won't be long before he tires of you and dismisses you. When that time comes, you will have no time to weep. Then why must you act as though you are facing a formidable enemy? Jiang Yuan retorted, prompting Sun Mei's expression to stiffen visibly. Jiang Yuan continued in a composed tone. Indeed, you are correct. He may not genuinely like me at present. It may merely be a fleeting interest. I pursued him, and he accepted me, albeit reluctantly. I am not his ideal type. When he encounters someone he truly desires, I shall depart. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry. She paused briefly before adding, moreover, rebellion often arises from oppression. If you pressure him too much, he might impulsively take me to get a marriage certificate. What would you do then? Sun Mei was alarmed by this hypothetical scenario. Yin Dong, known for his rebellious nature, had frequently acted out due to his father's strict and harsh discipline. Sun Mei began to see merit in Jiang Yuan's words. She was indeed different from her preconceived notions. She possessed a level of understanding beyond her years. Yet she willingly played the fool, foolishly earnest. Is the interrogation over? Can we not have some peace? A familiar, deep voice came from behind Jiang Yuan. She turned around to find Yin Dong seated directly behind her, surprising her that she had not noticed his arrival. He had come shortly after she had taken her seat, and although his back was turned, every word exchanged between them had reached his ears. Interrogating like this is hardly appropriate. You promised not to berate her. Have you counted how many times you have insulted her? Her silence is a mark of upbringing, not a lack of spirit. Kindly excuse yourself. We need to eat. Yin Dong directed an exasperated glare at Sun Mei. Sun Mei was momentarily stunned by this unexpected display of attitude from him. How could I give birth to such a wretched child? How dare you speak to me like this? She retorted, her voice trembling with indignation. If you do not leave, we shall. You may take your time dining, Yin Dong declared, seizing Jiang Yuan's arm and leading her out of the dining area. Jiang Yuan could still hear her mother's incessant reprimands following them. His grip was firm and assertive, tinged with a hint of resentment. As they walked, Jiang Yuan reflected on her previous words, finding nothing overly offensive in what she had said, puzzled by his anger. Slow down. I can't keep up, she called out, but he paid her no mind, shoving her into the car. The door shut with a thud, and he coldly instructed Lao Zhang home. The atmosphere inside the car was tense. Jiang Yuan attempted to break the silence. When did you arrive? He maintained a stern expression, his jaw clenched tightly. Perhaps he had not intended to speak in the car, but he could not suppress his thoughts any longer. Did you leave without your voice? Letting someone berate you without retort? When Sun Mei had called her shameless, he nearly stood up in disbelief. He had thought that with her fiery temper, she would not suffer in front of his mother. Yet, here she sat, mute, allowing his mother to scold her for an eternity. Jiang Yuan was taken aback that his source of irritation lay here. With her long eyelashes fluttering, she blinked at him. It was indeed my reckless persistence in pursuing you. Aunt's reprimands are not unfounded. He glared at her, contemplating her for a long moment before lifting her chin with his hand. Is your affection for me so profound that you are willing to forsake your dignity? Jiang Yuan turned her face away, pouting. You knew Aunt would come looking for me, and you intentionally didn't stop her, did you? She could not help but wonder if he was using his mother to test her. How else would I hear your confession? He replied with a casual glance, adding, I just didn't expect the old lady to be so skilled in her verbal assaults. Jiang Yuan was unsure of his sincerity, but even if this was another trial, she felt she had passed it smoothly. Aunt is not a bad person. She is genuinely kind. Jiang Yuan spoke from the heart, realizing that today's situation was far better than she had anticipated. His mother's demeanor was hardly harsh. She was not the domineering matron Jiang Yuan had envisioned. In fact, she sensed that the elderly lady was fundamentally kind-hearted. She approached her merely as a mother concerned for her son, so as long as Jiang Yuan demonstrated her genuine affection for him, there would be nothing for his mother to object to. Good person? He scoffed lightly. She is a good person, yet also a venomous mother-in-law. The title of mother-in-law struck a sensitive chord within Jiang Yuan. She chose not to respond. He continued, "Every moment spent with me is a gain. Have you prepared yourself to flee at any moment?" Jiang Yuan turned to face him. "Why do you deliberately misinterpret my words?" He retorted, "Is that not your intent? No wonder you seek promotion, hoping to accumulate some resources for yourself." Jiang Yuan felt a tremor in her heart. He had struck a nerve. Turning her face away from him, she struggled to maintain her composure. "I desire both career and love. If you're willing to support me, why should I not take advantage of your influence? Even if we were to part ways one day, I would not find myself in a desperate situation. One must always leave a route of escape." His dark eyes narrowed slightly, his voice noticeably lowering. "So, being with me is merely a means to gild your life?" Jiang Yuan felt a rush of anxiety and hastily clarified, "You know well what I mean. Your mother is correct. We are worlds apart. I cannot marry you, and one day I will leave your side. I simply do not wish to depart empty-handed, left with nothing but a hollow shell. I must gain something from you or learn something to strengthen myself so that when I leave, I possess some confidence to support myself." As she spoke, her expression was calm and detached. He stared at her in silence for a while before finally parting his lips, speaking softly, "Fear not. Even if we part, you shall not be wronged." Jiang Yuan gazed out of the window, nodding, "Yes, I understand. Today is the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, and tomorrow marks New Year's Eve. The trees lining the streets are already adorned with colorful lights, and red lanterns hang abundantly along the way. A massive LED screen at the intersection is displaying festive advertisements featuring various celebrities wishing everyone a happy new year. The atmosphere of celebration is palpably rich." He shifted his gaze from the window back to her, observing the stubbornness of her profile, and initiated a new topic. "I had Zhou Ji prepare some goods. Could you check if it's convenient to carry them on the road? If it's not, I can have them packed and sent back to you." Jiang Yuan slowly turned her head, responding, "Yes, please thank him for me." "Who are you thanking?" His voice clearly carried a hint of displeasure. Chapter 145. The meeting becomes awkward. Jiang Yuan replied, "Also, thank you." She noticed him take a deep breath, followed by a subtle movement of his Adam's apple as he leaned towards her, his expression cold and feigned bravado. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Jiang Yuan instantly adopted a compliant demeanor, realizing that even among familiar circles, saying thank you felt overly formal. "Do you want to hear a thank you or something else?" He maintained his stern expression. "What else?" Jiang Yuan shifted closer, covering his ear with her hand and whispering, "I will miss you while I'm away these few days." Her warm breath brushed against his ear, sending a delightful shiver down his spine, igniting a desire to pull her into his embrace and thoroughly cherish her. He glanced at the road ahead, suppressing the urge to act. 5 minutes later, the car finally came to a halt in the underground parking lot. Yin Dong signaled to old Zhang that he could take the day off, and the two proceeded upstairs. The minor mistake Jiang Yuan made in the car resulted in an anticipated severe consequence. Perhaps it was the impending separation of nearly a week or the bottled-up tension from their earlier conversations that fueled his fervor. This time, he spared no effort in bed. It was midday, and Jiang Yuan hadn't even had a meal, her stomach growling with hunger. Seizing the opportunity while he was in the shower, she headed to the kitchen to prepare something to stave off her hunger. After her shower, clad in a bathrobe and barefoot, she set about cooking noodles in a clay pot with chicken broth. Just as the fragrant aroma wafted from the pot, the automatic kitchen door slid open behind her. She turned to glance at him. His bathrobe still unfastened, he strode in with a confident air, his freshly washed face appearing even more chiseled, his deep-set eyes captivating. The bathrobe hung loosely, and his hair, still damp from the shower, glistened with tiny droplets. Jiang Yuan forcibly averted her gaze, scooping noodles into a bowl. "The noodles are ready. Let us eat." She feigned busyness, attempting to mask her racing heart. Just as she filled her bowl, the tie of her bathrobe slipped to the floor. He had a habit of encircling her from behind. At times, it was a gentle embrace. Yet often it turned into playful teasing that spiraled out of control. His hands, mischievous and persistent, quickly unraveled Jiang Yuan's facade of calmness. As she dodged him, she cautioned, "Wait, the noodles will clump together." He paid no heed to her words. At that moment, not even mountains of gold could deter his intentions. The warm winter sunlight streamed through the large transparent window at the far end of the kitchen. Unable to ask him to close the curtains, she instead suggested they move to the bedroom. However, the distance of merely a few meters seemed unbearably long for him. With a gentle tug, he lifted her, their bodies colliding against the cool marble of the countertop, the contrast between the icy surface and their heated skin igniting sparks. Amidst the enticing aroma of the noodles, Jiang Yuan found herself utterly satisfied. After they finished tidying up, they went out for a meal. Following lunch, Dong personally drove her to the high-speed train station. Jiang Yuan sat in the passenger seat. The traffic was heavy, and the pace was slow. What should have been an hour's journey stretched to nearly 2. Exhausted, she dozed off in the car, only to awaken with his coat draped over her. "Are we there?" she murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Wake up. Don't sleep on the train, or you might not even realize if someone takes you away." The car had come to a stop, and he leaned back against the seat, one arm casually resting on the half-lowered window, tendrils of smoke curling from his fingers. Outside, the bustling parking lot of the high-speed train station came into view. She was unaware of when he had parked, and in a panic, she glanced at her phone. Only 10 minutes remained before the train's departure. Chapter 146. A crowd's attention, Jiang Yuan's heart raced with urgency. Typically, entering the station and checking tickets took at least 10 minutes, especially during the peak travel season of the new year when lines could extend for half an hour or more. Her gaze swept over the throng of people at the station, and despair washed over her. Tickets were scarce during the holiday, and this particular one had been procured weeks in advance. Rescheduling was nearly impossible. Anger surged within her. "You know what time my train is. Why didn't you wake me?" He extinguished his cigarette, tossing it carelessly into a nearby trash bin, unfazed. "You looked so peaceful asleep. I couldn't bear to disturb you." Jiang Yuan fumed. "You did this on purpose. You deliberately didn't wake me, so I would miss my train, allowing your plan to unfold, right?" Memories of their earlier encounter in the kitchen, where he had playfully threatened her, flooded back. She had firmly refused his suggestion to stay another night and share a New Year's Eve dinner, but he was relentless in his pursuit. Glancing at the time again, only 8 minutes remained, and frustration welled up within her, threatening to bring tears to her eyes. "I told my mom weeks ago that I would be home today. She's been counting down the days, and I even told her this morning when I would arrive. If she waits and I don't show up, how disappointed will she be?" He regarded her coolly, his tone steady. "Have you considered how lonely it would be for me to be left alone at home while families gather in celebration?" Jiang Yuan retorted defiantly. "No one is stopping you from going home." He stayed silent, his gaze downward as he started the car. "Where are we going?" "I didn't say I wanted to leave yet." She still hoped to inquire at the ticket hall for any available tickets for rescheduling. Even if it meant arriving home in the middle of the night, her mother would be waiting for her. However, the car was already in motion, and she ultimately refrained from pressing him further, perhaps subconsciously resigning herself to the situation. As the car took a few turns toward the train station, Jiang Yuan remained in a daze. It was only when the sleek black Rolls-Royce glided past the bustling crowd and through the grand entrance of the VIP waiting area that realization dawned upon her. Jiang Yuan had traveled by train countless times, but had never known such a special access point existed. The car smoothly navigated to the platform and came to a halt. Though the train had yet to arrive, the platform was already crowded with passengers. The elegant black Rolls-Royce Phantom, exuding an aura of quiet authority, made its appearance on the platform, drawing the immediate attention of the crowd. Eyes first fell on the vehicle, then shifted to the license plate. With a striking 5, one's unmistakably signaled the owner's status. The windows of the car were tinted for privacy, yet through the front windshield, one could easily catch a glimpse of the driver and passenger. Most ordinary travelers might never know such a mode of transport existed, especially with a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman inside, both radiating an air of sophistication that clearly set them apart from the masses. Many onlookers even took out their phones to capture the moment. Jiang Yuan felt overwhelmed by the attention, and the moment the car came to a stop, she quickly unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and turned to say, "Thank you. I'm leaving now. You should head back." He did not respond, and she could not help but glance at him. At first glance, his expression was as indifferent as usual, but upon closer inspection, his subtle brows and eyes clearly conveyed his displeasure. Chapter 147. The farewell station. Jiang Yuan hesitated as she opened the car door, feeling compelled to add, "I'll call you when I arrive to let you know I'm safe. You should head back quickly. It's not ideal to park here. I'm worried you might get photographed." While it was of little consequence for her visage to be captured and circulated, his face was far more precious. As the heir of the Yin family, his identity was exceedingly sensitive. Should a photograph of him surface online, it would undoubtedly lead to accusations of misuse of privilege. Only then did he stir, extending his long arm to retrieve a square, exquisite gift box from the storage compartment on his right. He casually handed it to her, saying here, "A New Year's gift." Jiang Yuan was taken aback as she opened the small box to reveal a Patek Philippe lady's wristwatch, featuring a platinum case adorned with 8 rectangular diamonds on the lugs. The dial bore a crescent moon with twinkling stars, a matching piece to the one he frequently wore on his wrist. Clutching the box, a pang of softness tugged at her heart. "This is a bit too extravagant for me. I can't accept it," she replied, closing the lid. He cast her a disdainful glance and replied impatiently, "You think I would buy you a trinket for 200 yuan? Do you really believe it suits me?" Jiang Yuan understood his implication. Spending over 2 million yuan on a watch was akin to the average person spending 200. If she truly disliked it, she could simply discard it. His evident irritation prompted her to silently stow the watch in her bag. She thought perhaps she had overdone it with her politeness. "I didn't prepare a New Year's gift for you. I've been too busy and completely forgot. Who would have guessed that such a carefree individual would place importance on the ritual of the New Year?" She could only use work as an excuse. He slightly curled his lips, a hint of a smirk, as if mocking her clumsy justification. Yet he said nothing more. Suddenly, he reached out, pulled her close, grasped her neck, and kissed her fiercely. The sound of the train's arrival echoed in her ears as Jiang Yuan found herself immobilized by his kiss, which delved deep, the faint, crisp scent of pine invading her senses and overwhelming her. Her heart seemed to stop for a brief moment. When she regained her composure, he had released her. His voice cold go. Jiang Yuan felt as though her heart had plummeted from a great height to a flat runway. Her throat constricted, leaving her speechless. Quickly, she opened the car door. The trunk was already ajar. She circled to the back, grabbed her suitcase, and made her way directly to the high-speed train carriage. Once seated, she placed her luggage in the overhead compartment. Turning her head, she gazed out the window beside her seat, spotting the black Rolls-Royce still parked in its original position. She wondered why he had yet to leave. From her angle, she could no longer see the driver's seat and could only imagine what he was doing at that moment, perhaps on a call or smoking a cigarette. The carriage doors swiftly closed, and the train began to move, accelerating quickly and departing the platform within seconds. Jiang Yuan craned her neck to look back, but her seat was not by the window, and the view was obstructed. Her hand instinctively reached into her bag, brushing against the watch box, lingering there for a long moment before withdrawing. Taking a few deep breaths, she pulled out her phone to compose a message. "I'm already starting to miss you. Drive safely on your way back. Happy New Year." Chapter 148. Official announcement as the phone screen illuminated. Yin Dong stared at the message for some time before starting the car and driving away. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Yin Dong received a call from Liang Zhouheng, urging him to attend the last gathering of the year in their circle. By the time Yin Dong arrived at the restaurant, the others were already present. The door to the private room was not completely shut, and as he stood outside, the animated chatter inside reached his ears. "Of course it's Dong Yi. The comment count is already in the thousands. Let me read you this one. My goodness. The bossy CEO narrative comes to life. Who is this wealthy mogul and his beloved pet? Look at this one. The man is stunning, and the woman is a vision. Who understands this atmosphere? Where did these two celestial beings come from?" And here is an eyewitness account. "I was there, witnessing the car park for quite some time. Before the kiss, they chatted in the car for a while. Later, the woman carried her suitcase onto the train, and I suspect the man was unable to exit, likely worried about being photographed. The Rolls-Royce remained long after the train had departed, and we all craned our necks to look back." Liang Zhouheng chuckled as he read this aloud, but then he sensed a sudden change in the atmosphere around him. He instinctively turned to find Yin Dong standing behind him, having been there for some time. The male lead has arrived. When did you show up without a sound?" Liang exclaimed, dramatically pulling out the chair that had been empty at the main table. The others greeted Yin Dong, their faces still holding remnants of laughter. Dong took a seat, his expression indifferent. Liang Zhouheng scrutinized him several times. Did you just come from the train station? Dong shot him a cold glance. Someone passed a cigarette to him, which he accepted and placed between his lips. As the person reached to light it for him, he waved them off, already producing a lighter to ignite it himself. He glanced at Liang Zhouheng's phone, extending his hand. What is that? Let me see. With a gleeful smirk, Liang Zhouheng handed over the phone, teasing. You thought you could keep this under wraps? Now it's all over the internet. Dong remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. His finger tapped the screen, zooming in on the still image of the Rolls-Royce. The clarity of the photograph was astonishing, capturing every detail, even the subtle movements of his throat as he kissed her. He turned off the screen, narrowed his eyes while taking a drag of his cigarette, and tossed the phone back. Repost that for me. Liang Zhouheng laughed knowingly. What's wrong? Can't bear to watch it here? Planning to savor it alone tonight? Honestly, before you came in, we already projected that video onto the big screen, analyzing it frame by frame. Dong leaned back in his chair, unperturbed. Did you summon me here to serve as your entertainment? You've all grown bold. Haven't you? Delete that video from your phones. I'll check each of you. If anyone refuses, I'll personally ensure you make the headlines tonight. Blocking my trending topic. Chapter 149. A pack of flatterers nearby. Dong Tianhao chuckled. Brother, blocking your trending topic is quite the challenge. The volume of traffic is overwhelming. Even the best headlines can't compete. Dong replied, is that so? Why don't you strip and run down Chang'an Street as a test? Laughter erupted among the group. The tension he had felt upon entering dissipated, and it was rare to see him in such good spirits, likely due to his romantic success, which had improved his temperament. As the others relaxed, one of them began, to be honest, we didn't recognize you at first. We confirmed it by the license plate. It was quite a surprise. When did this all start? You've kept it under wraps well. Why haven't you introduced your partner to us yet? Liang Zhouheng chimed in. Let me introduce you. If your house has no mirrors, I'll buy you one to look in. With that face of yours, you might scare the girl away. Can you handle that? It is impossible. The sister-in-law is undeniably beautiful and kind-hearted. Dong Tianhao, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, a couple of days ago, I spotted Donggu dining with the sister-in-law at Jinsheng, and we sensed something extraordinary. Donggu today, this must be the confirmation, right? Dong lazily lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance in his direction. After a brief silence, he suddenly retorted, if I were to insert a wire in your mouth, the loudspeaker at the village entrance would pale in comparison to your volume. Despite being scolded, Dong Tianhao laughed heartily. Brother, I've noticed your humor has evolved splendidly. Is it due to spending time with the sister-in-law? His flattery hit the mark, causing a barely perceptible smirk to grace Dong's lips as he bit on his cigarette, his gaze drifting idly to the phone screen. Jiang Yuan's train was scheduled to arrive at 7 in the evening. According to her calculations, returning home from the train station with her suitcase would require taking a taxi for a short distance followed by more than 50 minutes on a bus. Estimating her arrival at around 8:30. The screen displayed 7:50 p.m., prompting Dong to divert his gaze and flick off the ash from his cigarette. A notification pinged, capturing his attention once more. I have arrived home. It's quite late. I took a direct taxi from the train station, arriving more than half an hour early. The journey was smooth, so don't worry. He stared at the message for several seconds before turning off the screen. Dishes began to appear on the table, and in deference to Dong's taste, everyone had ordered a sumptuous array of dishes. A veritable feast designed to satisfy the discerning palates of this group of affluent young men. Perhaps due to a late lunch with Jiang Yuan, Dong lacked an appetite. As everyone lifted their glasses to toast, Dong Tianhao initiated, the new year is upon us. The winds stir the white day. Time flows swiftly westward. Time truly flies faster than ever. For us, this year is no different from last. Last year was similar to the year before. This year's celebrations are primarily to bring joy to Donggu. The old tree has finally blossomed anew. We, as your brothers, have all benefited from your kindness over the years, knowing that you've faced struggles. We've been privately hoping for your new chapter, and we are genuinely happy for you today. Let us raise a glass together. This toast is for the sister-in-law. With heartfelt gratitude, the others chimed in, echoing their thanks to the sister-in-law for her rescue. Liang Zhouheng, while scolding, raised his glass. What a bunch of sycophants. Dong, flicking his cigarette, was reaching for his glass when his phone suddenly lit up, the bright screen displaying Jiang Yuan calling. Let us drink first, he remarked, then took his phone and moved to the nearby sofa. Upon answering, a familiar yet distant female voice came through. Hello, I've arrived. I sent you a message, but worried you might not see it, so I called. Dong inquired, just arrived? Realizing he hadn't checked his messages, Jiang Yuan responded. Yes, I just wanted to let you know I'm safe. I didn't want you to worry. I'll hang up now. Dong pressed. What are you being so secretive about? Is someone with you? Jiang Yuan lowered her voice slightly. His ears were far too sensitive. She decided to speak even softer. My mother is here. It's inconvenient. I want to be in touch for the next few days. Why is it inconvenient? He feigned ignorance. Jiang Yuan sighed, patiently explaining. My mother doesn't know about you, and I cannot clarify our relationship right now. I fear she might object. Not wishing to prolong the discussion, she changed the subject, asking, are you out dining? Her desire to end the call was too evident, prompting him to shift his posture and speak slowly. She will find out eventually. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not grasping his meaning, and replied, I'll find an opportunity to tell her myself. It's not the right time yet. All right, he said, falling silent. Jiang Yuan seized the moment. Then I'll hang up. Take care of your stomach and drink less. Goodbye. Before he could respond, the call abruptly ended. Dong turned off his phone screen as someone called him back to the table. Ah, the sweet phase of romance. Who knew the sister-in-law could be so clingy? Someone teased. Dong cast a dull glance at the speaker, remaining silent. Just as Jiang Yuan set her phone down, her mother, Yang Shui, approached with a steaming bowl of wontons. Eat up. You must be starving from your journey. Jiang Yuan replied, all right. I had a late lunch today. Yang Shui chided, why are you not eating on time? With the holidays approaching, you're still working overtime? Your boss may be kind-hearted, yet they're too demanding of their employees. Suddenly, the memories of her earlier moments with Dong in the kitchen surged in Jiang Yuan's mind, compelling her to bow her head and lift her spoon in silence. A notification chimed, and a new message appeared on her screen from an old classmate, Song Yuan. The message was short but revealing. Was that you on the trending topic at the train station? Are you in a relationship? Jiang Yuan swiftly grabbed her phone, clicking on the trending link he sent. As the video thumbnail appeared, she felt as if struck by lightning. She clicked play, and as the faces on the screen became clearer, her complexion drained of color. The video displayed thousands of comments and nearly 1 million views, and in that instant, Jiang Yuan understood the implication behind Dong's earlier remark. He had known about the trending topic all along. The footage was so clear that not only her mother, but even those who had merely crossed paths with her would recognize her. A taut string within her snapped, and she felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her tightly. Though she had only spent a month with Su Hui, she could not recall how many men she had casually interacted with at various gatherings, clubs, and golf courses. In that moment, Jiang Yuan felt a rush of blood to her head. She scrolled rapidly through the myriad comments, pausing abruptly to dial Dong's number once more. As expected, the phone rang again, and amidst the teasing of his companions, Dong picked up and stepped out of the private room. What's wrong? Don't you need to be with your mother? He asked, holding his phone casually as he strolled outside the dining area. Jiang Yuan steadied her racing heart. Striving for calmness as she replied, I saw the trending topic. You must have seen it too, right? Yes, he said, opening the car door and settling into the driver's seat. Though he did not start the engine, Jiang Yuan pressed on. I watched the video. It was filmed too clearly. I think it's best to have the topic removed. Your identity is special, and it could negatively impact you. What is so bad about it? Haven't you always minded being a secret lover? Now it's out in the open. Shouldn't you be pleased? Jiang Yuan's heart raced. It felt as if the tightrope she had been walking on suddenly snapped. She forced herself to remain rational and composed. Your mother just found me, and right after, our relationship is exposed. How will your parents perceive me? They will surely think I'm declaring war on them in this manner. Moreover, I just got promoted. I don't want to be the subject of gossip, nor do I wish for my hard work to become a joke. I certainly do not want my background to be exploited against you and your family. She enumerated several reasons, but the one she feared the most remained unspoken. He remained silent for a considerable while before his voice finally returned through the phone, suggesting that even engaging in a candid romance was a luxury for him. This was the first time Jiang Yuan heard him articulate the nature of their relationship. Suddenly, her taut nerves relaxed, and a wave of bittersweet warmth surged through her heart. She spoke in a low voice, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I am not worthy of you. In fact, when you previously suggested I be your secret lover, that designation seemed quite agreeable, as it would impose no burdens on either of us. Yes, She desperately longed to take a step back. She felt unqualified to assume the role of a girlfriend, both emotionally and rationally. He, however, seemed to handle the situation with remarkable ease. Perhaps it was the absence of background noise that rendered his voice low and solemn amidst the stillness. You may choose whatever role you desire. I will not retract the trending topic. After he spoke, he abruptly hung up the phone. In that instant, Jiang Yuan felt as though her heart had turned to ash. Dong tossed his phone back onto the seat, having just pulled out a cigarette to light. The phone rang again. It was a call from Zhou Ji. Mr. Yin, should we suppress the video trending online? I've seen comments inquiring about manager Jiang's identity. The car's license plate had almost transparently revealed Dong's identity. Yet, Jiang Yuan's remained a mystery in the comment section. Zhou Ji continued, I worry that if this matter continues to be dug into, it could impact our company's stock price. His words were veiled, but the underlying meaning was unmistakable. The president of the company dating the daughter of a murderer would inevitably lead to catastrophic repercussions for the company's reputation. After Zhou Ji finished speaking, silence enveloped the call. Understanding Dong's temperament, he anxiously added, if you prefer not to suppress it, that is your choice. I will instruct the PR department to prepare for any eventualities. We could take it step by step. Just as he finished, the call was disconnected. Though he hadn't heard any explicit instructions, he instinctively knew what to do. Making a phone call while hiding in the car. What secrets do you wish to whisper behind closed doors? Liang Zhouheng emerged from the restaurant and walked straight to Dong's car, tapping on the window. Dong lowered the window, and Liang Zhouheng added, your father was looking for you. He tried calling, but couldn't he get through? So he asked me to tell you to return home tonight. Chapter 152. The Reckless One at the Yin family residence, as Dong entered through the main gate. Sun Mei was in the yard, tending to her flowers. On this chilly night, with the moon shining faintly, her presence in the yard was clearly not one of leisurely enjoyment. Hearing the commotion, she dropped her pruning shears and intercepted him, seething, you wretched child. Do you still have the face to return? Look at the mess you've made. Are you intent on ruining our new year? Dong cast a disinterested glance at her. Responding nonchalantly, did I go out to commit murder or robbery? Sun Mei struck his arm sharply. Go inside and speak properly. Your father was nearly driven to an asthma attack because of you. If you have any decency, when you go in, don't stoke the flames further. Dong remained expressionless. Did he or did he not? Sun Mei lamented. What kind of reckless child have I raised? Dong gently patted her back and stepped toward the hall. Zhongxian was seated in the main position on the living room sofa, his expression grave. After entering, Dong instinctively sat across from him, pouring some tea into his father's cup with a faint smile, and slowly remarked, Minister Yin, it's New Year's. Let us calm down and not frighten my mother. You insolent brat. The harsh reprimand did not alleviate Zhongxian's pent-up anger, and Dong's smile vanished instantly. He stood up, preparing to leave. Please calm down. I will return in a few days. A sharp crash echoed as a blue and white porcelain teacup shattered on the wooden floor. Sun Mei, rushing in, intercepted Dong just as he reached the door. Grabbing his sleeve tightly, she berated him. Are you two still going to let us live in peace? I regret marrying into this family, cleaning up after you two. What kind of life is this for a family of three when two are at odds? Zhongxian barked. What are you shouting about? If you don't want to live here, then leave. Sun Mei's face flushed with rage. Do you think I want to stay with you? After half a lifetime, all I've known is anxiety. What have you ever given me? You can let anyone take my place. Dong stood frozen at the door, the relentless barrage of words piercing his ears painfully. He wanted to leave, but Sun Mei held him fast. Listen to your mother and break up with Jiang Yuan. That video is spreading everywhere. I don't know how many calls I've received this afternoon asking about the girl in the video. People know you're dating someone, and you think her scandal can remain hidden? Soon enough, they uncover her father's criminal past. And what will become of your reputation? What of your father's reputation? Zhongxian, a figure in the legal system, would find his future daughter-in-law's connection to a murderer a source of ridicule if it became public. Sun Mei scrutinized her son's expression and continued earnestly. No matter how good that girl is, her deceased father is a stain she cannot escape. You cannot cover it up. Zhongxian commanded. Get that video deleted and clean up all the nonsense online. Chapter 153. At least you have some conscience, Dong responded. A scar is a scar. Everyone has their imperfections. I have no intention of hiding it. I have no disdain for it. And who dares to express disdain? Sun Mei was infuriated by his reckless attitude, striking him again. This time, the slap landed squarely on his face. Though it did not hurt, it was a profound humiliation. Stop talking nonsense. You are my son, raised with care to excel, not to lower yourself and tarnish your own image. As long as your father and I are here, you will not let that Jiang Yuan tarnish the Yin family name. Sun Mei gasped, her chest heaving with anger. Though she had struck him with force, had it been Yin Zhengxian's hand, the consequences would have been far greater than a mere red mark on his face. Yin Zhengxian cast a dark glance at Sun Mei. Yin Dong scoffed lightly. Rest assured, she probably doesn't wish to enter this family either. With that, he turned and walked away. Sun Mei watched as his figure receded, her eyes filled with despair after the fury had subsided. Jiang Yuan lay in bed, repeatedly refreshing the myriad comments on the webpage. The video still loomed over her like a sword hanging by a thread. She was uncertain when it might fall, potentially striking her down. Just before 10 o'clock, as she refreshed the page, it suddenly disappeared. No matter how she tried to access it again, she was unsuccessful. Searching other video platforms, she discovered that the wildly circulated video had all been deleted. After confirming this repeatedly, she felt a surge of relief. The latest trending topics no longer included the previous one. Nearly overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Yuan sprang up from bed and dialed Yin Dong's number. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Did you manage to remove the trending topic? She asked urgently. Thank you. Leaning against the headboard, Yin Dong replied coolly. Are you pleased? Jiang Yuan detected his discontent and forced herself to suppress her relief. Of course I'm happy. I no longer have to live under scrutiny online. Moreover, this is beneficial for you. I won't bear any psychological burdens. It was not I who had it removed. His voice was low and muffled. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment, asking, was it someone from your family who was withdrawn? His silence implied acquiescence. At that instant, the glimmer of hope that flickered within Jiang Yuan vanished, replaced by a complex whirlwind of emotions, perhaps guilt and remorse. She simply felt as though her breath had become weighed down. After a few seconds, she ventured, where are you now? His voice carried a hint of desolation. Home. Jiang Yuan understood that home referred to the place they had shared, not his parents' house. She suspected, given his temperament, that he had likely quarreled with his parents. Today was the 28th of the lunar year, and the town was alive with the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks, each burst louder than the last, intermingled with shouts and cheers that seeped through the tightly shut windows. Jiang Yuan clutched her phone, mentally relieved that firecrackers were prohibited in Beijing. Otherwise, how lonely it would be for him to spend the new year alone in such a vast, empty house. A sudden ache pierced her heart, spreading a bittersweet sensation throughout her being. In a moment of impulse, she blurted out, would you like to come to our home for the new year? I mainly worry about you being too lonely. Our conditions aren't great, so I wonder if you'd be comfortable. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted it. How could she invite such a formidable presence into her home? How would she explain it to her mother? Logically, inviting him would only exacerbate his conflict with his parents, hindering her ultimate goal. Yet, she had spoken almost reflexively. Holding her phone, her palms grew slightly warm. After a few seconds, he replied, at least you have conscience. Jiang Yuan's nerves tensed, so will you come or not? Chapter 154. Raising a money tree. Yin Dong lazily replied, not going. As Jiang Yuan's heart sank back into her stomach, a sense of emptiness washed over her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps it was his abrupt rejection that made her feel somewhat uneasy. She hastily concluded the conversation. Take care of yourself, eat well, and rest early. I'm going to sleep now. He did not respond. After waiting for a second, she hung up. On New Year's Eve, the small shop would still operate in the morning, primarily selling fireworks and assorted New Year supplies. Traditionally, this day was bustling, so Jiang Yuan rose early to help her mother at the shop. Standing at the entrance, she assisted in selling fireworks, occasionally greeting townsfolk who passed by. Oh, Yang Shui, your precious daughter has returned. At such moments, Yang Shui would step out from the shop, promptly responding, yes, she'll be here for a few days before leaving again. Here, take some firecrackers for your grandson. The person would often decline, no. Yang Sui, however, would exhibit a rare assertiveness, insisting they take a handful of firecrackers or a bundle of sparklers. They're not expensive, take them for the children. Jiang Yuan observed everything. Her mother had previously been warm and kind, but now she seemed to be trying hard to please others. Yet, there were those who remained impervious to her hospitality. One such individual was a former neighbor who had since moved away. Jiang Yuan recalled that they had not gotten along, having had their share of disputes. The aunt stood before her, eagerly assessing her. Yuan has grown more beautiful, just like your mother in her youth, truly charming. If this compliment had been offered in the past, it would have been genuine praise. However, given the scandal surrounding her mother, which had become the talk of the town, Jiang Yuan found it difficult to discern whether the remark was sincere or laced with sarcasm. Not wishing to distress her mother on New Year's Day, she averted her gaze, pretending not to hear. Yang Shui's expression turned awkward as she handed a handful of firecrackers to her grandson. Here, take these to play with. I heard you paid off your debts. 2 million. Quite a sum. Truly not easy. Did you borrow it? The aunt lowered her voice intentionally, leaning closer to Yang Shui, her face adorned with a feigned concern. Yang Shui was forced to nod. Yes, it was all borrowed by Yuan. The aunt's gaze shifted back to Jiang Yuan, assessing her with a calculating look. Your daughter is quite capable borrowing such a large sum in one go. Yang Shui, you've raised a money tree. You'll have a good life ahead. It felt as though someone had spat in her face, igniting a surge of anger within Jiang Yuan. She glared at the old woman and confronted her. What do you mean by that? Yang Shui immediately intervened. Yuan, you mustn't be so rude. She is an elder. The old woman was clearly not one to be trifled with. Rolling her eyes and adopting a belligerent stance, you call me a money tree, yet you're not pleased? I didn't insult you, did I? Why are you so defensive? Jiang Yuan's anger flared, and she seized the 8-year-old boy hiding behind the old woman, shouting, Whose dog is this little brat? Chapter 155. Tear her mouth apart, the child burst into tears, and the old woman immediately became furious, scolding, You filthy little thing. How dare you insult a child? What a disgraceful university student you are. More and more passers-by gathered, drawn to the escalating commotion outside the shop. The old woman grew bolder, raising her voice. I wonder how one could acquire 2 million in just a few months. Only through disgraceful dealings, I suppose. Like mother, like son, this man must be living a dubious life. Murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. Is it true? How'd you get that 2 million? Who knows? Didn't they say it was a loan? Unrelated, who would lend her that much money? In big cities, anything is possible. Those successful middle-aged businessmen do fancy such university girls, don't they? My foolish daughter didn't even pass her university entrance exams this year. I used to scold her for being lazy, but now I see the light, haha. Yang Shui was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, Jiang Yuan finally understood why her mother tried so hard to please those around her. She sought to silence the gossip with small favors. Jiang Yuan had thought that repaying the debt quickly would relieve her mother of worry, that she wouldn't have to keep her head down any longer. But she had underestimated the darkness of human nature and the destructive power of rumors. Since their family's troubles began, it seemed everyone was eager to watch their downfall, taking pleasure in their misfortune. The worse their situation became, the more delighted others were. As the crowd grew larger and the voices louder, the old woman became even more animated. What a shameful thing to do at such a festive time. Walking around, one would get sullied just by association. In that moment, Jiang Yuan felt her blood boil. All the grievances her mother had suffered, all the new and old resentments, converged into a single point of rage. She marched forward, leveraging her height, grabbed the old woman by her collar, and slapped her, declaring, Let us see if I don't tear your foul mouth apart today. She grasped the old woman's mouth tightly, and soon blood seeped from the corners of her lips, followed by shrieks and howls of protest. The old woman's grandson lunged at Jiang Yuan's legs, attempting to bite her. Jiang Yuan's legs were seized by a sharp pain. After a moment's hesitation, she forcefully shook off her foot, sending the child sprawling on the ground, crying and calling out, Daddy, Daddy, come quickly. Someone is hitting Grandma. Yang Shui, fearing the situation would escalate, hurriedly urged Jiang Yuan, Yuan, let go, stop hitting her. Although the old woman appeared frail, her grip was surprisingly strong, her rough fingers clinging to Jiang Yuan's hand like gnarled branches. Several streaks of blood had already marked Jiang Yuan's hand, and her teeth were clenched as her eyes burned with fury, wishing she could tear the old woman apart. Yang Shui found herself unable to pull her away and called out several times to the onlookers, who finally stepped forward to intervene. Grandma, my dad is coming. My dad is coming. The little boy, overwhelmed with joy, scrambled to his feet as if he had spotted a savior. Suddenly, the old woman plopped down on the ground without warning, spreading her legs and wailing, Oh, woe is me. After all these years, to be beaten by a mere child. Oh, I'm dizzy, I need to go to the hospital. The crowd began to murmur in disapproval, condemning the lack of upbringing. How can anyone resort to violence against a child or an elder? Living in the big city has made people forget their roots. How can one strike another so easily? What kind of education is this? A prestigious university graduate exhibiting such behavior? They reminisced about the old days when the family was in its prime, believing she would achieve great things, only to witness her learning the art of brawling at university. The elderly woman, in her 70s or 80s, could hardly withstand such treatment. The consequences would surely involve hefty medical bills. That girl has always been stubborn, just like her late father, some remarked. Yang Shui is a disaster, a troublemaker. Just look at who she might marry. Any family would be cursed. Jiang Yuan stood at the center of the crowd, feeling as though she were on the gallows, the scornful remarks piercing her and her mother like 1,000 needles. Yang Shui was already in tears, pulling Jiang Yuan towards their home while keeping a wary eye on the approaching figures. 2 men were hastily approaching, 2 sons of the old woman. The elder, leading the charge, shouted, "Stop! Why are you hiding after beating someone?" The onlookers instinctively parted to make way, casting a glance at the seated old woman before one of the brothers rushed toward Jiang Yuan and Yang Shui, glaring fiercely. "You struck an 80-year-old woman. How dare you? I will skin you alive for laying a hand on my mother." The younger brother, pulling his brother back, surveyed Jiang Yuan with a dark expression, demanding, "Did you hit my mother?" Jiang Yuan met his gaze and calmly replied, "She disrespected her elders and provoked both me and my mother." "So you decided to strike an elderly woman?" He bellowed unexpectedly, causing Jiang Yuan to tense up. Yang Shui quickly shielded Jiang Yuan, bowing her head in apology. "I'm sorry. We Shu-Ti have resorted to violence. I will educate her properly at home. I apologize, and we will cover the medical expenses." "Compensate? How much do you think you can offer?" "She is my dear mother. She is 80 this year. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine." The younger brother seethed angrily. As the elder brother began to shove Yang Shui, he shouted, "Get lost. I'm going to teach this filthy little brat a lesson." His fist landed on Yang Shui, causing her to stagger back until her head struck the wall. Rage surged within Jiang Yuan like a floodgate bursting open. At that moment, she was consumed by a singular thought. She would confront these people, regardless of the consequences. In that instant of violence against the old woman, she had already lost her sanity. Perhaps it had begun the day her father was sentenced to death. She could no longer maintain her composure. She hated these people, loathed this damned world. Her eyes blazed with the flames of vengeance, as if she were ready to tear them apart. "What do you want?" They say the timid fear the bold, and the bold fear the reckless. The men hesitated at the intensity of her gaze. Without uttering a word, Jiang Yuan snatched a lighter from a nearby firecracker stall and lit a string of firecrackers. The brothers, still reeling, barely had time to react as she hurled the firecrackers at them. The explosive sound rattled the air, causing the 2 men to leap back, protecting their heads. "Crazy woman!" As the firecrackers erupted, sparks and smoke filled the air, prompting the onlookers to scatter in alarm. Jiang Yuan, unsatisfied, ignited another string and tossed it at their feet. And once more, they jumped back 3 meters, startled by the flames. Meanwhile, the old woman had already scrambled to her feet, retreating faster than the crowd. The cacophony of firecrackers attracted even more onlookers, and a BMW pulled up across the street. A young man clad in a black down jacket emerged, his bleached hair standing out in the crowd. 2 lackeys followed, dressed in similarly flashy attire, as they approached the scene, whispering and laughing amongst themselves. Jiang Yuan recognized them instantly. The lead, with his distinctive yellow hair, was the mayor's son, notorious for his bullying in the village. He had been present when her father was attacked, later testifying in court against him. His testimony had been damning, and the absence of surveillance footage had sealed Jiang Shan's fate, leading to an immediate death sentence. Trapped in a nightmarish cycle, Jiang Yuan felt as if she were ensnared in this darkness, unable to escape. Her father was gone, but the looming shadow of despair enveloped her, making escape seem impossible. Seeing that man again sent chills down her spine. Perhaps deep down, she had never believed her father, who wouldn't harm a fly, could commit murder. And she certainly couldn't fathom the notorious thug would ever act with kindness, let alone stand up for an old man in court. The firecracker explosions ceased abruptly, leaving a thick cloud of smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air. The crowd remained, and the brothers, stepping on the remnants of firecrackers, advanced toward Jiang Yuan. Yang Shui, pale as a ghost, grasped Jiang Yuan's arm, pulling her inside. But Jiang Yuan stood firm, resolute. For them, hiding was futile. As a motherless child, how could they escape? People always preyed on the weak. They were bullied because they lacked support, because of their family's shame, because they were seen as vulnerable. In that moment, a singular thought consumed Jiang Yuan. Even if it meant her life, she would fight back. Just as everyone anticipated a significant clash, a youthful voice rang out from across the street. "Hey, Ding Datu, what are you doing?" The speaker was none other than the yellow-haired youth, strolling leisurely toward them with his lackeys in tow. Ding Data furrowed his brow and replied, "I'm busy. I'll find you another day." The young man, known as Jiang, around 23 or 24 years of age, was a figure of admiration among the town's youth, especially the boys, who eagerly offered him cigarettes and clamored to befriend him. Ding Datu counted himself among his brothers. Jiang ambled over to the entrance of Jiang Yuan's small shop, his mischievous gaze lingering on her for a moment before he casually draped an arm around Ding Datu's shoulders, turning him around to whisper something in his ear. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their backs turned, leaving Jiang Yuan unable to catch a single word. Moments later, Ding Datu abruptly spun around, pulling Ding Ertu along, striding away without a backward glance. The onlookers, awash with intrigue, began to perceive the underlying dynamics. Jiang had clearly come to lend support to Jiang Yuan and her mother. Who was Jiang? He was a scion of privilege, having toyed with countless young women, and just this year had left one with child. The girl's mother had stormed to the town mayor's residence, threatening to end her life unless he married her daughter, but Jiang resolutely refused. In essence, he was nothing more than a local ruffian, a second-generation troublemaker. Now, he had set his sights on Jiang Yuan. With the Ding family departed, many onlookers lingered, evidently wanting more of the spectacle. In front of the crowd, Jiang approached Jiang Yuan, bending slightly to scrutinize her face as he feigned seriousness. "I saved you, and you offer no token of gratitude? How unreasonable!" His two companions chimed in with laughter. "Yeah, Chiga doesn't tease save for free. He considers you one of his own." Yang Shui, observing the scene, instinctively pulled Jiang Yuan back, distancing her from Jiang. With a tone that was both polite and almost reverential, she murmured, "Thank you." Yet, Jiang's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Yuan, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, unbothered by her mother's gratitude. His companions interjected, "Is that all? Your daughter assaulted someone. If the Ding family presses charges, she could end up in jail." Chiga used his connections to plead for her. "Don't you think a simple thank you is a bit lacking? Is his goodwill so easily dismissed?" Jiang Yuan suddenly lifted her head, fixing Jiang with an unwavering stare. "What do you want?" He smirked, lowering his voice in a tone laced with ambiguity, unabashedly revealing his shamelessness even in front of Jiang Yuan's mother. "I wish to take care of you, to be your protector. How can a household with no man stand strong? I cannot bear to see you two vulnerable and victimized." His words dripped with false sincerity. Yang Shui trembled with rage, her emotions surging as she stepped protectively in front of Jiang Yuan. "Don't you dare touch my daughter." Jiang stepped back, feigning innocence. "I'm not bullying her. Why are you so agitated?" "Get lost," Jiang Yuan shouted. With a feigned look of helplessness, Jiang retorted, "You've probably been with countless men. Don't pretend to be some virtuous maiden here. I don't hold it against you. You should feel fortunate. Stop acting so high and mighty." As soon as he finished, Yang Shui seized a broom and lunged at Jiang. His expression shifted, and he, along with his two companions, jumped back. Yang Shui relentlessly pursued him, shouting and cursing, "You think you can target my daughter? Get out! Just get out!" Chapter 159. A lesson learned as the crowd dispersed. Yang Shui ushered Jiang Yuan inside, locking the door behind them. The air was thick with the remnants of tension, and the midday sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room filled with debris and dust, causing a burning sensation in their noses. The mother and daughter stood in silence for a moment before Yang Shui broke the stillness. "You must be hungry. I'll go prepare some meat." A tear, long held back, finally slipped down Jiang Yuan's cheek. "Mom," she managed to croak. Yang Shui turned around, wiping her face as she embraced her daughter. Perhaps on the day Jiang Shan faced his execution, they had already shed all their tears, having endured deeper sorrows. What lay before them now felt like new wounds opening on old scars. "Mom, you should come to Beijing with me," Jiang Yuan said after a pause. Yang Sui replied, "This two-story house was built from your father's hard-earned savings. He is here, and I can dream of him here. If I leave, they will strip our family bare. You must return to Beijing tomorrow and never come back. This is not a place for you." Jiang Yuan shook her head silently against her mother's shoulder. Yang Shui went to prepare dinner, while Jiang Yuan barely touched her food, preoccupied with thoughts on how to persuade her mother to leave with her. She calculated everything in her mind: how to rent a place, how to support her mother, how to explain her relationship with Dong, and whether to reveal her plans for revenge. In a private room of an ancient and classical restaurant, Dong sat at a round table made of redwood. His gaze lowered. Beside him sat a middle-aged man named Jinting, the younger brother of Zhengxian and Dong's uncle. The man had a dignified appearance and an aura of authority, perhaps due to his long-standing position of power. Even in his calm demeanor, he exuded an air of command. Dong bore a resemblance to this uncle, sharing similar features and temperament, albeit with an added touch of innate laziness and rebelliousness. Jinting had returned to Beicheng with his family to reunite with the clan for the new year. They had planned a family dinner at the old residence. But just the night before, he received a call from Sun Mei informing him that Zhengxian was unwell and the gathering was cancelled. As a result, he had arranged to meet with Dong for lunch. When the server brought the dishes to the table, Dong leaned forward to pour a drink for his uncle, casually asking, "How long are you planning to stay this time?" Jinting glanced at him and sighed softly. "I was planning to leave the day after tomorrow." Dong smiled slightly. "What urgent matter has you tied down?" Jinting shot him a sidelong glance. "How can you still ask that? With all your responsibilities, do you still have time to follow trending topics?" Dong replied lazily, "I'm not concerned about trending topics." Jinting remarked, "I don't care if you're trending or not. Even if you're on national television with a girl, it's of no concern to me. Can you manage to pacify your father? You've stirred up quite a commotion. In the end, will you be able to provide her with a proper resolution?" Dong fell silent. Jinting continued, "If you can't even handle your relationship with your parents, how can you expect a girl to join your family? You should return home tonight and apologize. It's the new year. While others are celebrating with their families, you're out wandering. Doesn't that seem inappropriate?" Chapter 160. Crossing trials after a moment of silence. Dong replied with a faint smile, "You're overthinking it." Jinting hesitated before asking, "Haven't you considered marrying that girl?" Dong raised his glass, taking a sip of wine with indifference. "No." Jinting's expression relaxed slightly. "Then go home tonight." While other families celebrated the new year, Jiang Yuan and her mother felt as though they were enduring a trial. At noon, Yang Shui prepared a pot of ribs. Knowing it was Jiang Yuan's favorite dish since childhood, but the fragrant ribs went from steaming hot to cold, untouched by either of them. Jiang Yuan recalled how every year during the holidays, their home would be spotless, and her favorite activity was following her father as he hung spring festival couplets and affixed the character for fortune on every window. In her childhood, she would help Jiang Shan with the ladder, and as she grew taller, it became her father's turn to steady the ladder for her, cautioning her to watch her step and avoid misalignments. The character Fu affixed to the window at home was still the one she had put up with her father last year. The one on the highest window hung askew, and her father, being particular, insisted she reapply it. She stubbornly refused, and as a result, the character remains crooked to this day. After just 1 year of exposure to the elements, the once bright and festive red hue has faded to a pale shade, reminiscent of the plastic flowers adorning cheap funeral wreaths. Jiang Yuan sat on an old chair in the convenience store, gazing at that window for a long time, her mind gradually losing focus. Memories of Jiang Shan surfaced little by little. Since the incident, she seemed to have forced herself to automatically block out everything related to her father's life, as if by avoiding recollection. She could maintain the illusion in her subconscious that he was still at home, living harmoniously with her mother. While she was in the North City, this was not difficult to achieve. However, upon returning home, every corner was filled with traces of her father. The world had changed, and the distance felt vast, reminding her repeatedly of a cruel truth. Her father had irrevocably departed from their lives. Jiang Yuan knew that the black and white photo frame resting on her mother's bedside table had been tucked away into a drawer by her mother. In their sparse conversations, they deliberately avoided all topics concerning Jiang Shan. Yet this man had filled her memories for over a decade, a accompanying her through the formative years of her life. He had been her pillar, the one who instilled her with confidence as she stepped into this world, but he left without a trace, taking everything with him. Her tears had long since dried, leaving behind a gaping wound in her heart, a raw hole that ached whenever the wind blew through. Jiang Yuan was unaware of how long she had sat there when the setting sun cast a dim, golden light upon her. Suddenly, the door of the convenience store was knocked upon. Yang Shui, feeling defensive, initially thought it was Qi Jinlei and his crew causing trouble again. She approached the door anxiously, hesitating to open it. The two delivery men outside, left with no choice, called Jiang Yuan using the contact number they had on file. She walked over and opened the door. "Hello, package from North City, please check it." Jiang Yuan and Yang Shui stood aside as the two burly delivery men unloaded boxes upon boxes from their vehicle. There were cold fresh foods, fruits, nuts, seafood, and numerous famous local delicacies from North City. The array of boxes filled the entire convenience store, leaving Yang Shui in a state of shock. When Yin Dong had mentioned sending Jiang Yuan some New Year's goods, she never imagined the volume would be so overwhelming. "Why did you buy so much? This could last until next year's New Year," Yang Shui asked, puzzled. Jiang Yuan could only vaguely respond, "We'll just take our time eating." She went upstairs, messaging Yin Dong to inform him that the New Year's goods had arrived, thanking him. As expected, there was no reply from him. On New Year's Eve, before the family dinner began, Yin Dong returned to the old residence. In the courtyard, the servants had already hung up dozens of red lanterns, and the doors and windows were adorned with couplets in the character Fu. At first glance, the entire house seemed enveloped in a festive ambience. As Yin Dong stepped into the main hall, he overheard Sun Mei speaking. "Do you think he's lost his mind? That a girl in her 20s has him so entranced? I saw that girl. To be honest, she's quite decent-looking and well-mannered, but her stubbornness is something else." Responding to her was Qin Pei, Yin Dong's aunt. "Don't rush. I can tell from Xiao Dong's demeanor." Before the meal was served, Yin Dong placed the insulated food container he was carrying on the table and turned to look at Sun Mei and Qin Pei. Sun Mei shot him a fierce glare. "Do you still have the audacity to come back?" Yin Dong replied, "I was afraid you'd miss me." Yin Zhengting interjected, "You're just in time. The dishes aren't all served yet. Sit down." Yin Dong glanced at Yin Zhongxian, the head of the family, who did not lift his gaze but nonetheless gave his tacit approval. The Yin couple had only one daughter studying abroad. She had gone to the Arctic for the new year and would not return. Fortunately, Yin Dong had come back, allowing the family to gather for a reunion dinner. After the meal, everyone gathered in the living room for tea. Yin Zhengting and Yin Zhongxian sat on the main sofa, speaking softly to one another, while Sun Mei and Qin Pei exchanged gossip as they watched the Spring Festival Gala on television. As the clock struck 9, Yin Dong glanced at his phone, opening the familiar contact. The conversation remained stagnant, with only the formal thank you from earlier that afternoon. Today was New Year's Eve, and she hadn't even called him to wish him well. Yin Dong stepped out of the main hall and walked to the flower bed in the yard, dialing her number. The phone rang several times before her voice came through. "Hello, do you remember me?" he asked abruptly, catching Jiang Yuan off guard. "Have you forgotten about me?" Jiang Yuan sat up in bed, her mind suddenly alert. She had been mentally exhausted all day, and indeed, she had forgotten him. Today marked the second day since their separation, and she felt she should at least call him to express her longing. "No, I was going to call you at midnight to wish you a happy new year," she fabricated, her lies rolling off her tongue with ease. "Why didn't you say we could wish each other a happy new year together next year?" He retorted with irritation, and she fell silent. Yin Dong kicked at the flowers by his feet, his tone turning serious. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just planning to sleep," she replied. On this festive reunion night, amidst the resounding fireworks and firecrackers, she and her mother retreated to their respective rooms, turning in early. Yin Dong sensed a hint of fatigue in her voice and asked softly, "Is something wrong?" Surprised by his perceptiveness, Jiang Yuan paused for a second before confessing, "I just miss my dad." Several seconds of silence hung in the air. Jiang Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to find the right words of comfort in such moments. Any attempt at consolation seemed trivial. "How about I temporarily fill in as your dad?" he suggested coldly. Jiang Yuan felt a jolt of disbelief. He truly had no limits to what he would say. His words stirred a tempest in her previously heavy heart, and she couldn't help but retort, "Are you a deadpan comedian? Why not go into stand-up? Are you implying I should sell laughter?" He replied, maintaining a serious fa. Jiang Yuan bantered back, "Even if you don't sell laughter with your looks, There'd be plenty of women lining up to pay just to see you. You could easily earn without saying a word. In his characteristic indifferent tone, he replied, a body model, perhaps? Jiang Yuan envisioned the absurdity of him sitting nude in front of an art class, surrounded by students sketching him while he wore a disgruntled expression, unable to move an inch. It was both amusing and bizarre. What are you thinking? He asked, his tone darkening. Jiang Yuan dispelled the image from her mind and replied honestly, nothing much. You're thinking about me without clothes, aren't you? Even through the phone, Jiang Yuan felt her ears burn. After a moment, she retorted, are you too self-absorbed? Why are you blushing? Haven't you seen enough? Unbelievable, Jiang Yuan thought, feeling flustered as her mind involuntarily conjured inappropriate images. Dong, phone in hand, stood under the moonlight, the flowers in the yard emanating a faint fragrance. He absent-mindedly rubbed his shoe against the carefully tended plants and then asked, did you miss me? Across the vast distance, her heart seemed to be pricked, stirring a deep emotion within her as she retorted, have you missed me? The answer to this question was patently obvious. A man of his arrogance would never deign to call her unless he had some interest. Yet, she yearned to hear him confess it aloud. After a brief pause, she heard him reply, are you dressed or not? Jiang Yuan was taken aback by his unexpected bluntness, wondering if his mind was consumed by such trivialities. When she initially approached him, she had nearly believed him to be an aloof, unattainable flower, so restrained and ascetic. Yet, here he was spouting lewd jokes. Infuriated, she contemplated hanging up. Do you have anything else to discuss? He glanced into the hall, where 4 others were already engrossed in a game of mahjong. Get some sleep, he suggested. Happy New Year. Thank you, Jiang Yuan replied, aware of his intent to amuse her with his banter. Typically, he was accustomed to others seeking to please him. It was rare for him to endeavor to cheer someone else. Dong silently smirked, responding lazily, same to you. In the garden, a new bloom had opened on the Gabriel plant, its smoky violet petals standing gracefully against the wintry night, delicate enough to seem as if they might weep. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and, as he turned, absent-mindedly plucked a petal to twirl between his fingers. Inside, Sun Mei, who was playing mahjong, called out from the entrance, you little brat, why are you picking my flowers again? Dong tossed the petal back into the foliage, turning to leave with a casual, I'm off, and strode out of the yard. Sun Mei shouted after him, where are you going at this hour? But Dong had already exited, not looking back. On the first day of a new year, families visited one another to exchange greetings, compelling Yang Shui to open her door. Jiang Shan had a commendable reputation in the town, and on this day in previous years, countless visitors would come to offer their New Year wishes. Her mother would prepare a feast of dried fruits and sweets to welcome guests, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, this year, it seemed the townsfolk had tacitly agreed to isolate their family. The throngs that passed their home seemed to deliberately avoid it, as if steering clear of a plague. After the calamity that befell the Jiang family last year, no one wished to share in their misfortune. Yang Shui had anticipated this, leaving the coffee table bare. The mother and daughter sat silently, numbly awaiting the day's end. Suddenly, an unexpected roar of a car engine broke the stillness outside, followed by the slamming of doors and the cacophony of voices. From yesterday to today, Yang Shui had felt a tension in her mind, aware that Qi Zhenlei was not easily deterred. Like a ravenous wolf, once he set his sights on someone, escape became nearly impossible. She urged Jiang Yuan to return to Beijing early, believing that if she left, they would have no leverage over her elderly mother. However, Jiang Yuan steadfastly refused to abandon her mother, leading to a stalemate until now, when Qi Zhenlei had come knocking. By the time Yang Shui attempted to close the door, it was too late. Qi Zhenlei arrived with 4 or 5 accomplices, both men and women, who were often seen loitering with him. Among them were several creditors to whom the Jiang family owed compensation. Yang Shui had never mentioned this to Jiang Yuan, but this group frequently visited the convenience store, causing trouble under the guise of debt collection, taking cigarettes, alcohol, and food without ever paying. She was acutely aware of their malicious nature. They were nothing more than a band of thugs, emboldened by the protection of the town mayor, who shielded them even from the local police. As she gestured for Jiang Yuan to hide upstairs, Yang Shui stood defiantly before Qi Zhenlei. What do you want? Leave? We do not welcome you here. Qi Zhenlei, unfazed, turned his gaze towards Jiang Yuan, standing behind her, smirking as he said, I've come to wish you a happy new year, dear mother-in-law. His companions erupted into laughter, pushing their way inside. Jiang Yuan realized she could not evade this confrontation forever. Remaining motionless, she glared at them with anger, asserting, "I have a boyfriend. And I assure you, he is someone you and your ancestors could never provoke. If you have any sense, you will leave this place at once. If you think yourself invincible, then try me. I guarantee that not even 10 fathers could save you." Her words momentarily stunned those present, as if her fierce demeanor had struck them dumb. Qi Jinlei's associates exchanged glances, uncertain of the veracity of her claims. Yet Qi Jinlei, rather than retreating, became even more brazen. "Are you referring to your boyfriend, who's already half in the grave? I haven't seen him around. Is he unable to walk? Or has his wife tied him down? Call him here. I'll wait. I'll give him until tonight. If he doesn't show, I might just have to stay with you." He leaned closer, whispering in Jiang Yuan's ear, exhaling a foul breath. "Tonight, we'll share a room. And I promise to take good care of you." A sharp slap echoed in the convenience store as Jiang Yuan summoned all her strength to deliver it, the force causing her to sway slightly as the sensation reverberated through her palm. "Don't touch her." Qi Jinlei's hand froze midair. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened as she saw her mother's face pale, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Qi Jinlei, trembling hands gripping a sharp knife, a brand new Swiss Army knife gleaming in the light, incongruous in her mother's weathered hands. In an instant, Jiang Yuan realized it was not merely a kitchen utensil, but a weapon for self-defense. The blade now rested against Qi Jinlei's neck, glinting ominously, poised to sever the artery with the slightest pressure. Jiang Yuan observed her mother's hands quaking as if all her strength was focused on controlling the knife, her pale lips quivering. "Mom." Jiang Yuan recognized her mother was on the brink of a breakdown. "Mom, put down the knife." She strove to keep her voice steady. Her mother, however, could not find her composure, tightening her grip on the knife. "Stay out of this. I've lived long enough. I won't let anyone bully you. I've already caused your father's death. I cannot let anything happen to you. I'm just a burden. You should go back to Beicheng and forget about me. Never come back." Her voice resonated with resolution. Qi Jinlei appeared momentarily frozen. His raised hand began to descend slowly. The others who accompanied him seemed suddenly immobilized, standing rigid with wide eyes, unable to speak. This group had previously harassed the convenience store, stealing and causing trouble. Knowing Yang Shui was powerless against them. No one expected this seemingly simple rural woman to dare wield a knife against someone, especially in such a vulnerable area. The gravity of the situation was palpable. No one dared to breathe, fixated on the knife in Yang Shui's hand, fearful that a moment's agitation might lead to a fatal outcome. Yang Shui's gaze bore into Qi Jinlei, her voice trembling. "Get out of my house. Never return. You are nothing but a beast, a scoundrel. Your actions led to Lao Zhang's death, and I will not allow you to harm my daughter any further." Jiang Yuan's mind reeled. It became clear that her mother knew her father was innocent. Her mother is the person who understands her father better than anyone else in the world, and even she believes so, which only solidifies Jiang Yuan's previous speculations. After a few initial moments of shock, Qi Jinlei slowly began to withdraw his head inch by inch. Turning to face Yang Shui, he spoke in a low tone. "Andy, you possess quite the audacity. Guangzi, record this on your phone. This is indeed a crime scene. A murderer's father. A murderer's mother. Your daughter has quite a formidable background. Whether she can find a husband in the future is another matter, but as she walks down the street, she certainly commands respect." Chapter 165. From the sky, Yang Shui's face paled instantly, her hands trembling. Qi Jinlei continued, unhurriedly, "You might as well stab me to death. If you only wound me, it'll cost you. Your daughter will have to sell a kidney to pay off your debts." His companions chimed in. "Yes, Auntie, in a moment of impulse, you might doom your daughter to pay for your mistakes for the rest of her life. We haven't harmed her. She struck Brother Lei first. Why are you so agitated? Brother Qi genuinely cares for Jiang Yuan. He has even prepared a new home for her, waiting for her to move in. We all live in the same village. It's convenient for her to visit you anytime. Why push her to the northern city? Aren't you afraid of the dangers in big cities?" While she was being a mistress to an old man, Brother Qi offered her the position of a legitimate wife. Just think, which option is more advantageous? Jiang Yuan held her breath, remaining silent. She realized that when they said her daughter would have to bear the burden for her mother's mistakes, Yang Shui had already been shattered, tears streaming down her weathered cheeks. The blade had just moved away from Qi Jinlei's neck when he swiftly grasped her mother's wrist and twisted it. The sound of a Swiss knife clattering to the ground echoed as Yang Shui was thrown onto a nearby chair. Jiang Yuan rushed to help, but Qi Jinlei seized her arms, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch! I nearly lost my life for you. Hold down the old woman." Qi Jinlei's heavy arms clamped around Jiang Yuan like iron pincers, dragging her upstairs. Jiang Yuan struggled fiercely, while Yang Shui was pinned to the sofa by his accomplices. The once quiet convenience store erupted with heart-wrenching cries. The glass of the street-facing window, adorned with a faded character for good fortune, partially fell away, hanging limply until a gust of wind whisked it away completely. A sleek black Rolls-Royce sped through the narrow streets of the town, eventually turning a corner, screeching to a halt at the convenience store entrance. Just as his gaze crossed the BMW, a familiar voice pierced through the air, a heart-wrenching cry that struck him like a dagger. The door of the convenience store swung open violently, a gust of cold air rushing in. "Who is there?" The curly-haired man, who was desperately covering Yang Shui's mouth, turned to look. Several people anxiously glanced at the man by the door. Jiang Yuan. In retrospect, Jiang Yuan realized she had never heard Yin Dong call her name in such a frantic manner. But in that moment, it felt surreal, as if he had descended from the heavens. Jiang Yuan clung desperately to the staircase, calling out towards his voice, "Save me." Qi Jinlei had struggled for a long time to drag her to the corner of the stairs when unexpectedly, a man appeared out of nowhere. Infuriated, he cursed, "You worthless fools! Can't even stop one person?" As soon as he finished speaking, a tall man clad in black surged past him with incredible speed. It happened so fast that he barely caught a glimpse of the figure before his head was suddenly lifted, followed by a thud that left him enveloped in a ringing silence. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, but his mind was spinning. Just as he tried to brace himself, a powerful force yanked him upward again, followed by another loud thud, the sound of a face colliding with hard tiles. Blood gushed from Qi Jinlei's nostrils as he gasped for breath, struggling to regain his footing. A polished black shoe came crashing down on his face, and as he reached for the man's leg, his fingers were brutally crushed beneath the sole. He could even hear the sound of bones snapping. Qi Jinlei grimaced in pain, having never endured such torment in his life. Chapter 166. His father is the town mayor. "Who the hell are you?" Qi Jinlei croaked from the ground, his voice distorted. "You ancestor." Yin Dong lifted his foot and stomped hard on Qi Jinlei's face again. He glanced at Jiang Yuan, who was trying to control her trembling body, meeting his gaze. Clad in a black wool coat, he seemed to carry the chill of the outside air with him. His face was as cold as ice, his brows furrowed in seriousness. Until that moment, Jiang Yuan felt as if she were dreaming. She never expected him to come crashing down like this. The group below rushed up, stunned by the scene before them. They could barely recognize the bloodied figure of Qi Jinlei. A young woman accompanying them let out a piercing scream. "What are you waiting for? Get him! Kill him!" Qi Jinlei's distorted face screamed at them. "Help me! Get him!" Jiang Yuan's heart raced. Although she had witnessed Yin Dong fight with Yeniru before, that was a one-on-one situation. Now, there were 4 men and 1 woman against him. Even if she managed to restrain the woman, he would still have to face 4 opponents. Yin Dong had evidently come alone. He was used to being surrounded by bodyguards, a privileged prince who rarely had to fight. Jiang Yuan's palms grew clammy with sweat as she instinctively positioned herself in front of Yin Dong, declaring, "Don't touch him. If he loses even a finger today, you'll all pay the price. I advise you to recognize the situation and leave now." As soon as her words fell, a scorching gaze settled on her from behind. Yin Dong placed his hand on her shoulder, slowly lifting his eyes to the group of young men before him, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Indeed, she speaks the truth. The men before him scrutinized Yin Dong from head to toe, their limited understanding only allowing them to perceive that this tall man, with a northern accent, radiated an air of nobility. Setting aside his striking face, the diamond-studded watch on his wrist, and his gleaming black shoes were clearly not of modest means. They exchanged glances, seemingly pondering the man's identity. Lying on the ground, Qi Jinlei lost his temper, shouting, "Get up! All of you attack him! I don't care where he is from, just beat him to a pulp." These men, accustomed to following Qi Jinlei in various brawls, understood the principle of not challenging the local boss, especially with their numbers on their side. To them, Yin Dong appeared to be just a wealthy young master, lacking real combat skills. The 3 men exchanged glances and charged forward. Jiang Yuan had been on high alert. She seized a chair and swung it fiercely at the three men. Dong raised an eyebrow, pulling her close. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lei scrambled to his feet, picking up a broken chair leg and lunging at Dong from behind. "Watch out!" Jiang Yuan yelled. Dong swiftly blocked with his arm and, in a quick motion, grabbed Lei by the neck, pinning him against the wall. Lei's feet were lifted off the ground, his neck gripped by Dong's hand, suspended against the wall. The bloodied visage slowly began to take on shades of blue and purple. He could acutely sense his airway narrowing, as if not even a breath of air could pass through his throat. For the first time in his life, he found himself perilously close to death. The remaining individuals were about to advance when Jiang Yuan's sharp reprimand halted them. "Take another step, and I'll strangle him." Dong possessed the strength to do just that, a fact Jiang Yuan was painfully aware of. The woman, visibly shaken, blurted out, "His father is the town mayor." Chapter 167. What is his background? The others immediately echoed her sentiment. "Yes, his father is Chief Fushan. You're finished. If you truly kill him, your entire family will pay the price." One man, flustered, fumbled for his phone, his hands trembling. As he retrieved it from his pocket, it slipped and fell to the ground. The woman bent to pick it up, and they were uncertain whether to call the police or the mayor first. Dong lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Lei, and said with a hint of irony, "The mayor? I thought it was the king of hell. Turns out it's the god of the land." Even in such a dire situation, Jiang Yuan couldn't suppress her laughter. His innate humor was ever present. He shot her a stern look as she bit her lower lip, struggling to contain herself. He glared at her in such a serious moment. "How can you still laugh?" The group, still reeling, looked over in disbelief. Did this man not realize the gravity of the situation? This was Linshui town, the heart of the district's core industries. Despite its low administrative rank, it boasted exceptional economic development and comprehensive strength, renowned as one of the top 100 towns. Mayor Chief Fushan was well known, rumored to have strong connections. Had it not been for those connections, Lei would not have been able to act so recklessly over the years without ever stepping foot in a police station. Chief Fushan had served as mayor for a decade, possessing considerable influence and contacts, with whispers of his ties to both the underworld and legitimate circles, making even the city mayor treat him with deference. As the group stood in stunned silence, a somewhat weary male voice emerged from the phone. "Who spoke just now?" They had called, but hadn't yet had the chance to respond. The one speaking was undoubtedly Dong. The curly-haired man stammered, "Uncle, Lego has been beaten up." He asked, nearly out of breath. Perhaps in an effort to stress the urgency of the situation, he vividly described the scene unfolding before him. "What?" A roar erupted from the other end of the line. The curly-haired man hastily clarified, "No, he is being choked right now. He can barely breathe." This explanation bore little difference from the previous one. The man on the other end changed his tone. "Where are you?" "Who has him?" "We're at Jiang Shan's house. This guy is from out of town and is related to Jiang Shan's daughter. He is probably Jiang Yuan's man." The curly-haired man, uncertain if his description was accurate, glanced at Dong and Jiang Yuan. To his surprise, Dong nodded in approval. Witnessing it all, Jiang Yuan felt a jolt. This name did not seem to belong to his father. The others appeared equally bewildered, the names sounding vaguely familiar, yet escaping their recollection. However, the call abruptly cut off. The group was left in confusion. What did the mayor mean by this? Suddenly, Dong released his grip, causing Lei to crash to the ground. Perhaps anticipating his father's arrival, Lei coughed violently, stumbling as he attempted to lunge at Dong, shouting, "Beat him to death. My father is coming. You all should be afraid." In that moment, he resembled a dying man experiencing a last surge of life. "Kill him." The three men charged forward. The sounds of combat erupted, with Dong facing off against 3.5 assailants. Jiang Yuan's heart raced as she gripped a vase, initially planning to intervene and assist Dong. Yet, the anticipated melee quickly devolved into a one-sided spectacle of violence. Lei was the first to fall, collapsing to his knees, unable to rise again, clutching his kneecap in agony. Jiang Yuan surmised it might be fractured from the expression of pain and the incessant groans escaping him. Next, the other three, blonde-haired and curly-haired, met similar fates. Jiang Yuan, unfamiliar with the nuances of male brawls, watched as Dong deftly evaded and countered, delivering decisive blows to his opponents. Within mere minutes, These burly men lay sprawled on the ground, the second floor echoing with their cries of anguish. Dong remained composed, glancing at his wristwatch, satisfied with its pristine condition, brushing off his wool coat as if to rid it of any dirt. The woman who had come with Jinlei was utterly stupefied. She had witnessed many fights, but never one so clean and efficient, without even chair disturbed. Not only was Dong disturbingly handsome, but he also exuded an air of elegance and power, leaving her in awe. Today, she had truly opened her eyes. Were all men from Beicheng of such high caliber? No wonder Jiang Yuan refused to return home. She must be living splendidly out there. Wasn't he, it said, that her partner was an old man on the brink of the grave? What was the nature of the relationship between this man and her? Could it be that she was playing both sides? The woman stared blankly at Dong, oblivious to her boyfriend as agony on the floor. Not only was the woman transfixed, even Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned. She silently placed the vase down, realizing her concern for him was unwarranted. Had he merely been pretending to be under duress? It must be said, Dong was indeed formidable in combat. Jiang Yuan resolved to learn a few techniques from him for future preparedness. Dong, still dismissive, shrugged off his wool coat and tossed it aside. Taking a seat and casting a chilling glance at the woman who had been staring at him, his gaze sharp enough to cut. Is it polite to gawk at me in front of my girlfriend? Yet, his voice lacked menace, instead carrying an inexplicable allure. The woman, emboldened by her audacity, retorted, "Do you consider her your girlfriend, knowing she simultaneously plays the mistress to an old man? She's straddling two boats, and you've been cheated on while defending her." Jiang Yuan's face went pale. For heaven's sake, one can eat recklessly, but words must not be spoken carelessly. Dong's gaze drifted her way. Chapter 169. The internet speed is too slow. Jiang Yuan's anger left her tongue twisted as she rose to confront the woman, her voice quaking with indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The woman did not show any signs of weakness. "You know what you've done. The entire town is aware that you have been serving as a mistress to an elderly man. How else could your family have repaid the 2 million in compensation so swiftly? What kind of job earns money so effortlessly? It must be from your nights spent in the company of that old man. Did you win the lottery?" Jiang Yuan took a breath, relieved that the woman had openly accused her, for otherwise, no amount of explanation could have cleared her name. She glanced at Dong, uncertain whether it was the gloomy weather outside or something else, but his expression seemed darker than before. The woman, seeing Jiang Yuan's silence, assumed she had struck a nerve and gained confidence to continue. "On New Year's Eve, a delivery truck brought a whole load of festive goods to your home. Given that your family runs a small shop, did you really need to buy so much food and drink online for the new year? Everyone on the street saw it. The 2 delivery men took ages unloading. Wasn't it a gift from that old man? How is it that during the festive season, couldn't he find the time to visit his mother-in-law, but instead sent gifts in advance? There are benefits to finding an older partner. Indeed, he is quite generous. You consume his gifts, spend his money, and yet flirt with other men. Do you truly honor him? Can you hide the truth from the first day of the new year, the 15th? Jiang Yuan wished she could seal the woman's incessant chatter with glue. How could you be so talkative? Addressing the old man as that old man. Is that respectful? Jiang Yuan realized there was no point in arguing further. It would only lead to awkwardness. She feigned indifference and slowly turned to look at the man seated nearby. Outside, the sky had darkened significantly, and the dim light within cast shadows over his face, obscuring his emotions. Jiang Yuan hoped this matter would remain unspoken. After all, the slander she faced outside did not bother her much. Yet unexpectedly, the man's voice broke the silence. "Do people around here not use the internet? Is this not a top 100 town? Why has 4G not been widely adopted yet?" His words silenced even the men lying on the ground. What did he mean? Was this a case of urban prejudice against small towns? The woman looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Dong stood up and approached her, fixing her with a disdainful gaze. After a moment, he remarked, "Your internet speed is abysmally slow." Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes, turning her head away. "I remember now. It's him. It's definitely him." Suddenly, a curly-haired man exclaimed, recalling the viral video from the train station a few days prior, where the man resembled the one in a Rolls-Royce eerily. Dong stepped closer to the man, crouched down, and playfully tapped the curly-haired man's head. "Clever boy. Are you related to Einstein?" The curly-haired man felt insulted, but his curiosity overshadowed his pride. He scrutinized Dong's face closely. then awkwardly raised his dislocated arm from his pocket to retrieve his phone, scrolling through the short video platform with great effort. Others regarded Dong with suspicion. Upon the curly-haired man's reminder, they too recalled the video they had seen just 2 days ago, which had gone viral. They had spent ages analyzing the license plate number. Jiang remarked that the man must be from a privileged background, exclaiming that if he had that license plate, he could strut around with confidence. Chapter 170. Distinguishing authenticity. The more they looked at Dong's face, the more it resembled the man in the video, coupled with his commanding presence. It was as if he had been carved from the same mold. Jiang, despite his bloody face, could not conceal his growing pallor. Having been raised in a political family, he was well aware of the unspoken rules of power dynamics. He felt an urgent need to dispel the ominous thought that flashed through his mind, leading to his increasing agitation. Yet, the curly-haired man struggled to locate the video on his phone, enduring the pain in his knee as he crawled over to snatch it. It seems the video has been taken down. The person's identity must be significant, hence the removal. Jiang Yuan pursed her lips, resolutely turning her face away. Oh, I happen to have a backup on my phone. Is this the one? Dong appeared congenial, bending down to present his phone screen to Jiang. Just as Jiang reached out, Dong moved it away, frowning as he scolded. I'm showing it to you, not letting you touch it. He indeed had a touch of obsession with cleanliness. The few men beside Jiang gritted their teeth and leaned in to view the screen, while the gossiping woman hurriedly squeezed in as well. As they watched, they compared Dong's face with the one in the video, much like discerning genuine articles from forgeries. Jiang Yuan descended to check on her mother. Yang Shui had sustained an injury to her ankle and was unable to walk. She had only heard the commotion from upstairs and was unaware of the situation unfolding. Jiang Yuan offered her mother a few comforting words. Yang Sui inquired. Who is this person who has come? He is my boss, Jiang Yuan replied. A big boss like him, spending the new year at our home? Yang Sui continued. Was it he who sent the truck full of goods yesterday? Jiang Yuan remained silent, uncertain why Dong had suddenly appeared on New Year's Day. Was he feeling lonely? During their phone conversation 2 days prior, she had invited him, and he had declined. Yet, she had to admit, his timing was impeccable. Had he arrived even a moment later, someone might have lost their life in this house. Either she would have been killed by Jiang, or she would have killed him. Suddenly, the distant sound of sirens pierced the air, growing ever closer, and Jiang Yuan felt a sinking sensation. She rushed upstairs to find Dong. On the second floor, he sat composedly in a chair, legs crossed, while the men on the floor, including the woman standing nearby, watched him with furtive glances. Jiang Yuan wondered at the sudden shift in atmosphere. Had the altercation concluded? She approached Dong, glancing at Jiang on the ground, and spoke. He attempted to assault me. He was acting in self-defense. As for you lot, she turned her gaze to the others, declaring it was mutual combat. You have no objections, do you? The sirens outside grew louder, and everyone realized what was happening. Qi Fushan must have called the police. They exchanged glances, seemingly calculating how to respond when the officers arrived. Jiang Yuan harbored concerns, particularly fearing Qi Fushan's ignorance of the situation. Why did he dare to call the police? Did he intend to escalate matters? The local aristocrat had been assaulted in his territory, and if this escalated, might it not cast a shadow on Dong, branding him a bully? Chapter 171. Young delinquents. Although Dong's actions against Jiang were clearly self-defense, there was a fear that, if the matter escalated, the narrative could be twisted into that of a privileged youth abusing his power, rendering the truth irrelevant. The group on the ground remained silent, and Jiang Yuan's worry was evident on her face. She chastised them. Are your ears deaf? I advise you not to provoke him. You now understand his status, right? To put it simply, if he wishes for you to perish tonight, you want to see the dawn. I sincerely advise you to choose the path to paradise rather than recklessly venture into the abyss. As she spoke, Jiang Yuan endeavored to convey an air of menace, her expression fierce. Throughout her admonition, Dong's unwavering gaze was fixed on her, until a blush crept onto her cheeks from his intensity. Still irate, Jiang Yuan shot him a glare, silently questioning, what are you staring at? He pressed his tongue against his jaw, stifling a laugh. That smirk, ambiguous in its mockery, trickled from the corners of his slender eyes. Jiang Yuan's face flushed deeper, for she discerned the expression on his face and guessed he was berating her in his mind, a dog relying on its master. Unbeknownst to her, The word that suddenly surfaced in his mind was little ruffian. Her demeanor suggested she was no stranger to brawls. Had she always been inclined to fight? What a peculiar inclination. His gaze slowly drifted to the vase on the table, and he smirked, asking her, "Is your habit of resorting to violence something you cultivated from a young age?" Jiang Yuan's keen instincts had already ventured to the street below. The wail of sirens had ceased, and she surmised the crowd had likely disembarked from their vehicles. She cast a glance at him, who remained unfazed, waiting for her response. Without a moment's thought, she retorted, "If I possessed your martial prowess, would I need to rely on external force?" He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you wish to learn from me?" Although Jiang Yuan had never contemplated this, his suggestion sparked her curiosity. She remained silent, yet he effortlessly interpreted her expression, coolly stating, "I do not take apprentices." Downstairs, a throng of people was approaching, and Jiang Yuan had little desire to engage in this conversation. She curtly replied, "If you want to teach, then don't." Others besides him were skilled as well. He suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her onto his lap, his voice low and his tone suggestive. "It's not out of the question. It depends on your performance." Jiang Yuan felt as if she could perish from embarrassment. The onlookers gawked in shock, particularly a woman whose fiery gaze bore into Jiang Yuan. Did the offspring of Beijing's elite possess such charm? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed up the staircase. Judging by the sound, Jiang Yuan deduced there were only two individuals ascending. She sprang from Indong's lap, her expression shifting dramatically as if she were a performer changing masks. Indong glanced at her before slowly raising his gaze to the staircase. Indeed, there were just two figures. Jiang Yuan recognized one of them. Clad in a modified Zhongshan suit with a slick-back hairstyle, it was Qi Fushan. The other was a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, whom she did not recognize. Upon entering, Qi Fushan swiftly surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on Qi Jinlei, lingering for but a moment before retracting. Qi Jinlei remained on the ground, clutching his knee, and pitifully called out, "Dad." Though unsure of his father's ability to rectify the situation, Qi Jinlei had never endured such humiliation before. On his home turf, witnessing his son treated this way, surely his father would avenge him. His face was smeared with blood from forehead to chin, a ghastly sight as he looked up at his father. Regrettably, Qi Fushan did not even spare him a glance, as if he were oblivious to his presence. He stepped forward to Indong, bowing slightly and greeting him with a forced smile. "Young Master Yin, I sincerely apologize for my delay. I was held up at the police station due to an urgent matter. Did you come all the way from Beijing? You didn't inform me. A guest deserves a proper welcome, and I apologize for the oversight." Jiang Yuan speculated that during the time Qi Fushan had mentioned being delayed, he must have been verifying Indong's identity. He certainly came prepared. Chapter 172. How is prison food? After Qi Fushan spoke, he raised both hands, bowing slightly toward Indong. Indong remained unmoved, his legs crossed, not even lifting his eyelids. The atmosphere grew heavy with awkwardness, prompting Qi Fushan to sheepishly lower his hands and turn to Jiang Yuan. "Jiang Yuan, you are our town's distinguished university student. I recall representing the Education Bureau to present you with a scholarship during your college entrance examination. You remember, right? You continue to excel. I only learned today through an online video that you are dating young Master Yin. What a surprise. Today, Uncle Qi would like to treat you both to a meal. Would you do me the honor?" Jiang Yuan slowly raised her head, her expression unreadable as she replied, "I remember receiving that scholarship. That evening, my father used it to treat you and the town leaders to dinner. The scholarship was 10,000, but that meal, including drinks and cigarettes, cost 18,000. When my father faced his incident, you were the one who rushed to the scene with your baton, handcuffing him. Handcuffing him wasn't enough. You made him kneel for over an hour in front of the crowd. Later, during a meeting in town, you used my family as a cautionary tale, urging the entire town to distance themselves from us. Today, on the first day of the new year, your son, Qi Jinlei, barged into my home with a group, insulting me and coercing me into a sexual encounter. Uncle Qi, rest assured, I will never forget everything you and your son have done to my family." As her words fell, the room plunged into an oppressive silence. The smile on Qi Fushan's face froze in place, and after a moment, he turned to glance behind him. The man in the administrative jacket stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Liang Fan, and I am the chief of the local police station." Jiang Yuan mulled over the name Liang Fan, pondering if it might be a coincidence connected to Liang Zhouang. Dong lifted his eyelids to scrutinize the man, speaking, and finally remarked, "I don't recall any relatives of the Liang family in this area." Liang Fan chuckled awkwardly, humbly explaining, "I wouldn't dare claim such ties. However, it seems my great-grandfather may have migrated from Beijing, so there might be some connection." Jiang Yuan suddenly understood Qi Fushan's intention in bringing Liang Fan along. Qi Fushan forced a smile. What a coincidence. Today it seems like a case of the flood washing over the Dragon King's temple, where family members fail to recognize one another. Young Master Yin, since you are here, I reserve a private room at a well-known local restaurant, and I humbly invite you both to join me as a form of apology for my disappointing son. Dong imitated Qi Fushan's tone, but his smile was devoid of warmth, his somber gaze locking on a Qi Fushan's sycophantic expression. Qi Fushan's false smile faltered under the weight of Dong's cold stare. Dong stated, "Your son assaulted my girlfriend, and you think a meal is sufficient for an apology? Qi Town Chief, should I interpret your reluctance to take more serious action as a sign of leniency, leading you to harbor certain misunderstandings? Perhaps I should extend an invitation to you?" The abruptness of this shift left everyone in stunned silence. Qi Fushan's face drained of color, his expression shifting from shock to deeper caution and wariness. Dong continued, "How's prison food?" As his words echoed, the atmosphere in the room changed dramatically. Chapter 173, Righteousness over Family? Qi Fushan, upon concluding a phone call, began to inquire about the situation surrounding the young master of the Yin family from Beijing. Although he was not in the political arena, his name was well known. This was not only due to his influential father, who held the highest office in Jiang province, and his uncle who commanded respect in the Ministry of Commerce, but also because he himself was a formidable figure in the business realm. It was widely acknowledged that, despite his youth, he wielded ruthless tactics and possessed profound insight into the intricacies of commerce. Now, standing before him, Qi Fushan was drenched in sweat. As a man in his 50s, he found himself bowing and scraping before a man barely in his 30s, feeling utterly humiliated. His son, Qi Jinlei, had stirred a hornet's nest, and even worse, had poked a tiger. Qi Fushan had a sinking feeling that he would likely be unable to protect his wayward son this time. Initially, he intended to seek a peaceful resolution with Dong, but now it seemed he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yuan would forge such a significant connection. She had always been strong-willed, and persuading her would be an impossible task. Qi Fushan reluctantly turned to Jiang Yuan, his tone growing serious and somber. "Jiang Yuan, you may have some misunderstandings regarding Uncle Qi in the past, but concerning the matter you mentioned today, I genuinely have no knowledge of it. If the situation is as you say, I will certainly seek justice for you. I have specifically summoned Director Liang today to address this matter officially and to impose severe penalties on any unlawful behavior. Even if he is my own son, he cannot evade the law." On the ground, Qi Jinlei was momentarily taken aback. Would his father truly sacrifice familial ties for righteousness? The other accomplices dared not utter a word. They had been beaten down, unable to stand, as if they were blind to their own plight. "My duty, you possess great integrity. Director Liang, let us proceed with due process. Attempted rape carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. How long do you believe is appropriate?" "My duty?" Dong's gaze was icy as it bore into Qi Fushan. Initially, Qi Fushan contemplated merely arresting Qi Jinlei as a show of authority, believing that Dong would not linger in the area. Moreover, how deep could the bond between a man and a woman truly be? A person of his stature could hardly marry the daughter of a murderer. At that moment, Dong's statement clearly indicated his intent to pursue the matter to its conclusion. How many years? If the heir of the Yin family truly desired to ruin someone, it was entirely possible to confine them to prison for a decade or more. Qi Fushan's complexion changed abruptly. He took a few steps closer to Dong and lowered his head, saying, "Young Master Yin, you have already struck him, and the necessary lessons have been imparted. If you still harbor anger, direct it towards me. As a father, I take responsibility for my son's shortcomings. Punish me as you see fit." Dong reclined in his chair, his chin slightly raised, revealing a sharp and cold jawline. His dark eyes, akin to the frosty moonlight, cast a chilling glare upon Qi Fushan. "You too bear guilt. A beast is not raised in a day or two. If we delve deeper, your contributions are not insignificant. Your parental affection seems to extend to wanting to accompany him to prison. I could arrange that for you. Qi Fushan swayed, nearly losing his balance. Steadying himself, he implored, "Young Master Yin, that was not my intention. Over the years, I have been preoccupied with public affairs and admittedly have not educated him properly. But his crimes do not warrant such severity. I am getting old and cannot withstand such shocks." Chapter 174. The old man drives. Yin Dong turned his attention to Director Liang. "Director Liang, have you ever considered promotion? You have been closely associated with Mayor Qi for years. You must possess some leverage. Perform a good deed and fulfill the old mayor's last wishes." His words were blunt, and Jiang Yuan noticed Qi Fushan's eyes widen in shock, while she too felt a sinking sensation, realizing that Yin Dong was indeed intent on imprisoning Qi Fushan. During his tenure as mayor, Qi Fushan had not only abused his power and sheltered Qi Jinlei's numerous unlawful actions, but had also secretly colluded with local criminals, acting as their protector and reaping substantial benefits. He was akin to a malignant tumor, well-known yet untouchable due to his strong connections. Director Liang's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow. On the way here, Qi Fushan had informed him of the Yin family's lineage and current standing in the political arena, making it clear that Yin Dong's seemingly casual remarks were far from empty threats. This heir, though absent from the political scene, wielded immense power behind the scenes. However, Director Liang was also acutely aware of Qi Fushan's connections, having witnessed him sharing tea with the mayor in private establishments. Between the mayor and the prince of the realm, the comparison was clear. He needed no further deliberation. Observing Qi Fushan's pitiful demeanor before Yin Dong, he realized he could not afford to offend the prince. Outside Jiang Yuan's small shop, apart from Qi Jinlei's BMW and a Rolls-Royce with a northern license plate, 3 police cars were parked. Over a dozen officers surrounded the shop, ready for any developments. The scene was more bustling than when Jiang Shan had an incident. The sight attracted numerous onlookers. On the first day of the new year, anyone with even a hint of news had canceled their entertainment to witness this spectacle, resulting in a growing crowd that compelled the police to maintain order. The spectators, munching on sunflower seeds, quickly pieced together a narrative within minutes. Some speculated that Qi Jinlei had taken a fancy to Jiang Yuan and had shown up at her home early in the morning, unsure if it was to celebrate the new year or propose. When Jiang Yuan refused and called her husband, the elderly man stood no chance against several young men and was likely beaten severely. Jiang Yuan called the police, unaware that Qi Jinlei's father had arrived with Director Liang. In this moment, the absence of an ambulance suggested that the elderly man from out of town was in grave danger. Others recounted seeing Qi Fushan and Director Liang exit their vehicle, heads bowed and murmuring, their expressions grim as if they were there to collect a corpse. Given Qi Jinlei's reckless nature, who knew what he was capable of, the focus of the crowd shifted to the black Rolls-Royce with a northern license plate. A knowledgeable young man remarked, "The configuration of this car is worth over 10 million. You may think it's expensive, but the license plate is even pricier." Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd, and a heavily made-up woman scoffed, "No matter how fine the car, it matters who is driving. An old man behind the wheel? I wouldn't ride in it, even if it were offered for free. It will make me nauseous." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Chapter 175. Fear of embarrassment. Qi Fushan had orchestrated this grand display, even summoning the police chief, hoping to achieve dual objectives: to leverage Director Liang's connections to alleviate the dire situation and to instill a sense of deterrence. Yet, the moment he stood before Yin Dong, he realized he had severely underestimated this young prince. At Liang Fan's command, 2 officers personally placed handcuffs on Qi Fushan. He did not resist. Rather, he appeared almost compliant. It was not out of willingness, but rather a recognition that any struggle in front of a group of young people and his own son would be a disrespect to his over a decade-long career as mayor. The first to emerge from the shop was Liang Fan, followed closely by 2 officers escorting Qi Fushan. A thunderous gasp erupted from the crowd, quickly followed by a cacophony of excited murmurs. The onlookers formed a massive hive of speculation, buzzing with conversation. However, the appearance of several familiar faces behind Qi Fushan escalated the situation beyond control. For over a decade, Qi Fushan had wielded power and instilled fear. Despite the shock of the moment, the crowd's reaction remained restrained until they saw his son, Qi Jinlei, being dragged out alongside his accomplices, all handcuffed. The most striking sight was Qi Jinlei's bloodied face, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor. From a distance, one would hardly associate him with the domineering son of the mayor. The reality shattered all expectations. Who would have thought that this malignant tumor, Qi Fushan, would face his downfall? Liang Fan, as a mere police chief, lacked the audacity to orchestrate such an event. So who was the mastermind? All eyes turned toward the entrance of the shop, eager to discover the identity of the person capable of bringing Qi Fushan to justice. However, the individuals within seemed intent on not satisfying the public's curiosity too quickly. All the officers had emerged, yet no one had made an appearance. Whispers circulated. Perhaps their identities were too sensitive to reveal. Some speculated. Could it be that Jiang Yuan was embarrassed and preventing him from coming out? At that moment, within the small shop, Jiang Yuan stood before Yang Shui, while Yin Dong stood beside her, greeting Yang Shui in a calm voice. "Hello, Annie. I am Jiang Yuan's boyfriend. Yin Dong. I apologize for the unannounced visit." Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, nudging Yin Dong's hand, and turned to Yang Shui, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Earlier, she had only told her mother that Yin Dong was her boss. However, there was no longer a need for concealment. Jiang Yuan, meeting her mother's inquiring gaze, vaguely stated, "Our relationship was only confirmed today. After all, he had previously referred to her as merely a clandestine lover, and it was only moments ago, during his retort to Qi Fushan, that she had first heard him utter the words girlfriend." Yin Dong glanced at her, but remained silent, turning his gaze outside. Liang Fan stood by the police car, seemingly awaiting him, while the officers escorted Qi Fushan nearby, with a crowd of onlookers gathering in abundance. Jiang Yuan nudged him, signaling him to go outside. Liang Fan was likely waiting for him. Yin Dong, unhurried, glanced at his watch and replied, "What's the hurry? We still have an hour." The crowd murmured restlessly, increasingly impatient. How could this old man be so contemptible as to not even step outside? Chapter 176, just desserts in an instant. Jiang Yuan comprehended Yin Dong's intentions. Her father had once been publicly handcuffed and forced to kneel for an hour. Now, he intended for Qi Fushan to experience the humiliation of being a prisoner in front of the masses. It must be said that Yin Dong's actions today felt like a weight lifted from her heart, as he had helped her eliminate two of the individuals she despised most in this world. How could she not feel exhilarated? Yet she restrained her expression, merely stating, "Liang Fan is still waiting outside. He ought to possess at least this level of insight. Otherwise, he was wasting his position as the station chief." As he spoke, he casually sat down on the old sofa in shop. Jiang Yuan turned her head, peering through the gap in the curtains at the throng of people outside. The cacophony of voices echoed within, a scene she found reminiscent of the past, albeit with roles reversed. Over the years, Qi Fushan had meticulously crafted an image of himself as a person of integrity, all while secretly exploiting his power and bullying others, essentially becoming a local tyrant. The once arrogant former town chief was now paraded in handcuffs, and at this moment, whether he knelt or not seemed inconsequential. The humiliation had been sufficient. Among the crowd, the discussions only grew louder as time passed, culminating in someone leading a chorus of condemnation. "Qi Fushan, you have lost all your humanity. Justice has prevailed. You deserve this fate. You have done so many wicked deeds. You deserve to be eradicated. Death. Both father and son deserve death." After waiting by the car for about 2 minutes, Liang Fan, observing the crowd's response, instantly grasped Yin Dong's intentions. Thus, despite the hundreds of onlookers being emotionally charged, with some even throwing various objects, eggs, rotten apples, and bananas, toward the police car, some landing squarely on Qi Fushan and Qi Jinlei. Liang Fan recognized this as an opportune moment to win the public's favor. He refrained from sending officers to quell the unrest, allowing the yellow egg yolk to drench Qi Fushan and his son, rendering them a comical sight and eliciting laughter from the crowd. Inside the shop, Jiang Yuan retrieved an ice pack from the refrigerator, intending to help her mother. Yang Shui took the ice pack and urged, "I'll manage this myself. Go make him a cup of tea." Yin Dong, seated on the sofa, made a few phone calls. Upon hanging up, his gaze drifted toward Jiang Yuan. She turned to him. "We only have regular green tea at home. Can you drink that?" He, tall and broad-shouldered, sat on her family's worn orange sofa, the small table too close, his long legs awkwardly confined, making him appear somewhat stiff yet composed. "If you brew it, why would I refuse?" he said openly before her mother. Jiang Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, signaling him to temper his demeanor. He remained unperturbed, his dark lashes fluttering toward her. His once arrogant visage softened, almost yielding. Jiang Yuan felt a slight flush on her cheeks, as if his gaze had touched her, prompting her to turn away and hurriedly search for the tea canister in the cabinet. Mom, where did you put the tea canister? It's in the first layer of that cabinet, right under your nose. Can't you see? Yang Shui said, smiling at Dong. This child has always been clumsy and stubborn, causing you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't she? Jiang Yuan busied herself boiling water in the kitchen, overhearing Dong's unexpected response. Trouble is hardly the word. She's just a bit impatient, but I have grown accustomed to it. Chapter 177. No betrayal, no regret. Then her mother's voice floated over. Today's events owe much to you. Had you not come, we would have been at their mercy. Thank you. You must have faced quite an inconvenience. Dong replied succinctly, it's nothing to worry about. Yang Shui continued, you two have only been together for a short while, yet you've lent us such a substantial sum and helped us out of a significant predicament. This kindness is something we may never repay. Jiang Yuan, with her back turned, plugged in the electric kettle. Dong's voice remained steady, devoid of fluctuation. Jiang Yuan is my girlfriend. Assisting her with her difficulties is only natural. It's affection, not obligation. Jiang Yuan caught the faintest sigh from her mother, followed by, you must be a bit older than Jiang Yuan, right? I'm 30 this year. 7 years her senior, Dong replied. She is straightforward and youthful, with little experience. So her perspective is somewhat naive. Given your age and background, what are your plans for the future? The kettle began to rumble, releasing a soft sound, prompting Jiang Yuan to step out of the kitchen, interrupting their conversation. Mom, the ice pack has melted, hasn't it? She squatted beside her mother, picking up the ice pack and looking up at her. We only just officially established our relationship today. Aren't you overthinking this? Yang Shui glanced at Dong and sighed. Yes, you young people have your own plans. Jiang Yuan certainly did not expect Dong to make any verbal commitments in front of her mother, fully aware of her mother's concerns. She placed a steaming cup of tea on the small table before him. Knowing his discerning nature regarding life's details, she merely set it there symbolically, not urging him to drink. Yet, he casually lifted it, taking a few genuine sips. He set the cup down, fixing his gaze on her, his deep eyes unwavering. I understand your concerns, Annie. I have no intention of trifling with emotions. As for where our relationship may lead, I cannot guarantee anything at this moment. But I assure you, I will treat her well, without betrayal, without regret. Yang Shui's face registered surprise, followed by a sense of relief as she replied, very well. With your word, I feel reassured. This was his first explicit declaration of intent. For someone of his temperament, expressing such sentiments was no small feat. He sat on a narrow, old sofa, sipping the mediocre tea, his expression calm. Jiang Yuan's cheeks, perhaps warmed by the hot tea, felt slightly flushed, as if something within her had been gently prodded, leaving her feeling both soft and vulnerable. He lifted the teacup to his lips and took another sip, placing it back on the table. Lowering his voice, he remarked, this tea must be over 3 years old. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yuan, shaken from a reverie, instinctively reached for the cup, saying, let me pour it for you. You shouldn't drink anymore. Before she could grasp the handle, he suddenly held her hand, his firm fingertips brushing lightly against her knuckles. Jiang Yuan felt a rush of warmth flood her ears, and the cabinet between the sofa and the wicker chair conveniently shielded her mother's line of sight. Despite this, she was still affected by his subtle gesture, her ears burning as he placed her hand on his thigh, his lips grazing her ear as he murmured, is this the first time you found aged tea so delightful? Did you secretly add rock sugar? Jiang Yuan suppressed the tingling sensation dancing around her ear and managed to reply, their essay jar at home that has been there for 7 or 8 years. I'll take it for you when I leave. Chapter 178. The rumored old man when the door of the convenience store swung open again. More than half an hour had passed, yet the crowd remained, eyes glued to the entrance. Hey, he is coming out. The murmurs spread like wildfire, as if they feared missing the spectacle. A young man, standing at 6 feet 2 inches, emerged from the store clad in an elegant black casual suit. His tall frame and commanding presence made the doorway appear almost diminutive. The suit seemed exceptionally luxurious, accentuating his near-perfect physique. His facial features were striking, with sharp, well-defined contours that radiated an aura of undeniable authority. The crowd gasped, momentarily silenced. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind him. Although she was merely wrapped in a long black down coat, her presence beside him seemed remarkably harmonious, as if they shared an inexplicable kinship in their demeanor. A subtle murmur of admiration rippled through the crowd. So, this is her man, the owner of a Rolls-Royce. Not old at all, is he? He must be in his early 30s, looks quite handsome, like a movie star. Much more impressive than any star. A young girl couldn't contain her excitement, exclaiming, "He is so handsome. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd take him out every day. With such capabilities, he is probably a second-generation official, right? That's obvious. Otherwise, how would he dare confront the local magistrate? Wait, did he single-handedly take down Qi Jinlei and his gang? Look at them, injured and defeated. This guy is ruthless. Just look at that license plate. Qi Jinlei thought his father was the town mayor, acting like a local tyrant. Little did he know, there's always someone greater. He has truly stirred up a hornet's nest, provoking genuine heavyweights. Even his father might have to face the consequences. How satisfying." As Yin Dong stepped out, Liang Fan, who had been waiting in a police car, hurriedly approached. "Young Master Yin, is there anything else you need to convey?" Yin Dong glanced at Qi Fushan and Qi Jinlei, who were standing by the police car, and instructed, "See to it that they're well taken care of before the trial." Liang Fan understood without further explanation. "You need not worry. I'm aware." Jiang Yuan added, "Thank you, Officer Liang, for today as assistance." Liang Fan smiled back. "We're grateful young Master Yin arrived in time. Otherwise, it could have been worse for you. We acknowledge our oversight." Yin Dong, sensing Liang Fan's comprehension, remarked, "I estimate the new directive will be issued in a few days. Congratulations in advance." Liang Fan eagerly responded, "Thank you, young Master Yin. Please continue to guide and support me." Yin Dong merely nodded, casting a brief glance back at the convenience store. Liang Fan instantly understood, assuring, "Rest assured, I will pay close attention to matters at home." "Thank you." Standing behind Yin Dong, Jiang Yuan observed as he lightly nodded at Liang Fan, a polite smile gracing his features. A surge of warmth enveloped her heart, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. "I'll head back to the station now. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Liang Fan carefully moderated his tone and expression, striving to mask his astonishment. Chapter 179. Is he not old enough yet? Liang Fan had merely been the director of a local police station, never dreaming he would forge a connection with the heir of Beijing. To him, this was akin to winning the lottery, something he hadn't even considered picking up, only to have it fall directly into his pocket, and what a grand prize it was. "Take care." Jiang Yuan glanced back at Qi Fushan and Qi Jinlei. The former appeared ashen-faced, having stood for over an hour, trembling as the officers escorted him into the vehicle. Qi Jinlei was similarly dragged into the car. Before Liang Fan could enter, Jiang Yuan stopped him. "Please ensure they remain unharmed." Liang Fan assumed Jiang Yuan was being overly compassionate and nodded in agreement. As the police cars began to depart, Qi Jinlei's BMW was also driven away, yet the crowd of onlookers showed no sign of dispersing. Having witnessed such drama, they could no longer contain their curiosity. "Jiang Yuan, is this your boyfriend? Where did you find someone so handsome?" inquired a youthful voice from the crowd. Jiang Yuan turned to the source of the voice, and upon seeing her reaction, the woman pressed further. "Isn't there a rumor that your man is an old man? What's going on?" Jiang Yuan shot a glance at Yin Dong before turning away, responding coolly, "Is he not old enough?" The crowd erupted in laughter. Just a moment ago, Yin Dong's face had been radiant. Now, it darkened ominously. Ignoring the multitude of gazes, he seized Jiang Yuan by the nape of her neck, turning her to face him as he intently questioned, "Look at this face carefully and tell me, where is the age?" Jiang Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, turning towards the captivated onlookers as she struggled to remind them, "It's nearly mealtime. You should all head home to prepare dinner." In full view of the crowd, Yin Dong firmly guided Jiang Yuan into the convenience store. Upon entering, her mother was already busy in the kitchen. Concerned that Yin Dong might not enjoy the home-cooked meal, Jiang Yuan quietly asked him, "Would you prefer to eat at home? I can take you out to a restaurant." Yin Dong's expression remained stern as he lazily shot her a glance. "Are you trying to push me away?" Not wanting to argue, Jiang Yuan nudged a nearby wicker chair with her foot. "Then take a seat for a bit. I'll help in the kitchen." He raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting I'll let you run the shop for free?" Jiang Yuan huffed in frustration, playfully punching him in the chest. But he caught her hand, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he audaciously whispered in her ear, "If you keep teasing me, don't blame me for making a move in front of your mother." His playful bite was neither too hard nor too soft, but it sent shivers down her spine, causing a tingling sensation to shoot through her. She quickly glanced towards the kitchen, relieved to see her mother with her back turned. Struggling to free herself, she called out, "Mom, he likes sweet and sour flavors. What are you preparing?" The man behind her immediately released his grip. Jiang Yuan and her mother busied themselves in the kitchen for an hour, preparing a total of 8 dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and even sea cucumbers and abalone. Most of the ingredients have been sent by Indong as New Year gifts. After a New Year's Eve where they hardly ate, this was finally their chance to enjoy a lavish reunion dinner. Yang Shui brought a porcelain jar from the kitchen and placed it on the table. "This is the rice wine I brewed before. Old Jiang loved it when he was alive. This jar was made earlier this year, and he never touched it, saying he would wait until his daughter returned home for the new year to open it." She paused momentarily, suppressing her emotions before continuing in a calm tone. "Since we're celebrating today, let me pour some for both of you to taste." Indong rose and proactively took the wine jar, saying, "Please have a seat. I can manage myself." Chapter 180. "The wine is excellent." Jiang Yuan reached out to stop him, asking, "Aren't you driving back this afternoon?" He had already filled his cup with wine, and the fragrant sweetness of the brew swiftly enveloped his senses. Nonchalantly, he replied, "I want to be going back today. Driving is too exhausting." The journey from Beicheng to their location took over 5 hours on the highway, followed by another 40 minutes to reach their home. Typically, he had a driver, so the idea of driving alone for hours, especially at night, would indeed be tiring. Jiang Yuan had initially intended to inquire about his sudden visit, wondering if something had happened, but in the presence of her mother, she feared he might speak without discretion. Yang Shui interjected after such a long drive, "If you're not in a hurry to leave, you should indulge a bit more. Later, Yuan can book you a room at the hotel in town for a good rest." Indong replied, "There's no need for that. I see your home has plenty of rooms. I'm not that particular. As long as there is a bed to sleep on, I'm fine." He was indeed quite unpretentious. Jiang Yuan silently criticized, wondering who could be so indifferent when their bed was adorned with a mattress worth millions. Surely, a simple foam pad would suffice? Yang Shui, unable to argue further, simply sighed and said, "The dishes are getting cold. Please eat. After all this fuss, you must be hungry." It was evident that the dishes had been prepared to suit Indong's palate. Besides a few seafood options, all the dishes leaned towards a light, sweet-sour flavor: 3-cup chicken, braised duck, honey-glazed ribs. The only authentic local dish was the stir-fried cabbage. Jiang Yuan had worried that Indong might be picky, but to her surprise, he was genuinely enjoying the meal. He quickly polished off the rice wine, toasting either with Yang Shui or with her. Initially, he spoke little, merely tossing simple topics for Jiang Yuan to elaborate on, while he listened attentively. Stories from Jiang Yuan's childhood were unearthed, and she poured in cup after cup. Unsure of his tolerance for alcohol, concerned he might drink too much, she cautioned, "Rice wine is still alcohol. Too much will get you drunk." His cheeks bore a faint blush, and his gaze began to drift, yet his speech remained coherent. "I have excellent wine tolerance." Not long after he made this claim, he stood to go to the restroom, tripping over a chair leg and nearly losing his balance. Jiang Yuan quickly steadied him. As she drew near, the heavy scent of alcohol enveloped her. Indeed, he and T consumed much, but it was surprising how little he could handle. "You've had enough. You can't drink anymore." Yang Shui chimed in, "If you enjoy it, take the remaining bottles with you when you leave and savor them at your leisure. Yuan, please take him to the upstairs bedroom to rest." Jiang Yuan guided Indong up the stairs. He kept his head down and didn't say much, cooperating fully. She thought to herself that he indeed had good manners. Despite being a bit tipsy, he had transformed into a docile giant. As she opened the door with one hand supporting him, the moment they entered, he pushed her back forcefully, closing the door behind them with a swift motion. Jiang Yuan barely had time to turn her head before the sweet scent of wine enveloped her sensitive neck. Chapter 181. Drunk is the master. Jiang Yuan felt a jolt run through her body as her hands braced against the table. Rapide. Fervent kisses rained down on her delicate neck and petite ears, trailing along her cheek until they found her soft, crimson lips. Having consumed some wine herself, their mouths mingled with the same sweet fragrance. She turned to him, her back against the table, tilting her head slightly to welcome him. Dressed in a half-high-neck white cashmere top that clung to her curves, he gently caressed her slender waist with his large hands. As she attempted to turn away, He tightened his grip on her waist and stepped closer, their bodies pressed together. His voice, thick with desire, was particularly husky, perhaps due to the alcohol. I thought about this during dinner. Jiang Yuan felt her ears tingle, and biting her lip, she scrutinized his face. Are you pretending to be drunk? She was astonished by his acting skills. Had she not caught him in time, he might have truly fallen. His dark eyes shimmered with a languid allure, a flush gracing his cheekbones from the wine. His lips, having just kissed hers, were notably red, bordering on alluring. He blinked slowly and said, I'm not lying. I am really drunk. At most, just a bit tipsy. Jiang Yuan extricated herself from his embrace. Then you should sleep. Don't cause any trouble. It won't take long, he murmured, his gaze downward, his hands slipping beneath her shirt. Jiang Yuan hadn't anticipated this advance. She had thought he merely wanted a fleeting moment of intimacy, given that they were at home. Her expression shifted, and she immediately grasped his hands, exclaiming, No, my mom is still downstairs. Your mother will understand, he said, leaning down to kiss her again while his hands continued their exploration, methodically dismantling her resolve. He knew her body far too well. Within moments, her tone changed. Please, can you behave? This is my home. This is still your bedroom. Wouldn't it be better to leave some beautiful memories? He replied, his lips and hands relentless. Jiang Yuan found it difficult to breathe, feeling a sense of urgency. No, we don't have that here. His breath was heavy. That's not necessary. She had no choice but to feign toughness as he captured her lips. Jiang Yuan struggled to break free, wary of making too much noise, realizing that his strength was greater than usual due to the alcohol. Yuan, the dish soap is out. Can you fetch a bottle from the back storage? Hearing her mother's voice, Jiang Yuan stiffened, seizing the opportunity to escape his hold. With a swift motion, she opened the door and slipped out. I'll go now, she called down the stairs, hastily fixing her clothes and hair. After navigating past the kitchen, she darted into the storage room. Just as she handed the soap to Yang Shui, her phone buzzed with a new message. The bed is too hard. I can't sleep. Jiang Yuan ignored it, but the phone continued to chime incessantly. Chapter 182. People everywhere. Yang Shui glanced at her. Go check on him. See if something's wrong. Jiang Yuan retrieved her phone, sighed, and muttered. He wants to take a shower. The messages displayed a dark sky background, several notifications flooding in. Come upstairs. Were you showering? I can't sleep without a shower. Should I come down and get you? Who claimed to have good wine tolerance? Who said they weren't particular, just needing a bed? Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth, her expression stern, and stuffed her phone back into her pocket. She led him to the upstairs bathroom, his towering figure making the space feel even more confined. Leaning down, she patiently showed him which side of the faucet was hot and which was cold. He stood behind her, his gaze lingering on her waist, though his hands remained obediently in his pockets, not moving. She turned her head to glare at him. Remember, don't get it wrong. He nodded. She stepped out once more, bringing back clean bath towels and placing them prominently for him, then turned to close the door behind him. With a cold expression, he called out to her. Aren't you washing up together? Jiang Yuan held back her breath. Before she could respond, his lips curled into a slight smirk. I bet you won't dare. Such a clumsy provocation. Jiang Yuan couldn't be bothered to entertain him. I didn't bring a change of clothes, no underwear. She had forgotten this detail, initially intending to suggest he managed somehow, but swallowed the words, you wash first. I'll go buy some. Jiang Yuan headed to the largest supermarket in town. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and with everyone having nothing to do, the store was busier than usual. She wished to avoid acquaintances, and, with a purpose of swift action, randomly grabbed 2 pairs of men's underwear from the shelves, the price tag reading 60 yuan for both, the most expensive on that row. With a shopping basket hanging on her arm, the 2 pairs of underwear stood out starkly within the otherwise empty basket. Familiar faces from the town passed by, and just as she was about to shove the underwear into her down jacket pocket, a voice called out, Yuan, buying something for your boyfriend? She turned her head, quickly placing the underwear back into the basket. The woman was a neighbor from next door, and she scrutinized Jiang Yuan's basket with a smile. Your boyfriend came all this way. You should let him stay a few extra days. Jiang Yuan, suppressing her embarrassment, attempted to respond calmly. He has things to do. Leave tomorrow. Oh, so soon? What? The woman clearly wanted to chat more. Jiang Yuan cut her off. I need to get back. Let's talk another day. All right. I'll visit your home this afternoon, the woman replied. Jiang Yuan nodded, quickly turning to leave. As she passed the men's clothing section, She paused, glanced at the men's down jackets, and randomly selected a black, oversized one, carefully covering the conspicuous underwear with it. She hurried to the checkout counter, placing her items on the counter while feigning nonchalance as she glanced around. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a small shelf on the counter, neatly lined with an array of eye-catching items beneath several rows of gum. It was as if her gaze had been inadvertently pricked. She noticed the cashier, a middle-aged woman with a blank expression, scanning the price tags of the down jackets. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly reached out her hand. Jiang Yuan, what a coincidence, you're shopping. Why didn't you bring your boyfriend out? A hand patted her shoulder from behind, startling her. Her outstretched hand quickly retracted, her face flushing as she turned to see a stylishly dressed girl, a former classmate from elementary school. In a fluster, Jiang Yuan responded, he can't come out. The girl's gaze fell on the men's underwear in the cashier's hand, and a knowing smile spread across her face. Oh, you went out to buy him some replacement clothes? How sweet of you. Jiang Yuan's face turned beet red, and she numbly nodded. Do you need a bag? The cashier asked, looking up. Yes, please. After a challenging transaction, Jiang Yuan hurried back, regretting her impulsive trip to buy underwear for him. How foolish she felt to serve him like this. Upon entering her home, just as her foot crossed the threshold, lively voices greeted her. She looked up to see the living room crowded with familiar faces, some sitting on small stools opposite the sofa. They were all engaged in lively conversation, cracking sunflower seeds. Yuan's back. Did you finish shopping? Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The scene before her mirrored that of previous New Year celebrations. Her parents were well-liked, and visitors would often come to pay their respects. However, after just a few hours, the mood had shifted dramatically, such is human nature. Jiang Yuan forced a faint smile. Yes, I'm back. Happy New Year, everyone. As she spoke, she cast a worried glance towards the stairs. Your boyfriend is quite impressive. He managed to catch our local troublemaker. A distant uncle chimed in. Jiang Yuan quickly understood their motives. Under the pretense of celebrating the new year, they were here to gossip. Your mom mentioned he drank too much at lunch and is sleeping. Why not go wake him up for a chat? Is a new son-in-law shy and hiding? They all chimed in. We met him this morning. He is quite the handsome fellow. Have him come down to meet everyone. When you two get married, we'll be sure to contribute to the wedding. Jiang Yuan maintained her composure, discreetly hiding the bag behind her back. If only they knew the person upstairs was waiting for her to deliver his clothes, they would surely concoct a grand joke. He has a low tolerance. He got quite drunk at lunch. I'll check on him. You all carry on. Without delay, she turned and hurried up the stairs, her steps quickening. As she reached the top, the bathroom door swung open just as she entered, and a hand pulled her inside, closing the door behind them. Before she could utter a word, she found herself lifted onto the sink, her chin tilted up as he captured her lips in a fierce kiss. The warmth from the heating was insufficient. Despite the cold, he seemed unperturbed. His arms were cold, but his chest radiated warmth. Did you miss me? He murmured, as she attempted to wrap her down jacket around him. He effortlessly removed her coat, kissing her fervently while teasing, with such urgency. Did you race here on a turtle? I had a lot of familiar faces to navigate. I regret coming out just to buy you underwear. His lips curled into a mischievous smile. So, did you bring back the essentials? Jiang Yuan paused. What essentials? His gaze shifted down to the bag in her hand, his eyelids lowering as he exhaled slowly. The important things. Did you forget? Understanding dawned upon Jiang Yuan. She hadn't forgotten, but rather lost herself in the moment of purchasing. She playfully punched his solid chest. Jumping off the sink. Let me go. It's not convenient here. He wouldn't let her escape, pulling her back. Where do you think you're going? Only then did she fully take in his appearance, exposed and muscular, his physique on full display. Trying to avert her eyes, she insisted, I'm going downstairs. Put on some clothes. There are many people waiting. His expression darkened, his face reflecting displeasure. This was the third wave of visitors. Jiang Yuan struggled to suppress her laughter. Can you hear everything from here? She then recalled that he had opened the door for her when she arrived. Had he been listening intently the entire time? His serious demeanor made her smile fade, prompting her to remember something. She reached into the bag and pulled out the down jacket she had impulsively bought for him. Presenting it like a treasure, I got you a new coat. Your old one is stained. You said you didn't want to wear it. So wear this when you go out. The pure black down jacket bore a check mark on the chest, reminiscent of the one she wore. He glanced at it nonchalantly, noting the garment's inferior craftsmanship and shoddy details. Although the color was somewhat acceptable, allowing it to pair well with her outfit as a couple's ensemble. How could one expect to placate me with a counterfeit piece of clothing? Is this a supermarket clearance sale? She had spent $298 on this down jacket, which indeed was a discounted price. This might be the cheapest article of clothing she had ever worn in her life, yet it provided warmth, and wearing it was certainly better than not. She also retrieved 2 pairs of underwear, along with this jacket. Without mentioning the price, she simply stated 100% cotton, though I'm unsure if the size will fit. She held the clothing, casting a casual glance in his direction. He grasped her chin and pressed a heavy kiss on her lips, his tone fierce as he remarked, "Wait until tonight." He snatched the jacket from her hands and put it on. Fortunately, the size she had chosen fit him adequately, and he refrained from further criticism. Jiang Yuan watched as he donned the jacket he had previously scorned, surprised at how the seemingly ordinary garment looked remarkably elevated on him. She could not help but admire this man's physique and charisma, which transformed a counterfeit item into something of high luxury. They say clothes make the man, but in his case, it was entirely the opposite. As she observed him getting ready, even changing into proper slippers, she asked in confusion, "Aren't you planning to sleep?" He replied coldly, "Their essay meeting downstairs. How could I sleep? I need to find a place to be alone for a while." It seemed another wave of people had arrived downstairs, and everyone was enthusiastically greeting one another. This lively scene reminded Jiang Yuan only of the year she took her college entrance exams. Unable to stay at home any longer, she led him downstairs. Just a few steps down, someone shouted at them, "New son-in-law, have you woken up?" Startled, she nearly stumbled, but Dong reached out to steady her. He chuckled softly in her ear, quite the spectacle. Chapter 185, A Place Without People. Jiang Yuan raised her hand to swat him, but missed, swaying slightly as she pulled away from his grasp and descended the stairs steadily. As their faces emerged from around the corner, she felt compelled to respond on Dong's behalf. "Happy New Year, everyone." She did not expect someone like him to engage in pleasantries with a group of strangers, yet she feared he might feel awkward in this setting. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, she tugged him toward the door. Strangely, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent upon their sudden appearance, and the entire room fixated on Dong as if he were a rare artifact in a museum. Jiang Yuan felt her feet at odds with one another, but suddenly the man beside her halted, turned around, and she felt a low, composed voice resonate in her ears. "Good day, everyone. I am Jiang Yuan's boyfriend, Dong. It is a pleasure to meet you. I often hear Jiang Yuan mention how she is rarely home, and I appreciate all of you neighbors for looking after her mother. Our visit was quite sudden, and our schedule is tight, but I look forward to expressing my gratitude on our next visit." The room erupted in a chorus of responses. "Oh, no need to be so polite. This child knows how to speak. Such a capable young man, clearly someone of substance. No need for thanks. We are all neighbors, looking out for one another. Truth be told, there have been times we could have done better ourselves." Jiang Yuan quietly admired his eloquence. Capable of wielding words like blades, yet also charming others with ease, all dependent on his mood. Seizing the moment, Dong greeted Yang Shui. "Annie, Yuan mentioned wanting to take me out to explore the town. Shall we go?" Yang Shui replied, Yes, go ahead. It's your first visit. Take a look around." Dong nodded to the crowd, then took Jiang Yuan's hand, leading her outside. He handed her the car keys, saying, "It's your territory. You drive." Jiang Yuan settled into the driver's seat, her movements somewhat clumsy as she started the car, turning to ask, "Where do you want to go?" As the passenger window lowered halfway, he lit a cigarette, casting her a meaningful glance. "To a place without people." On this first day of the Lunar New Year, the town was bustling with activity, making it quite challenging to find a tranquil spot. Jiang Yuan drove slowly without a particular destination in mind, teasing him. "Aren't you afraid I might sell you? You're quite the sought-after figure in our town." He exhaled smoke, narrowing his slanted eyes slightly. "Sell me? Where?" After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I heard a new club opened in town, hiring staff. With your looks, they'd be eager to have you." He smirked, feigning disinterest. "You're quite generous, trying to keep me here with such tactics." Jiang Yuan retorted, "Aren't you willing to contribute to our town's entertainment scene?" He scrutinized her face, looking as if he wanted to bite her, leisurely stating, "Isn't my contribution to you sufficient? If you cling to me like this, I fear you'll be left crying alone at home." Jiang Yuan bit her lip, realizing she had provoked him. Her verbal prowess was no match for his. As they approached an intersection, she halted for the red light, searching for nearby cafes on her phone. Suddenly, A car horn blared nearby. She turned her head to see a convertible Mercedes, with both the driver and passenger wearing sunglasses, clad in fur coats. One of them wore striking red lipstick, while the other sported extravagant earrings, both looking rather youthful. Driving a convertible in the middle of winter, were they out of their minds? Chapter 186. No waiting allowed. Hey, handsome, could I borrow a light? The woman in the driver's seat removed her sunglasses, revealing a strikingly vibrant face, her false eyelashes curling dramatically. She extended a cigarette toward Dong. The two cars were exceedingly close, and her manicured hand almost reached through the passenger window. Jiang Yuan gripped the steering wheel tightly. Catching a glimpse of the man beside her leaning slightly toward the window, his low voice inquiring, "Didn't he bring a lighter?" Jiang Yuan turned just in time to see the woman batting her eyelashes at Dong, using a coy tone. "Could you light my cigarette? I'll give you my WeChat." She held her phone in one hand, both hands extending toward him. Jiang Yuan felt her throat dry up, her fingers digging into the steering wheel's leather cover, sensing the lighter from the glove compartment being retrieved. With a click, the lighter sparked to life, and a blue flame flickered from his elegantly shaped hand. Jiang Yuan's blood ran cold as she shot him an incredulous glare. The woman in the driver's seat appeared both surprised and eager. In the next moment, she heard his icy voice. "Call me Grandpa, and I'll light your cigarette." The woman's expression changed abruptly. "Oh, so you have quite the attitude, handsome?" The passenger chimed in. "Exactly. If you can't help, just say so. What kind of attitude is that?" Before Dong could respond, Jiang Yuan leaned over to the right window, raising her voice. "Hey, ladies, can't you see his girlfriend is sitting right here? If you're blind, you shouldn't be wearing sunglasses. Driving a convertible in this cold. Trying to show off. Are you eager to find a mate? If you're in a rush, at least have some decency. This is outright theft. Where do you get your confidence? Those false eyelashes are practically poking your eyes out, and that foundation is thick enough to fill a crack. Don't embarrass yourselves. Your noses are practically frozen. Wipe them." With that, she plopped back into the driver's seat and raised the passenger window. What a bunch of lunatics. She was still fuming after her outburst, muttering, "I've never seen anyone so shameless, flirting with a man right in front of his girlfriend, as if she were a celestial beauty." The man beside her remained silent. She turned to glance at him and couldn't help but ask, "Do you think they're beautiful?" Her cheeks were flushed from anger, and she looked quite indignant. He turned his gaze towards her, extinguishing his cigarette with a light chuckle. "They are passable," he replied. Jiang Yuan shot him a glare and quickly turned back. "Take a right at the next intersection," he suddenly instructed. "What for?" she retorted. "There's a hotel there," he replied. "What do we need a hotel for? Didn't you want to stay at home?" she questioned. "I need to make a contribution. I can't wait any longer." Jiang Yuan felt a jolt of electricity run through her body, her face heating up rapidly. He added, "Your girlfriend is upset. I need to soothe her without delay." Jiang Yuan raised her hand to hit him, but he caught her wrist and placed her hand on his lower body. Her fingers felt as if they were electrified. She instinctively curled them up, the sensation overwhelming. He tilted his head, studying her face. Jiang Yuan felt as if she were under a spell. Her legs grew weak, and instead of pressing the brakes, she inadvertently stepped on the accelerator, causing the car to speed up. He raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by her flustered state. The black Rolls-Royce finally came to a stop in front of a chain-budget hotel. As both car doors swung open, a man and woman, clad in matching black down jackets and masks, emerged. The man was tall, while the woman was petite, their hoods obscuring their faces. They walked into the hotel, one after the other. Chapter 187. Hourly room. The front desk required facial recognition for identification. Once they removed their hats and masks, the staff stared at the striking couple for a good 10 seconds. "Is it okay now?" Jiang Yuan asked. The receptionist nodded, mechanically operating the verification machine before looking at Dong and asking, "What type of room would you like?" Jiang Yuan interjected, "An hourly room will suffice." The receptionist's expression subtly shifted. On the first day of the new year, it was unusual for a couple to come in for an hourly room. Either they were sneaking away from disapproving families, or they were simply too eager to waste even a moment. The receptionist maintained a professional smile and turned to Dong, inquiring, "How many hours would you like?" Jiang Yuan suspected that Dong had never stayed in such a hotel before, doubting his understanding of the question. He coldly asked, "How many can you offer?" The receptionist exchanged glances with a colleague before politely responding, "It depends on your needs. Generally, it's available for 24 hours. Jiang Yuan, not wanting him to make a fool of himself, quickly replied, 1 hour will be enough. After all, they had already been out for quite a while. However, before she could finish, the man beside her calmly stated, 3 hours. The two receptionists exchanged amused looks, barely suppressing their laughter. Jiang Yuan tugged at Dong's sleeve, but he merely turned to her and said, not enough, let us extend. Jiang Yuan felt her face flush with embarrassment and turned away, unwilling to meet the receptionist's gaze. The receptionist maintained a professional tone, saying, all right, we'll book 3 hours then. When the time is up, if you wish to extend, just call the front desk. Here is your room card. Please settle the fees and deposit. Once he had completed the payment, he took her hand and led her to the elevator. As the doors closed, the receptionist began animatedly discussing, my goodness, he is so handsome. He has simply a dreamboat. Not enough. Let us extend. Does this girl have a guardian angel? If I had such a boyfriend, I would lock him in a room and never let him out. The other one sighed, you're not exactly a beauty yourself. Do you think you even stand a chance? Clearly, this girl is reluctant, and the guy seems very eager. I'd love to sneak a peek into their room for a live broadcast. It's way better than any video. Careful, you might get caught and face dire consequences. Did you see the car and its license plate? Who knows what kind of connections they have? True enough. By the way, I hope the room is well equipped. I would you want to interrupt their activities halfway through. Don't worry, it's all included. The budget hotel room was surprisingly small, which caught Dong off guard. However, the compact space offered a certain intimacy. From the door to the bed was just a few steps, and by the time Jiang Yuan was pushed onto the bed, they had only removed their shoes and jackets. Jiang Yuan, eager to get straight to the point, found herself restrained as he swiftly removed her jeans and top, leaving her in only the last layer of clothing. Perhaps the heating was too high, but under his dark gaze, she felt as if she were on fire, her body burning with desire. Instinctively, she curled up, letting out a faint protest. Chapter 188. The young girl was anxious in Dong's eyes. The woman was desperately trying to mask her shyness, her gaze darting around. He remained calm as he removed his own clothes, stealing glances at her face. Although they were no strangers to one another, this was their first time in a hotel, the enclosed space thick with tension, as if they were engaging in a secret affair. He stared at her intently, but she found it hard to meet his gaze. He turned her face to his, forcing her to look at him, his chiseled chest and abs accentuated by the dim light. Above was his sharply defined, masculine face. Jiang Yuan felt exposed under his desire-filled gaze, imagining herself trembling beneath him like a lamb awaiting slaughter as he contemplated how to claim her. Isn't your possessiveness quite strong? Your boyfriend is right here, and you seem unfazed. His voice resonated from deep within his chest, sending a wave of vibrations through her. She instinctively pressed her legs together. He parted them with his own, leaning down to kiss her lips, chuckling softly, Jiang Yuan, what happened to your earlier bravado? She wished to hide under the blanket, wanting him to do as he pleased without tormenting her. Turning her face away, she softly urged, hurry up. He smirked. The little girl is quite eager. With that, he began to kiss her, first her lips, then her cheeks, and down her jawline. Jiang Yuan felt overwhelmed, her toes curling as he moved lower along her abdomen. She attempted to pull him closer, but could only grasp at his hair, her legs involuntarily kicking out. His large hands pinned her legs down, rendering her powerless, and sounds of surrender escaped her lips. An hour had already passed by the time they finished. And while Jiang Yuan was in the bathroom showering, she heard the sound of a phone ringing. It wasn't hers. The phone rang several times before he finally answered it, his voice laced with a hint of laziness. What's up? Jiang Yuan couldn't decipher who was on the other end, but she guessed they were inquiring about his whereabouts based on his tone. A place you wouldn't know. She suspected it was either Liang Zhouheng or a family member. What time? I can't make it. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, what time does it start? The call ended. Jiang Yuan harbored a faint suspicion, and as anticipated, mere moments later, he pushed open the bathroom door and entered to join her in the wash. Noticing the pallor on his face, she inquired with concern, what troubles you? He lifted his gaze to meet hers and asked, will you return with me shortly? A sense of dread washed over Jiang Yuan. What could possibly have transpired? He pinched her cheek lightly, adopting a teasing tone to deliberately alarm her, suggesting that a crisis had arisen, necessitating a return to face the consequences. Uncertain of the truth behind his jest, she asked anxiously, what exactly happened? Did your family discover today's events? This was Jiang Yuan's greatest fear. She wished for nothing more than to avoid a rift between him and his family, especially since she had initially been drawn to him due to his father's prestigious position as a minister. He reached out, using his fingertip to smooth the furrow in her brow, soothingly murmuring, "Are you worried I might face punishment? Perhaps you could offer some compensation in advance?" Seeing him still able to jest relieved her tension slightly. She stood on her tiptoes, extending her delicate arms to encircle his neck, softly kissing him as a form of consolation. "Is this sufficient?" He remained silent, his strong arms lifting her effortlessly and pressing her against the glass of the bathroom. In an instant, the small space was enveloped in a thick, swirling mist.